At the People's Hospital of Dongyuan County, the operating room lights were on, and doctors were performing surgery. Outside the corridor, 3 or 4 rural women were shouting and cursing loudly. Their words were very dirty and unpleasant, with sharp, piercing voices that made ears ring. "Get out of my way. I will beat that wicked girl to death. 2 unlucky stars. All of you go to." The harsh, deadly voice of the devil-like woman reached the girl lying on the hospital bed in the rest area outside the door. Her body jolted as if electrocuted, and her eyes looked blankly at everything around her. "Where am I?" Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings and smelling the strange medicinal scent, Lin Junia's confusion gradually faded, replaced by obvious nervousness. Hadn't she just been in the medicine field? The mysterious medicine field deep in the mountains was sent to her by her master's message. She had gone through great trouble to find the entrance. But she didn't know who leaked the news. Many martial arts experts followed her closely. She was outnumbered and badly injured, barely clinging to life. In her last effort, she rushed into the entrance of the medicine field. But when she stepped into the field, she saw no herbs or fragrant plants, only a faint white mist. Suddenly, a strong dizziness hit her, and she fell into endless darkness. Hearing voices outside, Lin Junia immediately wanted to get up and find out what was happening. But as she moved her body, a sharp pain exploded in her head. She was in so much pain she collapsed back onto the bed.
Ugh.
After a moment of intense pain, flashes of memories and complex symbols flooded her mind. When Lin Junia got up again, 5 minutes had passed. Her eyes no longer showed confusion or nervousness, only clarity and calmness. Her voice was weak but steady, dead, then alive again. A soul crossing, that kind of magical thing actually happened to me? As she whispered to herself, the door to the ward opened. A nurse came in and asked, "You're awake. Are you feeling clear-headed?" "Yes, I am." By now, Lin Junia had accepted the fact of her crossing and the memories of this body. She had also made a contract with the mysterious medicine field. She and the original owner shared the same name, Lin Junia, both 17 years old. However, their backgrounds were very different. In her previous life, she lived in a dynasty ruled by imperial power, growing up in the martial arts world. The original owner was born in a socialist democratic country and grew up in a poor rural area. Setting aside the crossing for now, she immediately focused on an important question. "Comrade nurse, how is my mother?" "You are currently undergoing surgery. Dr. Chen said there is no longer a danger to your life, but your spine is broken and you lost a lot of blood. You will need to stay in bed for at least 3 months. Today you are lucky. The doctor performing your mother's surgery, Dr. Chen, is the head of surgery at the Municipal People's Hospital. He is here on a business trip today and was about to leave when a soldier named Jiang, who saw how badly your mother was hurt, quickly called for Dr.
Chen.
When your mother was brought in, her condition was very serious. If Dr. Chen hadn't acted quickly, she might not have survived." Lin Junia immediately got off the bed, put on her dull gray cotton shoes, and thanked her. "Nurse, thank you. I want to go outside and thank the soldier." She saw him sitting at the entrance of the pharmacy, a young man with a crew cut, standing straight, wearing a military coat, reading a newspaper. His lower leg was in a thick cast, and he had a cane beside him. She stood in front of him, quickly organized her words, and politely asked, "Hello, are you Comrade Jiang?" "I am," he replied. Jiang Jinwei was originally looking down at his newspaper, but he looked up now. When their eyes met, Lin Junia noticed that this soldier had a very strong face with sharp features, a tall and broad build, likely from long training and missions. His skin was darker, and his eyes were very sharp and deep, giving her a strong feeling of pressure. Even she, usually brave, felt a little afraid to hold his gaze for long. While she was observing him, Jiang Jinwei was also looking at her. Her short, neat hair, clear and delicate features, and bright, pure eyes like water-washed black gemstones caught his attention. Her skin and lips looked a bit pale. He only looked at her face for a moment, Then his gaze moved downward to her clothes. She was about to speak when she saw him staring at her. Following his gaze, she noticed her cotton clothes and pants had patches, and the colors had faded to a pale shade. They were stained with dried blood, and her hands also had many bloodstains. "Have you been bleeding so much? Has the doctor given you medicine?" Jinwei asked first. Lin Junya quickly explained, "That's her mother's blood, not mine. This wasn't the original owner's blood. The original owner wasn't injured today. Her mother was. The blood on her clothes was from holding her mother all the way here after being brought by the tractor from the team. She was so worried about her mother's injuries that she fainted from emotional stress, but she didn't die." Lin Junya is now thinking about how she suddenly ran in and took over the original owner's body, pushing her soul aside. She feels a bit guilty, but doesn't show it on her face. She politely thanks him. "Comrade Jiang, I just heard from the nurse that my mother is no longer in danger. Thank you for bringing Dr. Chen. I will repay you in the future." "That's just a small favor, no need for thanks." Jinwei has been recovering at home recently. Today, he came to the hospital for a dressing change and happened to see them being brought in with serious injuries. He immediately asked Dr. Chen to help. He had never seen Lin Junya before, but guessed she was from a rural area near the county town. He also heard from the tractor driver, who brought them, that her mother was injured in a family dispute and that her own family members had attacked her. Jinwei didn't ask much about her family, but inquired, "Your mother is badly hurt. Do you want to call the police?" "Call the police?" Lin Junya's mind flashed with images of going to the government office to complain loudly. But suddenly, her memory of the original owner appeared, her image as a strict, just police officer in uniform. She grew up in the martial world, where disputes and revenge involved real fights, following martial rules and never dealing with the government. But here, fighting is illegal. Since she was in this world now, she needed to adapt quickly and follow the laws. "I will call the police. After my mother is safe and out of surgery, I will go to the police." In her mind, she thought, let the police handle that family of bullies first. Although the Borderlands and Sunrise Forest are far apart, they are not completely disconnected. Since the Black Bear tribe, she had deadly methods that could make people pay the price. Sooner or later, she would help the original owner get justice. The original owner was not a weak or honest fool. She wasn't vengeful, but she definitely wouldn't suffer losses. Because of her fiery and strong personality, she and her mother avoided being bullied to death by ruthless relatives. Today, her mother had a big conflict with those ruthless people. The villains maliciously sold her mother to an old bachelor and brazenly tied her up in broad daylight. She wasn't home at the time, and the other side was many people. When her mother resisted, she was pushed and fell down, breaking her spine. Thinking of her cruel and shameless relatives, her face darkened with anger. She clenched her teeth, suppressing the burning rage inside her, and asked, "Comrade Jiang, how do I get to the police station?" "Turn left at the hospital entrance. It's about 6 or 7 minutes walk." Jinwei glanced deeply at her, casually folded the newspaper, and put it in his pocket. He took his cane with one hand and slowly stood up. "I'm going home now and need to pass by the police station. I'll help you go there. Please ask the police to come to the hospital to see you." He was very tall, about a head taller than the original body. Lin Junya looked up at him. "Comrade Jiang, thank you. What is your name?" Jinwei asked her. Lin Junya, from the Huyang production team of Nansha Commune. Jinwei remembered her. He turned to the pharmacy window, picked up the medicine prescribed by the pharmacist, nodded to her when he left, and then slowly walked away with his cane. The surgery was still ongoing. Lin Junya waited outside the door, using this time to carefully digest the original owner's memories. She couldn't quite explain why. Even though she was occupying the original owner's body, the memories left by her were very clear, as if she had experienced them herself. It felt like she had lived through the past 17 years of her life. At this moment, she felt no guilt or unease. Instead, she felt a strange sense of stability and peace. Yes, stability, peace. In her previous life, Lin Junia grew up in the martial arts world with her master. They were wandering doctors, known for their medical skills and martial arts. They followed the rules of the martial world and lived freely, but she always felt something was missing. After her soul entered the original owner's body, she seemed to find a sense of belonging, an inexplicable connection to her true self. Most importantly, deep inside, there was a voice saying, "This is who you really are." However, over the years, the original owner and her daughter had lived very oppressed lives, constantly bullied and mistreated by others. Thinking of the pain recorded in her memories, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. The original owner still isn't ruthless enough. "Comrade, come here for a moment," called the nurse who had been speaking to her earlier. When she approached, the nurse handed her a piece of paper. "This is the medical bill for you and your mother. You should go pay it now." The bill listed the charges clearly, each item detailed. Lin Junia's eyes fell on the total amount, 62.35. She felt a moment of awkwardness. Her family's savings combined weren't even close to that amount. But her mother had been injured by a wolf-like attacker today, so they had to pay for the medical expenses. "Comrade nurse, my mother was hurt by someone. I've already asked Comrade Jiang to help me report it to the police. I will ask the police to help me recover the medical costs. Can I pay a little later?" When they were brought to the hospital, the nurse had overheard a few words from the tractor driver who brought them. It involved family conflicts. She nodded in agreement. "You can pay later, but no later than tomorrow." "Thank you." Lin Junyao put the list into her pocket, then returned to her original position. She silently recited a few technical terms and used her spiritual awareness to probe the newly contracted medicinal field. Seeing that the soil surface looked no different from ordinary dry land, she frowned slightly. "My master's message might be wrong. This isn't a medicinal field at all, just a regular farm." After pondering for a moment, she whispered softly, "But still, being able to follow me through a spiritual contract must have its unique magic. I'll find a seed to try." She immediately turned around and headed toward the bathroom. At the back door, she saw a camphor tree, plucked 2 seeds, and threw them into the medicinal field. Inside the bathroom, she planned to sneak in when no one was around to dig some soil and cover the seeds, but before she entered, her spiritual awareness flicked a glance and saw the seeds had already sprouted. Indeed, magical. Lin Junyao stared fixedly, watching a seed turn into a seedling. Without fertilizing or watering, it grew into a small tree at a visible speed. After witnessing the magic of this medicinal field, she smiled broadly. It was worth risking my life. When she reached the door of the operating room, 2 police officers arrived just in time. The older officer spoke first. "Are you Lin Junyao? Did Jiang Comrade ask you to report this?" "Hello, officers. I am Lin Junyao. I asked Jiang Comrade to help me come to the police station." Seeing her covered in bloodstains and her polite attitude, the police officer asked, "What happened? Why are you so bloody?" "This is my mother's blood. She was just taken into emergency surgery." The original owner had never dealt with the police before. When she had conflicts with wicked people at home, she often fought back fiercely, never thinking of calling the police or officials. As a result, she often ended up with minor injuries during disputes. "Officers, I want to report the Huyang production team of Nansha Commune, Lin Yotian's family. Their women are arrogant and malicious, harming others. They caused my mother to break her spine and almost died from blood loss. I also want to report that they are involved in human trafficking. In the previous world under a monarchy, human trafficking was legal. Many poor families sold their children to wealthy households as servants or maids for a few silver coins, buying their entire lives. But from the original owner's memories, she knew that human trafficking was illegal here. This society emphasizes gender equality and has laws protecting women's rights. The Women's Federation was established specifically for this purpose. She focused on the issue of buying and selling women. As long as the police enforced justice fairly, they could handle this family of troublemakers. Buying and selling women? The young police officer was taking notes and frowned as he asked, "Ms. Lin Junia, please tell me more details." Officer, let me first explain my family situation. Lin Yotian's family has 4 sons. My father is named Lin Sanhui, the 3rd son. But 15 years ago, someone came to us claiming they are my father's real parents. They said he was switched at birth, and later elders from both families confirmed it. My father is not actually from the Lin family. The child they raised is the true Lin family son. My father left with his biological parents. They promised to settle him and come back for us, but they never returned or sent any letters. The real son of the Lin family never went back to his biological parents. 2 months after my father left, my mother and I were kicked out of the Lin family home. My mother decided to live on her own, found a piece of land, and built a small wooden house. We depended on each other to live. For the past 15 years, the Lin family often came to bother us, enjoying bullying us. They fought with us several times a year, stealing food, vegetables, and everything else. The villagers can testify to this. The village head is related to the old woman of the Lin family. At first, they asked him to mediate, but he only made a few vague comments and then stopped coming, pretending not to see their bullying. Today's conflict started when the Lin mother-in-law and daughter-in-law took a bride price from an old bachelor, selling my mother to be his wife. We had no idea about this before. My mother was working in the fields when they rushed over, tied her up with a rope, and tried to take her away. They pushed and shoved each other. My mother was pushed down a hill and broke her spine. The original owner was in the mountains collecting firewood at the time. On the way to the hospital with her mother, she overheard the tractor driver from the team talking about it. She was so worried about her mother and so angry that she fainted from the stress. The police officer had handled similar cases before. He asked her, "Why didn't you report this to the police before? Why didn't you ask the Women's Federation for help?" My mother tried 10 years ago, but it didn't help. The officials just came to scold and lecture them. For the Lin family, it was nothing. Once the officials left, they went crazy, smashing and hitting people, acting even more shamelessly. Junyao told the truth, showing her deep-seated anger. Instead of waiting for officials, I'd rather take a sickle and fight back fiercely. Being tough and aggressive sometimes works better. Comrade Kobayashi, your idea is wrong. The country has laws, and families have rules. Everything should follow legal rules. If you feel wronged or hurt, you can report it to higher authorities. The law will punish those who break it. The young police officer, who seems new to the job, speaks gently and logically to her. Lin Junyao does not deny his words. She shows a natural look of sadness and bitterness. Comrade police, your words might help ordinary people who respect the law, but they are useless against bullies and troublemakers. If you don't believe me, go see the Lin family's actions today. You will see how they throw tantrums and listen to what neighbors say about them. Then you will understand that the law is powerless in front of bullies. Comrade, we will investigate the situation you described, the older police officer, who is experienced and has handled many rural cases, says. He looks at the emergency room light and continues, your mother is still inside having surgery. You stay here and watch over her. We will go to the Huyang production team. Comrade police, many neighbors saw my mother being pushed and injured today. The Lin family hasn't come to visit or offered any money. I want you to help us get the medical expenses. Lin Junyao hands him a list from her pocket and looks pitiful. We, mother and daughter, usually can't even have a full meal. We have no money, and there's nothing valuable at home. Even the little food we have is taken away. We really can't pay for the medical bills. They are all bandits used to throwing tantrums and grabbing what they want. They stole my mother's dowry, all the grains, poultry, eggs, vegetables, anything edible. Sometimes they even steal firewood. Now we have nothing left at home. They've turned their attention to us. They wanted to sell me before, but my mother protected me. Now they've changed their mind and want to sell her. If they sell her, they'll come for me next. We are being bullied so badly, we have no way out. They are too aggressive and have many people. If I go to ask for the money back, I probably won't get a penny and might even get beaten. I can only ask for your help to seek justice. Lin Junyao speaks honestly, not just pretending to complain for sympathy. Her sad expression is natural, influenced by the original owner. Both police officers show sympathetic expressions. The young officer, in particular, looks very compassionate, with furrowed brows, and takes note of all the details she mentions. The nurse standing nearby added, "Comrades, her mother was badly hurt and lost a lot of blood." Luckily, Dr. Chen, the chief surgeon from the city hospital, was here on a business trip. He performed an emergency operation that saved her mother's life. Her spine was broken, but luckily no nerves were damaged. She will need to stay in bed for 3 or 4 months. The tractor driver from her team brought her here. After delivering her, he left and no one else came. Not even the local leaders from their production team asked about her. The police officer frowned and nodded. "Nurse Lee, I understand. We will investigate the details." Seeing them about to leave, Lin Jr. reminded them, "Comrades, you should bring more people. The Lin family is really rude and shameless. They are tough and stubborn. You won't be able to handle them alone. Are they even afraid of the police?" The younger officer looked doubtful. The older officer listened carefully and asked, "How many people are in the Lin family?" 2 elders, 3 sons, 3 daughters-in-law, 1 grandson, and 8 granddaughters. "Only 1 granddaughter is married," Lin Jr. replied. The 2 elderly members of the Lin family were good at having children, giving birth to 4 sons in a row. That was how Lin's wife maintained her authority at home. Among the 3 daughters-in-law, the second daughter-in-law had a son, the eldest had 4 daughters, and the youngest had 2 daughters. The second son's family had 1 son and 2 daughters. In Lin's wife's eyes, her daughters-in-law were not as capable as she was. She was like a queen at home, speaking as if issuing an order. She kept her daughters-in-law tightly under her control. When outside, they caused trouble and fought fiercely, but at home, it was her sitting in command. When the 2 police officers left the hospital, the younger one hesitated and asked, "Brother Qi, do we really need to bring more people? Call Xiao Li and the other 3. Qi, the police officer, patted his shoulder and looked deeply. "When I first started working on the front line, I had the same idea as you. It wasn't until I went to the countryside on a mission and almost got my face scratched that I realized how tough some rural women can be. Today, you'll probably see for yourself." Lin Jr. handed over the Lin family's matters to the police and stayed outside the operating room waiting. After about an hour, the lights in the operating room went out. When the pale and bloodless Li Sume was pushed out, Lin Jr., feeling a strong familial instinct, instinctively rushed forward and called out, "Mom, your mother is fine now." The surgery was successful, but she lost a lot of blood and broke her spine. She needs to stay in bed for 2 or 3 months. For the first half month, try not to move her much, and later, she should do less heavy physical work. The middle-aged doctor speaking was not someone Lin Jr. had seen before, but he guessed he was Dr. Chen. Lin Jr. immediately thanked him. "Thank you, Dr. Chen. Thank you all medical staff. You've worked hard. There's no need to be so polite." Dr. Chen waved his hand. He was in a hurry to go back to the city and told the other doctors, "Please explain the post-operative care carefully to the family. I need to leave now." "Okay, Dr. Chen. Thank you for your hard work today. I'll see you off," a doctor said as he followed to accompany him. Lin Jr. didn't go with them. She quickly helped the nurse take her mother back to the ward. After settling her, she asked, "Nurse, when will my mother wake up?" "About 2 hours," the nurse replied, then carefully explained the precautions. Although Lin Jr. was a doctor in her past life, she had never worked with Western medicine before. She listened carefully and then sat by her mother's bed, watching over her. Medicine truly is vast and profound. Master used to experiment with animals in strange and wonderful ways. Now it seems his approach was correct, but our attempts only scratched the surface. Now that I have this chance here, I must seize it. I plan to carefully study Western medicine using this body. If one day I suddenly get taken back to the medicine field, I'll have an extra skill to rely on, and I won't worry about food anywhere I go." Lin Jr. reached out and touched the material of the 4-tube, then looked at the medicine in the glass bottle. She stared at the needle inserted into her blood vessel and sighed. Western medicine is a completely new and unfamiliar subject. It should be quite challenging. Suddenly, her stomach growled, reminding her it was almost noon. She patted her pocket and found a meager 5 yuan and 80 cents. She got up and asked the nurse outside to buy 2 of the cheapest salted large pancakes, spending only 8 cents. As for her mother, she had just finished surgery and couldn't eat anything now. She would only be able to drink some soup or porridge at night. She planned to buy it from the cafeteria then. While eating the salted pancake, Lin Junia's consciousness briefly looked into the space of the medicine field. She saw that the only fragrant camphor tree had grown taller than the trees outside the hospital. Her pupils widened in shock. This growth rate is too fast. A tree that would take 10 years to grow outside is only a year old here. It's grown in just 1 hour in this space. Supreme treasure tool. Lin Junia has seen many schemes and fights in the martial world. Seeing the cores turn to ash one after another, Mubai had to replace them with new ones. At first, she worried that at this rate, Little White might absorb too much spiritual energy and die from overexertion. But seeing that its size had only increased slightly and it didn't seem to suffer more pain, she gradually relaxed. However, as she kept adding more cores, her heart went from initial shock to bloodshed. She didn't have many cores left, just enough for her tribe's cultivation needs, her entire savings. But Little White was like a bottomless pit. As the cores nearly ran out, it still kept absorbing at the same speed. Now that she occupies this body, her first goal is to solve her living problems. As for the troublesome Lin family bullies, she plans to deal with them one by one. The support and connections can come later. Seeing that her mother still hadn't woken up, Lin Junia got up and went outside to ask the nurse for help. "Comrade, I want to buy some brown sugar from the cooperative. Later, I will make tea for my mother. Can you watch over her for about 10 minutes? Sure, go ahead. The nurse was eating and just nodded before continuing her meal. Lin Junia hurried to the supply store. The brown sugar cost 6 cents per jean. She asked the clerk to weigh out 2 taels. She bought a cheap clay bowl and also spent 2 cents on vegetable seeds, celery, lettuce, mustard greens, and cabbage. Her money was tight, so she had to quickly use her medicinal field space to produce supplies. These days, without food or money, made her feel anxious. After buying what she needed, she returned to the hospital, thanked the nurse, and stayed by her mother's bedside. She had scattered half of 4 kinds of vegetable seeds into her medicinal field. The celery, lettuce, and mustard greens grew much faster than the cabbage. The cabbage was growing slowly, while the other 3 grew as quickly as a camphor tree. Why is it taking so long for the cabbage? Lin Junia was puzzled. She opened the 4 paper packages in her pocket. The seeds seemed fine. The cabbage seeds weren't bad, and the others were similar. Before she finished her thoughts, a sudden idea struck her. Her eyes widened. Could it be that the medicinal field space makes plants with medicinal properties grow faster? Ordinary vegetables grow more slowly? She instinctively guessed she was right. She whispered, "Camphor tree seeds can detoxify and reduce swelling. Celery helps calm the liver and stomach. Mustard greens and lettuce probably have some medicinal effects. Cabbage is just an ordinary vegetable, which is nutritious, but not medicinal. That's why it grows slower." Although she signed a contract for this magical medicinal field space, she knew nothing about its origin or purpose and could only explore it slowly on her own. Seeing the vegetables in the space grow well, celery, lettuce, and mustard greens all look better than those in her own field. Once they are about the same size, Lin Junia immediately controls her mind to pull them out. She piles them in the corner of the medicinal field and scatters the remaining seeds on the empty ground. While she is busy happily, there is a knock on the hospital room door, and a voice from outside says, "Comrade Shaolin, may I come in?" "Please come in." Lin Junia quickly stops her work in the space. 2 police officers push the door open. The older officer, Qi Gongan, walks in front, with blood marks on the back of his hand. His shirt is a bit wrinkled, his pants are torn, and he is covered in dirt. The younger officer behind him looks much more disheveled. His clothes are torn, and his face has bright red scratches, with some bruises around his eyes and a swollen forehead. When he sees Lin Junia, He looks a little embarrassed. Lin Junya doesn't notice his awkwardness. Seeing that both officers are scratched and bruised, her eyes widen slightly. Please ask her if she's hurt. Oh, okay. Seeing her son's anxious expression, Meng Xuejiao sensed something was wrong but didn't ask further. She hurried to ask Lin Junya. Junya ran back to the kitchen, poured cold water on her face, and cooled down. Just as her face cooled, Meng Xuejiao asked, Shaolin, Captain Jinwei said he bumped into you. Are you hurt? Madam, I'm not hurt. She had fallen pretty hard earlier, and her back and bottom were numb, but she had recovered now. Oh, good. Meng Xuejiao didn't come inside but asked from outside, Shaolin, you can keep it for now. The rest of the treatment costs will be handled by the commune, he adds. Lin Junya takes the money he offers and immediately thanks him. Thank you, comrades in the police. This is our duty. It's what we should do, Qi Gong'an says. Today, Qi Gong'an truly saw the shamelessness of the Lin family and also asked neighbors from the Yang production team about some details. He learned about the hardships faced by her mother and daughter and said, We've roughly understood your family's situation. We will notify the Women's Federation, the trade union, and the leaders of Nansha Commune to visit your team more often. Xiaoya, you have dust on your clothes and pants. Brush it off. Oh. Junya brushed off the dust and then asked her, Mom, do you need to go to the bathroom? No, you can go if you need to. I can go by myself, Li Sume replied, no longer needing her help. Junya felt she needed some fresh air to calm down, so she said, Mom, I want to go home and see. I also want to plant some vegetable seeds today since I have time. That's fine. You can plant as much as you can this morning. If there's still land left, I'll ask Anya to help plant the seeds later. I'll also bring some fruit as a thing. I have half a year left before graduation. The original owner had started school early and performed well. She finished middle school at 12 and was accepted into high school. However, the high school tuition, books, and living expenses cost about 10 yuan per semester. Over 2 years, that added up to 40 yuan. 40 yuan was a lot for their family. They saved for 10 years just to cover one semester. She was sensible and filial, so she decided to stop studying. For the next 2 or 3 years, she worked with her mother on the farm, earning work points, and occasionally made cloth shoes, cotton shoes, and gloves to exchange for some money at the supply store. When the special period ended and the policy for college entrance exams was restored, she wanted to go back to school. Her mother immediately asked a teacher for help and sent her to the county city to study. Qi Gong'an only asked casually and didn't inquire further. He then said, Take care of your mother first. When you have free time, come to the police station to fill out some information. Okay. Seeing the injuries on the police officers, Lin Junya felt a bit touched. She had seen enforcers and officers before, and they always used their power to bully ordinary people. Common folks didn't dare to speak loudly or complain in front of them. They were very humble. But here, the police officers were injured by civilians while doing their duty, which deeply moved her. She thought she should quickly adapt to her new identity, learn more about the laws here, and stop resorting to violence and fighting like in her past life. After sending off the 2 police officers, Lin Junya immediately took the payment slip to pay. She paid 75 yuan and kept 5 yuan for her own small expenses. She had just finished collecting all the vegetables from the space using her mind. Seeing her mother showing signs of waking up, she quickly got up to call the doctor. Dr. Liu, my mom is awake. Xiaoya. Li Sume opened her eyes and saw her daughter. Her voice was weak and barely audible. Is this a hospital? Yes, Mom. It's a hospital. You just had surgery. In her previous life, Lin Junya was an orphan. Her parents died early, and she was driven out by relatives to beg and wander. She was taken in and raised by her master, who was her only family. Now, having traveled into this body and replaced the real Lin Junya, she naturally called herself that without any awkwardness or distance. Dr. Liu checked the heartbeat and blood pressure nearby. After confirming everything, he said, You need to take good care of yourself in the next week. Do not move around. You must stay in the hospital for now. After a week, you can go home to rest. Doctor, thank you for your hard work, Li Sume politely said. After watching the doctor and nurse leave, Lee Sume spoke to her daughter. Xiaoya, is it already afternoon? Have you eaten yet? Mom, I've already eaten. It's about 1 or 2 in the afternoon, replied Lin Junya. Junya didn't have a watch and wasn't sure of the exact time. She sat beside her mother and said, Mom, you just had surgery. The doctor said you can't eat anything now. You can only have some thin porridge and water in the evening. Xiaoya, I'm not hungry right now, Lee Sume said. Lee Sume had fainted immediately after falling down the hillside. At that moment, she thought her life was over. She didn't expect to open her eyes again. She felt like she was in a different world. Seeing her confusion and the deep sadness in her eyes, Junya gently held her rough, calloused hand and comforted her softly. Mom, your spine is broken, but your nerves aren't hurt. You won't be paralyzed. With proper care for 3 or 4 months, you'll recover. Today was lucky. Just when the chief surgeon from the city hospital was visiting, he performed your surgery. Lee Sume's worry eased a little knowing she wouldn't be paralyzed, but she still looked worried. I have to lie down for so long before I can get up. Surgery costs a lot of money. How will we get through these days? Mom, I already called the police. They sent officers to arrest the people involved, and I've received the money for the surgery. Junya quickly told her about the previous incident. The police just left a while ago. 2 officers who came were injured. They looked very upset. They won't let those people go easily. Hearing this, Lee Sume didn't feel much happiness. She frowned and looked very worried. Even if they are locked up for a few months, we won't have peace. When they come out, with their bad behavior, life will be even harder for us. Mom, rest assured and focus on healing. With the police and local officials involved, they will hold them back a bit. I'll graduate in half a year. I'll work hard to get into university. Later, we can leave this place. You and I can go live where I study. We have hands and feet, and we can find ways to make a living. Lee Sume forced a bitter smile and talked about their difficult situation. Xiaoya, our household registration is here. If you get into university, your registration can be transferred out, but mine can't. If a woman marries into the team and her household registration is transferred here, she will also get land. And if elderly people pass away and their household registration is cancelled, the land will be taken back by the team. Newborn children who are registered will also receive land once their household registration is established. That seems fair and just. Thinking about the Yao family, Lin Junyao asked, Aunt, has Brother Jigua's household registration been transferred to the county town unit? Yes, it was transferred on the day he registered. Our family only has his household registration in the town. The others, your clothes are dirty. Go home and change and bring some clean clothes for me. Okay, Lin Junya replied. Xiaoya, Lee Sume called her again, weakly saying, you know where we hide the money. Take all the money on you. I might need to stay in the hospital for a while, and 80 yuan isn't enough for the medical bills. The police only ask for 80 yuan, and anything extra will probably come out of our own pockets. Mom, don't worry. I'll find a way to cover the medical expenses, Lin Junya said, not wanting her to worry. She adjusted her mother's blanket. Mom, I'll go to the police station now and come back later. I'll ask the nurse to take care of you. If you're uncomfortable, call her anytime. Be careful on your way back. Don't get into conflicts with them. If you can't fight them, don't get hurt. Lee Sume was very worried. She feared her daughter might impulsively confront the Lin family and get hurt. If that happened, their lives would become even harder. Okay, Lin Junya agreed outwardly, but was secretly thinking about revenge. She was not someone who would take a loss and not fight back. Her temper was vengeful. The original owner had limited ability, barely managing to hold her own against the Lin family. But her skills and methods surpassed those of the original owner. If she didn't make the Lin family miserable and recover all the wrongs done to her over the years, she would be wasting this body. The original owner didn't understand medicine. She often fought them with a kitchen knife and sticks, but Lin Junya was skilled in medicine and poison. She planned to brew some poison secretly and retaliate quietly. First, she would collect some interest for her and her mother, and later, she would deal with them thoroughly. After her mother fell asleep, Lin Junia left the house. She asked the nurse to take care of her mother and then hurried to the police station. When she arrived at the police station, the officer named Shi was in the interrogation room. They were questioning Lin's mother-in-law, her 2 daughters-in-law, and the widower's aunt. These 3 unruly women had loud voices and were very uncooperative. Even outside, Lin Junia could hear their shouting and arrogant voices. Lin Junia was only there to fill out some paperwork and left after finishing. She didn't go straight home, but went to a nearby school. She attended high school in the county town and didn't usually wander the streets, but she knew the town's alleys well. She took a shortcut to the scrap yard outside the school playground. There, she found 2 old, broken bamboo baskets and rummaged through the scrap pile for some cloth bags and ropes. She repaired the bamboo baskets simply and carefully. After 3 years of patching and fixing, Lin Junia made sure the baskets were sturdy. Once she was confident they were strong enough, she found a quiet corner where no one was around. She immediately took out vegetables from her space and prepared to sell them. While carrying the vegetables, she noticed many bloodstains on her clothes and smirked. This needs to be covered up, she thought. Nearby was her high school, surrounded by a tall wall. But that wall was no obstacle for her. She easily ran, jumped, and supported herself with one hand on top of the wall, flipping over smoothly and landing safely. Half a minute later, she jumped back over the wall with the same lightness. She wore a common kitchen apron around her waist, a straw hat on her head, and carried a balance scale. School isn't in session today, so I borrowed this scale, she said. Carrying her vegetables, Lin Junia headed toward the state-owned factory staff's residential building nearby. Most residents here were dual-income families with good financial conditions. They often bought vegetables, and she believed her fresh, well-presented vegetables from her space would catch the housewives' attention. She approached 2 elderly women out for a walk and asked, "Grandma, are you buying vegetables?" "Oh, your vegetables look good. How much do they cost?" one asked. "Same price as outside, 3 cents per jean," Lin Jr. replied with a sweet smile. She placed the vegetables at their feet, saying, "These are freshly picked from the field. The mud has been washed off, and any rotten or yellow leaves and roots have been trimmed. Everything left is edible. Your vegetables are well organized," the women said, inspecting the baskets. Her vegetables were fresh and reasonably priced, unlike other vendors who sold their produce in a messy way. The 2 grandmothers were interested and started sorting through the baskets. They bought a lot of lettuce and mustard greens. Since Lin Junia was new to selling vegetables, she weighed the produce carefully for them and even gave each a small bunch of celery as a gift. She is good at business and has a sweet tongue. 2 elders called a neighbor to buy vegetables, but within 10 minutes, both baskets were sold out and only a few stalks of celery remained, which she gave away. $7.50. Turning around to count the money, she realized that 2 baskets of vegetables were not enough to buy a pound of meat. Lin Junia counted the colorful bills in her hand, full of energy. Sell all the vegetables in the space before going home. Growing up in the martial world, she was naturally brave. Lin Junia happily sold vegetables door to door, not shy or timid at all. She was generous in business, often giving a little extra to customers without hesitation. After walking through one street, half of the vegetables in her space were sold, so she moved on to the next street. Passing by a 2-story red brick house, she saw a well-dressed woman come out carrying a bag. Lin Junia carried her basket and approached her. "Andy, would you like to buy some fresh vegetables?" The woman paused briefly, noticing the basket full of bright green lettuce in her hands. She looked back inside and asked, "Jinwei, do we still have vegetables at home?" "There are vegetables for tonight," came the reply from inside. Lin Junia raised an eyebrow, feeling that the voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite remember. Just then, the front door opened and a tall, sturdy man leaning on a cane stepped out. Their eyes met, and Lin Junia smiled brightly. "Comrade Jiang, so this is your home." "Lin Junia, what are you doing here?" Jiang Jinwei looked her over and slowly approached, leaning on his cane. "Jinwei, do you know this young girl?" Jiang's mother looked back and forth between them. "We met at the hospital this morning," Jiang Jinwei answered. His gaze fell on the vegetables in the bamboo basket she carried and asked, "How is your mother?" "She had a successful surgery. She's awake now, but she will need to stay in bed for a few months." Lin Junya hurriedly set down her basket and straw hat, politely and formally introducing herself to the elders. "Hello, Auntie Jiang. My name is Lin Junya. I am from the Huyang production team in Nansha Commune. This morning, something upsetting happened at home. My mother fell and broke her spine. It was Comrade Jiang who helped us by inviting Dr. Chen to operate on her. I am truly very grateful to Comrade Jiang. Without his help, my mother might not have made it." "That's how it is," Jiang's mother said, carefully observing her as she spoke and noticing her removal of the hat. She smiled gently. "Life is precious. Jinwei helping out is only right." Lin Junyao smiled sweetly and bent down to pick a few bundles of vegetables from the basket, offering them to the mother and son. "Auntie, Comrade Jiang, these are vegetables grown by my family. Please accept them as a small thank you. I hope you don't mind. Little Lin, we truly appreciate your kindness. Growing vegetables isn't easy, and you've kept everything so tidy even in the middle of winter. You've worked hard. We'll buy these vegetables from you," said Jiang's mother as she accepted the vegetables. Then she told her son, Jinwei, "Give little Lin some money. I'll take the vegetables back inside." "Auntie, Comrade Jiang, there's no need to pay. My mother just told me that next time I see Comrade Jiang, I must thank her properly. If she finds out that a few vegetables cost you money, she'll definitely scold me," said Lin Junyao. She then put on her backpack and carried the basket, smiling brightly as she left. "Auntie, Comrade Jiang, you're busy, so I'll go sell more vegetables." Watching her walk away, Jiang's mother smiled softly and said, "That little Lin is quite polite. She's also pretty and charming, probably not worse than the girls in your military art troupe." "Mom, you should go to work now," Jiang Jinwei said, avoiding the topic. He supported himself with his crutch, took the vegetables from her hands, and turned back into the house. Jiang's mother was smiling at first, but as she watched her son's awkward, limping figure, her smile faded. A look of silent worry appeared on her face. An hour and a half later, Lin Junyao finished selling all the vegetables in her space and counted the money. 8.88 yuan, what a lucky number. First day selling vegetables. Good luck for the start. Lin Junyao was an optimistic person. She didn't earn much, but she was quite satisfied and her mood was soaring. However, when she reached the village entrance and saw the neighbors from the production team, her smile quickly disappeared, replaced by a worried look. "Yimei, how is your mother?" the neighbor Aunt Shoa asked. She had a decent relationship with her mother, so Lin Junyao didn't give her a cold look. "Her spine is broken, she lost a lot of blood, and she's already had surgery. She'll stay in the hospital for a week, and then rest at home for 3 or 4 months before she can move around and work," Lin Junyao replied. Aunt Shoa had heard some details from the police, so she knew roughly what happened. "Is she awake now?" She woke up for a little while, but then went back to sleep. "I came to get some clean clothes," Lin Junyao said. Another woman hurried over and asked, "Lin Junyao, did you call the police officers today?" Lin Junyao nodded and asked back, "Did they even hit the police?" 5 police officers arrived, all scratched and bleeding. When they became serious, they directly handcuffed them and forcefully took them away in a car. Aunt Shoei was present the whole time, watching and chatting. She told her, "Old man went to the police station with Lin Dahui, and they haven't come back yet." Over an hour ago, the Women's Federation director, Secretary Li from the commune, and the newly transferred Director Jiang came to the team. They scolded the captain for half an hour. Lin Erwi and his group were punished by being assigned to repair the water canal. The commune sent someone to watch over their work. These punishments didn't hurt them much. Even if they had to repair the water canal for a year, they wouldn't learn their lesson. After the punishment ended, they would definitely come back to trouble her and her daughter again. Lin Junya saw through this. To deal with the Lin family, she had to use very tough methods. Using evil to fight evil was the only way to see real results. She didn't chat with neighbors, but hurried home under the pretext of caring for her mother at the hospital. Their simple thatched hut was very poor, bare walls and nothing valuable inside. Even turning the house upside down, they couldn't find anything worth money. Junya quickly changed into an even more worn-out cotton coat, went to the nearby river to wash and hang her clothes, then ran to the vegetable garden. She picked all the vegetables she could find, pulled up chives and other greens to plant in her space, and also planted some sweet potatoes and potatoes. After tidying up their daily supplies, she locked the door and carried her basket straight to the back mountain. The area was in the southern hills, surrounded by continuous mountains rich in medicinal herbs. Junya had often gone into the mountains with her master to find various herbs and was very familiar with traditional Chinese medicine. She pulled out and planted herbs she saw along the mountain paths. There's a saying that good doctors often have skills in both medicine and poison. Skilled healers are also quite adept at poison techniques. After wandering in the forest for a while, she found the common poisonous herbs she wanted. She used a broken bowl and a pestle to grind them for about 10 minutes, producing a dark green poison. She then took a shortcut back to the Lin family. She spilled the dark green poison into the water tank, and with a sinister smile, Junya said, "Every time they fight, they scratch people, especially our faces. Now, it's your turn to enjoy the feeling of face scratching." After saying that, she turned and went to the chicken coop, casually pulling 3 old hens into her space. "The dead old woman stole 7 of our chickens. I was just taking back what's ours. The Lin family still owes us 4 chickens. Next time they come again, I'll take them back." Lin Junyao carried her things easily and took a quiet, lonely path back home. She carried some simple daily items and deliberately showed her face in front of a group of gossiping neighbors before heading to the hospital on the main road.
Mom.
When Lin Junyao arrived, Li Sume was already awake, lying on the bed with a worried and sad look at the ceiling. Seeing her daughter, she spoke. "Xiaoya, why are you only coming now? Did they bother you?" "No, this afternoon. The leaders from the Commune and Women's Federation came and punished that family for repairing the water channel. I didn't see them when I got back." Junyao placed her daily items on a nearby cabinet and immediately picked up the hot water kettle. "Mom, I'll boil some water and make you some brown sugar water."
Good, my mouth is dry.
I was just about to drink water. Li Sume had lost a lot of blood today and felt weak and tired. The anesthesia had worn off, and her back hurt badly, but she didn't tell her daughter to avoid worrying her. Junyao brought the only 3 eggs in the house and made a big bowl of brown sugar egg soup for her mother. She propped her up with a pillow and slowly fed her with a spoon. "Xiaoya, you should also drink some." Li Sume loved her daughter very much. Usually, she would keep everything good for her, and now that she was injured and needed nutrition, she still shared some with her. "Mom, you haven't eaten all day, and you can't eat hard food now. This bowl isn't much. Drink it yourself. I'll go to the cafeteria later to buy some food." Junyao blew the soup slightly to cool it, then fed her a big sip. She also said, "Mom, I just picked 2 baskets of vegetables. Tomorrow morning, I'll go sell them at the market. I should earn a few yuan." "Xiaoya, we don't have many vegetables at home. If we sell everything in a month or 2, we'll only be able to eat wild greens." Li Sume worried about not having enough vegetables in spring. "Mom, let's not worry about the future now. Neither of us is at home today. The police took 80 yuan from them. They shouldn't bother the police. They'll come after us instead. With how bad that family is, they'll probably attack our vegetables tonight. Instead of letting them get cheap, I'd rather harvest and sell them to make money." Li Sume sighed and said, "All right, you can sell them. Vegetables are cheap now, probably only 2 or 3 yuan. Even if I sell for a few yuan, it's better than giving them away cheaply." After feeding her the big bowl of brown sugar egg soup, Junyao poured a basin of hot water to help her mother wash. Gently, she changed her blood-stained clothes and then went to pour water and give her medicine. After finishing these tasks, Lin Junya was hungry. "Mom, I'm going to eat first." "Go ahead. Wash the clothes after you eat." At the hospital cafeteria, Lin Junya casually bought some food. The taste was average, but she didn't mind, as long as it filled her stomach. After eating, she immediately carried a basin of dirty clothes to the back door laundry room. Just as she reached the back door with a basin, a dark-skinned, slim man with a buzz cut carrying a basket rushed past her, calling out, "Director Meng, are you finishing work soon?" Next to the pharmacy entrance, a female staff member was locking the door. Seeing him, she unlocked it again. "Lu Yong, why are you coming so late today?" "Director Meng, I was supposed to come in the afternoon. A neighbor uncle was injured by a wild boar while going into the mountains, so I went to help. I arrived a bit late. In this cold weather, wild boars are out looking for food. When you go into the mountains for herbs, be careful and try not to go alone. Call a few people to go with you," Director Meng said in a friendly tone. Lu Yong smiled. "We usually don't go deep into the mountains. That uncle was just collecting firewood on the back hill. He was unlucky and met the wild boar, but luckily his injuries weren't serious." Director Meng didn't chat much. She took out a scale from the pharmacy and saw that the basket was quite full of herbs. "Lu Yong, did you find all this alone today?" "My wife and I found it together. We were lucky today and dug up about 7 or 8 gene of banlangen, isatus root." While they were talking, Lin Junia arrived with her basin. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she politely asked, "Director Meng, hello. I am a family member of a patient in the hospital. I know some traditional Chinese herbs and wanted to ask if the pharmacy buys herbs." Director Meng looked at her and examined her briefly. She nodded and said, "Yes, we do." Lin Junia stepped closer and recognized her face. She looked very much like Jiang Jinwei's mother, but younger. She then asked, "Director Meng, do you know a soldier with the surname Jiang? Do you know my nephew?" Director Meng asked in return. Lin Junia smiled upon hearing this. "I met Jiang comrade this morning at the hospital. My mother had surgery, and he helped by asking Dr. Chen from the city hospital. I also saw him and Jiang's mother at the vegetable market at noon. You look very much like Jiang's mother, so I wanted to ask." This morning, Director Meng heard from her colleagues in the pharmacy about this, and she asked, "Is your mother the patient with the fractured spine?" "Yes," Lin Junia nodded. Director Meng didn't know her nephew was involved. She casually asked, "Is your mother doing well after the surgery?" "Thank you, Director Meng, for your concern. The situation is okay now. She woke up early and just finished dinner. However, her injuries are serious and she lost a lot of blood, so she needs good care from now on." Seeing her speak politely, Director Meng smiled faintly. "Injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. During this time, we must take good care of her." While they were talking, Lu Yong had already squatted on the ground sorting the medicinal herbs. Director Meng weighed them on a scale and told Lin Junia, "The pharmacy department accepts herbs at any time, whether dry or fresh. For example, the price for chai hu brought by Comrade Lu Yong is 65 cents per gene, yuzu is 82 cents, huangjing and He Wu are 1.20 yuan each, gugang is 70 cents, and banlangen is 90 cents. Junia remembered all the prices she heard, her eyes shining with excitement. She asked eagerly, "Director Meng, are these prices per gene or per kilogram?"
Per kilogram.
Junia calculated in her mind and then asked, "And what about Nansha-shen?" Seeing she knew about Nansha-shen, Director Meng raised an eyebrow slightly. This year, Nansha-shen is priced well.
Vet Nansha-shen is 2,80 yuan per kilogram. Can you find it?
I can find it. I've seen it in books and know where to look. Junia searched her memory of the original owner. There were many deep in the back mountains of the production team, but she didn't know them well. When she went into the mountains to gather firewood, she often picked the purple flowers of Nansha-shen as wildflowers for fun. "If you find some, bring it to the pharmacy department. You can deliver it any time during working hours," said Director Meng. "Okay, thank you, Director Meng." Junia didn't leave immediately. She stayed to watch them weigh and settle accounts. She saw Brother Lu Yong sell a basket of herbs for about 14 or 15 yuan. She thought to herself, herbs are definitely worth more than vegetables. Less than half an acre of vegetables sold for only 8.88 yuan, but this basket of herbs sold for double that. It seems that making a fortune from selling herbs is the way to go. After Lu Yong left, Junia asked Director Meng about the prices of other herbs, remembered everything, and then went to wash her dirty clothes. After washing, She went to the ward to share the news with her mother. Junya is very proactive. After telling her mother about going into the mountains to gather herbs, she immediately went to the nurse's station to ask them to arrange a caregiver to look after her mother all day tomorrow. After taking care of that, she planned to go out for a walk before it got dark. When she reached the door, she saw two familiar figures standing under a big tree outside. She quickly slipped into the shadows to listen secretly. That Meryl just breaking bones, and they called the police to scam 80 yuan, then took my mom and others to jail, and now we have to pay more compensation. Pfft, they're not worth it. Today, why didn't she just fall and die? It would have been easier to pay 8 yuan for a coffin. Now they want us to cover medical and nutritional expenses. They have such high hopes. Outside, Lin Dahui, the eldest son of the Lin family, was shouting curses. He looks most like his mother, with a naturally harsh face and eyes that constantly flash with scheming thoughts. Another person shrinking back was old Lin, with sharp, angry eyes and a hoarse, unpleasant voice. The 80 yuan was paid to the hospital. No matter what we do, we can't get it back now. Mom, they are all useless. They can't handle even small problems. Why did they go out in broad daylight to kidnap someone? Can't they do it quietly at night? Now Li Sume is bedridden, yelling that she doesn't want it. The 100 yuan she got has to be returned. We didn't make money, and now we have to pay. It's really bad luck. Lin Dahui was full of anger and looked grimy and foul. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes flashed with cruelty. Lin Junya, that shameless girl, even dares to call the police to arrest people and ask for money. I will sell her to the mountains someday, so she can't call for help. Don't act now. Wait a few days before dealing with her. First, break her legs, then sell her and her mother together. Old Lin lowered his voice, but his words were cold and threatening. Lin Dahui nodded. Yes, let them be arrogant for a few days. I need to find someone to take her. She's still a young girl, and I want to sell her for a good price. Hiding in the shadows, Junya Lin narrowed her eyes and a dangerous smile appeared on her face. If you plan to act later, I can't wait that long. Growing up in the martial world, she always believed in settling things today, never letting revenge wait overnight. Junya Lin told her mother she was going out to buy some things at the supply store, then left through the back door of the hospital. She was one step ahead of her father and brother, waiting on their usual route home. They had no idea their terrible days were coming. They were cursing and arguing along the way, openly discussing prices. It was already dark, with dim light. The Lin father and son didn't have flashlights, walking through mud, talking loudly about other things, completely unaware of the obstacles set on the road. Ah! Both father and son tripped over a grass rope at the same time, falling forward in unison, landing in a dog-like mess. Ah! A sharp cry of anger broke the silence of the night. Then, two figures disappeared into thin air, along with their voices. Ah! Ah! Ghost, ghost! In the dark medicinal field space, two bulky figures flitted back and forth in the air like performing acrobats. They jumped up and down, swayed left and right, kept spinning and swinging wildly, sometimes colliding closely, then falling heavily to the ground. Before they could recover, they were controlled to fly up and play again. Lin Junyao lazily leaned against a haystack, chewing on a dogtail grass, with a happy look on her face. Her mind was controlling the Lin father and son to experience martial arts moves of top fighters. When they were so dizzy and incontinent from being tossed around, she threw them out of the space, like garbage, into cold, wet mud. Bang! Bang! Two heavy objects hit the water puddle, splashing mud everywhere. Old Lin had already fainted from fright inside the space. When he was thrown out, he lay on the ground like a dead dog, with faint breaths showing he was still alive, not dead from the scare. Young Lin Dahui, being stronger and younger, didn't faint immediately after falling. But he was dizzy and couldn't open his eyes. Hearing footsteps approaching behind him, he trembled uncontrollably with fear. He wanted to run but had no strength. His voice trembled with panic. "Ghost, please, don't come any closer." Lin Junyao stepped on his face. She took out a sewing needle from the space and stabbed it into a point on the back of his neck. He ruined my daughter's body. Now she's pregnant, but he's not taking responsibility. I must beat him up today. Your daughter is pregnant. On what basis do you claim it's Yid's? Zhang Xiaolan's voice was just as loud. The doctor said she's over a month pregnant. Xiao Tong only had relations with Kong Yid before. It can't be anyone else's. Zhang Xiaolan, tell your family animals to get out here. If your Kong family doesn't give me an explanation, I won't end things here. Everyone in the Kong family knows her personality. They all look angry. Old Master Kong, with a furious face, shouted at his son and daughter-in-law, "Go call Yid over." Two heavy objects hit the water. Rather than killing them, she thought tormenting their minds and causing them pain was a better way to get revenge. When she returned to the hospital, the father and son, who had fallen into the mud puddle, gradually woke up. They immediately started crying and ran forward, shouting there's a ghost, which startled the villagers on both sides of the road to come out and watch. When the father and son hurried back home, the others hadn't eaten yet. Qin Rome, the fourth wife of the Lin family, was cooking in the kitchen with her daughter. Wang Juhua, the second wife, sat on the doorstep covered in mud, speaking kindly. Lin Erwi and Lin Sihui were in the main hall smoking and warming themselves. Quick, close the door. There's a ghost. The ghost is coming. Lin Dahui half-dragged his father back home. Both of them were covered in mud and looked very dirty. When they arrived, their faces were as white as paper. Big brother, what are you talking about? Lin Erwi went over to help, but saw their father was very scared, staring blankly and smelling of feces. He quickly stepped back and shouted, Dad, what's wrong? Close the door. There's a ghost. Their father, after being shaken a few times, finally regained some awareness. His body trembled uncontrollably, pointing at the open main hall door, trembling as he said, "It's coming after us." Close it. The granddaughter of the Lin family closed the door casually. Wang Juhua saw they looked frightened and asked hurriedly, Dad, big brother, what happened? Did someone hurt you? Ghost. There are ghosts on the road. Lin Dahui collapsed on the cold ground, soaked all over. His forehead was wet, either from mud or cold sweat. He was trembling all over from fear. Both father and son were so scared they seemed to have lost their spirits. The rest of the Lin family asked around but couldn't get a clear answer. They first poured hot water for them to wash and then sent them back to their rooms to rest. After settling the father and son, the food in the kitchen was ready. There were coarse flour buns and a pot of salty vegetable rice porridge. About 10 people ate quickly, almost fighting like pigs. Within less than 2 hours, there was shouting from the men, cursing from the women, and crying from the children. The noise was so loud that everyone couldn't sleep. While the Lin family was in chaos, the hospital was very quiet. Li Sume took sleeping pills and painkillers. She had been working hard for years, getting up early and staying up late, so today she was very tired physically and mentally. She closed her eyes early and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Junia just finished washing quietly, then slipped into her space to weigh the remaining vegetables. She bundled them with straw sticks, planning to sell them early tomorrow. After finishing, she returned to the hospital bed to rest. The mother and daughter had developed the habit of waking early. They woke up almost at the same time. Lin Junia opened her eyes, turned over, dressed quickly, and started taking care of her mother. After washing up, she first prepared her mother a bowl of brown sugar and egg soup. Mom, the cafeteria isn't open yet. Please drink a bowl to warm up. I'll buy porridge and noodles for you later. We'll share this. You need to go sell vegetables outside. The weather is very cold, so have something hot before you go. Lin Junia nodded in response. The mother and daughter shared the soup. She told her mother to rest a bit more, then she set out early before dawn to sell vegetables. Now it's the early 1980s. The market has opened up and many small vendors are now selling their goods. Farmers around the county also bring their homegrown vegetables to sell in the city, earning some extra money to support their families. Doctors said the baby inside Xiao Tong has been there for over a month. She's only been with you these past 2 months. The child isn't yours. Whose could it be? You scoundrel. How could you do such a wicked thing, and then deny it? Are you even a person? Kong Yud had often heard neighbors gossip about her before. Because she was Qin Tong's mother, he had always respected her. But today, hearing her curse like this, his anger flared up, and he decided to stand his ground. I admit it. I, Kong Yud, am not a good person. But I did not do this wicked thing of making your daughter pregnant. He raised his hand and swore, the remaining ones are edible. Just rinse with water and stir-fry. Yes, yes. Chinese cabbage, 1 mao each. Pick whatever you like. They weigh about 3 or 4 jin. Auntie, you bought a lot. Thank you for supporting my business. Here's a small bunch of chives for you to make scrambled eggs. Ma'am, just the last 2 pieces of mustard greens. I'll give you a discount. 8 fun. In less than an hour, over 100 jin of vegetables were sold. Lin Junya carried her basket, clutching a bag of colorful bills, happily walking away while other vendors looked on with envy and admiration. Back at the hospital, Lin Junya bought her mother a bowl of egg and shredded pork noodles. She fed her little by little. Mom, I went into the mountains today. Yesterday, I gave the caretaker some money. She'll buy you some meat and vegetables at noon. Eat more. Only by eating well can you recover faster. Xiaoyao, be careful in the mountains. Don't go deep into the woods. Bring some hot water and buns or steamed bread with you. Li Sume worried. Mom, I won't go deep into the mountains. I'll just go to the small valley where I often chop firewood. Last night, Lin Junya told her about the prices of medicinal herbs. Now she excitedly explained, when I went to that valley to chop firewood, I often picked a bunch of purple flowers for fun. Actually, those are a kind of medicinal herb called nansha shen. The root and rhizome are nansha shen, and they are bought at 2.8 yuan per kilogram. So that was medicinal herb? I thought it was just wildflowers or weeds, her mother said. Li Sume has seen it before, even cut pig grass in the past. Lin Junyao smiled and said, I know it's medicinal herbs. I saw it in books, but I thought it was cheap, like wild chrysanthemum or other inexpensive herbs. Yesterday, I asked Director Meng and found out it's a type of ginseng, and it's quite expensive. You should read more and learn more knowledge. Li Sume smiled and sighed, then reminded her daughter, that valley is safe, but there is still snow on the mountain, and the trail is slippery. Walk slowly. Mom, don't worry. I will try to come down early and get to the hospital before Director Meng and the others finish work. Xiaoya, you should also buy some noodles in the morning. Eat enough before heading up the mountain. After Lin Junyao finished feeding herself the noodles, she went to the cafeteria and bought another serving, along with some warm flatbreads. Before leaving, she also brought her mom 2 sesame candies she loved. Today, she was going to the valley behind their house. Lin Junyao went home to get a sickle. When she was locking the door to go into the mountain, her neighbor, Grandma, called out to her, Yume, why are you back? Don't you need to take care of your mom at the hospital? I just finished feeding her breakfast before coming back. She's getting 4 treatment this morning, and a nurse is watching over her. I don't need to stay there. Today, I'm going to bring back firewood from the mountain. Grandma nodded and asked, have you heard anything about the Lin family? What about? Lin Junyao pretended not to know. With a natural expression, third Grandma, is it about their family being fined to repair the water channel? I heard about it from Annie Xioi yesterday. It's not about repairing the water channel. Seeing that she didn't know, Grandma excitedly explained, Lin Yutian and Lin Dahue's father and son probably got cursed or possessed by something dirty.
Huh.
Lin Junyao played along with a look of surprise. What kind of dirty thing? It's that kind of invisible thing. A few years ago, they banned superstitions and the talk of ghosts and spirits during the campaign to eliminate old customs. Now that the special period is over, Grandma is still cautious and didn't say too much clearly. Lin Junyao understood and pretended to be skeptical. Third Grandma, there's no such thing in the world. If there really was, with the Lin family's bad deeds, some dirty thing would have already attached to them long ago. It wouldn't wait until now to act. Yume, I'm telling the truth. Always remember your original purpose for learning medicine. Also, a teacher is like a lifelong parent. Dr. Jean has passed down his family's medical knowledge to you.
He has helped you a lot.
In the future, you must be filial to him. I can't ask much about Dr. Jin's personal life. If he doesn't marry or have children, you should still respect and care for him until old age, and be there to see him off when he passes away. Lin Junya listened carefully and nodded seriously. Mom, I don't need you to remind me. I already told my master about this. I think Dr. Jean is not an ordinary person. It's lucky they returned safely at dusk. After they came back, the rest of the family started itching all over their bodies. No matter what medicine they used, the itching wouldn't stop. I saw Lin Mei scratching her neck until it bled this morning. Now, they are burning mugwort and boiling mugwort water to bathe, claiming it will drive away evil spirits and ghosts. They also said they plan to call a shaman to take a look. Next door, old Ji's family is now afraid to go outside. They've locked all their doors and windows, hiding inside the house, worried about catching bad things. Lin Junya looked calm on her face, but inside, she was secretly laughing. She showed a doubtful expression and said, "Third grandma, do you believe that ghosts are flying in the sky with them? They say it's true, many people don't believe it, but it doesn't look like they're lying," she replied. Third grandma had gone to check herself. She saw the terrible state of Lin Yutian and his son, and also saw Wang Juhua and others constantly scratching their hands and necks, looking very uncomfortable from itching. Lin Junya glanced toward the Lin family's house, which was about 200 meters away. She saw them waving mugwort sticks in the yard, burning them back and forth. She sneered inside but said aloud, "Third grandma, I don't believe they're haunted by dirty things. The Lin family is full of tricks. They probably just don't want to go repair the water channels in the middle of winter. To avoid punishment from the commune, they're planning all this on purpose." Planning on purpose? Third grandma looked thoughtful. They're deliberately causing trouble with bad things, making everyone scared. The commune won't make them work. This way, they get to stay comfortably at home, eating, drinking, and sleeping, Lin Junya said, pretending to see through everything. Third grandma was influenced by her words and started to think that what she said might be true, considering the Lin family's character. Lin Junya knew her own intentions and didn't plan to go see the results. She locked the door and went into the mountains. "Third grandma, I'm heading up the mountain." Third grandma watched her leave, thinking about what she said. The more she thought about it, the more she agreed. She turned around and went to find her old friends in the village. It wasn't yet spring planting season, so the neighbors hadn't gone to work in the fields. The village was a little lively as everyone heard the news and started moving. Some timid older women did not dare to go to the Lin family, fearing they might catch something dirty. Brave men went to check the situation, though most didn't believe in superstitions or ghosts. But seeing how Lin Yutian and his son looked, both covered in itching, they found the situation strange and suspicious. The local officials heard about it and came to investigate. When they learned that the Lin family had encountered a ghost, they immediately scolded and warned them to stop talking nonsense. Their first thought was that the Lin family was trying to avoid punishment by playing tricks. Later, the health clinic doctor was called in. Due to limited medical skills, they couldn't find any poisoning, only guessed that the family might have come into contact with something they were allergic to. Everyone in the team was watching eagerly. Lin Junya had already climbed into a quiet mountain valley and started digging with A. After about 5 or 6 hours of searching, she dug up a basket of medicinal herbs. She also gathered about half an acre of herbs along the way, which was a good harvest. She washed the mud off the herbs in a mountain stream and hurriedly carried them to the hospital. "Mom, I'm back." As soon as she arrived at the hospital, she went straight to the ward. Li Sume saw her safe return and felt relieved. "It's good you're back. Did you find any herbs?" "Yes, I did. A full basket, about 30 pounds altogether, mixed with different kinds." Lin Junya hadn't weighed them yet. She placed the basket outside the pharmacy and smiled. "Mom, I'll go away and sell them first. I'll come back and tell you after I finish." "Okay, go ahead." Li Sume was a bit hopeful about her daughter's harvest and was calculating in her mind, guessing she could earn 20 or 30 yuan. When Lin Junya reached the pharmacy door, Director Meng came out holding a scale. Seeing her, he said, "You're impressive, girl. You dug up so many herbs by yourself in one day." Director Meng, I knew the location well. The team members didn't recognize it, so I took the chance. She quickly emptied the herbs from the basket, sorted them for inspection, and asked, "Director Meng, are these herbs good?" "Yes, they look fine." He squatted beside her, picked out a thick root of Nansha ginseng, and said, "The ones in good condition are first class and can fetch higher prices, about 3.1 yuan per kilogram." Her eyes sparkled. These were herbs she had taken from her space, deliberately mixed in with other herbs. She was glad she had been careful earlier and didn't put too many first-class herbs in, or she wouldn't have been able to explain it. After about 5 minutes, she finished weighing everything. The total was 46.85 yuan. Lin Junya stared at the numbers on the paper, her eyes shining with excitement and a playful smile. "I've never seen so much money in my life." Hee hee. Director Meng was amused by her, and the man helping with the herbs next to them also chuckled. "The price you got for the Nansha ginseng you dug today is pretty good. One basket is worth 3 others." "Thank you, Director Meng and Comrade Su. I've finally found a way to make money. I don't have to worry about paying for my mom's hospital stay anymore." Her smile was bright and pure, and Director Meng was touched by it. He smiled gently. "I heard the police helped you get the medical fees from your mom's side." But then he turned back and called the messenger again. "No, just say it's time for the gathering. We have goods to trade." In the mountain borderlands, Mu Bai and Sha Bai fought fiercely, their eyes blazing with determination. Mu Bai wore a simple linen outfit, stained with blood that had dried and re-wetted, forming a thick crust. He looked like he had just come back from. Though small and thin, he radiated fierce energy. "Shaman, can we leave now? We really can't take any more." Chao Xing looked worried, staring at the carcass of yet another huge beast. He never imagined. She excitedly rushed to her mother's bedside and whispered the good news. "Mom, I sold it for 46.85 yuan. That much?" Li Sume had initially estimated around 20 yuan. Her tired eyes, soaked in hardship, suddenly brightened. "Xiaoya, how come it's so much?" Junya cheerfully explained the weight and price of the herbs and showed her the money she just received. Li Sume, who had saved for over 10 years with frugal living, only had this much. Seeing her daughter earn so much in a day, her pale, thin face lit up with a smile. "My Xiaoya is so clever and capable. Mom, you focus on recovering. I'll handle the money matters. Tomorrow I'll go to Xinhua bookstore to buy a book on traditional Chinese medicine herbs to learn more. Our home is surrounded by mountains and forests, full of wild herbs. Before I leave, we can earn money by gathering herbs." With a way to make money, Li Sume felt hopeful about the future. Her expression brightened, no longer so exhausted, and her eyes sparkled.
Good.
"Xiaoya, start learning now. Later, teach Mom about herbs. When I get better, we can go into the mountains together to find herbs." "Okay." Junya placed 6 yuan and 80 cents into her mother's hand. "Mom, keep some money on you for emergencies. I'll keep the rest." Li Sume did not refuse. She tucked the money into her coat pocket, thinking she had been busy all day and hadn't eaten a proper lunch. She hurriedly said, "Xiaoya, the hospital cafeteria should have food now. Go buy some meals quickly so you won't go hungry. I'll wash my face first and then go." Lin Junya got up to wash her face. Seeing that the water in the thermos was running low, she poured it all into a porcelain basin and immediately went to the hot water room to refill it. After tidying up, she took 2 bowls to the cafeteria to get food. Both mother and daughter had 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish. She also bought a large portion of yam and pork rib soup for them to share and boost their nutrition. After eating, Lin Junya washed her hair in the hospital washroom, took a quick hot shower, washed and hung her clothes to dry, then returned to the ward to rest. As soon as she sat down, she discussed with her mother, "Mom, after you leave the hospital, you should recover in the city. It's hard to rest properly at home because that troublesome family will often come to cause trouble. I can't always stay at home to guard, and Even locking the door won't stop them. Li Sumei had also thought about this today. Her daughter was in high school in the county town, attending classes during the day, so she couldn't stay at home to take care of her. Hiring neighbors to help with meals would cost money, which was similar to renting a place in the city. So she didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. Xiaoya, just rent for 3 months. Get the cheapest place with a bed big enough for us to sleep, some basic furniture, and a stove for cooking. Okay, I'll look near the school, closer, so I can come back easily to take care of you. Lin Junya was a person who valued efficiency. Her physical strength was decent, and after a day of digging medicinal herbs in the mountains, she didn't feel tired. She dried her hair slightly and went out to ask around. She wandered around and only returned when it was dark. She didn't find a house but bought a nest of chicks and some rice, corn, and vegetable seeds from a farm supply store. At the Lin family's henhouse, the 3 old hens were kept in a space and fed vegetable leaves. Today, they laid 3 eggs. She planned to raise more poultry in the space to improve their meals and sell any excess. After her mother fell asleep, Lin Junya quietly entered the space to work. She split the bamboo she had cut today into strips, tied them with vines to make a simple fence, and enclosed the chickens inside. While making the fence, she kept an eye on the chicks' growth. After about half an hour, she noticed the chicks hadn't changed much since they came in and thought about the pattern. Herbs grow the fastest, plants with medicinal properties second, purely vegetable crops the slowest, and animals grow naturally at the same rate as outside. Then I planted 1 acre of rice, half an acre of corn, and half an acre of vegetables. I also harvested the sweet potatoes, and other vegetables I had planted today. I plan to sell vegetables again tomorrow morning. Although my savings and supplies are not many, with this piece of land and space, Lin Junyao is no longer worried. The problem of food and clothing is solved, so she can now focus on other things. The space is quiet and undisturbed, making it perfect for practicing martial arts. She immediately took action while she was free. Using bamboo sticks as swords, she practiced sword moves for an hour. She was so tired and sweaty that she finally stopped to rest. The next morning, at the entrance of the state-owned factory staff building, Lin Junyao was squatting by the roadside, shouting to sell vegetables. She was also munching on a steamed bun. Fresh vegetables at low prices. Lettuce, 1.3 cents each. Mustard greens, 1.2 cents each. Cabbage, 1 cent each. Feel free to choose.
Sweet potatoes, 2 cents per gin. Potatoes, 3 cents per gin. Carrots, 5 cents per gin. Celery, chives, and radish greens, 5 cents per bunch.
Sister, tell me which ones you want. I'll help you carry them. Don't get your nice, new clothes dirty. Auntie, I've tied the straw for you, so it won't fall apart when you carry it home. Uncle, these mustard greens are tasty and crunchy, with just a slight bitterness. You bought pork belly, so stir-frying these would be delicious. They're also good for making pickles. Okay, I'll tie 6 bunches for you and give you some celery as a side dish. Jinwei was used to waking up early. Every morning, he would walk slowly with a cane. When he returned, he saw Lin Junyao selling vegetables at the street corner. She was surrounded by a crowd of customers, and her business was booming. Seeing how many vegetables she prepared and how clean everything was, how sweet she sounded, and how enthusiastically her grandparents, uncles, and sisters called out to her, her work was quick and efficient. She handled 7 or 8 customers effortlessly. He couldn't help but stop and watch her sell vegetables. After about 10 minutes, he saw only potatoes left. He clearly overestimated his strength. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell completely, carrying everything with him. The recently skinned beast skins still had blood and flesh on them. They tore apart instantly, spilling blood everywhere, making the scene bloody and tragic. It was too late to run anymore. Chao Sheng sat on the ground in frustration, shaking his head with a bitter smile at Mu Bai. I should have warned you. At this time, the surrounding tribes haven't gone hunting yet. He could only blame the night for being too exciting. He was so eager to escape that he forgot everything else. Now he wondered, what would happen if they met someone? I'll tie 6 bunches for you and give you some celery as a side dish. Jinwei She asked, "Comrade Jiang, is your left leg broken?" Jiang Jinwei nodded, but said nothing else. Junia could tell he was a quiet person, likely injured in the army. She chose not to ask more details and silently walked beside him. They walked in silence for about 4 or 5 meters. Jiang Jinwei broke the silence, saying, "Last night, I heard from my aunt that you sell medicinal herbs. Selling herbs makes more money than vegetables. Why don't you keep digging for herbs?" "I plan to go into the mountains. I'll sell the vegetables first, then go." As she finished speaking, a familiar person approached from the front. The person carried a backpack and was eating breakfast. He called out, "Junia Lin." Junia paused and blurted out his name, Su Feng. "What are you doing here?" "My house is just behind." Su Feng pointed in the direction behind them, looked at Jiang Jinwei, then at Junia, with a subtle expression. "Why are you carrying a basket?" "I'm selling vegetables." Junia saw his backpack and suddenly remembered something, her eyes widening. "Oh no, I forgot today is Monday and I have classes. I left my textbooks at home." She truly forgot about school. Her mind was full of plans to sell vegetables and dig herbs to make money. She had already planned to go into the mountains today and didn't think about classes at all. Su Feng said, "The class monitor forgot class? Are you joking?" Junia forced a nervous smile and quickly asked for help. "Su Feng, please ask our head teacher for a leave of absence. My mom was injured last Saturday, had a serious surgery, and is now in the hospital. You probably heard about our family situation. I've been busy taking care of her these days, selling vegetables to earn some money. I was so busy I completely forgot about school. Is your mom okay?" Su Feng asked hurriedly. "The surgery was successful. She only has a fracture and needs to rest in bed for 3 months." Junia's high school class had only about 20 students. Her family was among the poorest, from a rural area. But she was not self-conscious, good at getting along with others, and skilled at managing relationships. She got along well with her classmates. "All right, I'll ask for a leave for you," Su Feng agreed. He also said, "If you need help, just tell us." "Thanks." Junia smiled and saw him looking at Jiang Jinwei with a subtle expression. She quickly explained, "I was just selling vegetables at the street corner. Comrade Jiang bought my potatoes. I was on my way to deliver them." Jiang Jinwei, who had been standing silently nearby, finally spoke, addressing Su Feng. "Are you Su Sen's younger brother?" Do you know my older brother?" Su Feng doesn't remember him. He's a middle school classmate. Jiang Jinwei didn't say anything more and leaned on his crutch as he walked faster than before. Lin Junia waved to Su Feng and quickly caught up, muttering, "I forgot I had class today and Mom forgot too." If I hadn't met Su Feng, I definitely would have skipped class. "Are you the class monitor? Do you have good grades?" They're okay. The original owner studied hard. Junia didn't know much either, mostly heard from elders. She explained the general situation and asked, "Master, the household registration proof you arranged before, is it real?" "It's real. I paid someone to get it. It's a town household registration. When Jinyuan first arrived here, he sold some rare wild medicinal herbs at the hospital for a few thousand yuan. He used most of it to settle his household registration here." When the two returned home, Lin Junia put down her bike and rushed inside, happily reporting, "Mom, Auntie, Master's back. He caught some muntjac, wild chickens, and I go to school during the day, and I can't stay at home all the time to take care of her. I want to rent a small place in the county so I can come back after class and look after her." "What kind of house do you want to rent?" Jiang Jingwei asked. "We'll rent for 3 months first. It doesn't need to be big, just 1 room with a bathroom and a place to cook. Junia doesn't have high demands for food and shelter. As long as it can keep out the wind and rain, it's fine. She just needs enough to fill her stomach." In her past life, she earned some money working with her master to treat illnesses and sell medicine, but they always lived simply and frugally. "My aunt has 2 small houses for rent behind our home. They have all the necessary furniture, including a kitchen and bathroom. But she asks tenants to keep clean. These houses were rented out before, but the last tenants were messy and unclean, leaving trash everywhere, making the backyard full of flies, mosquitoes, and weeds. The bathroom was dirty and smelly. When the lease ended, they had to move out, and the houses have been empty ever since. Yesterday, Junya passed by his house while selling vegetables and remembered something. She asked, "Is the small iron-gated house facing West Street, with lots of red propaganda slogans on the wall?" "Yes, that's the old house left by my grandfather. After he passed away, my aunt moved to the front with us, and the back house was left empty." Jinwei said more hesitantly. "His house is in a good location, close to the school." Without hesitation, Lin Junyao said, "Comrade Jiang, I will rent the house. I promise to keep it clean and tidy, not dirty or messy. Please tell Director Meng first. I have classes today and probably won't be able to come to the pharmacy until after school this afternoon." "Okay, I'll take you to see the house first." Lin Junyao delivered potatoes to his home and followed him through the backyard to the bungalow. The two small houses were empty, but very clean. The beds and cabinets were covered with thin plastic sheets to keep dust off. The kitchen and bathroom were spacious. The most convenient thing was a water well inside the house, so there was no need to go outside to fetch water from the communal well. After inspecting each room, Lin Junyao was very satisfied. "Comrade Jiang, the house is very good. Let's rent it for 3 months first. We can decide whether to renew later based on the situation. My aunt is at work now. She will come back at noon. I will tell her then." It was getting late, and Lin Junyao needed to go to the hospital to deliver breakfast, and then go home to get her school bag. She hurriedly said goodbye. "Comrade Jiang, the rental is settled. I have to go now." Jinwei followed her and asked, "Can you ride a bicycle?" I think I can." Lin Junyao had never ridden a bike. Her family couldn't afford one, so she smiled awkwardly. "I've never ridden before, but I've seen kids learning. It shouldn't be hard. Do you want to try?" Jinwei pointed to the bicycle parked at the back door. Seeing her confused expression, he added, "You live quite far from home. If you can ride a bike, I can lend you this one." Lin Junyao smiled upon hearing this. She immediately put down her basket and said cheerfully, "Thank you, Comrade Jiang. I'll try." She was over 1.6 meters tall, which was tall for a girl in the South. The bike was a bit high, but she straddled the seat and barely touched the ground with her feet. Once seated, she pushed off and sped forward. "Slow down." Jinwei, worried she might fall, called out from the doorway. "I won't fall. Even if I do, it's okay. I'm tough and resilient." Her distant reply made Jinwei smile slightly. The girl looked delicate and charming, but her words were bold and straightforward. Her appearance and personality were quite different, which made her very interesting. Lin Junyao rode around the nearby streets and came back, suddenly braking sharply in front of him with a bright smile. "I've learned how to ride." Jinwei kept a serious face, but a flicker of amusement appeared in his eyes. He handed her the bike lock. "You can take it and ride. When you're done, just lock it and knock on the front door. I'm at home." "Thank you, Comrade Jiang. I promise to return it in perfect condition." Lin Junya knows the price of a bicycle, over 100 yuan, and that you need a ticket to buy one. Anyway, her family can't afford it now, and neighbors won't lend her theirs. She is basically riding a bike for the first time. They haven't known each other long. She doesn't even know his full name. Yet, he voluntarily lent her his bike, showing he trusts her character. She won't betray his trust. "Since you just learned to ride, be careful on the wet roads. If the bike falls, it's no big deal, but don't hurt yourself," Jiang warned her. "Okay." Junya hurried to the hospital, took her basket, waved goodbye, and rode off immediately. At the hospital, she locked her bike in the bike shed, then ran straight to the ward without saying a word to her mother. She quickly bought breakfast from the cafeteria. When she returned with the food, Li Sume finally spoke to her. "Xiaoya, today is Monday. You need to go to school. Don't go up the mountain to pick herbs." "Mom, I know. I forgot it was Monday earlier. I just remembered when I saw my classmates. My bag and textbooks are at home. I just asked a classmate to help me get a day off. After you finish breakfast, I'll go home to get my books and go to class." Junya bought her mother some lean pork porridge and egg oil pancakes, feeding her the porridge first. "Mom, I have classes these days, so I can't stay by your bedside. Maybe you should ask the nurse who helped yesterday to take care of you until you leave the hospital. Okay, that sister-in-law is quite efficient. Let's ask her. Lee Sume agreed. Mom, I've rented a house. It's with Director Meng from the pharmacy department. Her niece, Comrade Jiang, showed me the place. It's quite nice. Seeing her daughter rent the house while selling vegetables, Lee Sume asked quickly, Xiaoya, how much is it per month? 2 yuan and 50 cents. There's a water well in the yard, no charge for water. The house has electricity, with a separate meter, and we pay for what we use. The price was reasonable and within what Lee Sume could accept. She asked her daughter a few things. Xiaoya, in a few days, come home to move your bedding and quilts here. Get a medical diagnosis certificate. When you go back to the team, ask the team leader for a written introduction letter. If he's difficult and refuses, go to the commune to see the leaders. Okay, I'll handle it later. Junia hadn't thought of this before. She considered the many restrictions here, unlike her previous life, where she was freer. Everything required a village official's introduction letter. She also thought about the team leader's unpleasant attitude, which made her feel annoyed. Don't go to handle it today. Just go back, pick up your books, and hurry to class. Don't delay your studies, Lee Sume said as she drank her porridge quickly to save time. Mom, drink slowly. Comrade Jiang lent me his bike, and I can ride back and forth quickly. Lee Sume paused while eating her porridge. Xiaoya, did Comrade Jiang lend you his bike?
Yes.
Did he lend it to you voluntarily?
Yes.
Is there a problem? Lin Junia looked confused. Lee Sume shook her head. No problem. Comrade Jiang didn't know us before, but he helped us a lot. I haven't even had a chance to thank him face to face, and I feel a bit guilty. Since you rented his aunt's house, you'll see him again later.
You can thank him then.
Lin Junia didn't think much more about it. Lee Sume swallowed her last bite of porridge, her eyes deep as she looked at her daughter. She asked subtly, Xiaoya, you just went to Comrade Jiang's house. Is he home alone? Is he married? I don't know.
I didn't ask.
Earlier, Lin Junia had visited his house and saw no one else. She ate while answering, I saw his mother yesterday when I was selling vegetables. She dressed quite nicely. They live in a 2-story red brick house. His aunt, Director Meng, lives with them. The house we rented is owned by Director Meng. He said it was left by his grandfather. After his grandfather passed away, his aunt moved in with them, and the small house was left empty. Lee Sume didn't press further. She ate her oil cake and eggs, urging, Xiaoya, finish eating and go quickly to class with your books. Come back at noon.
Okay.
Junia quickly washed her bowl, then went to get a certificate from the doctor. She rode her bike swiftly toward the production team. In her previous life, she mostly rode horses when going out. She loved the thrill of galloping on a horse, feeling the wind rush past her ears. Today, for the first time, she rode a bike. Her legs felt like they were powered by motors, and she sped along happily, enjoying the exciting sense of freedom. She rode straight to the team leader's house to get a letter of introduction. Your parents and brother all know him. It's perfect. Just meet him at lunch and chat. If it works out, great. If not, you can just be friends. Yao Jihong had never been on a blind date before. This sudden arrangement made her nervous and uneasy. Auntie, I'm not ready for this. No need to prepare anything. Just think of it as meeting an old childhood friend you haven't seen in a while. Relaxed and casual, Lee Sume advised her. Yes, just a casual chat, not a formal blind date. If both of you like each other and he has a good impression of you, I'll arrange a proper meeting later, Meng. When Mu Bai excitedly said the name, N, who had been lowering his head, slightly lifted it. But he didn't raise his head completely. The shaman is the most respected person in the tribe, and they are just useless people. This is the Flame Dragon tribe, and they have a place to stay. In other tribes, people like them would have been thrown out to feed fierce beasts long ago. They are eager to contribute to the tribe. Yesterday, the shaman used his polished stone knife, and he and some friends stayed up all night, excited. They worked on this new tool and finally dared to speak to the shaman. Now that they have spoken and given the tool, their courage has vanished. Such a person should not hold that position. When Grandma San's words reached the team leader's ears, Lin Junya had already ridden away on her bike. The team leader was so angry, he clenched his teeth and hurried to the commune. But when he arrived, Lin Junya had already left with a letter of introduction from Secretary Li. Secretary Li saw him coming and immediately scolded him harshly. After the first class, Lin Junya arrived at the classroom. As soon as she sat down, the class monitor came to her with a stack of money. Lin Junya, we heard from Su Feng about what happened to your family. It's just some money collected from the whole class. It's not much. Take it to pay for your mother's hospital stay. Lin Junya quickly stood up, smiling as she thanked everyone. Thank you all for your kindness. The hospital bill has been paid. My mother was pushed and fell, injuring herself. I reported it to the police, and they helped us get the hospital fee. The rest of the expenses for recovery and checkups are not much. Seeing she had overcome her difficulties, another girl asked, Lin Junya, how did your mom fall and get hurt? Most students in the class are from the county town. A few are from rural areas below the commune. They all got into the county high school because of their good grades. None of them are from the Huyang production team and don't know much about Lin Junya's family situation. In the past, the original owner never told classmates about her family's details. But from her clothes and lifestyle, everyone guessed her family was very poor. They were afraid to ask more, worried it would hurt her pride, so they kept their questions to themselves. Now that classmates are asking, Lin Junya explained her family situation, even revealing her many fights with the Lin family. Lin Junya, with your family situation, you should have reported it to the police earlier, the class monitor said with a frown. Yes, call the police early, notify the Women's Federation officials, and arrest these troublemakers for reform. That way, you won't have to suffer so much. The female classmate speaking earlier was defending her. Lin Junya smiled with a hint of bitterness. I've asked the Women's Federation and the commune before. When the leaders come, they can only scare them for 3 minutes. As soon as they leave, the trouble starts again. Your family's problems aren't caused by them, but by your father, Su Feng pointed out sharply. He didn't know the situation at Lin Junya's home before. He continued with a serious face. Your father just left and went to live a better life with his real parents, leaving you and your mother behind. He grew up in this household and should know the kind of people they are. They are like wolves, and he's clearly not caring about your lives anymore. Su Feng's words hit the deep pain in the original owner's heart. Maybe because of the influence of his soul, Lin Junya felt her emotions stirring as she listened, her expression turning a bit dark.
Stop talking, she said.
The boy next to Su Feng quickly nudged him and awkwardly smiled. Lin Junya, don't take Su Feng's words seriously. Maybe your father has his reasons. Until you see him again, everything is uncertain. Yes, Lin Junya, don't overthink. Another girl, the vice class monitor, who is pretty and gentle, gave Su Feng a subtle signal to stop talking.
I'm Fine.
No matter why he hasn't come back, my daughter and I don't care anymore. We've endured the hardest times. The future will only get better. Whether he comes back or not doesn't matter. We can live well without him, Lin Junya said firmly. She was independent and strong, never relying on others. She was now in the original owner's body and would take her responsibilities seriously. She would stay with her mother, care for her, and believe she could lead her mother out of hardship into happiness. Their life was so tough, but she never complained or asked classmates for help. When her mother was seriously injured and hospitalized, the classmates refused to accept the money they pooled. Her classmates were inspired by her strength. She refused to take the money, and the class monitor didn't insist. After some thought, she came up with a compromise. Lin Junya, do you still have vegetables at home? If you still have some, sell them to us. Our families all need vegetables, and we will buy them together. Yes, Lin Junya, sell us your vegetables. My family has many people and relatives, so we buy vegetables every day. Please sell more to me, the vice class monitor agreed. They meant well, and Lin Junya accepted their kindness. There are still quite a few vegetables at home. I will bring some to school tomorrow morning. If we need any, we can share. If not, don't buy. Okay, The students nodded in agreement. After the second class, the homeroom teacher called Lin Junya to the office. After learning about her family situation, she took out 10 yuan from her own pocket and gave it to her, telling her to buy some nutritious supplements for her mother. She had only been in this world for 2 or 3 days. She had seen the shamelessness and arrogance of the Lin family, but most encounters were with honest and kind people, doctors, nurses, soldiers, police officers, teachers, and classmates, who showed her kindness. This made her feel more and more like she belonged to this world. In her previous life, Lin Junya had never attended a private school. Under the imperial system, the idea that men were superior to women was widespread, and the belief that a woman without talent is virtuous was common. Only royal family members and officials' daughters had the chance to study. Ordinary girls had no access to education. Although she had never sat in a classroom to learn, her master had taken her along and taught her by hand. She could read and write, but she was not very skilled in playing the guqin, chess, calligraphy, or painting, which noble women often mastered. Today, sitting in the classroom with boys and girls studying together was a new experience for her, and she had longed for it. Because she had fully absorbed and merged the memories of the original owner, she found the 3 lessons in the morning very easy. Instead, her mind felt unusually clear and sharp. Lin Junya felt her memory was better than before. She understood the teacher's points after just one explanation and could connect them with previous knowledge. Learning was easier than she had imagined. After the 4th class bell rang, classmates rushed to the cafeteria with their lunchboxes. Lin Junya did not go. She hurried out of school to the hospital. When she reached the entrance of the inpatient ward, she heard familiar shouting and scolding. Her face changed dramatically, and she rushed inside immediately.
Slap.
A loud slap interrupted the sharp, noisy quarrel. The one who struck was Lin Junya herself. The person slapped was Wang Juhua, the second wife of the Lin family. She used all her strength for that slap. Wang Juhua's face swelled visibly, and a clear slap print appeared. Lin Junya, you shameless girl. How dare you hit me?
Slap.
Wang Juhua shouted sharply and harshly, but was met with a slap from the other side. You're seeking death. Lin Erwi, standing nearby, finally reacted. Just as he was about to hit her, Lin Junya took the initiative and kicked him in the stomach. Wu Yuan looked fairly relaxed. This meant that their coma wasn't a big problem. They were healing themselves. As long as nothing serious happened, that was good.
Mubai relaxed.
She was just worried that Mang, who had been unconscious and unable to eat, might starve before his wounds healed. As long as Wu Yuan said it was okay, she had nothing to worry about. She decided to keep him like this, and forget about hunting fierce beasts or using their blood and meat to treat injuries. Even the fierce beasts couldn't match Mang, so Mu Bai had no hope either. The cat girl came over to prepare food for Mu Bai. Her face changed dramatically, and she rushed inside immediately.
Slap.
A loud slap interrupted the sharp. They forgot their own pain and charged forward with clenched teeth. Xiaoya, don't be impulsive, Li Sume shouted from inside. Comrade, don't act rashly, don't be impulsive. The security officers had been guarding the door of the ward. They stopped the Lin family members, not expecting Lin Junya to attack immediately upon returning, and to knock down 3 people in one move. Their eyes on her changed. Lin Junya didn't loosen her grip on Lin Jiayao. Her fingers pinched tightly, her gaze sharp as ice, full of fierce killing intent. She shouted at the Lin family, everyone get out. Lin Junya, you shameless girl, if you hurt my son, even a little, I'll. As Wang Juhua threatened fiercely, her hand suddenly moved. She twisted her wrist backward, grabbing Lin Jiayao's wrist with her other hand. The crisp sound of a dislocated bone echoed through the corridor.
Ah!
Lin Jiayao's pitiful scream echoed, sharp enough to make one's scalp tingle.
Xiaoyao.
Lin Erwi and his wife's eyes widened with rage. Lin Junya switched hands, tightening her grip on Lin Jiayao's throat, while her other hand twisted his right wrist. Ignoring everyone's shocked expressions, she coldly threatened, "Are you going to roll or not? Shameless." Wang Jihua opened her mouth to curse again, but Lin Erwi slapped her and shouted angrily, "Shut up." After shouting at her, Lin Erwi turned to the others and yelled, "Let's go." Today, many people came from the Lin family. Besides the detained mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the old man Lin and Dahui Lin, as well as the couple Sihui Lin and her husband, everyone else arrived. All the granddaughters of the Lin family wore masks and scarves to hide their faces, and they all carried a strong medicinal smell. At this point, Erwi Lin spoke up. They all turned around and ran out quickly. Once they left, the air in the corridor circulated again, and the sharp medicinal smell disappeared. The Lin family members left. Junia Lin grabbed Yao Lin and followed, shouting into the hospital room, "Mom, don't be afraid. I'll send these bad people away and come back." "Xiaoya, don't be impulsive, don't fight. You can't beat them," Li Sume said anxiously, trying to get out of bed.
"Mom, I didn't fight.
"I was just playing house with Yao Lin," Junia Lin said loudly to comfort her. Then she leaned down and whispered to Yao Lin, "Be good. If you move again, I'll choke you." Yao Lin initially resisted, but his wrist was dislocated, and she was choking him so he couldn't breathe well. Usually, he was very arrogant, but now he seemed scared. His body trembled, and he followed her outside passively. The Lin family all retreated outside the main gate. Dahui Lin and his wife, ignoring their pain, were very excited. "Junia Lin, let Yao go.
We won't bother you anymore," they said.
Junia Lin stood on the stairs, looking down at them coldly. "All of you slap yourselves 10 times, she ordered. "You're dreaming," they shouted back. The first to yell was Lin Haohao, Dahui Lin's second daughter. Dahui Lin and his wife had 4 daughters. The eldest, Huahua Lin, was married to a county official's family and was one of the family's treasures. The second and third daughters were twins, named Haohao Lin and Yia Lin. They were about half a year older than Junia Lin and often fought with her. The youngest, Yuan Lin, was 12 and very fiery. She stood behind her second sister, glaring at Junia Lin with angry eyes. "Lin Haohao, 20 slaps. Dahui Lin, you slap her. If you don't knock her down, it doesn't count," Junia Lin said, holding Dahui Lin and his wife's weakness. She deliberately used this chance to punish Lin Haohao, knowing they wouldn't hesitate to hit her. The Lin family valued boys over girls, especially the 2 old people. All their granddaughters were less important than Yao Lin. They could let their granddaughters die, but they would never allow a grandson to lose a hair.
"Ah,
Dad, save me," Lin Junia shouted as she squeezed her hand around Yao Lin's throat again, twisting his dislocated wrist, causing him to scream in pain.
Fight.
Lin Erwi and his wife couldn't bear to see their son hurt. Without hesitation, they rushed over and grabbed Lin Haohao's sisters, fiercely hitting them, causing them to scream loudly. The other granddaughters of the Lin family quickly ran away when they saw this. Lin Junia shouted loudly, "If they don't slap their faces, I will take revenge on Lin Yaoyang. The fewer they are, the more I will beat him. Lin Mimi, Lin Lily, why are you running? Bring back Lin Finfin and the others." Wang Jihua shouted loudly with a fierce face, "If you run away today, I will break your legs when I go back. Tomorrow, I will sell you to the crippled widower." Lin Erwi and his wife had 1 son and 2 daughters. Besides Lin Yaoyang, there were 2 daughters, Lin Mimi and Lin Lily. The eldest daughter, Lin Mimi, was 20 and unmarried. She was as fiery as her mother and was famous in the area for being bold. She was also her mother's most loyal helper. Lin Sanhui's family only had 2 daughters, Lin Finfin and Lin Fongfong, both around 14 or 15. They were the fastest runners and had run quite far, but they were still scared by their second aunt and were caught back by Lin Mimi. When they were brought back, they saw Lin Haohao and her sisters had their mouths bleeding and their faces swollen because the second uncle had beaten them. They were so frightened that they cried and immediately apologized. "We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Sister Ya, we promise not to listen to them and bully you. We promise not to cause trouble anymore."
Hit them.
Lin Junia didn't believe their promises and didn't trust any bloodline of the Lin family. Although her sisters weren't as openly fiery and arrogant as Lin Haohao, they had also done sneaky tricks behind the scenes. The two sisters, like their mother, were cunning and scheming, not good people. Seeing that they didn't fight back, Lin Yaoyang's right wrist was suddenly pulled back with a snap.
Ah!
His voice broke from pain, and his face, which looked just like Lin Erwi's, twisted in agony. Lin Yaoyang used to often curse Lin Junya, relying on the family's elders' favoritism, and would catch snakes, spiders, and scorpions to scare her. Every time he saw her, he called her bad luck. Sometimes she would chase him to hit him, but with family protection, she never succeeded. But today, when he was in Lin Junya's hands, he realized she was a lunatic, a devil. She really wanted to strangle him to death. He was truly scared now, sweating in fear. "Dad, help me."
Xiao Yao.
Lin Erwi and his wife were furious, their eyes bloodshot and red with anger. "Lin Junya, you wicked girl. Stop it at once. Slap or not." Lin Junya does not want to waste time with them. She clenches her fist and points it at Lin Jiao's neck bone. "You have 5 seconds. If anyone doesn't slap him 10 times, I will break his neck and make him a useless for life." "Comrade, don't be impulsive." The leader of the security department steps forward to stop her, but another hand pulls him back. He turns around and sees a soldier comrade. "Who are you?" Behind him stands Jinwei, who shakes his head and whispers, "She won't hurt anyone impulsively. She's just threatening." The child's hand isn't broken, just dislocated, and can be put back in place. The humiliating slaps land loudly as Lin Mimi and others slap while glaring at Lin Junya with angry eyes. "Lin Fongfong, are you hungry?" Lin Junya notices her pretending to touch her face on purpose to provoke Lin Erwi and his wife. "You used to curse Lin Jiao behind his back, wishing him dead sooner. Now it looks like you really want him dead, hoping he dies at my hands." Sure enough, Wang Juhua's nerves are triggered. She becomes furious and rushes forward, grabbing Lin Fongfong and hitting her hard. "You shameless girl! You curse my son to die early. I'll beat you to death, you." I didn't, Second Annie, I didn't." She's talking nonsense. Lin Fongfong keeps dodging, but she is no match for Wang Juhua. The loud, fiery slaps land on her face and head, and she quickly sees stars. For her son, Lin Erwi and his wife fight fiercely. The masks and scarves on their nieces' faces are torn off, revealing their faces, which are now red and swollen, looking bloodshot and ugly. "Lin Junya, if you have the guts, hit me to death." Lin Haohao was hit the hardest. His face is swollen, his eyes are bruised, probably his teeth are loosened, and his mouth is bleeding. "It wasn't me who hit him, it was your second uncle." Lin Jr. refuses to take responsibility for the beating. Her eyes also show coldness. "The injury to my mother was partly your fault. Don't think I don't know you used a rope to tie her up. I will settle this account with you personally. These 20 slaps are just interest for today." Lin Haohao is a poisonous person, cruel and ruthless. The original owner suffered many losses when facing her. Now that she has taken over the original owner's body, she will surely teach her a lesson. "The slaps are enough. Release Xiao Yao," Wang Juhua yells, covering her painful face. "I didn't say I would release him just after slapping him." Lin Junya was no longer choking her target. Instead, she held Lin Jiao's neck with one hand, ignoring his loud screams, and directly demanded payment. "In 15 years, the money, grain, cotton, vegetables, chickens, eggs, and my mother's dowry savings from her family, totaling 360 yuan. Give it all to me." "Dream on," Lin Erwi said with a cold, snake-like gaze.
"Ah!"
was Lin Jiao's pitiful cry. Everyone looked over to see Lin Jiao being kicked to his knees, sweating coldly, with her twisting his shoulder blade out of place. Standing behind, Jiang Jinwei, the tallest, quickly saw her move. Her actions were swift, confident, and precise, more skilled than a surgeon. She clearly had training, especially considering her fierce rush to fight and her quick hand and leg movements. As a soldier, Jiang Jinwei was very sharp in some areas. Now, his eyes grew deeper and more focused as he watched Lin Junya. Unaware that she was being watched, Lin Junya was still busy tormenting Lin Jiao, causing him to scream painfully and almost faint.
Xiao Yao.
Her son was Wang Juhua's life. She rushed over to help, but Lin Junya kicked her shoulder, knocking her over. Are you giving it or not? Lin Junya's voice was cold enough to chill the heart. Her icy eyes looked at Lin Erwi with fierce threat. My daughter and I have nothing. The barefoot are not afraid of the shoe wearers. If you don't give it, I'll cut off your Lin family first, and then destroy you all together. Lin Junya pointed a stick at Lin Erwi and harshly tore off his face, saying, I know you have money. Your family's money is supposedly kept by the old lady, but most of it is actually in your hands. You are the most cunning and sneaky in the Lin family. Give me back what belongs to my family immediately, or I will give you 5 seconds. She deliberately revealed this to make Lin Haohao and Lin Finfin hear, so they could go back and tell their parents, intentionally stirring up conflicts within the family. 5, 4, 3, 2. Seeing that Lin Erwi made no move, Lin Junya sneered and, too lazy to count to 1, swung her stick at Lin Jiao's shoulder. I'm giving you a chance. At the last moment, Lin Erwi shouted to stop. The stick in Lin Junya's hand stopped on Lin Jiao's collar, and she sneered mockingly at Lin Erwi, 360 yuan, not a cent less. Pay it all at once, and I will return Lin Jiao to you unharmed. Lin Junya, you're ruthless. I underestimated you, Lin Erwi said now, regretting that he hadn't dealt with her sooner.
Huh.
Lin Junya sneered coldly, then pointed her stick at Lin Haohao and the others, speaking to him. You Lin family tools and those 2 fools, Lin Dahui and Lin Sihui, they all underestimated you. After mocking him, she also gave a malicious smile to Lin Haohao and the others. Listen carefully. You are all tools in Lin Erwi's hands, tools for making money. He is the heart of those 2 old fools. He's the mastermind behind the scenes. Your stupid parents are just as pawns, charging into battle like guns. He even relies on his son to inherit the family line. Your value as nieces is just to sell bride prices. Just wait and see. Your seemingly honest uncle will set a good price for you in the future. He'll definitely take the opportunity to fill his pockets. Lin Junya, shut up. Lin Erwi glared at her fiercely. Maybe because Lin Junya had torn his face apart, he was a little angry and embarrassed. Lin Junya slapped Lin Jiao's face with her stick, making him sweat coldly, her tone commanding, Stop talking nonsense. Hand over the money. Lin Erwi always carried a money pouch. Others didn't know, but the original owner once saw it accidentally. It was bulging at the back of his waist. She also overheard him giving plans to the old man to deal with a neighbor they didn't get along with. It was at that moment that the original owner reevaluated Lin Erwi. Since her son was in her hands, Lin Erwi had to reveal his true nature. When he took out his money pouch, Lin Haohao and the others' expressions instantly changed. Look at this carefully. Your second uncle's family is quite wealthy. He doesn't do much work and often tries to cheat, but besides 2 old people, he's the richest in the Lin family. As for where this money came from, Lin Junya won't say, but Lin Haohao and the others can guess. When they go back, the Lin family will be in chaos. At this moment, Lin Erwi wishes he could kill her or sew her mouth shut because he's so angry. He even reveals the money openly, counting 36 large bills and throwing them on the ground. He counts out 36 bills, but there's still at least twice that amount in the bag. Lin Haohao and her sisters are staring eagerly, all wanting to rush forward and grab the money. Pick it up. Lin Junya points a stick at Wang Juhua and orders her, money, bracelets, pick them up. The money and bracelets she worked hard to get are now being taken away. Wang Juhua is furious and wants to bite her, but she has to compromise for her son. She angrily picks up the money and bracelets and hands them over. When she tries to throw them away, Lin Junyao's stick hits Lin Jiayishan on the head. Try throwing it. Wang Juhua pauses, glares fiercely, then angrily hands the items back and shouts, Let my son go. Lin Junyao snatches the money and bracelets, stuffing them into her coat pocket. She grabs Lin Jiayishan by the collar, pulls him up and deliberately manipulates his bones, hurting him repeatedly. When he's in so much pain, he almost blacks out. She finally kicks him over to Wang Jihua. Xiao Yao. Their son is their precious heart. Seeing him pale and unable to speak from the torture, Lin Erwei's anger reveals his cruel side. Lin Junyao, watch out. One day, I will kill you. Lin Junyao doesn't care about his threats and cheerfully shouts. Everyone here, doctors, nurses, and the crowd, listen carefully. Lin Erwei said, he will kill me someday. If I die one day, or if my mother gets into trouble, please help me call the police. Lin Junyao, you won't have a good death. Mei sees her parents suffer such a big loss and is so angry she stomps her feet and scolds her. 10 slaps are too cheap for you. Lin Junyao picks up a stick and rushes forward. Lin Mimi and Lin Junya had many fights, but she never won in a one-on-one match. So, when she saw her coming with a stick, she instinctively ran away. However, Lin Junya, with her long legs and quick speed, quickly caught up and struck her on the buttocks, almost causing her to get injured. With a weapon in hand and her martial arts skills from a past life, Lin Junya dominated the scene, trapping them all at the hospital entrance and giving each a solid, fierce beating. Even Lin Erwei was beaten so badly he jumped around like a monkey. In the end, he ignored his son and ran away to save himself. Lin Junya chased after them, beating them wildly to vent her built-up anger and frustration. She enjoyed the fight so much, she forgot to hold back and didn't notice Jiang Jinwei's increasingly serious expression. If you come to cause trouble in my mom's hospital room again, I'll make all of you crippled, she warned. Lin Junya didn't bother to find out why they were causing trouble or to talk more. If it weren't for the law restricting her, she would have definitely sent them all to today. Lin Junya returned triumphantly, holding her stick like a victorious general. She thought she had won a great battle. When she arrived, she saw Jiang Jinwei among the crowd of spectators, along with classmates she didn't notice arriving earlier. Ah! Lin Junya forced a smile. When did you all get here? Class monitor, I'm stepping down as sports captain today. You can take over from now on, said the tallest boy among the classmates. The others quietly chuckled. They had come to visit Lin Junya's mother and saw her holding and dealing with Lin Jiao. They were all shocked by her fierce attitude. The class leader wanted to step in to persuade her, but others held him back. Seeing that the hospital security staff weren't intervening, they hesitated but then stood silently in the corner, not disturbing her as she fought fiercely. It wasn't until she swung her stick and fought fiercely that they finally stepped forward. Lin Junya smiled a little. I've taken the top position now. Do you want me to teach you how to fight? The sports captain grinned widely. It's hard to believe our class monitor is such a master. She fights 10 at once and wins easily. If she went to the battlefield, she could probably become an officer. Among the crowd, there was a military officer who looked at her with interest. When Lin Junya just returned, she saw Jiang Jinwei and smiled a bit flatteringly. Comrade Jiang, you didn't see anything, right? Jiang Jinwei, leaning on his cane, slowly walked out and looked at her with a deep gaze. For the college entrance exam, why not apply to a military academy? I think I'll pass. With my sharp mind and exceptional skills, if I get a military school diploma, my promotion speed will be as fast as drinking water. By then, I might become your leader, and if you, as my subordinate, find out about my past mistakes, it would be very embarrassing for me. Jiang Jinwei. Haha. Director Meng laughed loudly among the crowd, holding her bowl. Seeing her laugh so loudly, Jiang Jinwei looked helpless. Little aunt, go back and eat your meal. Oh, today's lively scene at noon was really entertaining. Director Meng was watching with interest, and then cheerfully said to Lin Junya, Comrade Shaolin, well done. You have my youthful spirit. After moving in, we should have a good exchange and learn from each other. Junya, okay. Usually, Director Meng goes home for lunch, but today she had something at the pharmacy. She asked someone to deliver a letter to her nephew, so Jiang Jinwei brought her lunch, and he happened to witness the lively scene. After the excitement, the medical staff and patients' families naturally dispersed. Jinwei was also ready to leave. Before leaving, he said, "The money you took back is exposed. Someone with bad intentions might be watching. Be careful when you go out, and it's best to deposit the money at the credit union." Junia knew about the credit union, similar to a bank in her previous life, but she didn't know how to save money. She took the opportunity to ask Comrade Jiang, "How do I deposit money at the credit union? What do I need to bring?" "Bring your household registration proof, fill out a form at the credit union counter, and hand over the money to the staff. You can choose between a savings account or a fixed deposit. They will give you a receipt." Jinwei explained briefly, thinking she might not understand, then added, "What time do you finish school? I'll take you there." "School finishes at 3 in the afternoon." "Okay, I'll wait for you at the school gate at 3. Remember to bring your household registration proof." Jinwei didn't say much more, nodded to Su Feng, and then slowly walked away with his cane. As he left, classmates gathered around to gossip. "Junia, who is he? What's your relationship with him?" "He's a soldier. I just met him the day before yesterday." Junia briefly introduced him and then led them to the ward. Li Sume lay on the bed, worried. When her daughter returned, she finally relaxed her tense heart and frowned. "Xiaoya, did you fight with them? Are you hurt?"
"No, ma'am.
"I beat them all away, and even got our money back." Junia cheerfully told her and then added, "Mom, my classmates came to see you." "Hello, Auntie." Today, about 10 classmates came in and everyone greeted politely. "Hello, classmates," Li Sume quickly greeted them. The class monitor was holding some gifts and placed them on the bedside table. "Annie, we just found out this morning that you were injured and hospitalized. We pooled some money to buy a small gift and wish you a speedy recovery." "Thank you, everyone, and thank you for taking care of my daughter Xiaoya." Li Sume heard her daughter talk about school matters at home. She knew that the teachers and classmates in her daughter's class were kind and that her daughter was taught to get along well with others. Andy, classmates helping each other is right. Lin Jr. also often helps us with extra lessons and teaches us how to do problems. Our grades have improved a lot this year. All thanks to her, the vice monitor said with a smile. Looking at these young, lively faces, Li Sume felt touched. There's one more semester left. Everyone work hard and aim to get into good universities this year. We will try our best. Both she and her daughter hadn't eaten yet and still had things to say. The classmates stayed for a couple of minutes chatting before leaving for school. After they left, Lin Jr. told her mother what had just happened outside. She happily showed her the money and bracelet. "Mom, it's finally back. I will deposit the money at the credit union this afternoon. With this money, we can eat well and stay warm for the next few years." Li Sume held the gold bracelet, tears streaming down her face. "Xiaoya, this was my dowry left by your grandmother. I am helpless and incapable. I couldn't even keep this bracelet. They took it and kept it for so many years. I thought I would never get it back in my life." The bracelet was just an ordinary gold bracelet, with no special features. Its only sentimental value was that it was a keepsake from her mother. "Mom, don't cry." Lin Jr. saw her crying so hard and felt sad. She reached out to wipe her tears. People often say that the 3 greatest misfortunes in life are losing parents in youth, losing a spouse in middle age, and losing children in old age. But her mother had experienced all 3 at a young age. The first great misfortune was losing her mother in childhood. She was born into a well-off middle-class family. Her mother was a graceful, talented lady from a prominent family. Her father, stubborn and set in his ways, requested a transfer to a new job. On the way to her new workplace, he had an accident. Her mother was badly injured trying to protect them and died from her wounds. That year, she was only 7 years old. She lost her mother and spent her entire childhood living with a vivid memory of her mother covered in blood and lifeless. The mother's death was a tragedy for the family, but it was mostly her own misfortune. Her father remarried soon after, and her stepmother was actually her maternal cousin, the daughter of her maternal aunt. At her grandparents' persuasion, she accepted her aunt as her stepmother. Many years later, she accidentally discovered a truth. Her father had secretly been involved with her aunt for years. He had insisted on transferring jobs because her aunt moved to that city. Later, she gathered all her elders and exposed her father and aunt's secret in front of relatives, cutting ties with them. She left home with her luggage. At that moment, she lost her father and became an orphan. Later, she came alone to the south to find her mother's close friend. She couldn't find her home for various reasons, but met Lin Sanhui while searching. When she first met Lin Sanhui, he was helpful, hardworking, honest, and resilient. He had many qualities that attracted her, and they gradually fell in love. Their life after marriage was a bit poor. They didn't get along well with her in-laws, but Lin Sanhui treated her very well, always protecting her. When her family mistreated her, he stood up for her. After they had a daughter, he continued to love and care for her and their daughter. They once had 3 or 4 years of happy life. Actually, the night before Lin Sanhui left his biological parents, they both dreamed about their future and agreed on sending their daughter to preschool. But he never came back after leaving, not even sending a letter. He disappeared without a trace. To this day, his life and death remain unknown. This was the second greatest misfortune in Lee Sumei's life and a deep, unspoken pain in her heart. The third misfortune was her son. When Lin Sanhui left, Lee Sumei was pregnant, but she didn't realize it at the time because her pregnancy was early. After 9 months, she gave birth to a son, but he was stolen 3 days after birth. Her mother had died early, her husband abandoned her, and her son was taken away. A series of misfortunes overwhelmed Lee Sumei. If it weren't for her young daughter needing her care, she might have drowned herself in the river to join her mother. Xiaoya, find a place to hide the bracelet. That family was unlucky today, but once they recover, they'll come back to take it again. Lee Sumei knew more about the Lin family's shamelessness than she did. As she looked at the money in her hand, she quickly arranged, Xiaoya, don't keep the money and bracelet on you. It's unsafe. Deposit the money at the credit union. Mom, I'll deposit the money after school. Lin Junya first put the bracelet and money inside her coat pocket, then stood up to take her lunchbox. Mom, I'll go buy food now. We can talk during dinner. Okay, go ahead. At noon, she bought a dish and soup, pickled fish fillet, and a bowl of chicken and pork soup. Lin Junya shared half a bowl of soup with her mother, and the rest was for her mother to drink. Lee Sumei had been eating well these days, with 3 nutritious meals and hearty soups. She was eating enough every day, and her complexion had improved noticeably. Her face, once pale as paper, now had a healthy flush. Mom, what did they come here to cause trouble for this time? Lin Junya finally asked about the main issue. I heard from the nurse that they came to the hospital for treatment. They have rashes all over their bodies, itchy enough to scratch their faces. They came to see the doctor and get medicine, but the medicine didn't work. They caused a scene in the doctor's office, refused to pay after treatment, and acted unruly and unreasonable. Later, they came here to make a fuss. Their visit was mainly to curse. Led by Wang Jihua, a group of girls cursed loudly, their words very unpleasant, worse than a sewer. The doctors and nurses in the hospital saw a lot today. Because they had cursed so badly, behaved arrogantly, and shamelessly refused to pay, when Lin Junya came back to deal with them, the medical staff didn't stop her. Meanwhile, Erwi Lin and his wife were on their way back to the village. They hadn't left the city yet, and because of today's events, they were fighting and arguing. It's all your fault, you stupid woman. If you hadn't gone looking for trouble today, we wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. Lin Erwi, do you think I don't know your dirty mind? I did it on purpose. I'm unhappy, and I don't want her to have a peaceful life either. Wang Jihua, are you crazy?
What are you talking about?
Whether I'm crazy or not, you know it yourself. You have some shameful thoughts, and I see right through you.
You even hit me. I'll fight you.
Lin Erwi, being strong, slapped Wang Jihua twice. But she was not easy to deal with, known for being fierce and bossy in the team. Her sturdy body lunged forward, knocking him down and hitting him. The couple fought fiercely, hitting each other to the point of exhaustion. They rolled in the mud, fighting non-stop. Lin, Mimi, and others tried to pull them apart but couldn't. Only when they were too tired to continue did they stop. The three sisters, Lin Haohao and Lin Finfin, didn't try to stop the fight. They just watched from the side, feeling resentful and annoyed. After the commotion, they didn't help to break it up. They turned around and left quickly. When they got home, they immediately told the elders what happened. Lin Dahui and his wife learned that the second son was carrying nearly 1,000 yuan and that Li Sumei's gold bracelet had been taken by her daughter-in-law. They lost their temper right away and stormed into old Lin's room to ask questions. Lin Junia's words, which had been meant to stir trouble, were all heard and remembered by Lin Haohao and her sisters. They told their parents everything word for word when they returned. At this moment, Lin Dahui and his wife realized they had been fools all along. Over the years, they had chased after Li Sumei and her daughter, fought with neighbors, and argued with relatives to get things, always leading the charge. But the things they fought for had secretly ended up in the second son's pocket without their knowledge. They used to think all the money was in their parents' hands, earned from working, and that their mother kept it safe. They had to ask her for pocket money to buy cigarettes or drinks, and life felt a bit stifling. But their mother always said that keeping the money with her was the safest, and she managed all the household expenses to prevent their daughter-in-law from spending recklessly. They usually listened to her and never went against her. When their wife and daughters complained, they sided with their mother. Now they found out that their parents had secretly given all the money to the second son's family. The hard-earned money they had worked so hard for was taken by the second son, who refused to admit it. Naturally, they were furious. When Lin Dahui's family returned home, they were immediately met with accusations from their brothers and sisters-in-law. What happened? Two unexpected relatives from the Jiang family. They had been talking loudly inside, and Jiang Jinwei was sure they heard everything. He apologized to the elders, uncle, auntie, sorry. The visitors are my grandma and her goddaughter. Both are quite unpleasant and spoke harsh words. Please don't take it to heart. I can promise you that my marriage with Junya won't change. I make my own decisions about my private life. They have no right to interfere. Junya understood and glanced over. They disagree? They have no right to comment. Everything is my decision. Don't even think about involving. They accidentally pushed him over and someone might have stepped on him. The old man, fragile and weak, collapsed on the ground. At 3 p.m., Lin Junyao came out of school carrying her backpack. Jiang Jinwei was already waiting at the school gate. She quickly jogged over and asked Comrade Jiang, "Have you been waiting long?" "No, I just arrived." Jiang Jinwei was still wearing a military coat, leaning on a cane. When he saw her lips turning purple from the cold, he glanced at her clothes and pants. "Your cotton clothes aren't warm enough. Do you want to put on an extra layer?" "I've already worn my warmest clothes," she replied. Lin Junyao only had 2 old cotton coats, which had long lost their warmth. Every winter, they relied on burning firewood to stay warm. Before heavy snow came, they always cut more firewood to prepare. Today, a cold wind was blowing, and the temperature was lower than the past 2 days. She had just sat in the classroom without moving, so she was shivering. Her rough hands rubbed her face, and her voice trembled slightly. "Comrade Jiang, take me to the credit union. I want to deposit all my money and keep some change to buy 2 thicker cotton coats at the department store." Seeing she was cold, Jiang Jinwei immediately led the way with his cane and said, "I just passed the hospital and saw the Lin family again, along with the tractor driver who took you and your mother to the hospital. He told me the Lin family fought at home during noon."
Everyone was involved.
The old man from the Lin family tried to stop them but was pushed and stepped on several times. It seems he also broke his spine. They took him to the commune clinic earlier, but the doctor there couldn't treat him, so they brought him to the People's Hospital. The diagnosis was paralysis. A faint smile appeared on Lin Junyao's face. "Finally, heaven has opened its eyes. I should send some firecrackers to celebrate." Jiang Jingwei looked at her. "That family doesn't seem to be kind-hearted. It's impressive that you grew up safely among them. Soft ones are afraid of the tough are afraid of the ruthless, and the ruthless are afraid of those who don't fear death. I'm willing to fight them with knives and axes." They're afraid of death, so I've survived until now. The original owner truly grew up this way. Perhaps because of her environment, she was mature and sensible from a young age. She was stubborn, brave, and sharp-tongued. She never lost in arguments or insults. They were many and aggressive, often unreasonable, and clearly cared about money. If you took your money back today, they would eventually find ways to trouble you. You should stay alert and keep safe. Jinwei didn't rest in the afternoon. He secretly checked on her and her mother's situation with the Lin family. He felt some sympathy for what they had endured. Lin Junya does not look down on anyone. She listened carefully and nodded, saying, I understand their nature. They will cause trouble within 3 days at most, so I need to rent a house in the county to let my mom rest peacefully and avoid giving them a chance to hurt her. As long as her mother is safe, Lin's family, those troublemakers, can be handled easily. But she can't be too obvious. She must deal with them secretly one by one. The credit union was not far away. They walked for about 6 or 7 minutes. Jinwei helped her fill out the forms first and explain the difference between current and fixed deposits. After understanding the deposit rates, Lin Junya decisively said, for 100 yuan, put in a fixed deposit for 1 year. If you don't need this money soon, a fixed deposit is fine. The interest rate is pretty good. Jinwei had just calculated for her. Today, she deposited money taken back from Li Hui and money from selling herbs, along with their previous savings of 40 yuan and money from selling vegetables. All of it was stored in her space for daily expenses. After completing the procedures at the counter and receiving a fixed deposit slip, Lin Junya carefully folded it and stored it in her space. Jinwei thought she had put it in her pocket and reminded her, keep the deposit slip safe. It's best to put it in a waterproof, insect-proof bag. If it's lost or damaged, you should immediately go to the credit union with your household registration to apply for a replacement.
Okay.
They left the credit union. At a corner ahead, just as Lin Junya was about to say something, the team leader riding a bike suddenly called out to her, Lin Junya. Seeing him, Lin Junya didn't look pleased. She subtly signaled Jinwei to step back and deliberately spoke to him with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, isn't this our busy leader of the production team? What kind of strange wind blew you here to the county today? Stop mocking me, the team leader said as he stopped his bike in front of her. Thinking about being scolded by Secretary Li this morning for half an hour, he was furious and began to scold her. You're young but ruthless, causing chaos in the family. Now your grandfather is disabled because of it. How could you? Lin Junya cut him off directly. Big leader, please think before you speak. I, Lin Junya, only have my mother. I have no other relatives. The entire team and neighbors can testify to this. As the team leader, you should see clearly, we are orphan mother and daughter. Don't be so muddle-headed and come up with some strange relatives for no reason. I can't be bothered to argue with you. The team leader looked at her with displeasure and forced himself to speak calmly. I heard you beat up the Lin family members at noon today and caused a rift between their brothers. Because of you, Uncle Tian was seriously injured and paralyzed. All of this started because of you. The Lin family wants you to pay for Uncle Tian's medical bills. Give me the money, and I will take it to the hospital for payment. They asked you to notify me, but you rushed here without understanding the situation, just to demand money. Are you a dog raised by the Lin family? Lin Junya showed no respect for him. Lin Junya. The team leader was angry right then.
How can you talk like that?
This is how I talk. As a village official, you know that Uncle Lin's injury has nothing to do with me, yet you still help them come to me to demand money. Do you think I'm a lump of mud that can be easily manipulated? Lin Junya's voice was louder than his. She pointed at the nearby government office building and stared at him angrily. This morning, I reported to Secretary Li at the commune. Lin Junya raises her eyebrows slightly. She and Jinwei have known each other for a long time, but this is the first time she hears him speak such harsh words. It seems the man in front of them is very annoying and incompatible with him.
Jinwei, you.
The other person shows a fierce look and makes a move to pick a fight, but Jinwei shoots him a cold, stern look, frightening him into silence. Yud, don't be impulsive. The woman with the braid quickly grabbed him. showing a stiff, complicated smile. Captain Jiang, you didn't mean any harm. He just spoke a bit harshly. Don't take it. The team leader was so angry that his hands trembled. He pointed at her face and threatened in a low voice. Lin Jr., don't forget that your and your mother's household registration is in my hands. If you keep pushing me. Before he could finish, Lin Jr. cut him off sharply. You're just a small team leader. Don't think too highly of yourself. If you insist on standing up for the Lin family, be prepared for retaliation. I'm not afraid of dying. I may not have much ability, but I can certainly pull you down from your position. After saying that, she rolled her eyes at him in disdain and subtly signaled Jinwei with a glance. She turned and walked away with her backpack. Lin Jr. pulled her collar to block the wind and sneered. They have connections. A distant relative used to be an official in the county reform committee, so he had some protection. During those years, he acted like a dictator in the team, and everyone had to flatter him. After the special period ended, that relative was probably investigated, but his son got a secure government job. I'm not sure which unit, but he also married the daughter of a factory manager. The couple in the team were quite proud. When neighbors had disputes, they refused to get involved. His wife wore gold and silver jewelry, looking like a wealthy lady from a landlord family. Now they looked down on us villagers and looked at us with disdain. The Yang production team had many messy issues, mostly small neighbor disputes. They argued and cursed, but rarely called the police or local leaders to intervene. Because of this, although Li Sume and her daughter often clashed with the Lin family, they never thought of going to the county to ask the police for help. The hospital was nearby. Fearing the Lin family might cause trouble again in the ward, Lin Jr. hurried to leave. Comrade Jiang, thank you today. I'm going to the hospital now. Junior, if you sell vegetables tomorrow, bring me some. Her family grew good-tasting vegetables, better than those bought at the market. Her mother and aunt loved them, and Jiang Jing wanted to buy more.
Okay.
When Lin Jr. knocked on the door and entered the ward, Li Sume had just finished in 4 drip. Seeing her, she said, Xiaoya, old Lin is paralyzed. I know. I just heard Wang Changdong mention it. Lin Jr. put down her school bag.
Li Shumei fronat.
He came to see you? Lin Jr. poured water into a porcelain cup, pouting. He learned all the shameless tricks of the Lin family. He even blamed me for old Lin's paralysis, came to extort money, and asked me to pay for medical expenses. It's so disgusting and shameless. He's after the money you brought back. Old Lin's medical bills are just his excuse. Li Sume, who is educated, understood things clearly. She wanted to understand, and Lin Jr. also thought about it. She showed her the receipt. Mom, Comrade Jiang took me to the credit union. I deposited 400 yuan in a fixed account, and the rest I keep as pocket money. Good. Li Sume hadn't seen a passbook in many years. She looked at it briefly, and then returned it to her. Xiaoya, from now on, all the family savings will be managed by you. Keep it safe. Lin Jr. nodded, put the passbook back in her bag, and discussed with her. Mom, I now have some savings. I want to buy a new cotton coat. Buy it. Li Sume saw that her daughter's lips were turning purple from the cold. She quickly pulled her cold hands into a warm blanket and covered them with her hands. Xiaoya, buy thicker clothes and pants. 2 sets each. Also, buy a scarf, hat, and gloves. After the new year, the weather is still very cold. In the classroom, you can't light a fire, so you need to wear warmer clothes to avoid catching a cold. She is now lying on the hospital bed, with the windows and doors tightly closed, covered with a quilt. She doesn't feel cold, but her daughter has been running around outside, going to classes in the wind and snow, so she needs to dress warmly to stay warm. Xiaoya, your classmates brought you some brown sugar at noon. You can make a cup of warm brown sugar water to warm yourself. Li Sume took out some brown sugar from the drawer and also grabbed 2 candied fruits. These candied fruits taste pretty good. You should try some. After drinking the sugar water, go buy some clothes. The original owner last ate these candied fruits when classmates gave them to her. She had never bought them herself. No matter how much she craved sweets, she never asked her mother for money to buy candy. Lin Jr. made 2 cups of steaming brown sugar water, one for each of them. The mother and daughter sat together, chatting for a while. Only then did she get up to buy clothes. Nowadays, most clothes are in dark colors like black, gray, blue, and green. Bright-colored women's clothes are more expensive. Lin Junia looked around and finally bought a practical, warm dark blue padded jacket, paired with matching cotton pants. Just as she was about to pick out a pair of shoes, a familiar voice came from the doorway. "Longjia, bring me a big front door, 2 bottles of white dry wine, and weigh half a jean of longan and half a jean of crispy sugar." A woman at the nearby grocery counter greeted her with a smile. "Deputy Section Chief Yao, buying so many good things today. Is there a celebration at home?" Deputy Section Chief Yao? Lin Junia narrowed her eyes slightly and immediately, discreetly moved to the side. A young man dressed in a black padded jacket entered. He didn't see Lin Junia and was answering. "Longjia, my father-in-law is celebrating his birthday. He likes smoking and drinking. Tonight, I'll keep him company." "So it's Lu, Deputy Factory Director's birthday?" Longjia, the shop assistant, said as she handed him the items, very friendly. "Deputy Section Chief Yao, I heard that Director Xiao from your unit was promoted. You, a capable subordinate, should be getting a formal appointment soon." No, I haven't been here long. I lack experience and seniority. I need to stay in the grassroots for a few more years and learn more from senior colleagues." "Deputy Section Chief Yao, you're humble. With your ability, a promotion is just a matter of time." While they were talking, Lin Junia subtly moved to the back of another beam and column, trying on a cotton hat while secretly watching over there. The man bought his things and left without noticing Lin Junia behind the beam and column, nor did he see her thoughtful expression. The clerk at the counter saw she was only trying on items and didn't seem interested in buying, so she lazily turned to talk to someone else. "Longjia, Deputy Section Chief Yao, is really talented for his age. He's only 24 or 25 and already a deputy section chief. It looks like he'll be promoted soon." "Oh, he was a company commander before retiring and married a good wife. His in-laws are willing to help, so his quick promotion isn't surprising. Actually, being a retired company commander isn't the main point. It's because he has a good father-in-law. If Deputy Factory Director Lu hadn't looked out for him, with his rural background, he wouldn't have reached this position in 10 years. He's smart, knowing his father-in-law can help. Look at how he buys cigarettes one by one and alcohol in pairs, always visiting to show respect. Deputy Factory Director Lu is happy, so he can get whatever he wants in the future." Hearing Longjia say this, Lin Junia squinted again. A company commander? When did he serve in the army? Was he a military officer? And why does he have the surname Yao? "Hey, do you want this hat?" the clerk asked her impatiently.
Yes.
Lin Junia took the hat, picked out 2 pairs of socks, a pair of rubber shoes, 2 sets of cotton underwear, and pointed to another counter with cotton padded jackets and pants. "And 20 snakeskin bags, check out together." Seeing she bought so much, the clerk's attitude immediately changed. She quickly used a rope to pack everything. "Miss, that Deputy Section Chief Yao, who just bought things, does he come from Nansha Commune?" Lin Junia asked casually. The clerk replied, "It seems so. Do you know him? I just feel he looks familiar. He might be my older cousin's classmate. I saw him when we were kids." Lin Junia lied smoothly, pretending to recall and guess, then changed the subject calmly. "My older cousin told me he is a classmate who joined the army, got promoted, then retired, and was assigned to the county government. His surname is Yao. I think it's him. I saw him when I was young, but I don't know his name. I heard that when he was in the army, he would visit old classmates during leave. After retiring and becoming an official, he stopped seeing old friends. He didn't even attend their wedding celebrations." When Lin Junyao spoke, she also showed a perfectly subtle smile. The salespeople are clever and can see through her smile easily. Is Yao Zhigua really like that? One salesperson clearly didn't believe her. Yao Zhigua. That name. Junyao's pupils constricted slightly, a faint glow flashed from deep within her eyes. She smiled meaningfully and said, "My older cousin is a rough country guy, working in the fields every day, hauling manure. The other person is a county official now. Although they are old classmates, their statuses are different. It's normal not to keep in touch. The salesperson didn't notice her lying or making things up, nor did they think much of her words. After all, she was dressed very poorly, clearly from the countryside. Now, Deputy Section Chief Yao has become a rising star, even the son-in-law of a factory deputy director. His status is different, so it's understandable that they don't keep in touch with their old country classmates. Junyao paid for the clothes, grabbed a bag, and ran to the hospital, her eyes shining with sharpness. Inside, she was sneering coldly. "Wang Changdong, your family's good days are over."
Mom.
Junyao rushed into the ward and closed the door behind her. Seeing her cold and tense, Li Sume looked worried and asked quickly, "Xiaoya, what happened?" "Mom, I just met an acquaintance at the state-run store." Junyao threw the clothes onto the foot of the bed, carefully covered her ear, and told her everything she had just discovered. Li Sume was shocked. "Xiaoya, are you sure you didn't recognize him wrongly? Didn't hear wrong?" "Mom, even if he turns to dust, I wouldn't mistake him. I heard him clearly." Junyao was very sure and added, "Nansha Commune, a platoon leader who retired, also called Yao Zhigua. The only one we know." The person she saw at the store was Wang Xinchuan, the son of the team leader. They grew up in the same production team. Although they are 6 or 7 years apart and had little contact before, she was certain she didn't recognize him wrongly. But now, he was using the name Yao Zhigua. Yao Zhigua is also from the Huyang production team, just in a different group. They often saw each other, as he was a retired military officer who had not been assigned a job and was farming at home after returning. Yao Zhigua has been back in his hometown for over 3 years since he retired. "I remember the day he returned. It was your birthday. Old Yao's family bought meat and sugar that day, and Aunt Yao even gave you 2 candies." Li Sume recalled some past events, paused for a few seconds, and then said, "At that time, the supporters of the digital faction were falling from power. Some neighbors were still guessing about the fate of Lao Wang's distant relatives. But not long after, Wang Xinchuan was recruited by a government agency in the county seat, and the next year, he married the daughter of a state-owned factory leader. Their wedding banquet was held at a county hotel, and only Wang Changdong and his wife attended. No one in the team held a celebration, claiming that government agencies prohibited officials from wasting resources, and they made excuses to avoid hosting a wedding for Wang's relatives and neighbors. Lin Junya also remembered these details and sneered. Actually, they were involved in illegal activities. They were afraid their relatives and neighbors would find out, or that the Yao family would discover the truth, so they dared not hold the wedding at home.
It seems so.
Li Sume shared her similar suspicion and asked, "Xiaoya, what do you want to do?" "I think Wang Changdong has been annoying me for a long time. Now that I finally have proof to deal with him, I will definitely use it." Lin Junya made a decisive chopping motion with her hand, as if cutting something off. She had initially planned to handle him with underground methods, but now that Wang Xinchuan had voluntarily brought the evidence to her, she could let others do the work while she watched quietly. Li Sume had no objection and thought for a moment before speaking. "Xiaoya, the matter of Wang Xinchuan replacing his official position is definitely not something the Wang family can do alone. There must be other officials involved. Don't get involved publicly in this matter. Go to the Yao family and tell Yao Zhigua what you encountered today." Yao Zhigua was promoted to company commander in the army, so he must have some skills and abilities. Let him investigate the people and issues involved. We shouldn't interfere. Also, remind him to keep it secret and not involve us. I'm not afraid of retaliation from the Wang family. It's just that less trouble is better. Our mother and daughter are in a delicate situation now, and we shouldn't offend too many people. We can't let outsiders interfere with your studies and exam preparations. Li Sume was worried about Lu Jia, Yao Xinchuan's father-in-law. If his false claim of replacing his official position was exposed, he would definitely be sentenced. If their secret was leaked, Lu Jia might seek revenge in secret. "Mom, I understand. I will talk carefully with the Yao family." After saying this, Lin Junya stood up, took the hot water kettle from the cabinet, and said, "Mom, I will boil some hot water to help you wash up and change into a clean set of clothes. After dinner, I will go to the Yao family. After tidying up for Mom, Lin Junya went to the cafeteria to get some food. After they finished eating together, she put on a cotton warm shirt, still wearing an old padded jacket and a hat. She then borrowed a bicycle from Jiang, claiming she needed to go home that evening to harvest vegetables. When Lin Junya arrived near Yao's house, it was still daylight. She didn't ride straight to the door, but stopped somewhere nearby where no one was around. She stored the bike in a secret space and took a small path behind Yao's house. Knock, knock. Yao's family was eating in the main hall when they heard someone knocking at the back door. Yao's daughter, Yao Jihong, put down her bowl and got up. Who is it? Jihong, it's me, Lin Jr. replied. Hearing her voice, Yao Jihong paused for a moment, then quickly went to open the door. Yaya, what are you doing here? Jihong, I have something to tell your brother. Is Brother Jigua at home? Lin Junya asked. Yes, he is. Yao Jihong looked at her strangely. She remembered that her older brother and Lin Junya didn't usually talk, so she asked, What do you want to tell my brother? Come inside, and I'll tell you. Since neighbors lived on both sides of Yao's house, Lin Junya didn't want anyone to see her coming and going, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yao's parents and younger family members were all eating. The table had 3 or 4 dishes, with both meat and vegetables. There was a stove underneath, and the house was warm from the fire. Yao's mother saw her and stood up to greet her. Daya, what brings you here? Have you eaten yet? Madam, I've already eaten. I have something to discuss with you, and Jigua. Please eat first and we can talk after. Yao's father put down his chopsticks and asked, Yaya, how is your mother? Is she able to get out of bed?
Not yet.
She has a broken bone. The doctor said she needs to stay in bed for at least a month before she can move around a little. Yao Jihong brought her a small stool to sit on and poured her a cup of hot tea. Lin Junya held the teacup and chatted with them about Lin's family affairs until they finished eating. Then she got to the main point. Uncle Yao, Auntie, Jigua, I accidentally found out something today that concerns your family. My mom asked me to come and tell you. This is a big, explosive matter for your family. Be prepared mentally. Listen carefully and don't get too excited or shout. The Yao family members were all tense, staring at her intently. Yao Jigua, who had been in the military, remained calm and asked, Yaya, go ahead. Jigua, this is your matter. I went to the state-run store this afternoon and met Wang Xinchuan. Today is his father-in-law's birthday, and he went to buy cigarettes and alcohol as a gift. I overheard the store clerks calling him Deputy Director Yao. As soon as I heard that, Yao Jigua frowned sharply. Deputy Director Yao? Yami, did you hear the clerks at the store call Wang Xinchuan Deputy Director Yao? Yao's father also caught the key point. Yes, they called him Deputy Director Yao and said he was a retired company commander. I immediately sensed something was wrong. He is clearly surnamed Wang, and he has never been in the army, let alone a retired company commander. What they said doesn't match him at all. But I was sure I didn't see wrong. He is Wang Xinchuan. Later, I asked the clerks and they said his name is Yao Jigua. What? The Yao family was shocked instantly. Yao Jigua's face changed dramatically. He leaned forward sharply, with sharp eyes. Yami, are you sure you heard that right? I'm sure. The clerks said his name is Yao Jigua. They all call him Deputy Director Yao. His father-in-law is the deputy director of the state factory, surnamed Liu. She explained clearly. The Yao family isn't stupid. They already started guessing. Yao's mother jumped up, ready to rush out. That Wang Xinchuan. Madam, calm down. Lin Junya quickly stepped forward and held her back, even covering her mouth. Madam, don't make a scene now.
Stay calm.
Yao's mother pushed her hand away, furious. Yami, I can't stay calm. That took my son's job. Madam, my mother said that the matter of him impersonating a government official definitely can't be done by the Yao family. There must be other officials involved. You mustn't act impulsively, Lin Junya hurriedly relayed her mother's words. Yes, Mom, stay calm. Don't make a scene yet. Aunt Sume is right. This must involve others. Yao Jigua quickly pulled her back. Yao's mother also calmed down quickly, but her face was full of anger. I knew that your military service and your achievements in the army wouldn't be ignored. It turns out these corrupt people have secretly taken over your position. Those Wang family people, I won't let this go. Yao's father's face darkened with anger. Yao Zhigua had married 2 years ago. His wife, Sherlan, was an honest, simple rural woman who had never seen much of the world. She was at a loss when she heard about this. Dad, Mom, Zhigua, what should we do now? Don't make any moves yet. Just pretend Yami never came today. I'll go to the county town tomorrow to contact the leaders and other comrades, ask them to help me check the employment arrangements. Once I have solid evidence, we'll act. Yao Zhigua quickly made a decision. Lin Junia saw that he was calm and not impulsive, so she offered a suggestion. Brother Zhigua, Wang Xinchuan has been working in the county town for 3 years and has built many connections. Also, his father-in-law's family is quite influential. I suggest you don't call the county town tomorrow. Instead, go directly to the city or the military unit where you served. You mean? Yao Zhigua narrowed his eyes. Only someone very powerful, like a high-level official in the province, could help him do this secretly without anyone noticing. It's not something the local leaders can manage. Investigating in the county could easily cause rumors to spread and alert others. If they find out, they might try to stop you or even harm you and your family. Yao's father thought her advice was reasonable and careful, so he said quickly, Zhigua, Yama, you're right. Listen to her. Wang's family has done wrong things. They might be watching us all the time. If you go to the county, Wang Xinchuan will act immediately. Dad, whether I go to the city or the military, I'll need a note from Wang, Yao Jihong reminded him. No need to ask him for a note. Yao Zhigua waved his hand and didn't mention the special treatment retired officers sometimes received. After thinking for a few seconds, he made a decision. Mom, prepare some things. Tomorrow, Lanzi and I will go with you to visit Grandpa. His health isn't good, so we'll stay there a few more days before coming back. Yao's mother understood his meaning and nodded quickly. Okay. Yama, you've done so much for our family. Please don't say anything about this for now. Once we confirm everything is settled, we'll come back to thank you. Yao's father looked grateful. If she hadn't come tonight to tell him, his son might never have known that his job was taken away. He might have to spend his life working in the fields, just like him. Uncle, don't worry. My mother and I won't say a word. I also ask you not to tell anyone about what happened tonight, or mention it again. Let's keep it a secret that Wang Xinchuan took over Zhigua's spot. It was I who reported it. Our family has a hard life already. The Lin family keeps bothering us. My mother is seriously injured and bedridden now. We really can't afford to offend powerful people. Today, I fought the Lin family and got back my mother's dowry and the money they stole from us. The old man was trampled by his own family and became paralyzed. Wang Changdong, that even wants me to pay for his medical bills and shifts the blame onto me. It's obvious he's after the money I have. His actions are more and more shameless and disgusting. I also want to deal with him, but hitting him won't solve anything. The only way is to cut out this tumor, so he won't have the chance to bother us anymore. We can't beat the Wang family, nor can we handle Wang Xinchuan. I think Brother Zhigua is capable, but I also have a little selfish reason. I want to ask Brother Zhigua to help us out if he can. Yao Zhigua quickly replied, Young sister Ya, don't say that. Today, you came to tell me this news, and it's a great kindness to me. I will do my best to repay this kindness. I understand what you and Aunt Su may mean. Our whole family will not reveal a single word, and we won't cause you trouble. Aunt Su may just needs to rest and recover. Give me some time, and once everything is settled, we will visit quietly to thank you. Young sister Ya, Auntie is not ungrateful. I promise we won't trouble you. Yao's mother understood her worries and quickly instructed her daughter-in-law and other children, Lanzi, Zhihong, Zhijun, go pick 30 eggs, bring some red sugar orange cakes, and a piece of cured meat. Let young sister Ya take them back to help Aunt Su may regain her strength. Auntie, there's no need to be so polite, Lin Junyao quickly declined. Young sister Ya, take them. Your mother just had surgery, and needs to recover blood and nutrition. Take these home for her to eat. Yao family's kindness made Lin Junyao stop refusing. She then chatted with the Yao family for a few more minutes about the Lin family, carried a basket of gifts, and left in the dark. When Lin Junyao returned to the hospital, Li Sumei was still awake, waiting for her. Seeing her, she asked, "Xiaoya, is Jigu at home?" "Yes, he's at home." Junyao carried a basket of gifts inside, smiling as she told her mother, "Mom, these are all from the Yao family. Auntie insisted on giving them, so I accepted them." "Yes, accept them." The message her daughter brought today could change Jigua's fate. The Yao family's small gift was a proper thank you. Li Sumei saw many eggs, cured meat, and arranged, "Xiaoya, since you've rented the house, put these things at Director Meng's house first. I'll be moving to a regular ward tomorrow. It's crowded there, with many visitors. If these items stay in the cabinet, they might attract attention." "Okay, I was just about to go there. I need to return the bicycle to Comrade Jiang and bring some vegetables to his family. I'll take them along." Junyao told her mother about the Yao family's arrangements and learned from Auntie Yao about the Lin family situation. The old man's bones are shattered, and he's paralyzed. His mind is also muddled. Auntie Yao said that after coming back from the hospital, he often screams in shock, shouting that ghosts are here. Lin Erwi's money was split among two brothers. The savings managed by the two older men were all taken out. Lin Dahui decided how to divide it, giving himself and Lin Sihui each 30%, and the old man and Lin Erwi each 20%. Lin Erwi and his wife were unhappy and kept causing trouble at home, fighting over the money and the three children. Qin Rong, a cunning woman, encouraged Lin Haohao and others to rush into Wang Juhua's house, rummaging through everything and finding various valuables, along with over 200 yuan. Lin Haohao and her friends tried to take the money and split it. Wang Juhua grabbed a big knife and chased them away, saving the 200 yuan. She also grabbed Qin Rong and hit her hard, injuring her head and causing bleeding that needed stitches. Although I didn't go to see the scene myself, Lin Junya could imagine the lively fight between sisters-in-law. When Aunt Yao told her about it, she sighed and thought, today would have been a good day to skip school and stay home to watch the excitement. Bad people meet their match. Li Sumei heard about the chaos in the Lin family and felt her long-held resentment ease a little. "Xiaoya, go return the bicycle quickly. Once you do, come back right away. It's already dark outside, and the streets are unsafe with pickpockets and troublemakers. Don't stay out late. Rest early." "Okay, I'll finish delivering the vegetables and come back." "You rest first," Lin Junya said as she stood up. "I've slept a lot during the day, so I'm not sleepy yet," Li Sumei replied, planning to sleep after she returned. She picked up her newspaper and continued reading. When Lin Junya arrived riding her bicycle, Jiang Jinwei was standing in the yard, sweeping. "Why are you here so late?" "I just brought some things from home. My mom is moving to a regular ward tomorrow. It's not safe to leave her in the ward, so I want to store the stuff at your aunt's house first." "Okay, I'll take you there." Jiang Jinwei opened the yard gate and saw a basket full of vegetables on the back of her bike. She called out, "Mom, Annie, come out and take the things." Meng Xuejiao and her sister came out. It was dark outside, and only when they reached the yard gate did they recognize Lin Junya. Meng Xuelan asked, "Xiaolin, why are you here so late?" Lin Junya repeated what she had just told Jiang Jinwei and handed over the basket of vegetables. He couldn't hide his smile. When the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau saw them holding hands, they greeted with smiles. "Captain Jiang, your fiancé's exams are over and she finally has time to come with you to get the certificate." "Yes, finally we have time." Jiang Jinwei brought a gift, a small bag filled with lucky cigarettes and candies. He handed them out to the staff and even invited them to come to his home for a celebration tomorrow. The staff exchanged polite words with the young couple, then got down to official business. They asked a few routine questions, checked Jiang Jingwei's marriage approval report from the military, filled out forms, and Lin Junya thanked the two elders, pushed her bicycle into the yard to lock it, and then took her belongings to the bungalow. She didn't stay long, and after putting down her things and taking the money for the vegetables, she jogged back to the hospital. Xiaolin's vegetables are really good, fresh and lively. They're also cleaned neatly, with no yellow or rotten leaves. That girl is quite careful about her business. Meng Xuelan was organizing vegetables in the kitchen and saw how clean they were. She must be a tidy person. Since she rents the house, we don't need to worry about it getting dirty. Jinwei was in the living room pouring tea when he said, "This morning, she set up a stall at the cotton factory staff entrance. She probably sold about 100 pounds of vegetables in half an hour. Good vegetables, clean and fresh, no wonder they sell well." Meng Xuejiao, having heard her sister mention her, felt some sympathy. She's a poor girl, already carrying a heavy family burden at such a young age, taking care of her mother, dealing with rude relatives, studying and earning money. Working late into the night is really tough. Jinya, who was walking home on the main road after talking about her, had only gone halfway when she saw 4 or 5 drunken troublemakers blocking a pair of siblings and shouting at them. 2 of them were trying to touch the girl and bully her. Scoundrels. Jinya picked up a stick and rushed over to fight, quickly driving the troublemakers away. Both siblings were carrying things. The girl had been protecting her basket, but after Jinya helped chase the troublemakers off, she politely thanked her. "Thank you so much." "No need to thank me. The streets aren't safe. You should go home quickly," Jinya said casually and walked away freely. Back in the hospital room, she reviewed her lessons for over half an hour. After her mother fell asleep, she pretended to go to bed but secretly slipped into her space to work. The rice and corn she planted earlier had all ripened, and she spent half an hour harvesting everything. The mature herbs and vegetables were also gathered and packed into snakeskin bags, stacked in the corner, ready to be sold in batches tomorrow. Herbs grow quickly. I need to find a reliable wholesale buyer. Trading in bulk with them is better. If I sell to the hospital in small amounts, it will be suspicious. Only a basket at a time. Selling in large quantities will attract attention. The same goes for vegetables and grains. Selling in small batches 3 or 5 times won't raise suspicion. Supplying large amounts daily will soon catch someone's eye. Carrying a mysterious space within her, Lin Junia was very careful in how she handled things. She had just arrived in this world and hadn't yet established herself, so she couldn't afford to attract too much attention. The next morning, Lin Junia changed her selling spot. She set up her vegetable stand at the entrance of the largest hardware and machinery factory compound in the west of the city, a busy path that workers used when going to work and buying groceries. Today, she prepared a variety of vegetables and brought about 100 jin of produce, along with a 50 jin bag of dried rice to sell. "Hey, you're selling vegetables too?" A girl with a round face, carrying a basket, ran up to her and grinned. "You helped chase away the troublemakers last night." "Oh, it's you." Lin Junia recognized her. She hadn't looked at them carefully last night, but remembered her voice. Seeing her carrying a basket, she asked, "Are you here to buy vegetables?" "No, I'm not buying. I'm selling eggs, chickens, and ducks," the girl replied, squatting beside her and lifting the cover of her basket with a smile. Lin Junia instantly understood. The basket of eggs and poultry was quite valuable. Many farming families had to save for 2 or 3 months to gather enough eggs for a basket. After finishing middle school, he chose to join the army. Now he is in a southern unit. Since he and Jiang both chose similar paths, they have a good relationship and often exchange letters. This time his cousin got married. He really couldn't get leave to attend the wedding, so he sent a gift in advance. The old man mentioned another Qingqing, who is Zhao Qing, the eldest daughter of daughter Jiang Yuanyun. Jiang Yuanyun and her husband have 4 children. They had 3 daughters in a row, and only after their 4th child did they have a son, Zhao Yan. Today, all 6 members of their family came to attend the wedding. "Hey, you're selling vegetables too?" "I'm selling some to make money." He reached into the bag, checking the grains, which looked uniform and free of stones, sand, or empty husks. "How many jin is this? And what's the price?" 50 jin for 6 yuan 50, no grain coupons needed. The original owner knew the grain prices well. Last year's harvest was average, and grain prices had risen. The grain station sold rice at 11.8 yuan per 100 jin, but required grain coupons. Urban households had to register and reserve grain 2 weeks in advance, so food was often scarce for large families with elders and children. She didn't overcharge, and the customer was satisfied with the price. Is this exactly 50 Jean? Exactly 50 Jean. Lin Jr. at home called out that the goods were ready, pointing to the shop across the street. Uncle, you can come and weigh it yourself or pour it out to check. If there's any fake or short weight, you can smash my stall. You little girl, you really know how to do business. If I mess with your stall over this, I might as well stop working at the factory. He believed her and didn't weigh it himself or bargain. He quickly bought the bag of rice and vegetables and carried it away after she tied it up securely. After he left, Lei Xiaoyan whispered to her, "Actually, if you add 50 or 80 cents to this bag of rice, many people would want to buy it. I have other things to do later. The goods I brought will sell out early, so I might as well sell it cheaply." Lin Jr. wanted to try selling the rice, as she wasn't sure if it would sell well before. Lei Xiaoyan nodded and looked at the fresh vegetables in front of her. She asked, "Junior, did you grow these grains and vegetables yourself?" "Yes. Why do you ask? Do you still have more stock at home?" Lei Xiaoyan's eyes were small but sharp. Junior was thinking of partnering with someone to resell, so she smiled and asked, "I still have quite a bit left. Do you want some?" Lei Xiaoyan smiled awkwardly and told her honestly, "My family is large. My dad is resting at home after an injury at work. My mom is a housewife with no job, and I have 2 younger siblings in school. My brother and I are unemployed, so we do small businesses to earn money. Usually, we go to the countryside to buy goods and then sell them in the city, making a little profit." Junia had seen people reselling goods for profit before. A few years ago, such people were called speculators and could be sentenced to death or prison if caught. But in recent years, with relaxed economic policies, many unemployed people started setting up stalls and doing small businesses. She thought doing small business was good. It wasn't stealing or cheating, and earning with her own hands and mind was much better than idling around, stealing, or cheating. Now, her space was accumulating some stock, not very much, which was perfect for wholesale. Junia asked directly, "How much do you want to buy?" "We only have 50 yuan saved up for now, so that's the most we can buy." "Okay, I'll deliver 6 bags of rice to you this afternoon, about 300 Jean, all the same kind of rice, bought at the grain station price." The rice grown in her space was of very good quality, with no empty grains. It could be sold at a good price at the grain station. However, the staff and officials there were often arrogant, deliberately finding fault and lowering prices. She didn't want to see their ugly faces and preferred to sell on the roadside instead. "Okay, what time will you send her?" Lei Xiaoyan asked her. "After 3 o'clock. Lin Jr. can only go to deliver after school." She agreed on the meeting place. Behind Dongyuan High School, there's an old, abandoned shack with no residents. "We can meet there, is that okay?" "Yes, that's fine. We live in Hulu Alley, so it's quite close." After discussing this, they each went to sell vegetables. Lei Xiaoyan's chickens, ducks, and eggs sold very well. She only had 2 customers, and her basket of eggs was sold out. After selling, she left first. Lin Jr. continued calling out to customers. People going out to buy groceries mostly came to see her. She sold everything in just over half an hour and then packed up to go back to the hospital. After having breakfast with her mother and helping the caregiver take her to a regular ward, she carried her school bag and went to school. She also brought 2 baskets of lettuce and mustard greens for her classmates. After school in the afternoon, she didn't go straight back to the hospital. Instead, she went alone to the back door shack to meet up with Lei's siblings. Lei Xiaoyan and her brother Lei Xiaoqiang pushed a wooden cart. Lei Xiaoqiang, who had some business experience, looked at her goods, checked them, and only after that did they settle the bill. 30 yuan in hand. Her money pouch was getting fuller, and Lin Jr. was no longer saving money. She turned around and bought a bag of milk powder at the state-run store, along with some cookies and persimmon cakes. She also bought a few freshly baked roasted buns from a street vendor and happily headed to the hospital. The regular ward was crowded and busy. Next to her bed was an old woman with a sharp, piercing voice. She spent the whole day criticizing her daughter-in-law and occasionally asking Li Sume questions, which was quite annoying. When Lin Junya arrived, the old woman immediately directed her anger at her. Seeing her eating, she shamelessly begged for food and scolded her if she didn't give it. It made Lin Junya want to slap her face. "Mom, I will ask the doctor to change my ward. This one is too noisy and not good for healing." Lin Junya disliked noisy and annoying people. She didn't want to bother with these unrelated people. Instead of wasting time and energy on outsiders, she preferred to use that time to earn more money. Lee Sume was also annoyed by the old woman's shouting. Today, she looked tired and weak, saying, "Okay, I will change to another room." Nowadays, fewer people are hospitalized, and she was willing to spend more money to change wards. The doctors and nurses agreed immediately and issued a form for her to pay and complete the procedures. "Lin Junya, where are you going?" Just as Lin Junya pushed her mother's bed out, Jiang Jinwei's voice came from behind. She quickly turned around. "Comrade Jiang, I am changing my mother to a quieter ward." "Xiaoya, is that the soldier comrade who helped us?" Li Sume turned her head to look behind her.
Yes.
Jiang Jinwei leaned on his cane and walked forward, stopping by the hospital bed. He politely called out, "Auntie, hello. My name is Jiang Jinwei." Li Sume looked up at him and saw that this young man was handsome, tall, strong, with clear, sharp eyes and a righteous aura. She smiled and said, "Little Jiang, hello. I finally see you. Thank you so much for helping with my surgery last time. I really need to thank you properly. Annie, it was just a small favor. No need to be so polite." Although Jiang Jinwei helped last time, he didn't get a good look at her face. Today, he saw that she and her daughter looked quite alike. Lin Junya has about 50 to 60% of her mother's features. Both mother and daughter have beautiful, bright eyes, but one pair is pure and clear, while the others are filled with weariness and sadness. People were walking in the corridor, blocking others' way. Lin Junya pushed her mother to the next room and invited Jiang Jinwei to sit. "Little Jiang, is your leg hurt?" Li Sume asked him casually. "Yes, I fractured it. It was during a mission in the army." Jinya just hurried back from the next room with some daily necessities and handed Jiang Jinwei a freshly bought roasted bun. "Still warm. I bought it at the school gate. Have you eaten?" Jiang Jinwei asked her first. "Yes, I have." Jinya bought 4 buns, and both mother and daughter each ate one. She handed the remaining one to her mother. "Mom, have another. It tastes better when it's warm." Li Sume declined and told her daughter to eat it. "Xiaoya, you eat first. Pour me a glass of warm water." "Auntie, your accent sounds a bit like someone from the north." Jiang Jinwei had met many northern comrades in the army. His way of speaking was very similar to theirs. Li Sume smiled softly and said, "I'm from the north. I was born in Qingang, a port city by the sea. I lived there for 7 years. Later, I moved with my elders to Luoyang. I only left Luoyang to come to the south after I became an adult." Jinya poured each of them a cup of hot milk. She first handed one to Jiang Jinwei. "This is our first time buying milk powder. It's a thank you gift."
Give the milk to Andy.
"I'll just drink plain water." Jiang Jinwei pushed it back to her. "I made some for my mom. You should drink it." Jinya handed the cup to him, then turned to serve her mother another. "Mom, the doctor said this milk powder is nutritious. You should drink a cup every morning and evening from now on." "Xiaoya, you should drink some first," Li Sume said, always prioritizing her daughter's needs. "Mom, I'm fine with just eating the bun." Lin Junyao did not want it and handed her a porcelain cup. She looked at Jiang Jinwei and asked, "Comrade Jiang, is your military unit also in the north?" "No, I am in a unit in the provincial capital. Many of my comrades are from the north." "Oh, how far is it from here to the provincial capital?" Jiang Jinwei, who usually spoke little, answered patiently, "It's over 300 kilometers. The county seat takes about 2 hours by bus to the city, then a train from the city to the provincial capital, which takes about 5 or 6 hours. Jinyao had never seen a train before, only black and white photos in books. She then asked her elders, "Mom, how far is it from here to Luoyang and Qingang?" "Very far." Li Sume, who came to the south nearly 20 years ago, fell into a memory and said, The city is about 1,000 kilometers from Liang, and Liang is nearly 700 kilometers from Qingdang. When I took the train 20 years ago, it was very slow. It took 4 or 5 days to reach the city. When I got off, I felt like I had lost half my life. Auntie, when you came here, did your family have relatives here? Jiang Jinwei asked casually. Shaman, where can I find a knife like yours? It's light and thin, much better than stone. This question puzzled Mu Bai. You probably won't find one in the wilderness. Wait and see. If you can find iron, or you might be able to make one. She brushed off the wood shavings from the fruit knife, closed the sheath carefully, and gently put it into her bag. It was her only weapon for self-defense now, and there was no substitute. Every use was a loss she couldn't undo. She was the weakest here. Whether the small fruit knife would be useful or not, its sharpness was her only reliance. Lin Junyao, what do you want to say? Jiang Jinwei looked at her sharply. Jinyao awkwardly smiled. Hee, I thought Comrade Jiang was 27 or 28. Do I look that old? Jiang Jinwei asked. Not old, just
Mature.
Jinyao didn't lie. Soldiers tend to look more mature and steady than their peers. Jiang Jinwei, who was always serious and rarely smiled, looked very composed and serious every time they met, giving her the impression of being very mature. Jiang Jinwei's eyes looked deep and mysterious. This girl was hiding something. Her thoughts and her heart were different from what she was saying. Li Sume softly chuckled and gently patted her daughter's arm. Being a soldier is a noble and great job. They either fight on the front lines of war or move forward in dangerous situations. When they are not on missions, they are training. They work very hard, even harder than us working in the countryside digging for food. Yes, I know, Lin Junya nodded obediently. Jiang Jinwei joined the army at 16. In the military, he met mature leaders and comrades. The officers are usually serious and composed, rarely joking around. Growing up in such an environment, he naturally became calm and steady. After a brief chat with them, Jiang Jinwei finished his milk and was about to leave. Are you staying over tonight? Wait until Mom is discharged from the hospital. I will stay with her these next few nights. Lin Junya had asked the doctor before. Her mother's spine was recovering well. She would have a checkup the day after tomorrow. If everything was fine, she could leave the hospital early and rest at home. After Jiang Jinwei left, Lin Junya returned to the ward to do her homework. Li Sume talked to her. Xiaoya, do we still have vegetables in the field? Only a little left. Recently, Lin Junya didn't plan to sell vegetables at the market anymore. If she could work happily with the Lei siblings, she would wholesale vegetables and grains from the space at low prices to them in the future. I wish I had gotten the money back. I wouldn't have sold the vegetables. From now on, we will have to buy vegetables to eat. Li Sume was born and raised in the city. Even a green onion had to be bought. During times of material shortages, even if she had money, she might not be able to buy things. People had to prepare early and stock up, which made life unstable. Mom, in a few days I will plant more chives and garlic. If there isn't enough, I will buy some from others or find wild vegetables in the mountains. We won't go hungry. The space had plenty of food and vegetables, so Lin Junya was not worried about shortages. But she couldn't tell her mother the secret of the space. She had taken over the original owner's body, which made her feel guilty. She didn't dare to challenge human nature. After finishing her homework, Lin Junya was about to go out. Mom, I am going to Xinhua bookstore to buy some review materials. Then I will get some packed meals from the state-run restaurant. Okay, go ahead. Just as she reached the door of the bookstore, she was stopped by someone she disliked. Lin Junya stopped right there. The person blocking the way was Lin Huahua, the eldest daughter of the Lin family and the granddaughter of the family head. 3 years ago, she married into a local official's family, and the following year, she had a son. Since then, she had established her position. In the eyes of the elders, she was a precious gem, second only to Lin Yao. Lin Huahua was not as outwardly arrogant as her sisters, but she was very cunning and full of tricks. Before she got married, she often schemed behind the scenes, giving orders for the family's foolish members to act and fight. The original owner suffered many hidden losses because of her. Since moving to the city, her clothes and style changed a lot. Today, she wore a floral cotton jacket, shiny little leather shoes, and several sparkling hairpins. She tried to look like a city lady, with red lipstick, which made her seem a bit like a lady of the officials. Lin Junya was about to look for her when she strode over quickly. Before Lin Huahua could speak, Lin Junya slapped her hard. Smack! Lin Huahua had come looking for trouble and didn't expect her to suddenly hit her. She was caught off guard and was stunned on the spot. Her reaction was slow. It took her 2 or 3 seconds to realize what happened. She covered her burning cheek, grimaced, and shouted, "Lin Junya, you dare hit me!" "I've wanted to hit you for a long time," Lin Junya said. She grabbed Lin Huahua's arm and quickly pulled her up, using brute strength to throw her over her shoulder.
Bang!
Lin Huahua's bottom hit the ground first, making the floor tremble slightly. She was dazed from the fall, feeling a sharp pain but unable to make a sound. Lin Junya turned around and sat down heavily on her stomach, grabbing her arms and hitting her face repeatedly.
Ah! Ah!
"Oh, let go. Let me go. Lin Junya, are you trying to die? Let me go." Lin Junya slapped her 10 times on each side, then suddenly her arms away and delivered her own rough hand. "The 20 slaps you gave yourself earlier were your way of bullying us. Lin Hao and the others also slapped themselves, so you can't be left out. The 10 slaps I'm giving now are for your mother. Since she's not here, you, as her daughter, should bear them for her." After 30 slaps, Lin Huahua was dizzy, her hairpins fell to the ground, her hair was messy, and her face and body were covered in dirt and mud. Her beautiful cotton clothes were ruined. A few people came out of the bookstore. One young man wearing glasses rushed forward to stop her, trying to pull her away. He said, "Hey, comrade, how can you hit someone like that? That's too much. Please let her go." Lin Junya pushed the person away quickly, glancing at him with a cold attitude. Seeing a stranger, she said indifferently, "Stop meddling in other people's affairs. Why are you so rude when you talk?" The other person asked, adopting a teaching tone. At this moment, Lin Junya stood up and rolled her eyes at him. "Why do you love to interfere so much?"
You!
The man with glasses was choked by her words, and his face turned red. "Hey, don't speak so harshly. If you have a problem, discuss it calmly. Don't fight in the street. Fighting is never good," the girl accompanying them said in a less harsh tone, not sounding preachy. Seeing her more polite, Lin Junya also spoke more politely to her. "You don't understand our dispute. Please don't interfere. If you find it upsetting, you can report to the police. Even if the police are right in front of me today, I will still hit her. At most, they will just give me a verbal warning, and they definitely won't arrest me." Lin Junya. Lin Huahua, who had just been slapped and had her eyes nearly blackened, finally recovered. She touched her swollen face, struggled to sit up, and tears poured out like a flood. "I'm going to call the police. I will sue you. Go ahead. The police station is right in front. Hurry up, I'll take you there now." Lin Junya grabbed her and pushed her forward forcefully, urging her, "Lin Huahua, if you don't go, you're a dog. What's going on?" Officer Chi returned from outside, walking back from a small path beside the Xinhua bookstore to the police station, just in time to hear the familiar voices. "Comrade police, she hit me.
Look at how she's beaten me."
Lin Huahua immediately rushed to call the police, her face swollen like a walnut, with makeup washed away by tears. Now she looked dirty and ugly, like a big tabby cat. Officer Chi saw the slap marks on her face. His expression changed. Before he could speak, Lin Junya greeted him first. "Hello, Officer Chi, Officer Li, long time no see. Have the injuries on your faces healed?" "Lin Junya, it's you." Officer Chi finally recognized her and pointed at Lin Huahua's face. "Did you hit her?" "I hit her, and she hit me. She slapped herself 20 times, and I slapped her 10 times. Lin Junya was not afraid of the police at all. She looked confident and loudly announced, "Comrades police, she is Lin Huahua, the eldest granddaughter of the Lin family. Her grandmother is Su Qingzhu, and her mother is Zhao Hongxiu. They are the two women who resisted arrest and injured you during the struggle. The police officers. You really don't need to say that. Lin Huahua initially wanted to complain and act pitiful, but her words were cut off by Lin Junya. Seeing the red marks and bruises still on these police officers' faces, her expression became very colorful, full of mixed emotions. The bespectacled man who was still standing nearby looked embarrassed, but even more awkward was Lin Junya, who turned around and called out his name. This busybody police officer. The police are here. Do you want to stay and testify? It's not right for you to hit someone, the bespectacled man said with a serious face. Lin Junya sneered and looked at the police officers. Several police officers. You went to the Huyang production team. You should have investigated how the Lin family has been bullying us, mother and daughter, over the past 15 years. Have they hit us 100 times? No, they haven't. Every time. It's you who hit us, and we got hurt every time, Lin Huahua answered before the police could speak. We are just a mother and orphan daughter. Your family has 8 adults and 9 people my age. When you fought, did you always suffer losses? Lin Huahua, who are you trying to fool with such words? Are you trying to fool fools? Lin Junya looked at her with a mocking face, and then used the police officers as an example. 5 police officers went to your house to arrest someone. All 5 got injured and came back with bruises. With your family's fighting skills, who in 10 miles can beat you? The police officers looked a bit awkward. Qi Gong'an quickly changed the subject. What caused the conflict just now? Police officers, I just called her a name, and she suddenly came over and hit me without even saying a word, Lin Huahua immediately complained, her voice sharp like her mother's. Yes, there was no conflict or argument just now. I was the first to hit her, Lin Junya admitted bravely, then explained, yesterday noon, their whole family came to the hospital to bully my mother. 10 people caused trouble in the hospital, and even the security officers couldn't control them. I was so angry that I hit and took the grandson of the Lin family hostage, forcing them to slap themselves and apologize. I also took back the over 300 yuan they stole and my mother's wedding jewelry. After the Lin family returned home, they fought fiercely. The reason was that 2 old folks were unhappy with the division of family property, favoring the second son's family, secretly giving them money. The eldest and the 4th joined forces to beat the second, and the grandchildren of the Lin family also got involved. The whole family fought so badly that it was a complete mess. Old Mr. Lin tried to stop the fight, but was pushed over and broke his spine, leaving him paralyzed. However, the Lin family blamed me, saying I caused the incident by taking money that belonged to us. They demanded I pay for the old man's medical bills and wanted me to return the money I had, asking the team leader to come and collect it. Our team leader's way of handling things is really surprising. The old Mr. Lin's paralysis has nothing to do with me, but he still helped the Lin family without caring about right or wrong. He personally came to ask me for money in the street, blocking me and threatening to take my household registration papers. After he left, Lin Huahua came to see me. She didn't say why, but I knew she was after money and her mother-in-law's matter. She was just using her in-laws' background to threaten me. Before she got married, she often encouraged her rowdy family members to bully me. My daughter and I worked hard for our grain, but they would take half of it. When I went to gather pig feed for work, they tried to steal that too. They even fought over the firewood I cut, always trying to take my things for fun. After she married, she relied on her husband's family to come and threaten me, acting like a feudal landlord or official. She would threaten to deal with me over small matters. Officer, I admit hitting people was wrong, but their family is just like old social tyrants, bullying us and hurting my daughter and me badly. My mother was already injured and hospitalized with a broken bone because of them. I have no one to rely on, and even the village officials refuse to help us. They side with these bullies and bully us even more. I just want justice for the suffering I've endured. Isn't that right? Taking this opportunity, Lin Junya explained everything clearly to the team leader and the police officer. They have visited the production team and should have seen how they behave. They also investigated what happened to my mother and me, so they should have their own judgment. No, officer, they're just talking nonsense. Don't believe what they say, Lin Huahua loudly denied, trying to cover up the truth with her tone. Whether I'm lying or not, officer, just ask a few neighbors in the production team. I swear, if even one word I said is false, I wish to be struck by lightning and never have a good life. I'd rather be a beast in my next life, Lin Junia said loudly, challenging her. Lin Huahua, do you dare swear by the heavens? Do you dare to use your current status as a village official's daughter-in-law as a bet? Lin Huahua's dirty face suddenly stiffened. She swore she was brave, but using her most proud identity as a bet, she was too afraid to do that. She hesitated, which was like admitting she was afraid. Why afraid now? Lin Junia sneered at her coldly, insulting her bluntly. You're just a coward pretending to be brave. Lin Junia, say another bad thing about me. Lin Huahua showed a fierce expression. Forget insulting you. I might even hit you. Lin Junia made a move as if to strike, and Lin Huahua quickly stepped back in fear, shouting anxiously, Police officer, she's going to hit me again. Officer Chi used his eyes to stop Lin Junia. He had been out on a task today and wasn't in the police station. He then asked another colleague nearby, has anyone from the Lin family come to report or visit? No, the colleague shook his head. The Lin mother and daughter have been arguing about seeing family members both yesterday and today. We sent a message to the Lin family, but no one came. Things are chaotic at their house. They're too busy to care about her. On the day my mom was hurt by them, they arrested Lin Huahua's mother and grandmother. Old Lin and his eldest son, Lin Dahui, then went to the county town. It seems they went to the police station and only returned at dusk. But once home, they fell ill and lost their mental stability. I heard from neighbors in the team that on their way back, they encountered something evil and got possessed. They said their father and son were calling for ghosts at home every day, claiming ghosts were flying with them in the sky. Other members of the Lin family were punished by the commune leaders to repair the water channels. After work, they were all fine, but after they returned home, they also got sick. They said their whole bodies itched, and medicine from the doctor didn't help. The next day, they stopped working on the water channels. Yesterday, they came to the hospital to cause trouble, saying the medicine they received was ineffective, throwing tantrums and refusing to pay bills, almost hitting the doctor. After going home, their brothers fought over money. The old man became paralyzed. They forgot about the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law locked in the police station. Lin Junia recounted the recent events of the Lin family quickly and then asked Lin Huahua to confirm, you should have gone back to your family. You know more about what's happening at home. You can add anything. No need for you to interfere. Lin Huahua now wanted to scratch her face in anger. Lin Junia sneered and continued to give signals to the police. The commune leaders ordered them to repair the water channels. They only worked half a day and then made up stories about being haunted by ghosts, saying ghosts were flying in the sky with them, scaring other neighbors away. They used their illness as an excuse to avoid punishment, not working in the cold water in winter, just lying at home eating, drinking, and sleeping. They're not making things up. It's the truth. Lin Huahua went home to check the situation herself, covering her swollen, ugly face as she explained to the police. Comrade police, don't listen to her. My grandfather and father were on their way home late that night. They encountered something frightening on the road, and my grandfather, being old, was scared and started talking nonsense. The others at home aren't lying to avoid responsibility. They all developed red rashes all over their bodies and are very itchy. My sister and the others scratched their skin until it bled. The doctor said they came into contact with something they're allergic to, and they're now on medication. Your grandfather and father came in shouting about ghosts, and right after that, everyone else became allergic and itchy. What a coincidence, Lin Junia deliberately suggested, making everyone suspicious. Lin Junia, shut up. Lin Huahua glared at her angrily, habitually blaming her. It's you who scared my grandfather and father on the road. It's your fault that you caused the allergy stuff that harmed my sisters. She guessed right, but Lin Junia wouldn't admit it or get angry. She just said calmly, show me the evidence. If you can't produce any, I'll accuse you of framing someone. Lin Huahua had no evidence, just wild guesses, since the only conflict that day was with Lin Junia. I will find the evidence, she said, though she was just trusting her instincts and wasn't sure she could find proof. Do whatever you want. Lin Junya waved her off indifferently, even speaking in front of the police. If I had the ability to cover everything up, would I let you and your mother bully us so shamelessly for so many years? I would have sent you all to meet ghosts long ago, and let those ghosts take your whole family on a journey around the world. Comrade Police's face twitched slightly as he saw her sharp tongue. She had such a strong argument that Lin Huahua couldn't speak. He waved his hand and said, "All right, if you can't solve your issues, come to the police station and report it. Don't settle disputes privately through fighting. Also, the results of the punishment for Su Qingzhu and Zhao Hongxiu will be announced tomorrow. Lin Huahua, notify your family to come and handle this." Comrade Police, my mother and grandmother only argued with Li Sumei. It's just a neighborhood dispute, not serious enough for a sentence, Lin Huahua said with a look of grievance. Lin Huahua, we've already investigated the situation. It's not just a simple argument. Your elders' actions involve human trafficking and malicious. This isn't a minor civil dispute, the police emphasized. We law enforcement rely on facts and evidence. They discussed matters upstairs in the study, while downstairs in the living room, Meng Xuejiao was chatting casually with Jiang's two former sisters-in-law about the children and work policies. Old Jiang had warned Li Lan strictly before she arrived. She hadn't caused any trouble all day. No interruptions during the wedding or at the banquet. Li Lan wanted to speak, but Jiang's two sisters-in-law, following the old man's instructions, kept a close eye on her all day. After going to the backyard to use the restroom and walking around the yard, Li Lan asked in the living room, Meng Xuejiao, will your in-laws live with you in the future? Said, all right, if you can't solve your issues, come to the police station and report it. Don't settle disputes privately. Lin Junya, I'll let you be arrogant for a few more days. Lin Huahua glared at her fiercely, picked up her dirty bag from the ground, and walked away swinging her hips. Lin Junya didn't take her threats seriously. Seeing the man with glasses and others still not leaving, she glared at him. Are you still criticizing and lecturing me? Do you want to stand up for this criminal's daughter? The man with glasses blushed awkwardly, quickly hugged the new book he bought, and left. Once he left, the others naturally followed, except for a female colleague who gave her a slightly apologetic smile. Lin Junya stayed at the Xinhua bookstore for half an hour, bought several books, some stationery and postcards, and spent the least money on a thick stack of old newspapers. She bought these newspapers specifically to read. Her mother had also gone to a teacher training college, and now she was lying in bed recovering from an injury, with nothing to do all day. Reading newspapers and books was a good way to pass the time. Walking on the street, watching the busy crowd riding bicycles, listening to the political news about national defense achievements broadcast on the street radio, and seeing a few girls happily chasing each other nearby, Lin Junya couldn't help but think of her life in the ancient feudal dynasty of her past life. Decadent imperial rule, corrupt dictatorship, rampant officials and bandits, frequent wars, turbulent times, harsh criminal laws, heavy feudal customs like shackles, low status for women, and economic poverty. All these were the flaws of the feudal imperial system. Although she grew up in the martial world, she had also personally seen the hardships of ordinary people and witnessed countless despairing eyes of the lower class. Compared to two places, she preferred this one. Here, she felt a different spiritual belief and sensed the vitality bursting from this land. The books she just bought were all about philosophy and ideas. After only half an hour reading in the bookstore, the knowledge in the books strongly impacted her soul, cleansing her spirit and giving her a mysterious sense of spiritual elevation. Despite the high price, she decisively bought them. Lin Junya is carrying a book in her left hand and a bundle of newspapers in her right hand. She walks home happily, but not far along the way, she sees an elderly man standing at the street corner suddenly stumble and lean to one side. Hey, are you okay? She quickly rushes over, hugs him from behind, and looks down to see him clutching his chest with a pained expression. Her pupils shrink, and she hurriedly asks, "Do you have a heart condition?" "Medicine." The old man is in pain and struggles to speak a word. Lin Junya understands immediately. drops her belongings, and quickly searches him. She takes out a small white bottle from his pocket. Is this it? The old man nods, mouthing one pill. She immediately pours one pill into his mouth. A woman from the nearby newsstand comes over with a teacup to help, saying, "Young lady, hold him up. I'll give him some water to wash down the pill." After he swallows the pill, the woman brings over a small stool. Lin Junya helps him sit down and crouches behind him to support him. The woman is a kind-hearted older sister. She asks, "Sir, do you live nearby? Should I call your family?" "Far away." "A bit far," the old man replies, reaching into his pocket, but too weak to pull anything out. After several attempts, he can't get anything out. Lin Junya helps by taking out a small notebook from his pocket. "Is this what you need?" Page 1. Phone number. "Please call and tell them. Please, both of you, take me to the hospital. I will be very grateful." Lin Junya quickly hands the notebook to the woman. "Sister, I'll stay here with him. Please make the call."
Okay.
When the woman returns after making the call, the old man looks much better, breathing more evenly, though still feeling chest discomfort. Lin Junya quickly helps him up. "Sir, I'm going to the hospital now. I'll carry you there." "Young girl, can you carry him?" the woman asks. "I can." "Sister, please help me pick up my books and newspapers. I'll come back for them later." With her strength, Lin Junya easily lifts him onto her back and walks quickly. In less than 5 minutes, she reaches the emergency room. After the doctor confirms there's no serious problem, she turns around to get her books from the newsstand. Knock, knock. While the mother and daughter are having dinner in the hospital room, the rescued old man and his family come to visit. "Young lady, we're having dinner." Lin Junya quickly put down her bowls and chopsticks, then stood up to serve, asking Grandpa, "Are you feeling better now?" "I'm much better now. Regained my strength. Thank you so much for today." An elderly woman with gray hair helped him into the house, full of gratitude, saying, "Young comrade, I really appreciate what you did today. If you hadn't caught my husband in time, given him medicine, and taken him to the doctor, the consequences could have been terrible." "Grandma, it was just a small favor." "You don't need to thank me," Lin Junya replied with a smile. Li Sume couldn't get up to serve, so she quickly told her daughter, Xiaoya, "Hurry and bring a chair for the elders to sit." Lin Junya hurriedly moved a chair for the two elders, but she saw a familiar face at the door looking at her awkwardly. She forced a smile and said, "Nice to see you again." This familiar face was the bespectacled man who had scolded her before. Seeing the elders looking at him, he walked out stiffly with a serious attitude, saying, "Comrade Lin, thank you for saving my grandpa. Also, I apologize for my rude and foolish behavior earlier."
I'm sorry.
Jean, what happened?" the old man asked him. "I went to the Xinhua bookstore to buy books. I saw Comrade Lin in a conflict and fighting with someone. I only saw her hitting the other person without knowing the full story, so I accused her without understanding what really happened," Jian honestly explained. Li Sume caught the main point and immediately asked her daughter, "Xiaoya, who did you just have a conflict and fight with?" "Lin Huahua. I hit her." Lin Junya didn't want to say too much in front of others. Seeing Jian sincerely apologize, she smiled and helped him save face, saying, "Actually, what this comrade said wasn't wrong. No matter what, fighting is not right. If there's a dispute or a disagreement, it's better to go to the police. The police will definitely ensure justice for the victim." The old man was very sharp and saw through her little scheme. He then scolded his grandson, Jean, "Don't be impulsive in your words and actions. Comrade Lin is a girl. She wouldn't fight someone on the street without reason. There is always a cause behind such conflicts. Next time you encounter something like this, ask for details before making a decision." "Grandpa, I understand," Jian replied. After discussing their matters, the old lady quickly started talking to the mother and daughter, asking little Lin, "Is this your mother? What's wrong with her?" "Ma'am, I am Xiaoya's mother. My surname is Li. I fractured my spine. It's only been 3 or 4 days since my surgery." The old lady looked kind and gentle, speaking warmly. "Oh, a spinal fracture. How did you get such a serious injury? I had an argument with someone. During the pushing and shoving, they pushed me down the hillside, and I broke my spine. I was badly injured, and my daughter couldn't stand it, so she called the police to arrest someone. Their family keeps causing trouble and picking fights. Just now, my daughter ran into them on the street, and they probably wanted to start trouble again. She couldn't hold back and ended up fighting. Lee Sume explained briefly, but didn't go into details, since they're just strangers they met by chance, and there's no need to share their family problems. The elders also knew when to stop asking and told their son to give the thank you gift he just bought to Lin Jr. Xiao Lin, I really appreciate what you've done today. Grandpa has a heart condition and was feeling a bit chest tightness. He was walking to the hospital for a checkup and had a flare-up before he even got there. Luckily, he met you today, or he might not have made it. Grandpa, there's no need to be so polite. I'm just glad you're healthy and safe. Lin Jr. refused to accept the gift. Xiao Lin, we didn't buy anything expensive, just some fruit and candies. Please take them as snacks to satisfy your craving, said the Lin family son, placing the gifts on the cabinet. Lee Sume quickly thanked them on behalf of her daughter. Thank you. You've gone to some trouble for us. The old lady asked casually, Comrade Lee, your accent sounds a bit like from another region. Where is your family from? Ma'am, I am from the north. I was born in Qingang, and when I was about 7 or 8, I moved with my family to Liang. I only came to Danyuan 20 years ago. Oh, so you grew up in Qingang and Liang? Those are big cities. We've only read about them in the newspapers and haven't been there ourselves. The old lady seemed quite interested in other provinces and started chatting more. Shaoli, I heard that in the north, people mainly eat noodles for every meal. Is it the same in Qingang? In Qingang, the main staples are noodles and rice. We eat more noodles, and rice is a bit less common. The diet is quite light, mostly seafood dishes. Since it's a port city, many fishermen go out to sea. There are lots of kinds of seafood, and people prefer fresh and sweet seafood. Fresh fish, shrimp, and clams are boiled or steamed and eaten right away. The old lady smiled and asked again, seafood here is very expensive, even more than beef. It's hard to get fresh seafood, and only during festivals do state-run stores sell dried seafood. It must be cheaper where you come from, right? In Qingang, people rely on the sea for their livelihood. Common seafood like clams, shrimp, and, as well as nearshore fish, are quite affordable. Deep-sea fish, which are less common, tend to be more expensive. Like the kelp and seaweed supplied in state-run stores in Qingang, they are as cheap as cabbage and radishes. Most people don't buy them. Instead, they go to the sea during the season, just like foraging for wild vegetables in the mountains. No money needed, only some effort. The old lady smiled upon hearing this. The old saying is true, rely on the mountains for mountain food, water for water, and the sea for sea produce. Literally, the eating habits in Liang are quite different from Qingang, aren't they? The old man joined the conversation. They are very different. Qinggang's food is light and simple, while in Liang, dishes are greasy, salty, and full of strong flavors. They like to salt and ferment chicken, duck, and fish until slightly sour before cooking. Is that similar to our cured meats and fish? The old lady asked. No, it's not quite the same. Their fermentation makes it slightly sour, but they don't smoke or dry it with wind. The taste is quite different. Every province really has its own special food traditions. The old man chuckled and asked, Literally, since you married into Donyuan, are you used to the strong flavors here? At first, I wasn't used to the spiciness and found it hard to eat. But later, I gradually got used to it. Now, Lee Sume has become a true local of Donyuan. She's used to the food here and speaks the local dialect fluently, though with a slight northern accent. After chatting casually for a while, the old lady asked Lin Jr., Little Lin, how old are you this year? Are you still in school? Grandma, I'm 17 now. I'm in second year of high school at Donyuan High School, and I'll graduate in half a year. Oh, second year. Who is your homeroom teacher? Teacher Zhou Wanjia. The elders smiled upon hearing this. The old lady said happily, Wanjia is my second daughter-in-law, Jin's mother. Junia's eyes widened slightly. What a coincidence. Hee hee, today really is a coincidence, the old lady chuckled. Junya saw Tianjin also smiling and looked at him softly. Don't tell your mom about the fight I got into today. Tianjin replied, I'm not a 3-year-old. The old man watched them laugh and asked little Lin, how are your grades? When talking about grades, Junya patted her chest proudly. Grandpa, I'm your family's star student, Teacher Zhou's pride. I've made her proud every semester. Teacher Chi is lost to her by 30 eggs. East Yuan High School has 4 second-year classes. Teacher Zhou's class has the best grades and the most harmonious relationship between teachers and students. Lin Junya, as the top student in the entire grade, always performs well in exams, earning her recognition. Teacher Zhou previously made a bet with another good friend, Teacher Chi. They agreed that in each final exam, the class of the top grade student would win 10 eggs. The elders have heard Teacher Zhou talk about this fun story and guessed, you're the student who always ranks first in your class every year, right? Hee hee, yes, Lin Junya replied with a smile. Seeing her daughter so proud of her grades, Li Sume couldn't help but smile and gently patted her hand. Be humble in learning, stay modest and patient. Don't let Teacher Zhou's hard work go to waste. This year's college entrance exam, you must do your best to repay her efforts. Mom, I know, Lin Junya answered. Since the college entrance exam was restored, our East Yuan County's results haven't been very good. Each year, only 3 or 5 students get into specialized colleges. Last year, 1 student got into a regular university, just barely above the passing line, a second-tier school. Shaolin, you're good at studying. She could only let Mang carry her into the tent. She was using all her strength to fight against the spiritual energy light ball inside her again, similar to the dangerous situation during the first spiritual energy surge. She had to stay calm and repeatedly guide the spiraling energy back on track. The light ball's movement was getting faster, and its impact on her meridians was growing stronger. Mubai felt as if her whole body was about to split apart from pain, and she was breathing cautiously. Unfortunately, others couldn't feel or help with this. To Mang and the others, Mubai seemed to be closing her eyes tightly and sweating profusely. The food has gone cold. Shaolin, go heat it up in the cafeteria before eating. Shaolin's mom, take good care of yourself and get well soon. Hopefully, we can meet again in the future. Come visit us at home. The old lady also said goodbye to Li Sume. All right, I'll visit when I have the chance, Li Sume replied. She couldn't get up to see them off, so she told her daughter, Xiaoya, see off the elders. No need, no need. Hurry and eat, Lin Junya insisted on seeing them to the door. After they left, she took the food to the cafeteria, borrowed a stove, and reheated the meal. After finishing dinner, mother and daughter tidied up the gifts on the cabinet. She saw that the bag contained many snacks, candies, and a bunch of fresh fruit, orange and apples, the latter of which the original owner had never eaten before. She picked up an apple. Mom, there's an apple. Would you like to have one? Seeing the green apple and smelling its strong fruity aroma, Li Sume smiled and said, Xiaoya, you can eat it. I just finished my meal and am full. Mom, just one bite. We can share it equally. In her past life in ancient times, Lin Junya had eaten apples, but the variety was different. She was a bit curious and wanted to taste the flavor of this apple. Seeing her happily go to wash the apple, Li Sume's voice carried a hint of amusement. Apples are quite expensive. I heard this top-grade apple costs about 5 mao per gene. Mostly, they're reserved for official families and ordinary people can't buy them. 5 mao per gene? That's quite expensive. Junya had already adapted to the local prices. Pork was only about 1 yuan per gene. So, 5 mao for an apple was considered costly. It's good that the price is high. She saw a business opportunity. She washed the apple, then used her hands to force it open, carefully removing the seed inside. Without leaving a trace, she planted the seed in her space. The mother and daughter each took half and ate slowly. Sweet and sour, it tastes pretty good, Junya said happily. Seeing her daughter enjoy the fruit, and knowing she had never eaten an apple before, Li Sume felt a strange mix of feelings. Xiaoya, fruit shouldn't be stored too long. If kept too long, They lose moisture and aren't as fresh or tasty. You should eat one every night after studying and finish them in a few days. Okay, we'll eat together. Junya didn't plan to save the apples. She noticed the seeds in her space had already sprouted. It wouldn't be long before she had endless apples to eat. While mother and daughter enjoyed their fruit, Lin Huahua was blushing and being scolded at home. Her mother-in-law was pointing at her nose and loudly criticizing her. Your task was to handle the mess at your parents' house, and this is how you did it? Not only is the problem unresolved, but you also got beaten up and looked terrible. Instead of hiding, you let the neighbors see. Do you think our family isn't already embarrassing enough? Lin Huahua's parents-in-law both work outside. They had just come home from work, and before reaching the door, they overheard neighbors talking about her. Furious, she rushed back home. Getting beaten like this. Why didn't you call the police? Instead, you just cried. Can crying solve anything? You called the police. What did they do?
What?
The police didn't help you? Lin Huahua, tell me honestly what's going on with your family's mess. If you hide it and cause trouble, you'll be divorced immediately. Go back to your family in Laolin. Lin Huahua lowered her head, crying with grievance. Her husband, Lu Junsheng, didn't say a word or even look at her face, which was battered and ugly from the beating. Actually, Lin Huahua had already returned home, but she didn't go to the clinic to get medicine or apply any herself. She deliberately kept her swollen, red face, hoping to complain in front of the man and gain sympathy. However, she didn't realize her face looked so ugly that it scared her husband away. Stop crying and shut up. Father Lu disliked women who cried all the time. He never liked Lin Huahua and didn't agree with his son marrying her. But his son was foolish and had been blinded by her at the time. They even got engaged before marriage. To avoid being caught and ruined, he reluctantly agreed to let her marry into the family. He saw through her from the start, knowing she wasn't a good person. After meeting her family, he disliked them even more. After marriage, he set 3 rules. She couldn't have much contact with her family, and she wasn't allowed to use her family's influence to help them. Because he had made arrangements in advance, she was forced to sign an agreement and put her fingerprint on it. The past 3 years of marriage had been relatively peaceful. But now, trouble had finally arisen. Father Lu, full of anger, glared at his silent son. Go to the police station and ask for details. Come back immediately after. We need to make arrangements overnight, so no one outside can get ahead of us.
Got it.
Lu Junsheng had a tough day at work. It was bad enough not to have hot tea or food when he got home. Now he had to leave in the cold wind to deal with frustrating matters. His stomach was full of anger, and he didn't even look at Lin Huahua when he left. Are you stupid? I've never seen someone so dumb. Mother Lu was still pointing at Lin Huahua and scolding her. Seeing her face, she felt even more disgusted. Everyone has seen your pig-like face now. They know about your family's messy affairs.
Everyone is talking about you.
You've become a big topic in the neighborhood, and everyone knows your name, Lin Huahua. Are you satisfied? Lin Huahua realized she had caused trouble. She felt nervous and also resented her in-laws and husband's attitude. She cried and muttered, I was too angry at the time and didn't think carefully. Your brain is as dull as pig fat. All you think about is calculating how much to save when buying meat today, how much to save on vegetables tomorrow, and exchanging benefits from our unit for money. What else do you think about? Mother Lu scolded angrily, revealing all the shady things she had done after marrying into the Lu family.
Huh.
Hearing this, the neighbor's wife from Lu's family couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her sister-in-law glare at her, she kept a normal expression and said, Your wife's behavior is known only to the family. Just close the door and scold her. Keep your voice down and give Junsheng and Xiaoheng some face. Mrs. Lu was filled with anger at this moment. Seeing Lin Huahua still looking very upset, she almost lost her temper and pointed at her, scolding, What kind of face are you putting on? Are you feeling wronged? I've never been so ashamed in my life. Ever since Lu family married you, we've been embarrassed. Our family's reputation has been ruined because of you. What do you have to feel wronged about? Mr. Lu was annoyed by the noise and had a headache from his temples, He didn't scold his wife harshly. Instead, his frustration was directed at Lin Huahua. What are you standing there for? Don't you need to eat dinner tonight? In this family, Lin Huahua was most afraid of her father-in-law. When he yelled, she was so frightened she trembled all over and hurriedly ran to the kitchen. You're good for nothing. Mrs. Lu's face turned pale with anger. She turned and went to her older brother's house next door. Seeing that her older brother had already finished dinner, she told her nephew in the living room, Junjie, Junxing just went to the police station. Annie Ba asked you to go with him and ask your police friend for details. Just gather information first. Don't take any action yet. Come back immediately after you find out. She didn't doubt her son, but he didn't have any contacts at the police station. Her nephew, however, had a classmate working there, which could save a lot of time. Lu Junjie nodded and asked before leaving, did Lin Hoa tell the truth? Most of what she said isn't true. She was beaten on the street today and looked terrible. Even the police didn't help her. That means she deserved it. Her family probably did something illegal or against the rules. I asked you to find out the seriousness of the situation, so we can plan accordingly. Understood. Lu Junjie immediately left. The Lu brothers went to the police station one after the other. As soon as Lu Junjie arrived, he looked for his classmate Liang. Liang was on duty tonight and took the brothers to his office. Junjie, what brings you here? Liang, we're here to find out about Mrs. Lu and her daughter-in-law's case, Lu Junjie said, handing him a pack of cigarettes. Liang took the cigarettes and asked, Mrs. Lu and her daughter-in-law? The Lin family from Nansha team? Yes. Lu Junjie nodded and nudged his cousin with his elbow. What are their names? Check to make sure you have the right people. Don't get it mixed up. I don't know the grandmother's name, but my mother-in-law's name is Zhao Hongxiu. When Li Yang heard mother-in-law, his eyebrows twitched, and his expression became exaggerated. Junxing, Zhao Hongxiu is your mother-in-law? Lu Junxing nodded awkwardly and asked quickly, Brother Li Yang, I just found out yesterday that they were taken to the police station. I thought it was just a small fight with the neighbors before, but I didn't expect they committed a crime. What exactly did they do? Isn't it about your wife's family? Li Yang asked back. She kept it from us. I guess she couldn't hide it anymore, so she told us yesterday. She didn't tell us the truth. Today, she was beaten again. I heard the police were there, but didn't help her. That's why I came immediately to ask what happened. Li Yang's eyes flickered slightly. Is your wife called Lin Huahua?
Yes.
Li Yang's expression changed subtly. He forced a smile and said, Junxing, when you married your wife, did you only look at her appearance? Did you ever check her family's reputation? Lu Junxing's face stiffened. He dared not speak of his past mistakes and felt a twinge of regret. Lu Junjie knew about his cousin's past misdeeds before marriage. He quickly changed the subject. Li Yang, can you tell us what happened? Look at the scars I still have. Li Yang showed them the healed wounds on the back of his head and the scratches on the backs of his hands. He said to Lu Junxing, these injuries were caused by your mother-in-law, our Captain Chi, and 3 other colleagues. We went to Lin's house for work, and they all fought against law enforcement. Your mother-in-law and the elderly lady resisted the most fiercely, injuring all 5 of us. The captain's pants were almost torn off. The Lu brothers' hearts sank. This involved resisting police and obstructing official duties, which was no ordinary dispute. Lu Junjie glared at his cousin and hurriedly asked, Li Yang, what was the reason for your call to the police? The caller was Lin Junia. She's related to the Lin family. Li Yang didn't favor either side. He told the Lu brothers everything they found during the investigation at Huyang production team, including details of the incident, recent events, and what Lin Junia had said about the current situation of the Lin family. As Lu Junxing's face darkened like ink, Liang added, Lin Junia accused them of trafficking women and maliciously injuring people. After our investigation, the evidence is solid. Plus, their violent resistance to police law enforcement and obstruction of official duties means they are definitely going to be sentenced. After learning the details, the Lu brothers didn't linger. They quickly returned home and told their elders the full truth. After Lu's mother heard the details, her anger quickly flared up again. She suddenly slapped Lin Huahua hard and said 2 words that showed her attitude. Divorce. No way. The slap made Lin Huahua's face sting badly, but she didn't care. She rushed forward and grabbed Lu Junseng's arm. Junsheng, you can't divorce me. I didn't do those things, they did. Lin Huahua now deeply regrets everything. She shouldn't have involved her family's messy affairs. It was a mistake to go back when Lin Haohao came looking for her, and even more so to find Lin Junya. She was finally married into a family of officials in the city. Though her in-laws and relatives didn't like her, she enjoyed good food, good sleep, and didn't have to do farm work or work early and late. She only had to manage the house and take care of the children. These days were like paradise for her. Her sisters-in-law were very jealous. She no longer wanted to go back to her family, where she had to ask her grandmother for money even for a piece of candy. It's their fault. Who are they? They are your real mother and grandmother. You are direct relatives. If they are convicted and have a stain on their record, Junsheng's future is ruined. Xiao Heng has such a grandmother. When he grows up, he won't be able to join the army or go into politics. Do you plan for Xiao Heng to do farm work like your family? Lu's mother said all this, but Lin Huahua didn't understand any of it. She looked ignorant and foolish. Their matters have nothing to do with Xiao Heng. Lu's mother didn't want to argue with this fool anymore. She vented her anger on her son, slapped his shoulder, and shouted angrily, Lu Junseng, look at what kind of fool you married. What kind of terrible relatives did you marry into? Marrying her is like ruining your whole life. Other relatives from Lu's family were nearby. Lu's mother scolded her son and daughter-in-law, but no one stopped her. Lu's older sister-in-law then spoke up to help. Junsheng, it's not just what your aunt said. You've been married for 3 years. Don't you understand your father-in-law's family? Did you ever ask about their character before marriage? Such a fierce and cruel family must be a problem in their area. You can ask anyone. It's obvious. If you had known what kind of people the Lin family was, you should have broken off the engagement immediately, even if it meant losing money or a little reputation. She also openly looked down on Lin Huahua, her niece-in-law. Besides her face, she had nothing else. She has been married in for 3 years, but her manners and behavior are still very petty. She doesn't even want to go visit elders or leaders with her. She is simply too embarrassing to bring out in public. Now we live in a society ruled by law, where men and women are equal and marriage is free. Your family sold a woman to an old bachelor without her consent, openly kidnapping her in broad daylight. Even old-time landlords wouldn't do such things. Your family's actions are no different from bandits or bullies. Hearing her aunt-in-law's words, Lin Huahua instinctively defended her family. That family is okay. They used to live a good life. It's not their fault, it's... Shut up, the aunt interrupted sharply. Lu Junjie didn't want to get involved in his cousin's family affairs, but he couldn't help feeling angry when he heard her say that. We've already checked with the police about your family's conduct, including yours. You've been bullying that mother and daughter for more than a day, more than a year, even 15 years. Your whole family has been forcing them to the limit. Stop lying. Your family sold that woman to the old bachelor, not for her benefit, but because they took the money from him in advance. You sold her for profit. She is not your Lin family's daughter-in-law. The police have already investigated. Their household registration is not even in the Lin family. They were driven out long ago. What right does your family have to decide their private matters? Your actions are human trafficking, a crime. You bully them, seize their belongings and money. Everyone in the production team knows about it. Yet you still lie and deny it. Her daughter is grown now and has the ability to get revenge. She has beaten your family. It's all your fault. Your grandmother and mother being sentenced are well-deserved. After shouting, Lu Junjie turned to his cousin with a harsh tone. I won't talk about your past mess. You can marry a lazy, stupid wife who can't help out, but you can't be evil.
Li Yongying told you about this.
You also heard clearly. Lin family's bullying of that mother and daughter, Lin Huahua participated a lot. She is lazy, stupid, unhelpful, and also mean and wicked. If Xiao Heng is raised and taught by her, there will be no good future. Seeing everyone pressuring her to divorce, Lin Huahua's eyes turned red with anger. Usually, she pretended to be obedient and gentle in front of them, but now she stopped pretending and revealed her fiery nature. I gave birth to a son for the Liu family. I haven't done anything wrong. You can't force me to divorce. If you do, I will commit suicide in your house. After saying that, she turned and rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and pressed it against her neck, threatening fiercely, "If you keep pushing me, I will kill myself right now. Go ahead and die if you want." "I'll go order your coffin now," someone replied. Lin Huahua looked down on the Liu family. Liu's mother didn't buy her act at all. She stood still, full of disgust, and snapped at her, "If you want to die, then do it quickly. Hurry up, maybe you can even have dinner with the king of."
Haha.
The eldest sister-in-law of the Liu family couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her nephew's face turn dark as ink and trembling with anger, she shook her head and said, "See? That's her true nature. Her family is full of troublemakers, and she's no better.
She just knows how to pretend better than them."
Lin Huahua, holding the kitchen knife, was now so angry that tears came to her eyes. Her grandmother often cried, made a fuss, and threatened to hang herself at home, which made her grandfather, parents, and uncles obedient. Why couldn't she manipulate the Liu family the same way when she threatened to commit suicide?
Jiang, son.
Seeing she was focusing her attention on her grandson, Liu's mother picked up her confused and innocent grandson, then kicked her son and scolded him angrily. "Lin family's matters. You are not allowed to interfere. If you are not thinking clearly and try to stand up for the Lin family, you and Lin Huahua can just get out now. I will pretend I never had you as a son." "Mom, I understand," Liu Junsheng replied. He was very annoyed now. Even if he was a bit slow-minded, he wouldn't break the law. He also saw through the situation. The Lin family didn't want to negotiate themselves but forced Lin Huahua to speak, probably to use the Liu family's name to threaten the mother and daughter. The couple looked happy, smiling as they left, with Mrs. Lin Qinrong resting her hand on her belly. Li Sumei, an experienced woman, immediately saw that she was pregnant again. Lin Finfin and Lin Fongfong, the sisters, were over 10 years old now. She hadn't been pregnant in the past 10 years, and now, at about 35 or 36, she was pregnant again. Mr. and Mrs. Lin saw the mother and daughter and noticed they had gained a lot of weight in the past 2 months. Both had clear, fair skin, and Li Sumei looked several years younger. They were dressed in clean, neat new clothes, giving them a more... After everyone left, Liu Junsheng closed the door. Only he and his wife were inside. He walked over to Lin Huahua and said seriously, "Lin Huahua, you need to make a choice. Your family or your son, who do you choose?" "Liu Junsheng, are you trying to divorce me?" Lin Huahua was genuinely scared now, her hands trembling as she held the kitchen knife. "I'm asking you to choose." Seeing her ugly, dirty face now made Liu Junsheng feel sick and nauseous. When he first met Lin Huahua, he only liked her a little, but over time, he got closer to her, even before they were married. Now that he's calm, some overlooked details suddenly come to mind, and some guesses start to swirl in his head. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. When the hospital room door was knocked, Lin Junya was lying in bed reading. She got up, put on her slippers, and went to open the door. "Who is it?" "Lin Junya, it's Liu Junsheng." She had seen him twice at the team, but never greeted him. She opened the door and saw not only him but also a man around her age. She asked, "What's the matter?" Liu Junsheng explained his purpose. "I came to see Auntie." "How is she doing?" "Thanks to your mother-in-law, she has to stay in bed for 3 months," Lin Junya said with some bitterness. "Xiaoya, a guest is a guest." "Please come in," said Li Sumei, who was still awake. The room was lit by a lamp. She was lying down reading a newspaper. Liu Junsheng brought some gifts to visit, handed them to Lin Junya, and then approached the bed to apologize. "Annie, I just found out from the police about what Lin Huahua and her family did. I want to apologize to you on her behalf." "It's none of your business." Li Sumei's grudge with the Lin family wouldn't involve him without reason.
But she needed to clarify something.
"Before Lin Huahua got married, she often caused trouble for us. bullied Xiaoya, and today Xiaoya fought back. That's all in the past now. You should go back and take care of her, make sure she doesn't bully Xiaoya again, or incite her family to cause trouble. And don't act arrogantly under your family's name to make things difficult for others. If she bullies anyone again, we won't hold back. We are no longer involved. I will go with her to the Civil Affairs Bureau first thing tomorrow to get a divorce. Lu Junsheng originally wanted Lin Huahua to choose between her family and her son. If she chose her family, they would divorce and give her some money as compensation. If she chose her son, they wouldn't divorce, but she would have to cut ties with her family. Lin Huahua wanted both things. She didn't want to cut ties with her family, but she also didn't want to give up the good life with her husband's family. She didn't understand that you can't have everything at once, and she wasn't capable of having both. The couple argued loudly about this. Later, Lu Junsheng pressured her about the incident before their marriage when she had interfered. Lin Huahua, who was already hot-tempered, was provoked by a few words and, in anger, revealed that her mother had given him medicine. Only then did he realize that they had been scheming against him. Once the truth was out, Lin Huahua, who was not very smart, was beaten by Lu's mother and criticized by everyone in the Lu family. She was also forced to sign a divorce agreement. Now, Lin Huahua was crying loudly at home, constantly talking about her son. She thought that having a son for Lu's family gave her some leverage, but she underestimated her in-law's ability. Lu's father immediately took their son to his daughter's house, leaving the rest to the mother and son to handle. They wanted a divorce. Both Li Sumei and her daughter were surprised, but Lin Junya knew it was coming. Lu's parents were officials, and they didn't consider feelings or family ties when making decisions. They wouldn't allow Lin's family to hold back their son or affect Lu's reputation and job. They understood Lin's family well enough. If they weren't foolish, they would cut ties quickly and cleanly. Lin Junya didn't interfere in her brother's marriage. She just smiled faintly and said, Lin Huahua worked hard just to climb up and gain wealth. Being a daughter-in-law from a bureaucratic family has always been her pride. Are you sure you can get rid of her? Do you know she schemed against me back then? Lu Junsheng bravely admitted, not caring about being laughed at. I only suspect. I have no proof. The original owner had doubted this even before their engagement, but she didn't bother to get involved. Now, it was clear that Lin Huahua had used tricks to marry into Lu's family. Lin Junya shot him a quick look and said directly, she looks decent, but her eyes are blind. Still, your courage is commendable. What do you mean? Lu Junsheng didn't understand. Many daughters in the Lin family are unwanted. You think it's because they have high standards? Actually, it's because the eligible men in the area are afraid to marry them. Even widowers, thugs, and ruffians wouldn't dare to send matchmakers. They're all afraid of being entangled with a family worse than bandits, like blood, monsters, worried they'd be drained to nothing. Lin Huahua used to dress up beautifully every day, wandering from one group to another, even among the young people about to return to the city. But not a single man paid her any attention. They avoided her like a snake or scorpion, afraid of getting involved with her in any way. Only you dared to talk to her, and even married her. Do you realize that when you married her, the men she had looked at finally relaxed and secretly admired you as a brave person? Some of the better-off families even appreciated that you married her and attracted the attention away from her family. She spoke directly, and Lu Junsheng was so provoked by her words that his face turned red like pork liver, and the veins on his temples twitched with anger. Next to him, Lu Junjia also looked unhappy. They came tonight to ask about something, so he asked about the main issue. Aunt Li, I am Junsheng's cousin. Although he has been married to Lin Huahua for 3 years, he knows very little about the Lin family. We only found out tonight from the police station what the Lin family has done. We came tonight mainly to check on your injuries and also to ask about this family's background. From what we learned from the police, their behavior in the village is lawless. They not only bullied you and your daughter, but also mistreated other neighbors. Such rude and shameless bullies. Why didn't you and the local villagers report them before? He asked this, and Li Sumei replied, in the countryside, as long as no one gets seriously hurt, it's not considered a big deal. The Lin family, relying on their numbers and being aggressive, often argued and fought with others. The village officials see these as small disputes. The team leader is related to Lin's wife's family. He's unfair in handling these matters and often favors the Lin family. His distant relative used to work in the county government, and he seemed to have real power. Later, his son also got a good job in the city and married the daughter of a deputy factory director. With such background, he's quite influential in the countryside. He favors the Lin family, and neighbors who are bullied just have to endure it. We, the mother and daughter, have no support in the team. We have no man at home to protect us. The Lin family keeps coming to trouble us, and the team leader just turns a blind eye. If I hadn't been so badly injured and pushed to the brink by them, my daughter wouldn't have gone to the police. Even after reporting to the authorities, they still stubbornly came to cause trouble at the hospital. The team leader personally blocked the street, refusing to see reason and helping the Lin family extort money. The Liu brothers listened carefully. After she finished speaking, Liu Junjie spoke again. "Aunt Li, the Lin family is only related to the team leader by distant kinship. Why does he favor the Lin family so much? The team leader is not fair in his actions. Even if he has connections, if he keeps acting like this, neighbors will complain. Isn't he afraid that villagers will go to the commune and county to report him? He has relatives backing him, and his son is successful. He's not worried about complaints. As for why he favors the Lin family, we don't really know." Li Sume had also thought about this before but couldn't figure out the reason. She added, "The team leader's blood relation to Lin's wife is actually 3 generations apart, not even close relatives. 3 generations apart, yet he still favors the Lin family. That seems suspicious," Liu Junjie said firmly. Lin Junjie sat on the hospital bed, arms crossed, lost in thought. Most likely, they have some leverage over him. Li Sume's eyes flickered. She thought her daughter was right. Maybe it was the matter they had discovered. Liu Junjie looked at the mother and daughter and didn't pursue the topic further. He asked, "Aunt Li, besides the team leader's favoritism, does the Lin family have other connections?" The Lin family, going back 18 generations, has no scholars, only farmers. They are domineering in the team, relying on their fierce and aggressive nature. From old to young, they are all tough people. The wife runs the household, and her sons, daughters-in-law, and granddaughters are all obedient and respectful to her. They are very united outside. The women often curse from dawn to dusk, frequently arguing with neighbors. It's not just one person, the whole family joins in. The 8 sisters of the Lin family are especially skilled at fighting and cursing. When they were young, neighbors didn't pay much attention. But as they grew older, no one dared to provoke them. The people in the team describe them as wasps, sting anyone they catch. Once they get involved, there's no peace. Apart from the team leader's favoritism, another connection the Lin family has is with your Liu family. Since Lin Huahua married into the Liu family, her mother has been very proud of the team. She brags about your family to everyone and also claims that Lin Huahua promised to take care of them in old age, have a son who would carry on the family name, and find city matches for her 3 other daughters. Liu Juanqing's face, which had just softened, darkened again. When did I ever agree to those things? Lin Huahua mentioned them, but I never agreed. My parents also never agreed. We made it clear to her not to have much contact with her family. Lin Junjie believed him and pouted. She's just pretending to be important, bragging about these things on purpose to show off her good marriage. Every time she visits her family, she brings a lot of gifts and wears her new clothes, dresses, and shoes to show off. She even mentions the meat dishes at your house in detail, just to boast. Oh, she also often talks about your mother, saying she drinks milk like water and is tired of brown sugar. She complains that if she doesn't eat meat 3 times a day, she throws her chopsticks. She wants ribs today and chicken tomorrow, saying she's hard to please. She also says your mother spends money like water, calling her a big spender. She claims your father, being your grandfather's subordinate, doesn't dare criticize your mother. She often says that if she were in charge, money would be managed better, and life would be easier. She says you work at the grain station, and everything there is decided by you. She even suggests that neighbors should give their grain to her, and she can help you get special deals on grain sales. She claims your sister's gold bracelet weighs half a pound, and that she applies snow cream as if it's free, and wears lipstick from foreign brands. She acts like a capitalist, wealthy but stingy. She refuses to let her put on makeup, even if she wants to. Oh, and she also talks about your father, saying he makes money like a printing machine. In the blink of an eye, he has a stack of cash, and the smell of Chinese currency is on his clothes every day. There's also an uncle or cousin-in-law who's high-ranking. She boasts that he makes all the decisions and brags to the team's leader's wife that if she mentions it, her son will be promoted. The faces of the Liu brothers darkened visibly, especially Liu Junxing, who gritted his teeth.
Did she really say all that?
Lin Jr. rolled her eyes at him. I've only seen her twice. I don't even know your relatives well. I doubt I could make all that up. It's still early, go ask around at the team. Everyone knows the truth. If I've lied, you can come find me anytime. Liu Junxing was so angry he jumped up and said he couldn't stay any longer. Brother Jia, I'll go ask around. You go back first. I'll go with you. Liu Junjia also stood up politely and said, Aunt Li Lin Jr., thank you for telling us this. We will visit the Huyang production team. Sorry to bother you. After the brothers left, Lin Jr. went to close the door, and mother and daughter exchanged a smile. The Liu family isn't foolish. Lin Huahua's good days are over. As long as the Lin family is not doing well, Lin Jr. feels comfortable. She had worried before that Liu's family might interfere, but now it seems she was overthinking. Li Sumei took a sip of the plain water on the cabinet and said happily, how could the officials be confused? They care most about reputation, status, work, and their children's future. From what Liu Junxing just said, when they got married, Lin Huahua must have planned something. The Liu family had to marry her in, probably because her parents didn't like her. Lin Huahua is just like her parents. She didn't go to school, has no knowledge, no skills, and probably can't get along with others. She only stays at home doing chores and raising children. She can't help Liu Junxing in his career, so the Liu family probably couldn't stand her anymore. When this incident happened, they would quickly take the chance to kick her out and blame her to protect their son's reputation. This was exactly the thought process of Liu's parents. They had long wanted a good reason to get their son divorced. Lin Huahua was too unpresentable, just a useless pretty face. No one in the Liu family liked her or got along with her. At first, Liu Junxing was somewhat interested in her and treated her well for the first year or two. But as her actions and words became more outrageous and often embarrassed him in front of others, he grew to dislike her more. Liu's parents also noticed their son's feelings and confirmed that he was tired of Lin Huahua. That's when they started to act. Today, when the opportunity arose, they quickly seized it and firmly pressured him to divorce, wanting to get rid of Lin Huahua, who was holding him back. Lin Huahua had no idea that her in-laws harbored such thoughts, nor did she expect her husband to really divorce her. Now, locked in her room, she finally realized her good days were truly over. She cried loudly and made a scene, attracting the neighbors' attention. Liu's mother took the opportunity to reveal the family's actions, saying they couldn't break the law or do wrong just because the offender was her mother-in-law. As a mother and grandmother, she played the emotional card, saying she was forced to push her son and daughter-in-law to divorce because she was thinking about their future. Although Qingwu didn't understand why, he followed the order and quickly hid with Mu Bai. Could they have seen us? After reaching a safe spot where they wouldn't be easily noticed, Mu Bai asked. I saw someone coming this way just now. There must be something wrong here. Although it was just a guess, Mu Bai was very sure of himself. The few people who ran past earlier were different from most of the others. They rushed straight toward the side after leaving the cave. They clearly knew something was here. Whether or not the wild bull is being held captive, Mu Bai wanted to find out for himself. After all, she deserves it. Lin Jr. Grandmother Jiang heard the main point and aimed her anger at son's daughter-in-law. She angrily asked, Did your relatives hit Lana? We talked to that family of 3, but they are not my relatives, Lin Jr. responded calmly, pointing toward the police station. You should go report to the police. The man is named Lin Erwi, and the woman is Wang Juhua. Aunt Lan said the beggar is their son, Lin Jiao, from the Huyang production team. The police are very familiar with this family. Go report and arrest them now. His name is Lin Erwi. What is his relationship with your father? As a mother and grandmother, he was either angry at himself for being blind or for some other reason. In front of his family and neighbors, he slapped himself 10 times loudly, even swelling his face. Lin Huahua cried loudly all night. However, Lu Jucheng was determined to divorce her. He had previously planned to give her some money, but now he refused to give her a single cent. During the 3 years of marriage, Lin Huahua had been eating well, buying clothes and shoes often, and secretly sending money home to show off. She took nearly 200 yuan, which Lu Junxing didn't ask for, considering it compensation. As for custody of their son, Lin Huahua didn't even think about it. The Lu family would never give her custody, and she didn't have the ability to take the child away. The Lu family's drama was something Lin Junya didn't know about. She slept very peacefully that night. Before dawn, she got up to help her mother to the bathroom. She wore her thickest cotton coat and hat and left the house. Today, I came again to the hardware and machinery factory staff housing area. Although it's a bit farther away, this factory is large and many workers' families live nearby. It's not very convenient for them to buy groceries, so I find it easier to sell here. Sure enough, just as I finished arranging the dried rice and vegetables I prepared last night, a woman who had come early to buy groceries stopped by my stall. Hey, young lady, you're here again today. Do you have rice? The uncle who bought rice last time came again. Uncle, nice to see you again. I brought a bag today, still 50 jin. Would you like some? Yes, yes. You're honest in business, little girl. That bag of rice I bought last time was sifted grain, full and clean, with no sand or stones. I've already had it processed at the rice mill. The rice cooks up fragrant and is as good as premium rice. He looked at the bag of rice, which was the same as last time, then took money out of his pocket. Young lady, I'll buy this bag. Okay. Thank you for your support, I said with a smile. Do you have more? The man asked. Yes, I do. My elders had an accident and needed major surgery. The hospital bills are high, and our family savings are limited. I can only sell some leftover grain from the granary, I said half-truthfully. I see. Your rice is very good. Several relatives and neighbors in the staff housing want some. If you have more, you can deliver it here. He pointed to the nearby staff housing, building number 3, look for apartment 105. My wife's surname is Zhou. You can bring 3 to 500 jin, and we'll be able to eat it all. All right, thank you, uncle. I took his money and gave him some fresh vegetable shoots. Uncle, this is the first batch of vegetable shoots from my garden. Here you go. Thank you for helping me find customers. Good, your vegetables are tasty. I won't be polite anymore. Today, I didn't bring many vegetables, only 10 portions of each, and just 20 jin of potatoes. But within 10 minutes, everything was sold out. After selling everything, I packed up immediately. I quickly found a quiet corner nearby, took out 2 large bags of rice, and carried them to building number 3 in the staff housing. Many people in this area wanted to buy rice. I didn't charge much, and those who asked for prices mostly bought some. Each family bought 150 jin bag. After making 3 trips, including the bag bought earlier by the man, I sold about 350 jin of rice and around 30 jin of fresh vegetables, earning a total of 50 yuan easily. When I returned to the hospital, it was already 7:30. I was carrying breakfast and humming a patriotic song. Lilia, where did you go so early in the morning? Li Sume had just taken a short nap and woke up feeling a bit hungry, waiting for her daughter to buy breakfast. Mom, I just went around the west side of the county town. I've been studying there for a year and a half, and I just found out there's a big state-owned factory. It's very large, with many workers' families, busier than the main street outside the hospital. Lin Junia bought some fried dough sticks and sweet rice balls, gave some to her mother to eat, and poured milk into 2 enamel cups. She happily told her, Mom, now there are many small businesses outside. There are many stalls along the street, and they're doing very well. I bought these fried dough sticks and sweet rice balls from a stall. I think your cooking is better, but their business is so busy. I waited 5 minutes in line to buy them. Lee Sume was already eating the fried dough sticks and felt they weren't as good as hers. She started to think, are small businesses really that easy to run now? Yes, in the mornings many people sell vegetables and breakfast. Some sell homemade cloth shoes, insoles, and dried vegetables. When she was in line to buy the fried dough sticks, she saw an elderly woman, about 60 or 70, selling cloth shoes. Her prices were the same as the supply and marketing cooperative, and she sold 3 pairs in 5 minutes, very popular. There was also someone selling eel, loach, dried fish, shrimp, and some eggs and vegetables. Their business was very good too. Lee Sume made up her mind immediately and decided, when I get better, I'll also set up a stall. I want to sell noodles, baozi, mantu, huawan, jiaozi, or baked flatbreads. Mom, I think your food would sell very well. Lin Junya thought her mother's noodles were even tastier than those from the state-owned restaurant. Northerners are usually better at making noodles, but before that, she had to solve one problem. Mom, you need to move your household registration to the city. It will be much easier to do business there in the future. That's quite difficult. Lee Sume remembered her past. She originally had a city household registration but moved it to her husband Lin Sanhui's family after marrying him. Since then, she was stuck here. She was educated and literate. If not for the household registration restrictions, she would have already left the Huyang production team with her daughter to find work in the city. Moving her household registration was something she deeply regretted. Shaolin. While Lin Junya was still eating breakfast, her caregiver hurriedly knocked and entered. Shaolin, you need to go to the Public Security Bureau quickly. The verdict for the Lin family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has come out. The girls you beat last time caused trouble at the police station, trying to block the report. It was quite a mess. Lin Junya immediately stood up, grabbed her backpack, and ran off. Mom, I'm going to check the situation. I'll come back at noon after I finish, then go to school. Go ahead. Lin Junya hurried over quickly and saw Jinwei, the tallest person standing behind the crowd. She immediately approached him. Comrade Jiang, what's going on? Jinwei turned his head and saw her biting a fried dough stick with sunflower seeds on her small face, oil smudged. His eyes flickered slightly as he told her the Public Security Bureau just announced the punishment results. The Lin family woman and her mother-in-law are sentenced to 5 months in prison. Another person, Cao, is detained for 1 month. The Lin family isn't happy about this, saying the police were bribed and they're threatening to appeal. They're causing a fuss. This punishment was expected by Lin Junya. As for what Lin Haohao and her friends were shouting earlier, she just sneered. They think this is the Yang production team. As long as they act tough and unruly, they can turn things around. Many people were pushing forward, and Lin Junya had to stand on tiptoe to see. She noticed only Lin Haohao and her sisters causing trouble, but not Lin Dahui. Comrade Jiang, is that all? The men from the Lin family didn't come? They came, 2 of them. They went to find someone. When Jinwei arrived, he saw the 2 men from the Lin family leave. Then, with a quick glance, he saw them return, dragging someone forcefully. Let go of me. You pulling me here is useless, the person said. It was Lu Junsheng. Hearing his voice, Lin Junya looked over. A good show's about to start.
Who is that?
Jinwei didn't get a clear look at Lu Junsheng's face. Lin Dahui's eldest son-in-law, surnamed Lu. He works at the grain station. I heard his parents and elders are officials. The Lin family has often used their influence to bully others. Surnamed Lu? Jinwei quickly processed this information. After seeing Lu Junsheng's appearance, he immediately confirmed his parents' identities. His eyebrows raised slightly. How come his family married into the Lin family? Probably because they were blind before, Lin Junya said, pulling 2 oranges from her bag and handing one to him. She excitedly told him about Lu Junsheng and Lin Huahua, and also mentioned how Lu's brothers came to the hospital last night. Lu Junsheng looked furious when they dragged him here. He hadn't slept all night. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was still wearing yesterday's clothes, with his sleeves torn by Lin Huahua. Seeing the Lin family members, He was full of anger and said to the police, "Comrades, the Lin family is shameless. They've committed crimes. Just punish them as you see fit. Even harsher punishment would be better. Lu Junsheng, you married my daughter. Why aren't you helping out now?" "What do you mean?" Lin Dahui shouted at him. Lu Junsheng angrily retorted, "I already divorced Lin Huahua. We finished the divorce process this morning at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Your family's big Buddha, we Lu family can't keep it. We've already returned it." After saying that, he took out the divorce certificate from inside his coat pocket and the agreement he forced Lin Huahua to sign last night, throwing them to show them. I know. Before Mu Bai could finish speaking, the eagle leader quickly interrupted, "I have a good relationship with old Swift Sheep. I'll handle this. I'll make sure he helps." "Shaman, can I also have his knife?" "Sure. You really are an eagle, huh? I thought I could trust you, but it turns out you want to steal my stuff?" As the eagle leader shifted from a mighty lion to a mischievous dog, the tense curtain was suddenly pulled aside, revealing an angry face. It was the Swift Sheep tribe's leader, who they had been discussing. "Luckily, I arrived early, or I wouldn't have known what you've been up to behind my back." With his sleeves torn, he quickly handed the divorce certificate and agreement to the police. He stepped forward to block Lin Dahui, shouting angrily, "You know very well how Lin Huahua married into the Lu family. She has already told everything herself. For the sake of Xiaohang, I won't pursue what happened back then today. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for hitting back. Let them stay inside a little longer." "Lu Junsheng, you're not human." Lin Huahua followed closely behind. She had cried all night last night and was kicked out immediately. It was a neighbor who persuaded her to come back and sleep inside again. Before dawn, the Lu family kicked her out again, and then Lu Junsheng dragged her to get a divorce. Lu Junsheng was too lazy to scold her. Seeing her face made him want to. "I've already told you clearly. Don't appear in front of me again. Never come to see Xiaohang. Our father and son don't want to have anything to do with your crazy self anymore." After saying that, he picked up the divorce documents and tried to leave. But the Lin family, a group of troublemakers, wouldn't just let him go. They had finally managed to connect with the Lu family as in-laws. Over the years, they tried every excuse to take advantage. But Lin Huahua was useless. She didn't accomplish anything, not even getting a job. Now she was kicked out of the Lu family after being divorced, without them knowing. They gained nothing and it was all a waste. This was not what the Lin family wanted. "Lu Junsheng, you worthless piece of trash. You messed with my daughter, and she even gave birth to your son. You didn't even tell us before kicking her out. Do you think the Lin family is fools?" Lu Junsheng knew he was owed money, but he refused to give any more. He shouted loudly and confronted him. "You know very well how I married her. I didn't mistreat her at all. I gave you the full 500 yuan bride price you asked for, but you only sent 2 quilts. Lin Huahua has supported you a lot over the years, giving at least 200 yuan in money. I didn't ask you for that. Consider it compensation for her. You can't expect to get another penny from me." But this amount of money wasn't enough for Lin Dahui. He immediately demanded more. "My daughter married you, and it's right for her to bring some money back to honor us. If you want a divorce, you must pay compensation. Give me 2,000 yuan, and I won't cause trouble today. Let you divorce, and Huahua won't see you again. Lin, I'll give your daughter some face for Xiaohang, but you'd better stop now." Thinking about what he heard last night, Lu Junsheng's handsome face turned green with anger. Everything Lin Junya said was true. Before Lin Huahua set her sights on him, she had flirted with at least 10 men, but they all avoided her like a snake. Although she didn't cheat before marriage, her shameless behavior made him feel disgusted just thinking about it. He felt that marrying her made him unclean. You slept with my daughter and now want to kick her out? No way. Today, I'll make sure you regret offending me." Lin Dahui, like a fierce beast, rushed forward and grabbed him to beat him. Lin Huahua, full of resentment and hatred for the Lin family's coldness, now had her own family backing her up. She gained confidence and was the first to rush forward to help. Others didn't need to be told. They all swarmed in. Fists and feet aimed at Lu Junsheng, beating and kicking him brutally. They shouted loudly to cheer them on. Junsheng. Lu's parents rushed over and saw their son surrounded and beaten by the Lin family. They immediately stepped in to save him. This was outside the police station, so the police naturally wouldn't just watch him be attacked. When the Lin family started hitting him, the police came forward to stop the fight. However, the fight was fierce, and within just 6 or 7 seconds, Lu Junsheng's head was struck, leaving a small wound. Lin Junya watched the scene from behind, standing on tiptoe, enjoying it. She ate an orange and asked Comrade Jiang, "Do you know Lu Junsheng's parents? What official positions do they hold?" His father works at the County Finance and Tax Bureau managing grain policies, and his mother is with the Agricultural Economics Committee in the Production Command Group. Jinwei Jiang was quite familiar with the Lu family. When he saw Lu's mother hurriedly taking her son to the hospital, Lu's father was ahead, asking the police to handle the matter. He then said Lu's elders are all county officials, and their reputation for work is pretty good. Lu Junsheng's parents are quite capable. The Lu family only has a brother and sister. His sister married into a well-matched family. Her husband's family lives right across from my house. There's a osmanthus tree in their yard. Lin Junya had a faint memory and asked eagerly. Lin Huahua said her eldest sister-in-law wears lots of jewelry, and her bracelet weighs half a kilogram. Is that true? I don't know about that, Jiang replied. He hadn't seen her wear jewelry before. He and the couple got along pretty well. His sister and brother-in-law are very close. They grew up together, and after they married, they had 2 sons and a daughter in 5 years. Her brother-in-law might have given her a big gold bracelet, but Lu Yinghui is smart and cautious. Her in-laws are strict about family rules. She wouldn't be foolish enough to wear a big gold bracelet around to show off. Junya had a suspicion. It was probably Lin Huahua who was jealous of her eldest sister-in-law, and she might have seen the bracelet and envied it. Then she started talking nonsense outside. Thinking about how she was spreading stories about the Lu family, Junya couldn't help but laugh. She told Jiangwei everything she'd heard in the team. Jiang was speechless. He had seen foolish people before, but never someone this stupid. Lin Huahua had offended all the elders and relatives of the Lu family. If her stories reached the county, those elders would probably be called in for a serious talk. At this point, if Lu Junsheng didn't divorce her, the elders and relatives would all come together to force the divorce. Seeing Lin Dahui still angrily cursing, Lu's father was also disgusted by his arrogance and shamelessness. Both sides were still arguing. Junya smiled slightly and said, "The Lu family is finally seeing the strength of the Lin family. They'll be glad they divorced in time." Jiang was just passing by and watching the scene. Seeing her still stretching her neck to look and not getting enough, he asked, "Aren't you going to school?" "Yes, what time is it?" Junya asked him, since she didn't have a watch. Jiang rolled up his sleeve so she could see the time. Junya had never worn a watch, but she had learned to tell time from books. She looked at it and her pupils shrank. 7:59. After saying that, she sprinted forward. "Oh no, I'm going to be late. I'll go first." Watching her rush away, Jiang's lips curled into a faint smile and a hint of amusement flickered across his face. The commotion here hasn't stopped. The Lin family is acting arrogantly and aggressively, but they're standing at the entrance of the police station. Their behavior is a clear challenge to the law and an insult to law enforcement. The police officers certainly won't allow them to be so brazen. Dahui Lin was completely overwhelmed by anger, and Huahua Lin was the same. The two of them argued the loudest and cursed the harshest during the whole process. When the police intervened, they even resisted fiercely. Before the police could arrest anyone, Dahui Lin suddenly staggered twice and fell backward, landing straight on the ground.
"Dad."
As soon as he fell, Huahua Lin and her sisters were frightened. They ignored everything else and hurriedly rushed to help him. Finally, the police quickly took him to the hospital. The emergency doctor examined him briefly and diagnosed he has had A and is paralyzed on one side.
"What?"
Huahua Lin felt dizzy and blacked out for a moment. The only thought in her mind was, their family is finished. Jiang watched the whole scene and left quietly, muttering to himself, "The best part of the show I missed." She must feel sorry about that. This morning, Lee Soo-mei was having a checkup. As soon as she was taken out of the examination room, she heard the nurse talking about what happened outside. When she learned that Lin had A and became paralyzed, she was surprised and said, "Did it happen at the police station?" "Yes, right at the police station." Several police officers were present, and many onlookers were watching. They are a very fierce family. They first injured their son-in-law. The parents of the son-in-law said they would hold them accountable, but it was just talk. They haven't taken any action yet. They caused a big scene. If the police hadn't been there, the parents of the son-in-law would have been beaten up. They didn't hit anyone at the time. He suddenly collapsed and had A. This family can't even extort money. Now, they are crying loudly in the emergency room. Not long after Lee Soo-mei returned to the ward, someone else was admitted. She looked up and saw Lu Junsheng, whom she had met last night. His face was covered in bloodstains, and his head was wrapped in gauze. A woman with a furious face was supporting him. Lu Junsheng saw her and looked a bit embarrassed. "Aunt Lee, I am resting in this ward for a day." "Did Lin hit you?" Lee Soo-mei asked. Lu Junsheng nodded tiredly and sat on the hospital bed. Beside him was Lu's mother. She had never seen Lee Soo-mei before. She asked her son, "Junsheng, who is this?" "Uncle Lee, she was also hurt by the Lin family." Lu's mother recognized her and saw that this woman looked pale and full of suffering, but her features were striking. She nodded and greeted her. "Girl, does your family not take care of you?" Lee Soo-mei politely greeted. "My daughter is studying at Dongyuan High School. She just went to class. I hired a caregiver to look after me." They had just spoken when Lu's father, with a dark face, came in and asked, "What did the doctor say?" "She received 3 stitches and medication. She'll be observed here for a day. If there's no serious problem, she'll be discharged tomorrow." Lu's mother moved a stool for him and asked, "How is the other person doing?" "He had A and is partially paralyzed. I paid some medical bills, and the rest will be handled by the police." Lu's father was very angry. He hadn't been this upset in a long time. He pointed at his son and scolded him harshly. "Look at what mess you've gotten into. You're not even married yet. I said this family has bad eyes and speaks rudely. You defended them back then and didn't bother to investigate. I think your mind is also full of nonsense. You refused many matchmaking proposals and wanted to find someone yourself. Now you've found someone unsuitable, and things have turned out like this. Are you satisfied? You chose this woman, and all the suffering is your own fault. But it's especially Xiaoheng." Being scolded by his father, Lu Junxing lowered his head and didn't reply because he knew his father was right. He had truly been blinded before, and today's scolding was well-deserved. All right, that beating just now should have knocked some sense into him. Let him digest it himself. Lu's mother knew her son felt bad too. She tugged at her husband's arm to change the subject and introduced Lee Soo-mei. "This girl's surname is Lee. She's the victim who was hurt by the troublemakers from the Lin family." Lu's father politely nodded, and Lee Soo-mei also nodded in response, speaking to them. "I heard that Xiao Lu and Lin Huahua are divorced now and have completed the paperwork. This might cause some trouble soon, but for his and the child's future, this is definitely a wise and correct decision. Yes, what the girl said is right. This family has poor character. Having relatives like them is not good for Xiaoheng's growth. Divorce is a good thing now." Lu's mother was eager for her son to divorce, though it was her grandson. Luckily, he was only over 2 years old and had no memory of the adult's affairs. He wasn't very dependent on his mother, so the harm caused to him could be minimized. "Comrade Lee, may I ask you about something?" Lu's father asked. "Go ahead." Lee Soo-mei turned her head to look at him. Last night, Junsheng and his friends went to the Huyang production team to ask about some matters. The villagers kept mentioning the team leader, but no one knew which unit his son worked for. Lee Soo-mei also didn't know the exact workplace of Wang Xinchuan, especially since he was currently using Yao Zhigua's name to avoid suspicion. She pretended not to know and said, "We don't know his work unit either. We only know it's a government office, a stable government job." He married the daughter of a deputy director of a state-owned factory. His father-in-law's family seems to have the surname Liu, but I don't know which factory exactly. What is his surname? Liu's father asked again. His surname is Wang, named Wang Xinchuan. He's about 24 or 25 years old, similar in age to Xiao Lu. Wang Xinchuan? Liu and his wife looked at each other. Both had never heard of this name. If he worked in a government office, they should have known him. Girl, can you tell us more about him? Liu's mother asked. Before coming to the county town for work, Wang Xinchuan was a scorekeeper in the team. Since working in the county, he rarely came home. Usually, he only visits during festivals, birthdays, or special occasions. They didn't hold their wedding banquet in the team. It was at a restaurant in the county town. Only the team leader and his wife attended. Other relatives from Wang's family didn't go, saying the unit didn't allow big banquets or wasteful celebrations. After they married, the young wife never visited her in-laws' home. When she had the baby, she didn't bring him to meet the elders. Instead, the team leader and his wife visited them in the city. Wang's family has many relatives in the team branch, and they often gossip about her. No one has seen the young wife, and they say behind her back that she looks down on rural folks and doesn't want to associate with them. I only know these details. I don't know much else. Hearing this, Liu's mother frowned and guessed, could he be in a military organization? Comradely, did he serve in the army? Liu's father asked again. Li Sumei shook her head. No, he didn't serve. He's about 5 or 6 years older than my daughter. He finished middle school, but didn't continue studying. His father arranged a light job as a scorekeeper for him. Before coming to the county, he worked as a scorekeeper in the production team. There is no one named Wang Xinchuan in any government office. Liu's mother confirmed she hadn't remembered incorrectly and started to check her memory. There are several public servants with the surname Wang, but only one young man, about 20, sent from the city. He's been in his position for only half a year. The others are in their 30s or 40s. Comrade Li, are you sure he's in a government office? Liu's father also couldn't find a matching person. The Wang family claims that their official jobs are stable government positions, but no one knows the exact workplaces. Li Sumei couldn't say much. Remembering what her daughter said last night, she shifted the topic to Lin Huahua. You can ask Lin Huahua.
She might know.
The Lin family is close to the Wang family. Huahua used to boast that Liu's relatives could help promote Wang Xinchuan. Maybe she promised something. Wang Xinchuan's mother is very close to Zhao Hongxiu. Liu's parents didn't plan to ask her. Just thinking of Lin Huahua made them feel uncomfortable and annoyed. They only wanted to ask casually about Wang Xinchuan, not expecting him to stand up for the Lin family. Besides, Liu's family hadn't done anything wrong today. They hadn't bullied anyone or acted arrogantly. Instead, it was the Lin family who was acting aggressively and even hitting people. Lin Dahue's sudden and paralysis were his own fault, not something they caused. The police could testify to that. Paying medical bills for the other side was already their kindness. Liu's father didn't stay long. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he left for work. Liu's mother asked him to take a leave of absence. She sat for a while and then went back to take care of her grandson. Meanwhile, Lin Huahua and others returned home with Lin Dahue, who was speechless after having a. It's not a place that follows rules or fairness. It's not impossible to encounter theft. If a powerful tribe targets them, their entire tribe wouldn't be safe and secure yet.
Oh.
In the end, she just hasn't had enough time to develop her strength. True strength comes from a solid foundation. It seems she needs to speed up planting and breeding efforts. Shaman.
Come look at this.
Mubai was thinking about how to adjust the tribe's industry when Xingwu rushed over excitedly. What first caught everyone's attention was what he was holding. A round ball wrapped in green leaves. In the past, some elders had supported and advised her, but now, with 2 old family members either paralyzed or in prison, her parents were also like that, no one to guide or support her. The 4 sisters started to feel lost and finally realized they were afraid. Today marked the beginning of a tragic day for Lin Dahue's family, but the neighbors, Lin Erwi and his wife, showed no sympathy. Wang Juhua was still watching and making sarcastic remarks, which only fueled Lin Huahua and her sister's anger. Their pent-up rage found no outlet until Wang Juhua suddenly stepped into the line of fire. The four sisters united and attacked, wielding kitchen knives, axes, and other tools, smashing and tearing apart Lin Erwi's house. The four sisters were frantically venting their anger, and Lin Erwi and the others were so frightened they couldn't speak. They watched helplessly as the house was torn apart, and all the furniture and belongings were destroyed. In the end, it was naturally Wang Juhua, the foolish one, who paid the price. She was scolded and cursed by Lin Erwi, and even slapped. Lin Junya was at school in the morning and didn't know about the Lin family's affairs. She came to the hospital after school. As soon as she entered, she saw familiar faces in the ward. Seeing Lu Junsheng with a bandage on his head, she raised an eyebrow. A big hole that needs hospitalization? Lu Junsheng's voice was a bit low. Stitches were done. The doctor said I need to observe for a while. Lu's mother had just brought food for her son and was sitting nearby holding her grandson. When she saw the tall, pretty, and charming Lin Junya, her eyes lit up. She said to Li Sume, "Sister, is this your daughter? She's very beautiful and looks just like you." "Yes, my daughter, Lin Junya." Li Sume smiled slightly and introduced her daughter. "Xiaoya, this is Aunt Lu's mother. She just brought food for Xiao Lu and also brought some nutritious pork rib soup for Mom." At this moment, it was still far from nightfall. This strange weather, if it had happened normally, Mu Bai would have been surprised, but now she wasn't even sure if she was alive, so she couldn't focus on anything. In the sky she didn't notice, thick black clouds gathered faster and faster, forming a swirling vortex. If Mu Bai looked up now, she would see faint purple lightning within the dark clouds, similar to the lightning during Xiao Bai's ascension. The strange weather deep in the sunrise forest soon spread outward. However, human settlements were far from the altar, and although the sky darkened, it wasn't as thick and ominous. What happened afterward? "Xiaoya, didn't you go to the police station this morning? Didn't you see the Lin Dehui had?" Li Sume asked back.
Huh? Eh?
Lin Junya really didn't know about this. Her eyes flicked slightly, guessing that it was the effect of the last acupuncture session. She felt a little happy inside, but her expression was naturally surprised as she asked Lu Junsheng, "I only saw you bleeding from being hit. I was in a hurry to go to class and didn't see what happened afterward. Why did it cause such a fuss?" Without waiting for his answer, she continued, "Did Lin Dehui have a because of the fight?" "No. Junsheng was bleeding from being hit. I hurried to take him to the hospital. My husband stayed behind to handle the aftermath and argued with Lin Dehui and others. While they were arguing, he suddenly collapsed. The police immediately brought him to the hospital, and the doctor said he had A and paralysis. Mrs. Liu is now very glad that today she didn't impulsively confront Lin Dehui. Her family didn't fight, and someone testified at the police station, or else they would have been heavily extorted by the Lin family. Lin Junia's expression was just right as she pointed outside. "Is he now in the hospital?" "No, the doctor said hospital stay wouldn't help. They gave him some medicine, and Lin Huahua and her sisters took him home," Mrs. Liu said, as she went to find out more. Hearing this, Lin Junya smiled, a bit smug. 2 invalids, 2 criminals. Justice has finally caught up with their family. Heaven is finally fair. Bad people get what they deserve. They brought it on themselves, Mrs. Li Sume said, feeling just as pleased but more reserved. She gently patted Lin Junya's leg. "All right, you hurriedly ate something this morning and left. You had 4 classes. You must be hungry. Go buy some food at the cafeteria." "Okay, I'll go buy food," Lin Junya said, putting down her ceramic cup, grabbing her lunchbox and rushing out. Mrs. Liu watched her energetic and lively daughter leave, smiling as she spoke to Mrs. Li Sume. "Girl, how old is Xiaolin? Is she in 10th or 11th grade?" "She just turned 17 in the second half of 10th grade. 17 and in 10th grade? Did she start school late?" Mrs. Liu chatted casually. "Xiaoya started school early. She finished middle school at 12, did very well, and got into high school then. But her family had no money. The high school tuition, living expenses, and miscellaneous costs added up to about 20 or 30 yuan each year. Her mind was still wandering in sleep, and her eyes couldn't fully open. Seeing how sleepy she was, Jinwei smiled and pouted her face. "Junyao, get up. You have a date with that person. If you don't get up now, you'll miss it." Jinwei, "You're asking for a beating." She opened her eyes and tried to hit him. Both hands went into action, pinching his ears in revenge. "You didn't let me sleep last night, but now you want me to get up in the morning. Are you asking for trouble?" Jinwei hugged her face and kissed her, noticing the many marks on her body. Seeing that Lin Junior's studies had been nearly delayed by the Lin family, Mrs. Liu sighed. This family really causes a lot of trouble. When Lin Junior brought 2 lunchboxes, they were talking about her schooling. Mrs. Liu asked with a smile, "Xiaolin, I hear from your mother that you're in 10th grade now. How are your grades?" "They're okay," Lin Jr. replied politely with a slight smile. Seeing her confident face when talking about her grades, Mrs. Liu asked further, "What's your rank in the whole grade?" "First." Mrs. Liu was surprised. "First in the grade?" Lin Juniao smiled and nodded modestly, saying, "Yes, the internal school test is first place, but the national college entrance exam is harder to predict." "First in the grade, definitely going to college." Mother Lu's eyes brightened even more as she smiled and said to Li Sume, "Girl, your good fortune is coming." "Sister-in-law, I hope you're right. I'm also hoping Xiaoya scores well on the college entrance exam and gets into a good university. I wish her a future free from hardship." That was Li Sume's biggest hope. She truly wished her daughter could fly out of the mountains like an eagle to see the wonderful world outside and escape their current poverty. Women are empathetic, and Mother Lu understood Li Sume's hopes. She had lived a hard life and placed all her hopes on her daughter. If their roles were reversed, she might feel the same. Her only wish would be to see her daughter leave and never return to the place that almost wore them down. "Xiaolin, work hard. If you get into college, I'll come to celebrate." Mother Lu, a government worker, was skilled in social manners and handling relationships. Her words were always graceful, making it hard for anyone to dislike her. Lin Juniao thought she was quite nice and smiled generously, saying, "If I get in, I'll definitely tell you." After a few more words, they each went to eat. Mother Lu poured some warm water for her son to take medicine and sat by the bed, speaking in a voice they could hear, "Junsheng, look at these rural girls. Lin Juniao has a good gaze, speaks confidently, and is more beautiful than Lin Huahua. She's better in every way. Why did you just look past her and fall for Lin Huahua?" Junsheng looked upset. "Mom, can you stop mentioning Lin Huahua?" His anger hadn't cooled down yet. Now, he didn't want to hear her name at all. Just hearing it made him want to explode. Do I really care to mention her? Mother Lu didn't want to bring her up either, but she couldn't help comparing her to Lin Juniao. After dinner, Lin Juniao hurried to the doctor's office to check on her follow-up. When she learned she could leave the hospital and rest at home, she quickly went to the Meng family to tidy up the bed. Jinwei had finished lunch early and took a nap. When she woke up, she saw her outside drawing water from the well. She opened the back door and asked, "Auntie, can I leave the hospital? The follow-up results are quite good. After school, I want to handle my discharge, and I plan to stay overnight tonight." Lin Junior just finished tidying up the bed, while the rest of the room was still messy. Seeing 2 empty buckets nearby, she asked, "Do you want me to help you fetch water?" "No need, you go ahead with your things." Jinwei, leaning on his crutches, slowly approached and asked her, "Have you eaten yet?" "Yes, I ate at the hospital. I just finished and came over." Lin Junior carried water to the kitchen, then came out and asked, "Comrade Jiang, what time is it?" "It's 1:15 p.m. Seeing there were only 15 minutes before class, Lin Junior quickly finished her work, moving swiftly between the 2 rooms like a gust of wind. When she finished and came out, Jinwei had filled both buckets with water and pointed to the bicycle under the eaves. "You can ride the bike to school. Use it and put it back when you're done." "Okay, thank you." Lin Junior didn't leave immediately. She grabbed a nearby pole and helped carry the water to the kitchen. Afterward, she hurriedly left, saying, "I'm going to school now." Jinwei nodded slightly, standing under the porch, watching her leave before returning to his room. That afternoon, with only 3 classes, Lin Junya went straight to the hospital after school. She completed her discharge procedures, picked up her medication, and then quickly took various daily necessities and her luggage home. She also hurried to the hospital to ask a caregiver to bring her mother over on a stretcher. Once comfortably in bed, Li Sume looked around the room and its furnishings, then said to her daughter, Xiaoya, the house at Director Meng's place is really nice. The bricks are well laid. There are 3 rooms in this row. We only rent 2 of them. The large room on the right is used for storing miscellaneous items like coal balls. The kitchen and toilet are on the left. There's a water well in the yard. The 2-story red brick building across the street belongs to Comrade Jiang's family, and there's a shared backyard in the middle. Lin Junya explained, just as Jiang Jinwei came over and opened the door. She went out to greet him, saying, Comrade Jiang, my mom is here. Good. Do you need any help? Jiang Jinwei slowly approached. Not right now. If I need anything, I'll come find you. Jiang Jinwei, leaning on his crutches, entered the house and spoke to the elders. Annie, I usually stay at home most of the time. When Lin Junya isn't here, if you need help, just call out loudly. Okay, Xiao Jiang, sorry for the trouble. Lin Junya brought over a small stool for him to sit on, picked 2 oranges, and handed one to each of them. She asked, Mom, it's been a long time since we last lit the stove at home. Let's celebrate moving into the new house today. We can make some dumplings. What do you think? Sounds good. Make a lot, and send some to Xiao Jiang and the others, Li Sume replied, already craving dumplings. Jinwei was peeling an orange and slightly raised an eyebrow. Lin Junya, can you make dumplings? My mom is half from the north. She can make them, and her dumplings are quite tasty. I learned from her. As she spoke, Lin Junya went back to her room to get some change, then grabbed her hat and put it on. Mom, I'm going to buy some pork to chop for filling. Meat dumplings taste better. Okay, go ahead. Jinwei also stood up as Lin Junya was about to leave. Junya, I'll go with you. I need to buy some things too. We'll ride bikes. I'll give you a ride, Lin Junya said, then ran to get her bike. Junya, ride slowly, don't fall on little Jinwei. His leg is broken, and he's hurt. Be careful, Li Sume called after her.
Mom, don't worry.
If I fall, I promise I'll cushion him. Jinwei, following behind, felt a little uncomfortable. With her small frame, she'd really act as a cushion? If she fell, he was afraid she'd flatten him like a pancake. Junya sat on the bike first. When Jinwei sat behind her, he noticed the tire looked flat. He turned to look at it, trying not to laugh. Comrade Jinwei, do you think this bike can hold both of us? Won't the tire burst halfway? Jinwei's sharp eyes looked a bit deep. His teeth clenched slightly. Are you trying to say I'll burst the tire? The money provided by Xiao Qian was all for the publicly known Cheng family business. In fact, the Cheng family also invested in other businesses, involving many industries. Although their share was small, the financial records showed large sums of money. Today, Lin Junya didn't want to cause trouble or alarm anyone, so she didn't plan to take these items. She borrowed a camera from her master and took photos of all the agreements and contracts. Master, Cheng Jiafu, is very wealthy, with at least $1 million in savings. Jin Yuan was with Meng Shuilan meeting city officials when he received a message. Junya, ride slowly, don't fall on little Jinwei. His leg is broken, and he's hurt. Comrade Jinwei, are you an officer in the army? Jinwei nodded. Yes, I'm a colonel. Junya didn't know much about the military, but she knew a colonel ranked above a company commander. At his age, reaching colonel was a sign of excellent performance. Colonel Jinwei, how many people do you command? She asked curiously. 300. Are there female soldiers in your unit? No, all male soldiers. There's a separate female battalion in the army, Jinwei patiently answered. Then he asked, do you want to join the army? I don't want to join the army. I'm just curious about the military life. I want to study medicine, Lin Junya told him with a smile. Studying medicine is a good choice. Jiang Jinwei thought highly of her and said, there is a very good medical university in the provincial capital. It ranks in the top 5 nationwide, mainly focused on Western medicine clinical studies. I heard last year they brought back a team of Western medical students to teach, and all the students they admitted are top talents. Although Lin Junyao wanted to study medicine, she didn't know much about this university. She quickly asked Captain Jiang, "Do you know the admission score from last year?" Last year, the son of our hospital director in the military got into the school. He scored 462 points, which was 5 points above the admission cutoff. Lin Junyao had an idea. She had been reviewing last year's exam papers these days and estimated her score confidently. There's 1 semester left. I will work hard and aim to score 20 points higher than him, so I should be able to get in easily. Seeing her high goal, Jinwei's lips curved slightly. If you can score that high, you might even be the top scorer. Top scorer? Lin Junyao thought of the lively scene of a newly crowned top scholar riding through the streets on horseback in ancient times. She felt a bit motivated. Alright, I'll try harder. If I become the top scholar, I'll make my mom proud. If you become the county's top scorer, I promise to give you all the rent money as a reward. If you become the city's top scorer, I'll give you that bicycle. And if you make it to the provincial level, I'll help your mom get a town household registration. Jinwei first made a promise to motivate her. Really? Lin Junyao was excited about getting a town household registration. She suddenly braked and turned to look at him. My mom said it's really hard to get a town household registration. As long as you have a job, it's possible. This wasn't difficult for Jinwei. He had only met Li Sume twice and guessed she was educated. Ma. What's her educational background? Normal school, technical college.
Huh?
Jinwei was a bit surprised. Given Li Sume's age, she should have attended a normal school in the 1950s, which was a higher education level.
With such a high degree, why?
He didn't finish his sentence. Lin Junyao could guess what he was about to say. She gritted her teeth and said, "My mom's life has been tough. Her biological grandmother died early in an accident, and her grandfather is a bad person. She cut ties with her family and moved south, then married my dad.
You know the rest.
Because of her household registration, she's stuck here. Even with her education and talents, she can't fully show her abilities. Li Sume appears delicate on the outside, but inside, she is very strong. After breaking ties with her family, she never thought about contacting her father or relatives during her most desperate times. No matter how hard or exhausting life was, she endured bravely. Jinwei, upon first seeing Li Sume, noticed the deep suffering in her eyes. Since her personal matters are private, he only promised, "If you become the top student in the province, I will help your mother settle her household registration." With her education and background, it won't be difficult. Captain Jiang, thank you. Lin Junyao felt quite touched. Since arriving here, he had been offering her free help. Growing up in the martial world, she values loyalty highly. When someone helps her, she naturally wants to repay kindness at the right time. She confidently patted her chest and promised, "Captain Jiang, if you need anything in the future, just tell me. I will never refuse." She has a delicate, charming face, but her speech and actions show a brave, masculine spirit. Her boldness and carefree attitude strangely match her appearance and temperament. Jinwei's deep eyes flickered with a barely noticeable smile. His expression remained calm, and his voice was slightly husky. Work hard studying and become a doctor in the future. If anyone gets hurt or sick, they can come to you. Getting sick from eating grains is inevitable, especially for soldiers who often go on missions at the front lines. Many are injured or ill, frequently dealing with hospitals. Having a friend who is a doctor would make treating injuries and illnesses much easier. Okay, I will definitely work hard to get into medical school. Lin Junyao had always set this goal for herself. She planned to study Western medicine here and later combine traditional Chinese and Western medicine in practice. This trip wouldn't be wasted. The meat processing plant wasn't far away. It took only 2 or 3 minutes to get there. After Jinwei steadied himself on the ground, Lin Junyao locked her bicycle in the shed, then carried her basket and went shopping for vegetables with him. "Captain Jiang, there are ribs. I want to buy some to make soup for my mother," she said. Jinwei followed her to the stall and casually asked, "Ribs are nutritious. Have you gotten a certificate from the chief doctor?" Jinya paused, looking a bit dazed. Buying ribs also needs a doctor's certificate? Don't you know? Jinwei asked back. I don't know, Lin Junya truly didn't. The original owner had no memory of this either. She awkwardly tugged at her mouth and said, "We usually buy pork from the production team, based on work points. We've never bought ribs or pork separately. Sometimes we buy fatty meat to fry oil. I didn't even know ribs are nutritious." Jinwei didn't say much more. He took a certificate out of his pocket and handed it to her. "You should go see a doctor tomorrow to get a new certificate. Use mine for today." Lin Junya carefully looked at the certificate. It was quite plain, but the important part was the doctor's signature below. She asked, "Captain Jiang, does this certificate have an expiration date?" 3 months. Junya understood and didn't ask further. She took out a stack of change from her pocket. "Captain Jiang, I'll treat you to ribs today." "No need. I can buy them myself. You work hard to earn money, so buy some nutritious vegetables for your mom. I've found a way to make money now. This weekend, I plan to go into the mountains to pick medicinal herbs. I have a secret base. If I gather enough, I can make 100 or 200 yuan. My wallet will soon be full," Junya whispered softly. Seeing her smile like a little fox, Jinwei smiled too and gave her a suggestion. "There are many medicinal herbs in the forests around Dongyuan County, but not many people know how to identify them. Since you know quite a few, you could bring some good friends or apprentices with you. They can go into the mountains to pick herbs regularly, and you can buy them from them to sell to your aunt. You'll make some profit from the difference. This way, you'll have more time to study, take care of your mom, and also earn some living expenses. You won't have to worry about food and clothing."
Good idea.
Junya, who was used to being alone in her past life, usually only worked with her master. Both focused on martial arts and medicine, not much on fame or wealth. Also, they had saved quite a bit of money. No matter how turbulent the court was, it didn't affect their daily life, so they never worried much about earning money. Your grades are good, which shows you're smart. It's not that you can't think of these small ideas. You just haven't thought of them before, Jinwei said confidently. Junya grinned. I really hadn't thought of that. You don't know how in the countryside, people fight over a basket of pigweed or a bundle of straw. If someone knew about this good way to make money, they'd guard it closely and never tell anyone. They'd secretly earn and get rich. That's true. Jinwei hadn't lived in the countryside, but he understood rural life. Especially after seeing how fierce and tough the Lin family was recently, he felt he had learned a lot. They arrived at the meat stall. Junya bought the remaining 5 ribs, a jin of pork for dumpling filling, and 5 jin of fatty pork for frying. She also bought some flour from the next stall and filled all the baskets she brought. Jinwei is currently recovering at home and has taken charge of preparing dinner and supper. He went shopping for garlic, soy sauce, vinegar, and other ingredients, and after buying them, they left together. Just after leaving the meat processing plant, they ran into an acquaintance. The other person saw her and shouted loudly, Lin Junya.
Lei Xiaoyan.
Junya saw her and smiled, blinking subtly without showing any signs of recognition. She turned slightly to Jinwei and said, I met a friend and need to talk to her. Wait for me 2 minutes. Okay. Jinwei nodded and slowly went to wait by the bike shed. The 2 girls moved to the other side. Lei Xiaoyan, excited, told her, all the grain has been sold out. Do you still have stock? Many people are asking us to buy. Yes, I asked a neighbor to deliver 500 jin, about 250 kilograms. We will meet at the usual place at 6:30 tomorrow morning. Lei Xiaoyan smiled happily and nodded repeatedly. Good. If you have cotton, vegetables, or eggs, bring some over. Whatever you have, take as much as you can. She didn't mention cotton, and Junya had forgotten that this profitable and in-demand crop was so valuable. She quickly asked, what's the price for cotton?
2.3 yuan per jin.
We've bought quite a bit from different communes this year. The highest purchase price is this, while the selling price at the supply and marketing cooperative and state-run stores fluctuates between 2.7 and 2.9 yuan.
All right.
I don't have any cotton right now, but I'll ask other neighbors. If they have some, I'll bring it to you. Junya planned to go to the agricultural supplies store later to buy some seeds and plant them overnight in her space. Cotton flowers, seed shells, and roots all have medicinal value. If she plants tonight, she can harvest cotton tomorrow. After confirming this, they parted ways. Junya immediately rode her bike home, dropped Jinwei off, and then went to buy seeds. Lin, are you busy? Junya had just finished wrapping dumplings and was about to cook them when Jinwei's mother came to knock on the door. She immediately put down her work. Auntie, you're off work. Just finished. Meng Xuejiao was wearing a cashmere coat, a pale yellow scarf, and leather boots. She looked elegant, appropriate, and noble. Seeing 2 large plates of plump, white dumplings on the cupboard, she smiled and said, Lin, your cooking skills are good. These dumplings look beautiful. What filling did you use? One is scallion and pork, and the other is chive and pork. Junya had prepared 2 types. All the pork was minced into filling, and tonight she cooked 5 big bowls, saving some for breakfast tomorrow. I just heard Jinwei say, tonight we're in for a treat. Meng Xuejiao hadn't eaten dumplings in many years. She couldn't make them herself, and her sister didn't know how either. She had only eaten them at restaurants before. Meng Xuelan also came back from work. She just changed her clothes in her room, and then came over. Lin, I heard your mother was discharged from the hospital. Take us to meet her. Okay, Aunt, Director Meng, please follow me. Lin Junya led them into the house and immediately introduced her mother. Mom, these 2 are Captain Zhang's mother and my little aunt. Hello, comrades. Meng, Li Sume quickly greeted them. Meng Xuejia smiled and asked, Mom, what's your surname?
Li.
While they were talking, Lin Junya quickly brought over a stool and invited the elders to sit down. She also offered them some tangerines. Meng Xuejia sat by the bed, smiling as she looked at the mother and daughter. Lin takes after her mother, tall and beautiful. Xiaoya looks more like her grandmother, Lin Junya said. Seeing her daughter's delicate, charming face, Li Sume often thought of her mother who had passed away many years ago. Her daughter resembled her beloved mother, though their temperaments were different. Meng Xuelan peeled an orange and split it with her sister, joining the conversation. How old is your mom, Lin? She should be a few years younger than my sister, right? I was born in 1942, so I'm 38 now. I'm 43 this year, 5 years older than you. My sister is exactly 5 years younger than you. Born in 1947, Meng Xuejia said with a smile. Sister Meng, I can't tell you're 43. You look only 36 or so, Li Sume said, looking at her well-maintained face. She couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Although she was 5 years older, she looked much younger. This was the true difference between rural and city people. Hearing this, Meng Xuejia laughed. My son is already 23, so I'm also middle-aged. The 3 middle-aged women chatted inside the house. Lin Junya couldn't join in and hurried to the kitchen to boil the dumplings. When Jinwei came over with a cane, the 3 women were deep in conversation. He knocked on the door. Mom, little aunt, should we eat now or wait until the dumplings are ready? They'll be ready soon, they replied. Lin Junya called from the next room and told him, Captain Jiang, we don't have many bowls and chopsticks. Bring a basin to hold the food. Okay, Jinwei said and turned to leave. Since both families were about to eat, the Meng sisters and Li Sume finished their chat and went to the kitchen. Lin, let's taste a few to check the flavor. The rest you and your mother can keep for yourselves. Meng Xuejia didn't want her to serve too much. Their family was struggling, and these dumplings, made of flour and pork, were probably a rare treat they only enjoyed during the New Year. Auntie, my daughter, and I only need half of the food. Lin Junya served them half and handed the bowl to her, saying, dip it in some soy sauce and vinegar. It will taste better. All right, thank you, Lin. Come over to our house after you finish eating. Meng Xuejiao invited her. Okay. After they left, Lin Junya heated some fresh cabbage leaves and took 2 large bowls of dumplings to eat with her mother next door. It had been a long time since she last ate dumplings. Li Sume swallowed one whole, chewing on the oily, juicy dumplings. Her usual worries seemed to lighten a bit. They taste good. Any with meat are delicious. Lin Junyao, unbothered by the heat, had already swallowed 2 and then fed her mother another. She said while eating, "We kept some for breakfast tomorrow." Next door, Jinwei also started eating. Their dinner was simple, with 2 leftover dishes from lunch, a bowl of stir-fried lettuce, and a plate of dumplings sent by Lin Junyao. Lin is quite skilled. Her dumplings are tasty. Meng Shuejiao picked a chive and meat-filled dumpling to eat. Meng Shuelon dipped hers in vinegar and watched her nephew eat one after another, already finishing 3. She chuckled, "Jinwei, eat slowly. We're not competing with you. Dumplings are best eaten hot." Jinwei, who often ate in the military, pointed to the dumpling plate in the middle and shared a funny story with the elders. "Last year during the New Year, we were on a mission in the north. The local military invited us to a New Year's dinner. Some northern brothers challenged us to a contest of eating capacity. In that big bowl, I and 2 comrades finished 12 plates of dumplings, tying with the locals. The sisters from the Meng family all laughed. Meng Shuejiao ate and smiled. Your unit's New Year's dinner standards are definitely exceeded. I heard northern people make very good dumplings. How do they compare to Shaolin's?" Meng Shuelon asked. "The taste is similar. Both men and women, young and old, can make them, and they look quite nice." Lin Junyao's dumplings were also well made, evenly shaped and sized, with a good filling. Jinwei thought they were delicious and ate the most tonight. After dinner, Lin Junyao washed the dishes, boiled a large pot of hot water, helped her mother take a bath, and then took a hot shower herself. After finishing the chores, she carried a bag of oranges to visit her neighbors. Meng Shuejiao opened the door when she saw her carrying fruit, smiling. "Shaolin, just come to visit. No need to bring anything. Take the oranges home for your mom to eat." "Auntie, this is my first visit, and I only brought a small gift which my mother asked me to bring." Lin Junya placed the oranges on the cabinet. Seeing only her and her sister in the living room, she softly asked, "Aunt, is Captain Jiang asleep?" "Not yet, she's taking a bath." Meng Shuejiao pointed to the bathroom next to the kitchen and invited her to sit in the living room. Meng Shuelon greeted her. "Shaolin, there's a fire under the table. Come sit and warm yourself." "Thank you." Junya nodded in thanks before sitting down. She saw her sister rolling colorful yarn and stepped forward to help. "Director Meng, I can help you roll the yarn." Meng Shuelon was not polite and handed her some yarn, saying, "This yarn was taken from old sweaters and pants. We unraveled everything and planned to knit 1 or 2 vests. It's perfect for early spring." Junya had seen others wear sweaters and heard about yarn prices. Yarn has many grades. Top quality yarn costs over 40 yuan per jean, while the lowest quality costs around 16 or 17 yuan. You also need textile vouchers. Most rural families can't afford yarn. "Director Meng, how much yarn does it take to knit a vest?" Junya asked. "Women's vests take about 1.5 jean, men's at least 1 jean 8 liang, and for someone tall and strong like Jiang Jinwei, it takes 2 jean." Jiang Jinwei had just finished bathing and overheard this. He added, "It sounds like I use a lot of fabric."
Haha.
Meng Shuejiao brought over hot tea and laughed at her son's words. "Not only do you use a lot of fabric and yarn, but also a lot of food. When you were 14 or 15 and growing, you ate directly from a wash basin. If we weren't well off and you weren't our only child, we couldn't have supported you." Junya also laughed, stood up, and took the hot tea from the elder, joking, "Growing taller means eating more, everyone does the same." Jiang Jinwei went to his room, put on his military coat, and came to sit by the fire. Seeing Junya skillfully rolling yarn, he asked, "Junya, can you knit sweaters?" "This is my first time touching yarn. I don't know how to knit. My mom can, and she knows many different knitting styles." The Meng sisters had previously chatted casually with Li Sume, but they didn't go into much detail. However, they felt she probably came from a good family. Shuelon asked, "Shaolin, your mom's family must be quite well off, right?" "My mother only told me about my grandmother's family. My grandmother's family was very well off, coming from a scholarly background. My great-grandfather studied abroad when he was young. My great-grandmother was a modern woman with the best education. My grandmother was carefully raised to be a refined lady. My uncle and his family are highly educated intellectuals, and later they all moved abroad. It turns out she came from a scholarly family. No wonder your mother has a noble and learned aura. Meng Shuejiao has a good impression of Li Sumei. Although she looks full of sorrow, she speaks politely and gracefully. She then asks, your grandmother's family was wealthy, and your grandfather's side probably isn't bad either. You and your mother have had a hard life these years. Why didn't your mother contact them for help? My grandmother's death was related to my grandfather. He was unfaithful and betrayed her, which indirectly caused her death. My mother only found out about this when she was an adult. After that, she cut all ties with him. Although this is a family scandal, Lin Junyao didn't hide it. Anyway, she thinks of her biological grandfather as a bad man and her mother, and she will never have contact with him again. Meng Shuelon frowned upon hearing this. Your grandfather is really terrible. After he married my grandmother, he soon started an affair with her cousin. They secretly kept in touch. They both worked at government offices in Qingyang. When her cousin was transferred to Luoyang with her husband, my grandfather also applied for a transfer without telling my grandmother. That year, after the war ended, society was chaotic. The whole family moved to Luoyang. On the way, they encountered riots and robberies. My grandmother was stabbed to death while protecting her daughter and the scoundrel. Not long after my grandmother died, her cousin left her husband and children and divorced. My bad grandfather, claiming he would treat my mother well because she was a relative, married her and settled in Luoyang. Until my mother graduated from a teacher training college and was about to start work, she overheard some conversations about the past and learned about those shameful things. Meng Shuelon, who is more impulsive and fiery than her sister, was furious upon hearing this. Xiaolin, your mother shouldn't have cut ties with them. She should have caused trouble at home and made their lives miserable. She should have harshly punished those two scoundrels. My mother did seek revenge. She didn't tell me exactly what she did, but she definitely tore them apart, ruined their reputation. After that, she cut all ties and ran away from home. Meng Shuejiao also felt angry and full of sympathy. Leaving that disgusting family and jumping into this den of wolves, your mother has really suffered all her life. Xiaolin, do you still remember your father? Meng Shuelon kept asking again. Just a little more. The original owner was smart and quick-witted. Although she was less than 4 years old when her father left, she still had some faint memories. He treated me very well, always leaving me the tastiest food. My mom also said he loved me a lot. After I was born, he took care of everything, changing my diapers and feeding me. As long as he wasn't working on the farm, he would hold me in his arms anytime. He was also very kind to my mom. When he was at home, the Lin family couldn't bully her. He always protected her from their teasing and trouble. In fact, my mom thought highly of him. Their life was a bit poor after they married, but after marrying him, my mom didn't suffer much. They had a few happy years. When he left, he arranged some things. He secretly gave all his savings to my mom to keep, took only 3 yuan with him, and asked a neighbor he was close to in the team to take care of us for a month or 2. He also agreed with my mom that once she settled in the city, she would send me to kindergarten. He even said he would ask his biological parents to help find a teaching job for my mom. But after he left, he never came back. My mom never believed he abandoned us. She always thought something else delayed him, and she kept hoping for his return. Year after year, day after day, he never came back. My mom slowly accepted the reality and stopped hoping. Seeing her praise for her father and grandfather was so different, Meng Shuejiao frowned slightly. From what you said, your dad loved you and your mom very much. He probably wouldn't abandon you, right? Did you guys try to find him later? Did you investigate his biological parents? My mom only knows he's from the provincial capital. At that time, it was inconvenient to go out, and she was pregnant with me. I was very young, so we wanted to find him, but had no strength. Later, a special period started. My maternal grandparents had a background of studying abroad, and my grandfather's family seemed to have some capitalists. My mom was afraid of being taken away for investigation, so she left the idea of going to the provincial capital to look for him. While she was speaking, Jinwei listened quietly beside her. Only then did he speak. Junya, I work in the provincial military. I have some connections there. Do you want me to help you find someone and check? We don't know his address, not even his last name. My mom said he mentioned it back then, but with a strong accent. It sounded like Chun, as in the surname Chun, or Chung, like the character for success, or Chung, the character for journey. This is almost no clue at all. Looking for him would be like finding a needle in a haystack, very difficult. We won't look for him anymore. We've endured our hardest and most painful days, and now we can get through the future. It doesn't matter if he never comes back. My mother has also come to terms with this. The only thing she worries about now is finding my brother. It might be harder to find him than to find my father, but no matter how difficult, we have to try.
We will take it step by step.
After Jiang Jin had been sitting at home for half an hour, Lin Junyao got up to go home and read. As she left, Meng Xuejiao gave her a pair of open-toe, lightweight cotton gloves, perfect for writing. Mom, Aunt gave me a pair of gloves. These gloves were sewn from patchwork cotton fabric. Meng Xuejiao was skilled, and the patchwork looked nice, like geometric patterns. Lin Junyao put them on right away. Li Sume saw that the gloves were open-toe and smiled gently. They look nice. Wearing them won't affect writing, and your hands won't get cold.
Yes.
Junyao liked them very much. She took out 2 books from inside and sat down to read, then discussed with her. Mom, Aunt, and Director Meng said our dumplings are delicious. You taught me how to make noodles, but they don't know how. I want to make some baked flatbreads for breakfast to sell, earning a few cents or $1 each day to help with household expenses. Xiaoya, making breakfast is quite tiring. You have to get up at 4 or 5 in the morning, and you need to go to class at 8. It's too exhausting and might affect your studies. She was now in her 2nd year of high school, and although her grades were good, Li Sume was worried that waking early to make breakfast would tire her out. Xiaoya, I can start getting up and moving around in 2 or 3 months. Once I'm healthy, I'll make breakfast to sell. In the meantime, focus on studying. If you don't have enough money for expenses, go to the credit union to withdraw some. Mom, I'll need the dough at night. I won't make too much each day. I'll get up at 5:30 a.m. to fry 50 or so flatbreads. After selling them, I'll go back to study. It won't affect my learning. I just calculated that 1 jean of flour costs about 12 cents and can make 8 flatbreads. Selling each for 5 cents, after expenses, I can earn a little over 2 cents. Using only 5 jean of flour a day, I can earn enough for a jean of pork. If I keep doing this for a month, I'll make about 30 or 40 yuan, enough for us to rent a place and cover food and other expenses. I'll try for a week first. If business is good, I'll keep doing it for 2 or 3 months. Once you're healthy, you can take over, and I'll focus on studying for exams. Her daughter was very determined. Making 50 or so flatbreads a day wasn't a lot of work and wouldn't take much time. Li Sume nodded in agreement. All right, you decide. What kind of flatbread do you want to make? Just the simplest sesame onion-flavored flatbread. Lin Junya and her mother learned how to make pancakes, but her skills are not as good as her mother's. The sesame scallion pancakes are the most authentic. She is a very determined person. She decided to start right away, stopping her reading. She said, Mom, we still have about 10 pounds of flour and half a pound of sesame seeds at home. I'll start tonight. I'll need the dough now, and tomorrow morning I'll go sell it. After preparing the dough, Lin Junya went to tidy up some things in the storage room. The 3 hens they brought back from the Lin family lay eggs every day. Now they have 20 eggs stored. Recently, she and her mother have been eating eggs sent by the Yao family. They plan to sell these 20 eggs tomorrow. The 500 pounds of grain promised to the Lei family siblings are ready. They also prepared 100 pounds of vegetables. They harvested the cotton they planted earlier and packed everything into bags, weighing it. 16 pounds, save up to 30 pounds, then go sell it. She finished reading by 9:30 p.m. and turned off the lights in her room across from Jinwei's. Lin Junya also turned off her light, and went to bed. They rent 2 rooms, each with a wooden bed. The mother and daughter sleep separately. Lin Junia's bed has old blankets brought from home, while her mother is covered with new blankets. Xiaoya, this new blanket is very warm. Do you want to sleep with me? Li Sume was worried her daughter wouldn't stay warm. Mom, the bed is a bit small. We'll be crowded if we sleep together. I'm afraid I'll bump into your wound. This room doesn't let in drafts. If I wear thicker clothes, I'll fall asleep and stay warm soon, Lin Junia said. She's used to sleeping alone and tends to toss and turn, so she's really afraid of pressing on her mother's wound.
All right.
If you're not warm enough, come over and snuggle with me. Tomorrow I'll move the bed over and put it together. At dawn, when the first light appeared, Lin Junia turned over, dressed quietly, and went to the kitchen to wash up and start work. When Li Sume woke up, over 50 pancakes were already made. Lin Junia first helped her to the bathroom and let her sleep a little longer at home. Then she wrapped herself up tightly and went out quietly to sell pancakes. She first went to the back gate of the school to deliver goods to the Lei siblings, arriving 10 minutes early. When she saw them, she waved and called, "Come quickly." Today, all 4 Lei siblings came, pushing a large wooden cart. Lei Xiaoyan ran over first. "Lin Junia, sorry to keep you waiting." "It wasn't long," Lin Junia replied. She greeted the 2 younger Lei siblings and immediately helped them carry grain and vegetables. She also asked, "Are you selling the rice directly or taking it to mill first?" "We're selling the rice after milling. Your rice is good, full of grains. It's more profitable to sell after milling," Lei Xiaoqiang honestly explained. Lin Junia sold grain to them at a low price without worrying about how they would manage it later. She casually asked, then said, "I found a friend who took 30 jin of cotton and about 600 jin of corn and wheat. Do you want it?"
Yes.
The brother and sister from the Lei family had no hesitation. "We'll take all of it. He'll only be able to deliver it tomorrow."
Come back to pick it up at that time.
Thinking that her flour was running low and that she had wheat planted in her storage, Lin Junia asked for help. "Lei Xiaoqiang, I am doing a small business and need flour. Could you help grind 100 jin of wheat tomorrow?" Lei Xiaoqiang readily agreed. "Sure. The grain we buy from you also needs to be sent to the rice mill to be processed, so you can bring it along to be ground." "Thanks. I'll get some more goods today, and you can come to pick it up exactly tomorrow." She paid the Lei siblings on the spot, giving each of them a sesame seed cake, then hurriedly ran to the nearby meat factory to sell her goods. Sesame scallion cakes, 5 cents each. A basket of eggs, 2 yuan. Lin Junia found the most visible spot at the meat factory entrance, holding 2 baskets and calling out to sell. The eggs sold very quickly. A small basket was gone in no time. "Auntie, sister-in-law, would you like to buy a cake? Just baked this morning, still warm, soft and salty." "Sister-in-law, try a piece. If you like it, you can buy more." She offered a sample to interested customers, breaking off a piece for each. Those who tasted it stopped to buy. She sold 3 for herself and 5 for others, and the basket was soon empty. This was something Mu Bai was very happy about. In the primitive tribes of the wilderness, people only respect those with strong abilities. Their admiration is shown by obeying them during big events, without involving social classes. In the Yanlong tribe, only Mu Bai received a bit more care, mainly because of her small stature and her previously delicate appearance. She was cared for, but not much. Usually, when distributing meat, they would specially give her a tender, juicy part. Mu Bai felt helpless about this. Actually, after practicing, her teeth got much stronger, and she could chew even the hardest bones like iron. Her sesame scallion cakes. All the cakes she took out were sold. Lin Junia happily opened the door and said, "Captain Jiang, my mom taught me how to make these. They are very delicious. I just took 50 cakes to sell, and they were all gone in 10 minutes. I'll order 10 and come to pick them up later," Jinwei said, wanting to try. "Okay." Lin Junia responded happily, waving to him as she went back inside to report, "Mom, I'm back. Everything is sold out. Very good sales?" Li Sume thought she would be back in half an hour. "Very popular. If we prepare 50 more, they can all sell out before 7:30. Lin Junyao said 2 words to her and hurried to the kitchen to work. When Jinwei came back from a walk, the pancakes were already cooked, and the mother and daughter's dumplings were also ready and delicious. Jinwei bought 10 baked buns from her. Meng Xuejiao and the others had breakfast earlier, each had a bowl of milk, and then went to work after a simple meal. The first day of renting the house was a happy and wonderful day. In the morning, they earned money selling grains. At noon, they cooked a big bowl of pork, and in the evening, they made potato and rib soup. Today was the most comfortable day in 15 years. Junyao, are you free now? Can you come over? That night, a light rain started falling. Jinwei, who had difficulty walking, stood at the back door of the living room and called her. I'm coming. Lin Junyao immediately put down her work, took a straw hat from inside, told her mother, and quickly ran over. Meng Xuejiao and the others had already finished work and returned home, but they hadn't eaten yet. The sisters were busy in the kitchen. Lin Junyao first went to greet the elders and then asked him, Captain Jiang, is there something you need?
I want to ask you about something.
Does the Huyang production team have someone named Yao Zhigua? Using a local dialect, he politely declined. Thanks, I don't smoke. Seeing that he could speak the local dialect fluently, third brother also switched to the provincial dialect to talk with him. May I ask, what do you call yourself? Jiang, as in the Yangtze River. Comrade Jiang, hello. My surname is Tong, like the fairy tale, from Huangshe village in the provincial city. Jiang Jinwei's unit was stationed in Huangshe village, so he was very familiar with the area. Dongan or Sheeping?
Dongan. The 2 men started chatting.
Lin Junya, holding the longan gifted by third brother, followed Aunt Ruan and the others to look at the goods. Rib soup. He didn't get a job after leaving the army? Didn't work at a state-owned company? No, after he retired, he just stayed at home doing farm work. I see him every day. Lin Junyao looked natural and continued. When he first returned from the military, Yao's parents were very happy. At that time, neighbors in the village said he was going to work at a state-owned factory, and the army would arrange a job for him. But later he never went. About 3 or 4 months after he returned home, he got married. He married a girl from the neighboring commune. Last spring they had a son. He's been working on the farm at home and has never gone out to work. Jinwei hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then asked, Do you know the people from the Huyang production team? Is there anyone named Yao Zhigua with the same name? I know everyone in the production team. There are only 2 families with the surname Yao, and they are distant relatives. The older and younger Yao brothers are cousins who came here to settle after fleeing from a war in another place. Among their descendants, only one is named Yao Zhigua. While they were talking, Meng Xuejiao came out and asked her son, Jinwei, what happened? Mom, I just received a call from the military leaders. They asked me to look into a retired officer. It seems his job was taken by someone else after he retired.
What?
His job was taken by someone else? Meng Xuejiao's face changed drastically, and her eyebrows furrowed. The retired officer's job was arranged by the retirement office. When they handled the paperwork, he had to submit his retirement certificate and many other proofs. The military leaders called me, and it seems the job was indeed taken by someone else. This must involve many people. How dare someone take over a retired officer's job? Do they have guts like bears and tigers? At this moment, Meng Xuelan came out of the kitchen and asked, Jinwei, you just talked to Shaolin. Is this related to the matter? Lin Junyao quickly explained, Director Meng, the retired officer that Captain Jiang inquired about is a neighbor from my hometown team. After he retired, he stayed at home farming. I see him working in the fields every day. Jinwei, which unit was this comrade originally assigned to? Meng Xuejiao asked. Labor and Personnel Bureau.
Huh?
An office job? Since Meng Xuejiao worked at the County Party Committee office, she was familiar with people from government agencies. She asked hurriedly, what's his name? Yao Zhigua. Oh, Xiao Yao? Meng Xuejiao recognized him. They often saw each other at work. He's not a retired military officer. He was recruited through an exam. The military leaders just called and confirmed that the person who was supposed to work at the Labor and Personnel Bureau was the retired officer Yao Zhigua, who retired 3 years ago after earning a medal. Jinwei was now sure that Yao Zhigua's job had been taken by someone else through improper means. His face darkened. The person working there now definitely got the job through illegal methods. Meng Xuejiao had some understanding of the current Yao Zhigua. She thought for a moment and told them, Xiao Yao is capable enough. Let Dashi bring the children over. After trying again and confirming that her body, after being pressed and squeezed, was indeed better at absorbing spiritual energy, Mubai had the idea to spread this method. She had already taught the children in the academy how to cultivate spiritual energy. Before heading to the Sunrise Forest, she noticed several promising students who had already begun to draw spiritual energy into their bodies. Plus, Dashi and others had taught them a set of body-strengthening techniques. Now, in the Flame Dragon Tribe school, several children were even more powerful than beginner warriors with basic bloodline awakening. His wife also looks down on rural people and never visits her parents after marriage. The Meng sisters and Jiang Jinwei are smart people. They exchange glances, communicating silently. Meng Xuejiao quickly asks Xiaolin, how long has the other person been working in the county? I don't remember exactly, but it was after a special period. The team leader's family had a distant relative in the county reform committee, but he was probably removed from his position. Soon after, his son came to work in the county. Everyone in the village knew it was a good job in the government, but no one knew exactly which department. He only finished middle school and used to be a scorekeeper in the team. Suddenly, he was transferred to the county. Many people said the Wang family's ancestors' graves were stirring. Meng Xuejiao begins to suspect something and asks a key question. Xiaolin, what's his name? Wang Xinchuan, 5 or 6 years older than me, about the same age as Commander Jiang. There was no one named Wang Xinchuan in the county party office. Just as Meng Xuejiao was about to say something, Lin Junyao mentioned Lu's family again. Auntie, yesterday morning, Lu's family also asked me about Wang Xinchuan, Lu Juanqing's family, Lu Juanqing's parents.
Huh?
Why did Lu Juanqing's parents ask about him? Meng Xuejiao heard about recent events in Lu's family, but didn't know how Lin Huahua was involved. Seeing that she seemed unaware and that Jiang Jinwei hadn't told her, Lin Junyao quickly explained the connections. After hearing this, Meng Xuejiao understood. Lu's family was probing early, probably to prepare for any trouble from that foolish daughter-in-law. Xiaolin, go home and have your meal first. Later, Auntie will call you again to help us check a photo. Okay, call me anytime. After saying this, Lin Junyao left. As soon as she got home, she immediately told Li Sume, Mom, Commander Jiang asked me about Brother Zhigua. Their unit's leaders called to ask about the impersonation case. The Wang family is finally going to be dealt with. When Jiang Jinwei called Lin Junyao again, she had just finished kneading the dough, washed her hands, and told her mother. She hurried off wearing a straw hat. Meng Xuejiao had just picked up an archive from her workplace and was flipping through the page of Yao Zhigua's file. She pointed at the photo and asked, Xiaolin, do you know him? Wang Xinchuan. Lin Jr. recognized at a glance that this black and white photo was quite formal. The person in the picture was wearing a white shirt and looked proper. Are you sure he's Wang Xinchuan? Meng Xuejiao asked with a serious face. Yes, I'm sure. He's Wang Xinchuan, the son of Captain Wang Changdong. He has a very obvious black birthmark on the back of his hand. Even if he turned to ashes, I wouldn't mistake him. Seeing that she mentioned specific features, Meng Xuejiao also remembered the birthmark on his hand. She slapped the table and said, They dare to take the work slot of a retired officer. They really have no shame. Lin Junya pretended to understand and looked shocked. Auntie, are you saying Wang Xinchuan took Zhiguaji's work slot? Before she could answer, she put on an angry expression and loudly cursed. Their family is really lacking in virtue. Wang Xinchuan didn't get that job by himself. He took Zhiguaji's place and used his name to get the job. He's stealing Zhiguaji's work. Wang Changdong and his wife rely on their son working in the county to show off in the team, flaunting their authority. When people have issues, they ignore them. Even the local leaders don't pay attention to them. Wang Xinchuan's mother, a rural woman, acts very proud in the team. Today she wears a gold bracelet, tomorrow she wears gold earrings. She looks down her nose at people, and when she goes out to farm, she even puts on red lipstick. When folks have problems, they go to Wang Changdong's house, but she always gives them a cold shoulder and often refuses to open the door. I promise to complete tonight's task well. Lin, who was unashamed, immediately leaned in and deliberately made a loud smacking sound.
Ha!
Jinwei Jiang chuckled softly, full of admiration for her lively and charming spirit. Share half with me. We'll meet here again later.
Okay.
Lin found an abandoned small glass bottle nearby and poured half of the liquid into it. Spray it into the well or water tank, just a few drops. There were more than 10 small gangs in this area, and all the shops on the street belonged to them. The couple each chose a side, and he didn't even take his wife and child back after they were born. It's obvious there's something fishy. He doesn't bring his wife home, doesn't let his in-laws visit, probably afraid of being exposed. Whenever he returns to the team, relatives and neighbors call him by his real name, which would give him away. She rambled on, and the sisters from the Meng family and Jiang Jinwei didn't interrupt. When she finished, Meng Xuejiao asked many questions about the Wang family, and she answered honestly. As Lin Junya was about to go home, Jiang Jinwei said, "Junya, tomorrow is Saturday. Do you have time to go with me to the Huyang production team? I was planning to go back tomorrow to gather medicinal herbs in the mountains. I will take you to Yao's house." "Okay, you should rest first. I'll call you around 8 a.m. tomorrow." When Lin Junya entered the house, Li Sumei was still awake. Seeing her, she eagerly asked, "Xiaoya, what's the situation?" "Mom, it's confirmed. Just now, Aunt Meng brought back Yao Zhigua's files. The photo on the file is of Wang Xinchuan. I told them everything I needed to. Commander Jiang will go to the team tomorrow morning to handle this, and he asked me to go with him to Yao's house. The good days for the Wang family are coming to an end." Li Sumei had endured a lot of trouble with the Wang family over the years. She was happy when they fell. She asked, "Wang Xinchuan pretending to hold an official position will probably get fired and sentenced. Did Xiao Jiang say when exactly? He didn't mention it earlier. I'll ask him again tomorrow." Lin Junya also wants to know the final punishment. Seeing her daughter take out a book, Li Sumei said, "Xiaoya, you wake up early. Don't stay up too late tonight. Sleep early. Tomorrow, don't spend too long in the mountains, just half a day, and come back." "Okay." The next morning, Lin Junya woke up before dawn. She first made baked buns, then left early to deliver some to the Lei siblings along the way. She also stopped at the meat factory to sell buns at the stall. Today, she brought 20 more buns and sold them in half an hour. Afterward, she returned home to help her mother wash up and use the toilet, then ate breakfast with her. She poured hot water for her mother, kept some buns for lunch, and took some buns and warm water into the mountains herself. Jiang Jing's visit to the team today was not for investigation but to handle the impersonation directly. Early in the morning, he ordered the police to arrest someone at the government office. He then drove with the retired officers to the Huyang production team. Lin Junya went with them, hitching a ride. It was her first time riding in a jeep. The experience was new and exciting, but she didn't look around much. She sat properly and followed the directions. Wang Xinchuan didn't know that his impersonation had been exposed. He was in a good mood that morning. When he arrived at the office, he brewed the good tea given by his father-in-law and chatted happily with colleagues about trivial matters. It wasn't until Meng Xuejiao brought in police officers and directly called out his real name that his face turned as pale as paper. Today, not only he was arrested, but also his most trusted superior, Director Xiao. The impersonation case was handled by Director Xiao himself. Director Xiao was about to be promoted to a higher position and would start his new job next month. When Wang Xinchuan's situation was exposed, he immediately disclaimed any connection and denied everything. However, Meng Xuejiao was prepared and told him to explain to the retired officers. On the spot, the police took him away. Jiang Jinwei's visit to their team went smoothly. Yao Zhigua had already returned home yesterday. The former leader had given him a clear answer, so he knew in advance that someone would come to handle his matter today. He didn't sleep all night, and his family was waiting quietly at home. Their case was easy to investigate. Wang Xinchuan replacing Yao Zhigua's name for work was impossible to explain for the Wang family. No matter how much they explained, it was useless. Wang Changdong and his wife were immediately handcuffed. The incident was like dropping a bomb in the team, causing the entire commune to shake. The usually arrogant Wang Changdong and his wife were now sweating nervously, trembling with fear. Just as they were about to be taken away, Yao's family arrived angrily, furious and punching them hard, knocking out their teeth. Finally, Jinwei intervened just in time. Yao Zhigua pulled his parents apart, and Wang Changdong and his wife were spared from being beaten into a mess. However, their luxurious red brick house was smashed inside and out. After witnessing the lively scene, Lin Junia, who had been behind the scenes, quietly withdrew. When others weren't paying attention, she whispered a few words to Yao Jihong, then went into the mountains to find medicinal herbs. Jiang Jinwei finished his official duties and left with the retired officers, calling Yao Zhigua to get into the car. He wanted to say a few words to Lin Junia, but couldn't find her among the crowd. Soon, he saw her carrying a basket on her back heading up the mountain. After getting into the car, he asked Yao Zhigua, which house is Lin Junia's home? That wooden house, the one that's locked. Yao Zhigua pointed to the house outside the window. The house was old and simple, made of plain wooden planks with no bricks. The roof was covered with thatch. It was somewhat comfortable in summer but very cold and fragile in winter with wind and snow. Jiang Jinwei only looked outside briefly and didn't say anything. He asked the driver to start the car and head to the county town. The snow on the mountain had melted, but the mountain road was rough and slippery. Lin Junia took about half an hour to reach the middle of the mountain. She spent some time finding another patch of southern ginseng. She didn't stay long in the mountains and left around 2 p.m., carrying her small basket to the Yao family. Today, the Yao family was very lively. Several neighbors from nearby houses were here, warming themselves by the fire, along with some relatives of the Yao family. A group of people was chatting casually around the stove. Yao's mother saw her and immediately got up to open the door. She subtly winked at her and smiled, asking, "Young sister Ya, what brought you into the mountains? Aren't you supposed to take care of your mother?" "My mother has been discharged from the hospital. I rented a small house in the city. She's resting at home, and I left her water and some biscuits for her midday meal. I just went into the mountains to dig some medicinal herbs. I know a senior from a local organization who collects herbs. They showed me a few types of Chinese herbs. I dug some to earn a bit of living money." Seeing some root-like things in her basket, which Yao's mother didn't recognize, she asked, "Are these all medicinal herbs?" "Yes, I read about them in a book. The senior also showed me the real herbs. I didn't dig the wrong ones." She didn't hide this from others, and everyone heard her. A few women stood up, crowding around. They leaned in and asked, "Young sister Ya, what kind of herbs are these? How much are they worth?" "They're a mix of different herbs. I think I can sell them for 2 or 3 yuan. "Really? You can sell them for 2 or 3 yuan. The women got excited. One quick-handed woman immediately reached into the basket, shouting loudly, "Young sister Ya, teach us how to recognize these herbs. We want to go into the mountains and earn some extra money." "Mrs. Wu, speak a little louder so everyone in the community can hear about this way to make money," Lin Junia said. Yao's mother was in a good mood today, and her smile never faded. She kicked Mrs. Wu lightly with her foot, saying, "You silly woman, young sister Ya is bringing us good news. Keep your voice down and don't shout around." Mrs. Wu understood and smiled as she stood up. "Young sister Ya, are you really going to help us make money?" Lin Junia took the hot tea brought by Yao Zhihong and sat down casually on a bench by the fire to warm herself. She replied, "If you let me help you earn a little money, I will bring you along." "Young sister Ya, what do you think?" asked the head of the Yao family. "I'll teach you how to recognize herbs." Seeing Wu Yuan still slowly realizing and clicking her tongue behind him, he casually pulls her along. "Wu, there's a small class that still needs a teacher. Maybe Wu Yuan can help out?" Mu Bai is caught between laughter and tears at his words. Go on, go on. It seems he has a very good temper. He hasn't lost his temper since coming here.
Woo.
I'm back. Right now, she seems to be the only one free in the entire tribe. Mu Bai, feeling bored, was about to go back to her cave to hide when she heard the loud voice of the famous Bull. Bull? Why are you back so soon? Bull's appearance at this moment is indeed. She considered this quite kind, and everyone agreed. Yes, yes. Young sister Ya, how much are these herbs worth? Mother Yao asked her. Lin Junia finished her hot tea first. After warming up a bit, she poured out most of the basket of herbs onto the ground, sorted them by type, and arranged them neatly, inviting them over to identify. This is Nansha ginseng from the small valley in Wuzhu Mountain. It's a place where you often go to gather pig grass and chop wood. In summer and autumn, it grows purple flowers in clusters. That's not pig grass or weeds. Its roots are a valuable medicinal herb, costing
3 yuan per jin.
She quoted the purchase price, which she sold to the hospital for a profit of 50 cents per jin. She thought this price was fair.
What?
Pig grass, is that expensive? Aunt Wu exclaimed loudly. You're such an idiot. Speak softer. Someone scolded her. It was her husband who scolded her, tapping her with a water pipe. Stop yelling. Shut your mouth. I got it, I got it. I won't say anything. Aunt Wu immediately covered her mouth. Lin Junia was startled by the loud noise, her ears ringing, and repeated, Aunt Wu, that's not pig grass. It's a herb. We just didn't recognize it before, and cut it thinking it was pig grass. 2.3 yuan per jin, all fed to the pigs. Such a pity, a nearby woman said, feeling sad and patting her leg. Seeing that they weren't paying attention to the main point, Yao Jihong stepped in. Everyone, listen carefully. Sister Ya just said this Nansha ginseng is the stem, the part buried in the ground, not the top part with flowers and stalks that we cut. Oh, right, the women responded, realizing. Aunt Wu covered her mouth and laughed. You young folks are smarter. We only care about the price. The women chattered loudly, but Yao's grandfather interrupted them. Don't interrupt. Let Sister Ya finish, then ask questions. Go on, Sister Ya. Mother Yao crouched in the best spot and pulled her daughter and younger son aside. Jihong, Jijun, listen carefully and learn well. Jijun, go get some paper and a pen. I'll write down the names and prices of these herbs for you, Lin Junia ordered straightforwardly. Okay, right away. Nansha ginseng is the most expensive. The other 5 or 6 medicinal herbs are much cheaper. There are quite a few in the nearby forest, and she just brought back some leaves and vines for them to identify. Everyone present is a local mountain person who spends every day in the mountains. They often see these herbs but don't know they are medicinal or realize they are valuable. Now that they know, everyone can't sit still. They all stand up quickly, eager to go into the mountains to find more. Once you find them, wash them clean, don't bring back mud, dry out the water, and send them all to the Yao family. Jihong will keep track of the accounts. Every 1 or 2 days, deliver the goods to the county town and settle the bill when they arrive, Lin Junyao said. She doesn't want to come back often to collect the herbs. Traveling back and forth takes too much time and effort. Okay, everyone agreed, and after that, they all stood up and left. After the outsiders left, Lin Junyao asked about the Yao family, uncle, aunt. Has brother Jigua come back yet? Jihong, go back and inform these people. If they're willing to come, bring them here this afternoon. Write down the names of her sister-in-law Sherlan, her father, Yao Jihong's brother-in-law, her cousins, and her 2 uncles and 2 great-uncles from her grandfather's family, and tell them to come work in the warehouse. Okay, Xia. Thank you. After writing down the names of Yao's relatives, Lin Junya also listed the names of the village chief's son, daughter-in-law, daughter, nephew, and niece. Li Sumei then recommended several obedient, diligent, and capable women from the team. She wrote over 20 names in total, every day in the mountains. This morning, Lin Junya whispered secretly with Yao Jihong. Yao's parents already knew that Jiang was the person she brought. Since her work went so smoothly, they believed she had helped a lot behind the scenes. Yamei, how did you meet Comrade Jiang? Yao's father asked her. I rented a house from Captain Jiang. He knows I'm from the Huyang production team. Last night, he received a call from the military leaders and immediately asked me about the situation. Later, he showed me Jigua's file, and I saw the photo on the file was Wang Xinchuan. I told him some things right away. He investigated overnight. This morning, he arranged for police officers to go to the office and arrest Wang Xinchuan and the person in charge. He brought some retired officials to the team and asked me to lead them. So that's how it is. Although Wang's family was arrested, Yao's parents were still a bit worried about their son's work. Yao's father took a puff of smoke and said, "We don't know how the higher-ups will handle those 3 troublemakers from Wang's family. I wonder if Jigua's job will be reassigned." Captain Jiang said that Wang Xinchuan will definitely be sentenced. The army commander takes this matter seriously and personally called the county to supervise it. There might also be a newspaper report criticizing him. He said Wang Xinchuan's sentence will start at least 5 years. Wang Chongdong and his wife are also involved and will be sentenced too. The exact years will be announced later. Overall, they will be dealt with strictly to set an example. Wang Xinchuan's father-in-law is the deputy director of the canned food factory. The whole family was probably taken for investigation today. If they knew about the impersonation and didn't report it or participated, their jobs are over. Brother Jigua's work will be rearranged. The details will be discussed with him directly, and there should be some compensation.
And
Miao exclaims in surprise. Let's hold on a little longer. Any delay helps. When An says this, his breath is clearly unstable. But with the shield up, the surrounding sounds quiet down. It works. Everyone holds their breath and waits quietly. Inside the small treehouse, only the sleeping small ones, unaware of the danger, and the faint red glow of the shield surrounding them remain. But as time passed, the pink light curtain gradually faded, and could no longer stand steadily and started to sway. And let me try. Golu quickly moved, and just as An fell, he used his only remaining hand to hold him up. This matter seriously? Some are in jail. Others are paralyzed. The younger ones are too reckless to cause trouble. You and your mother can finally have peaceful days. Hearing her mother talk about the Lin family, Yao Jihong came over and asked, Yimei, have you heard whether Lin Hua was kicked out by her in-laws?
I know.
Her in-laws are smart and hold high positions. They've wanted to find a reason to send her away for a long time. 2 nights ago, Junia talked with Aunt Meng and others about Liu Junson's family. She shared some key details and also mentioned some foolish things Lin Hua did after marrying into Liu's family. After sitting with the Yao family for half an hour, Junia went home, pulled some green onions, garlic, and chives from the vegetable garden, then caught a tractor into town to head back. Shaolin, you're back. When Junia arrived home, Meng Xuejiao was sitting by the bed knitting a sweater. She smiled and said, You said your mom knits many patterns. Annie only knows how to knit plain stitches. Come and ask your mom for advice. Li Sumei was lying on 2 pillows behind her head, lying on her side. Xiaoya, what's the situation in the team? Wang Chongdong and his wife were both taken away. Before they were taken by Captain Jiang, Aunt Yao and her parents beat them badly. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. At noon, someone knocked on the front door of the Meng house. Yao Jihong put down her bowl and ran to open the door, quickly leading someone in. Jiangzi, they say they are hospital leaders coming to see Director Meng. Junia had never met these 2 leaders. She stood up to greet them and said, Hello, comrades. Director Meng is not at home. The young comrade, are you a relative of Director Meng? Asked the male comrade wearing glasses. No, we're just renting here. He responded with an O and didn't ask personal questions. Instead, he asked young comrade, Do you know where Director Meng has gone? Later, it was found that they knew but didn't report it, and they also used Wang Xinchuan's position to commit many violations. All of them were taken away for military investigation, which may take a day or 2. The Liu family was also involved. Well, this is great. Everything is being cleaned up. This outcome was better than Lin Junia imagined. She was worried about the Liu family's secret retaliation, but now it seems she doesn't need to worry at all. Shaolin, how much medicinal herbs did you dig today? Meng Xuejiao asked. Quite a lot. I think I can sell them for 60 or 70 yuan. Lin Junia hasn't yet taken them to the hospital. That much? Li Sumei's eyes lit up. Are most of them Nansha ginseng? Yes, today I dug quite a bit of Nansha ginseng and banlangen. The others are few. Lin Junya had only shown a small amount of the herbs to neighbors in the team, most were stored in her space. Now she was about to go out. Mom, I'm going to sell the herbs. I'll come back later to cook. Go ahead. I'm not hungry now. Sister Meng just gave me some persimmon cakes, and my stomach is full. Watching her leave, Meng Shuejiao smiled softly and said, Xiaolin is smart and capable. She's not afraid of hardship or tiredness, and she's filial and polite. Truly a rare good girl. Yes, Xiaoya has been sensible and filial since she was young. If she hadn't been with me, I don't think I could have endured until now. Li Sume sometimes felt her own resilience wasn't as strong or optimistic as her daughter's. Whenever she was feeling down and full of sadness, it was her daughter who encouraged and comforted her. That's how she managed to get through step by step. She is your support, and you are her reliance. You've survived the hardest and most difficult days. Life will get better and better. All the suffering you and your daughter have endured is over. The rest will be happiness. Little Lin is smart and strong. I can tell she's a lucky person just by looking at her. Sister, take good care of your injury, think positively, and sooner or later, good fortune will come your way. Lin Junya and Meng Shuilan returned home together. As soon as they arrived, they reported their earnings. Mom, we sold medicinal herbs for 726 yuan today. The price of banlangen has increased by 5 cents recently. The Nansha ginseng we sold today is of better quality than last time, with many first and second grade goods, so the price was higher. Xiaoya, you should thank Director Meng properly, Li Sume advised her. Mom, I will. Director Meng and Auntie like eating dumplings, so I'll make more tomorrow and take some to them. Lin Junya understood social manners without needing her mother to teach her. They ate flatbread for breakfast and lunch. After working in the mountains all day, Lin Junya was very hungry. She kept her money safe and immediately went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. In the evening, she cooked a large pot of plain rice, sliced a piece of cured meat given by the Yao family last time, stir-fried a big bowl of carrots, made a pot of egg drop soup with 3 eggs, and stir-fried a large bowl of fresh vegetable shoots. Mom, dinner is ready. Li Sume was also a bit hungry. Smelling the delicious food, her appetite opened wide. Xiaoya, give me a shoulder and neck massage. I'll lean back for a few minutes and then serve myself. Okay, after eating, I'll just lie down. Lin Junya immediately went to help. Jiang Jinwei only returned home at dusk. He was in the kitchen cooking when he entered and asked, Mom, Andy, has Junya come back?
She has.
Seeing her son, he asked Lin Junya. Meng Shuejiao smiled slightly. She came back around 4 o'clock. This girl is very capable. Today, she dug 2 baskets of medicinal herbs in the mountains and sold over 70 yuan. She also brought us 2 bundles of cabbage shoots and Chinese artichokes from her own land. Meng Shuilan came out to pour a bowl of hot water for her nephew. Jinwei, wash your hands first, then sit by the stove to warm up. Dinner will be ready in 5 minutes. Jinwei, have you found out everything? Meng Shuejiao asked him. All clear now. The county is going to replace some officials. Jiang Jinwei didn't give details, only said, tomorrow, reporters from the provincial capital will come for interviews. Leaders from the province and city will also come to supervise. On Monday, the results will be announced publicly. With the provincial leaders personally investigating, the county officials are likely to face criticism. Meng Shuejiao's face darkened. Our Dongyuan County is now in the spotlight. Jinwei, what about the comrade Yao who was replaced? Will she be reassigned? Meng Shuilan asked again. The Veterans Affairs Office arranged a new job for him, offering several positions to choose from. He decided to join the police station. Wang Xinchuan's 3 years of salary and allowances were fully recovered, and he received some as compensation. Yao Zhigua had already arrived home, running all the way from the county town. Since his promotion, he feels his internal energy and blood stay at a steady level, not easily lost but also not increasing. Man Nyo is quite satisfied with his current state, as he has few rivals in the wilderness. But the special effects of the healing talisman also make his mood fluctuate. Even a small increase in vitality is a big surprise for him now. It represents hope for further improvement. Besides restoring strength, do you feel anything else? Mu Bai is not surprised by Manhwa's words. Most of her time has been spent strengthening her cultivation and helping the Yanlong tribe grow, but she also spends some time studying. No one knows how Yao Zhigua found out. Now that he's a police officer, Yao Jihong and the others must be so arrogant, Lin Mimi said with a jealous look. Later, you should avoid arguing with her. Basically, the Lin family only bullies the weak and fears the strong. They pick on the vulnerable but dare not challenge the powerful. The four sisters, Lin Huahua and her sisters, walked behind, also talking about the Yao family. The youngest, Lin Yuan, whispered, "Third sister, the matchmaker came before and introduced you to Yao Zhigua. You didn't agree back then. Do you regret it now?" "It wasn't that I didn't agree. It was Grandma who didn't approve. She told me to refuse." Lin Yuan now truly regretted it. If she had listened to Grandma and agreed with the matchmaker, she would be the wife of a police officer now, and all that trouble with Sherlon wouldn't matter. Why didn't Grandma approve back then? Lin Huahua asked, not knowing the story. Lin Yuan shot her a quick look and muttered, "Grandma said the army didn't arrange a job for Yao Zhigua. He's just a common worker with no future. She said that in the future, someone better would come along and take us all to live in the city." At that time, her eldest sister married into the Liu family. Because of Liu's family background, Lin Yuan thought Grandma's words made sense. With her sister and brother-in-law's help, she believed she could find a good man in the city. But she never expected her sister to divorce, be kicked out by her in-laws, or for her mother to go to jail, her father to become paralyzed, and the family to fall into chaos. Now, seeing her family like this, Lin Yuan felt hopeless. She deeply regretted refusing the matchmaker back then. Lin Huahua had once wanted to take her 3 younger sisters to the city to find them good husbands in the town. She had also talked to Lu Junxing about this, but he didn't agree. Since she had no connections or skills herself, the plan was delayed. Now both younger sisters are 18 years old. If they don't think about marriage soon, it will be too late. But given the current family situation, no one is willing to marry them.
Not only them, even she is no longer wanted by anyone.
Thinking about her current situation, Lin Huahua feels full of resentment. Instead of trying to change her life, she is secretly planning how to return to Lu's family and remarry Lu Junxing to enjoy the comfortable life she had before. When Jiang Jinyu came to visit, they were still eating. Meng Xuelan opened the door for her and said, "Shaolin, the cabbage sprouts your family grows are really tasty, fresh, crunchy, and sweet, even better than meat. The cabbages in the field are almost bolting. Next week, when the temperature rises a bit, there will be more sprouts. I'll pick some for you then." Lin Jinyu moved closer to Jiang Jinyu and looked at him intently. "Captain Jiang, how many years is Wang Xinchuan sentenced to?" Seeing her clear, glass-like eyes, Jiang Jinyu smiled slightly. "You really want to know?" "Yes, I do. Tell me quickly. I already know the outcome. I'll sleep well tonight. If you don't tell me, I definitely won't be able to sleep." Lin Jinyu eagerly wanted to know. Hee. The Meng sisters all laughed. She wanted to know, but Jiang Jinyu deliberately teased her, playing hard to get. "You'll find out the day after tomorrow." "Still the day after tomorrow?" Lin Jinyu's face fell, and she slumped like a rag doll beside her. "I was hoping to get the first-hand news and tell my team. The exact punishment hasn't been decided yet. Tomorrow, leaders from the province and city will come, and there will be reporters. Overall, this time, the punishment will be severe, and everyone involved will be held accountable." Jiang Jinyu gave her some news. Seeing her eyes shine with excitement, he looked at her quietly. "Will you be able to sleep tonight?" "Yes, I can sleep until dawn." Lin Jinyu jumped up happily. "I'll go tell my mom first, then come back later to visit. She is lively, cheerful, confident, and natural. The Meng sisters all like her." Jiang Jinyu also had a faint, unnoticed smile in his eyes. When Lin Junya came to visit again, they had already finished eating. Jiang Jinwei was sitting by the fire, warming herself and drinking tea. Meng Shuejiao was in the kitchen washing dishes, and Meng Shuelan was coming downstairs holding a pile of fabric. Director Meng, what are you planning to do? Do you need help? She asked eagerly. Kind-hearted, Meng Shuelan didn't refuse her. Shaolin, I want to sew a new quilt cover and need to measure the size. Can you help me with that?
Okay.
After cutting the fabric, Meng Shuelan opened the door to the small room next door, where a sewing machine was placed. She took the fabric inside to sew. A few families in the village also had sewing machines, mostly bought as wedding gifts, called 3 turns and 1 sheng, a traditional bridal gift. Lin Junya had seen the machine before but didn't understand how it worked. Shaolin, do you know how to use it? Meng Shuelan asked. I don't. Lin Junya shook her head and grinned. Our family couldn't afford one. My mom knows how to use it, but she's never borrowed one from others. Handheld lamb, scallion braised lamb, roasted whole sheep, skewers, braised and stewed dishes, hot pot with noodles. All kinds of delicious ways to eat suddenly flooded her mind, and she couldn't stop thinking about them. This thing should taste good, right? Before her saliva started to flow, Mu Bai asked first.
Huh?
I don't know. This question really stumped Banyu. The snow beast has always been a dangerous creature. Everyone avoids it when they hear its name. Who dares to think about eating its meat? No one has ever tasted if it's good or not. Maybe we should try? Mu Bai used her spiritual sense to scan. Meng Shuelan, this one, a butterfly brand, was bought 4 years ago for 180 yuan, and we even needed a sewing machine ticket. Not just in the countryside. Many urban working families might not be able to afford it either. The main difficulty is getting the sewing machine ticket. Thinking about the team, there were only 2 machines in total. Only Lin Huahua's bride price included a 3 turns and 1 sheng. She started chatting with Meng. Director Meng, when Lu Junsin married Lin Huahua, he gave her a 3 turns and 1 sheng and 500 yuan as bride price. Is that considered high in the city? Yes, that's quite high, Meng replied. In the city, the usual bride price for government workers' families is around 300 to 400 yuan plus a 3 turns and 1 sheng. Lu's family was willing to give that much 3 years ago, probably because Lu Junsin fought for it. Lu Junsin's older sister married a year earlier. Her in-laws had a similar status to Lu's family. The couple grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Their wedding bride price was also 500 yuan, and they prepared many other gifts. But Lu's family didn't take anything. They kept everything as dowry and gave it back to the young couple. Lin Junya listened and smiled. The bride price Lu Junxin gave was all accepted by the Lin family. They only gave 2 quilts as dowry. Lu's parents were probably very angry. Meng Shuelan also heard about this and attended Lu's wedding. She chuckled softly. They made a joke on the day of the wedding banquet. Lu Junxing's mother looked very angry. Later, Lu's relatives didn't speak well of Lin Huahua. While they were chatting, Meng Shuejiao came in holding a bag of cotton. Shuelan, I weighed the cotton. It's only a little over 4 jin.
Huh?
Only 4 jin? I thought it was 6.5 jin. Meng Shuelan put down her work. It's only 4.5 jin. Then I must have remembered wrong. Tonight, Meng Shuelan was making a new quilt as part of her niece's dowry. 4.5 jin isn't enough. I'll ask Qijia tomorrow to lend me 2 jin to use first, then I'll return it to her. Director Meng, I can get cotton. I'll help you get some now and bring it back. Lin Junyao immediately saw a chance to make money. Shaolin, you can get it? Meng Shuelan looked at her. Lin Junyao nodded and chuckled. I know someone who deals in goods. They go to the countryside to collect cotton and sell it in the city for a profit. I even saw them this morning when I was selling pancakes. They asked if I wanted cotton, 2.8 per jin, no receipt needed. Meng Shuelan was happy with the price. They paid 2.9 jin at the state-run store, and that required a receipt. She asked, does he live in the city? He lives in Hulu Alley, Lin Junyao said, using the Lei siblings as a cover. Shaolin, please go ask if they still have stock. If they do, buy around 10 jin for us. Meng Shuejiao took out money from her pocket and handed her 3 big yuan notes. Okay, I'll go now. Lin Junyao took the money and hurried off quickly. Jinwei came out of the bathroom and only saw her back.
He asked inside, "Mom, where is Junyao going?"
"She's going to buy cotton for us," Meng Shuejia replied. "Late at night? Can't she buy it tomorrow?" Jinwei asked. "Oh, right, it's nighttime now. It's dark outside, and Shaolin doesn't have a flashlight," Meng Shuejia realized and hurried outside to look for her, but she was already gone. In the county town, the streets had no streetlights. Only a few dim lamps from the houses along the street provided faint light. The night was a bit cold, and few people were out walking. Even children weren't running around playing. Lin Junya did not wander aimlessly on the street. She found a dark corner to hide in, then slipped into her space to pick mature cotton. After estimating the time, she took out a bag of over 11 jean of cotton and happily hummed a tune on her way back. "Junya." Jinwei was waiting for her at the door. Seeing her, he said, "It's not very safe at night. Don't go out alone in the future." "It's okay. I was going to Hulu Alley, which is very close," Lin Jr. replied as she followed him into the house. The Meng sisters were at home sorting cotton. When they saw her, they asked about her. When they saw the cotton she brought back, their eyes lit up. "Shaolin, is this year's new cotton? It's much better than what we bought." They went to the countryside to harvest cotton a few days ago. "It's this year's cotton. I just negotiated a little price. 2.7 yuan for over 11 jean. Here, weigh it." "No need to weigh. Good quality cotton like this only costs 2.7 yuan. We got a good deal." Meng Shuelon poured out all the cotton onto the chopping board and pointed to a small pile beside it. "Shaolin, look. The cotton we bought from the state store is much worse. It's more yellow. This is old cotton from a couple of years ago. The cotton we pick in the countryside is snow white. Junya goes cotton picking every year. She is very skilled at it and earns many work points each year. The cotton clothes her mother and she wear made from cotton they pick themselves, but they are all lower quality cotton. The better quality cotton is taken away by the authorities. It should be old cotton." Meng Shuelon has never lived in the countryside. Usually, her family buys essential items from the supply and marketing cooperative or state stores. "Shaolin, does your friend still have some?" Meng Jiao asked her. "Yes, cotton is profitable, so they don't worry about selling it. They harvest as much as they can in the countryside," Junya lied smoothly, without blinking. "Some of our relatives and friends are preparing dowry bedding for their daughters. They probably need cotton. I'll ask tomorrow. If needed, please help me ask your friends to order more." He wears a tattered straw hat and has a cloth wrapped around his face, with eyes staring intently at them. Li Sume looks at him. Although she can't see his features clearly, there's an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Is he an acquaintance, sister-in-law? Aunt Wan sees the man looking their way, but neither she nor the neighbors recognize him. Upon closer look, it seems he is watching Li Sume. Just as Li Sume is trying to recall and is about to speak, Yao Jihong comes with a bamboo basket. "Auntie Sume, I've brought all the remaining buns. I just met my brother on the road. He asked me to deliver 20 meat buns to the police station." Clothes her mother and she wear made from cotton they pick themselves, but they are all low. "Junya, this is your flour. I ground it for you." "Thank you." Junya took a pancake each for her 4 siblings as a thank you gift. Lei Xiaoyan happily accepted and also gave her 2 boiled eggs in return. "Brother Xiaoqiang, Xiaoyan, you are both city people born and raised here. Do you know where I can buy traditional Chinese herbs?" Junya asked, as the herbs at her space were piled up like small mountains and needed to be sold quickly. It was inconvenient to send them to the pharmacy department, so she needed to find another large buyer. There's a freight market east of the county town. Many transport trucks from north and south stop there for fuel. They also buy and resell goods, including all kinds of miscellaneous items. I saw someone selling herbs like summercure grass, and they buy a few jean at a time. But these outsiders are pretty shrewd. They push the prices down hard. Also, they usually travel in big groups, often doing shady deals. You need to be careful when doing business with them. Junya understood and asked, "Where is the freight market exactly?" "Behind the grain station. There are rows of tractors and freight trucks parked there often. On weekends, there are quite a few vehicles." "Okay, I think I know where it is now. Junya had previously gone with others to deliver grain and had some impression of the county grain station. After Lei's family pushed their things away, Junya stored the flour in her space and then carried her basket to sell pancakes. Jiang Jinwei, who was out for a morning walk, saw her selling at the meat factory gate. Business was booming. After the customers left, he went over to greet her. "Captain Jiang, have you had breakfast yet?" Junya asked. "Not yet." Junya grabbed 2 pancakes and handed them to him. "Eat some to fill your stomach." Jiang Jinwei didn't refuse and supported himself with his cane, standing beside her to eat. Seeing she brought 2 baskets today, he asked, "Did you make extra today?" "Yes, since I don't have to go to school today, I made more." Today, Junya made 100 pancakes and 1 basket was already sold out. Several regular customers bought at least 5 each. After breakfast, Jiang Jinwei was about to buy vegetables and asked her, "Junya, do you want to buy some vegetables? Should I bring some back for you?" Lin Junya is busy here and says to him, "Help me bring 2 cents worth of tofu. My mom wants to eat tofu, and I'll pay you back later." "No need to pay, just deduct it from the breakfast money." Junya sells for another 4 or 5 minutes, and only about 10 pancakes are left in her basket. 3 rough-looking thugs, each with hands in pockets and acting casual, approach. They speak in a flirtatious tone. "Give each of us 3. Pay first." Junya immediately sees through their attempt to get free food. She has seen this kind of behavior many times before and doesn't tolerate it. If she gives them food for free today, they will think she's easy to bully and will come back often, making her small business impossible to run. "Give us a few first so we can try the taste," one says as he reaches out to grab. Junya steps back, avoiding his hand, and looks at him with disgust. "Get your dirty hands away. I sell pancakes, not things to eat with dirty hands that are all stained. Don't come near."
Haha.
A young fish vendor nearby can't help but laugh and glances at the hand. "Why are you laughing?" The glares at him and shows a fierce expression to Junya. "I'm giving you face, so are you giving us the food or not? Do I need to ask for your face? What's your face worth?" Junya isn't afraid of him. She looks at them with contempt. "Want to fight? Come on, 1 by 1 or all 3 at once. Whatever you prefer, I'll stand my ground. You woman, I've been in this street for a while. Who cares about your street cred?" Junya kicks a rotten radish that someone threw nearby right into his forehead. He reacts quickly, but still gets hit, and the rotten radish smashes into his face, splattering dirt and grime. He looks stunned. Who did that? His companions roll their eyes at him. "Akue, are you blind? She did it. How dare you kick?" Before he finishes, a stone hits his mouth, and bright red blood spurts out instantly. Junya still holds 2 stones in her hand, her expression cold. "If you curse again, these 2 stones will be your eyeballs."
You.
The 2 other thugs are frightened by her speed and are about to threaten her, but Jiang Jinwei, who is back from buying vegetables, arrives. "What are you doing?" Junya quickly tucks the stones into her pocket and suppresses her coldness, suddenly changing her face to a more innocent look as she loudly reports, "Captain Jiang, these 3 thugs want free food. They want my pancakes without paying, and they even cursed at me." When they heard the title company commander, the 3 troublemakers clearly changed their expressions. Even though Jiang Jinwei was now leaning on a cane, his commanding presence made them too afraid to cause trouble. "We didn't do anything. We were just buying cakes from her. She wouldn't sell, and she hit me." The troublemaker covered his bleeding mouth, showing some fear. He immediately turned to leave, threatening, "You woman, don't let me see you again. You, troublemaker, if you come to bother me again, I'll send you to the police station for some discipline," Lin Junyao said confidently. After they left, Jiang Jinwei walked over to her, glancing at her pocket with a deep look. "Your eyesight is pretty good. You threw stones very accurately. It's a skill I learned from fighting with Lin and the others. I hit every time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to win against them alone." Junyao wasn't lying. The original owner used to throw stones during fights, and she was quite accurate, but she couldn't compare to her now. Jiang Jinwei didn't say anything else. He asked, "Are you done selling?"
Not yet.
There's still about 10 left. Junyao planned to finish selling before leaving and loudly called out, "Sesame scallion pancakes, 5 cents each." Only 10 left now. After about 5 or 6 minutes, only 2 pancakes remained. Junyao and Jiang Jinwei each took one and shared them. They also bought a black fish from the fish stall nearby and headed home together. Company Commander Jiang, Sister Yamei. Just as they reached the nearby intersection, the entire Yao family came toward them. Today, everyone was dressed neatly, having put on their winter coats for the new year. Seeing them, Junyao was a bit surprised. "Uncle, Auntie, why are you all in the county today?" Yesterday, Company Commander Jiang told Jigua that he would be interviewed today and provincial leaders are coming. "Jigua needs to be there, so we came along to see your mother too." Yao's mother carried many things and smiled warmly as she spoke to Jiang Jinwei. "Company Commander Jiang, I really appreciate what you did for my son. Yesterday, we were busy dealing with the Wang family and forgot to invite you to our home."
Sorry about that.
"Don't mention it, Auntie. It's my duty," Jiang Jinwei replied. He checked his watch and saw it was only a little past 7. He invited, "Come to my house first. The retired officials won't come to pick us up until 8. "All right, Company Commander Jiang. Sorry to trouble you," Yao's father quickly said. When they arrived home, Meng Xuejiao and her sister hadn't gone to work yet. They had just finished cooking breakfast. Seeing the guests, they politely invited everyone inside to sit. The Yao couple brought many gifts to thank them, but Meng Xuejiao refused to accept them and instead took out some dried goods and candies to entertain them. "Young sister, where do you and your mother live?" Yao's mother quietly asked her. "We rent the back bungalow. This is Jiang Yingzhang's house, and the back bungalow belongs to his aunt. There is a door that leads outside." Lin Junyao pointed to the back, then delivered the vegetables Jiang Jinwei bought to his kitchen. She came out to talk with the elders. "Uncle, Auntie, my mother hasn't washed up or had breakfast yet. I will go back to take care of her. You can have some tea first and come over later." "All right, okay," Yao's parents replied. "Young sister, I'll go with you," Yao Jihong said, carrying a large cloth bag and immediately following her. Li Sume had woken up long ago and smiled when she saw Yao Jihong. "Jihong, why are you in the county today?" "Uncle Sume, today provincial leaders are coming, and some reporters will interview my brother. Our whole family came with him. Dad, Mom, my brother, and sister-in-law are now sitting at Jiang Yingzhang's house. They will come later." Yao Jihong quickly told her and then asked with concern, "Uncle Sume, are you feeling better? Does it still hurt?" "Much better now. I take Western medicine every day, and the pain is not so bad anymore." Junyao brought her hot tea and then helped her mother with water, brushing her teeth and washing her face. She asked Yao Jihong for help to support her as she slowly got up and moved to the bathroom. When the Yao family arrived, Li Sume had just finished using the bathroom. Yao's mother asked with concern, then made a request. "Sume, my sister-in-law knows you are educated. I want to ask for your help, can I?" "Sister-in-law, just say it." Yao's mother pointed to her son, who was dressed very formally today. "Today, provincial and city leaders are coming, and there will be reporters for interviews. Jigua is involved in the case of impersonation, and the leaders will definitely meet him. He hasn't studied much and won't speak well, so the reporters won't get good answers. Please teach him a few polite words. He needs to memorize some last minute." Yes, Sume. Our family is all rough folk, no educated people. I'm worried he will embarrass himself in front of the leaders. Please teach him a few words of thanks," Yao's father also asked. Li Sume smiled at this and handed the task to her daughter. "Xiaoya, you wrote a very good end-of-term summary last time. Recite a few sentences for Jigua." Junyao was not modest. She went inside, took out her notebook, and flipped to the 2 pages her mother mentioned. "Brother Jigua, whether it's meeting with leaders or interviews with reporters, just relax and answer honestly. Respond as if you're reporting to military leaders. If you need to summarize, just use these few sentences." "Okay, I'll take a look." Yao Jigua didn't have a high level of education. He left middle school early to join the army, but he was promoted to company commander because he was smart. When Jiang Jinwei came to call someone, Lin Junya, was in the yard sorting herbs with Yao Jihong. They had dug up a lot of good quality herbs yesterday afternoon, including Nansha ginseng, banlanjin, kudzu root, and yuzu. They were valuable, about 50 pounds in total from 5 or 6 households. Aya, your aunt, and the others are sitting here. My son and I will go see the leaders with Comrade Jiang, and we'll come back later, Yao's father said as he came out. Uncle, you and aunt come to our house for lunch. Jihong and I will cook. Commander Jiang, don't cook today, come eat with us. Yao's family brought a lot of dishes, including pork and fish. They also gave Jiang Jinwei a portion, but he refused it. Instead, they all brought the herbs over to Lin Junia's side. Okay, Jiang Jinwei replied. Junia sorted the herbs and went to the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles for her mother. After she finished eating, she let Yao's family stay at home to keep her company. She carried a basket of herbs to the hospital to sell. She sold herbs for a total of 40 yuan. Junia used the purchase price from yesterday to give 36 yuan to Yao Jihong, so she could take it back and share with others. Mom, I've never seen so much money in my life, said Yao Jihong, trembling with excitement. She was afraid to put it in her pocket and quickly handed it to her mother. Mom, you keep it. I'm afraid I'll lose it. If I do, I can't afford to pay. Such a useless girl, her mother said with a smile, taking the money and putting it into her coat pocket. Learn from Maya. Your Aunt Sume is bedridden and can't move, but she still supports the family alone, studying, earning money, and taking care of Mom. She's never fallen behind. Yao Jihong, hearing about the sale of pancakes from Lin Junia, had an idea. Maybe I can make some pancakes at home to sell? Second sister, don't even think about it. Your pancakes are so dark and ugly, even dogs wouldn't want to eat them. Don't waste food, Yao Jijun, sitting by the fire, teased her. Yao Jihong glared at him.
I didn't burn them that badly.
I did it on purpose to make them more fragrant. Throw them on the ground. Even Dahu wouldn't eat them. No matter how fragrant, it's no use, Yao Jijun said dismissively. Everyone, especially the women, couldn't help but laugh. Right now, everyone is worried about how to rescue themselves. This has become a new term on the plane, and it's something no one has ever done before. Their minds are stuck, unable to think clearly. The more they think about it, the harder it gets. No water? Water can put out fires, and someone immediately thought of the water shortage. Even if we have water, it won't help. Listen up, everyone, grab your tools and start cutting down trees. Actually, Mu Bai wasn't fully confident when she said this. Without machinery or professional firefighting knowledge, relying only on her rough ideas to direct everyone, she wondered if they could save some part of their land. Alone, study. His wife is Su Wan, and they have 3 children. The eldest son and daughter are a pair of twins, Cheng Mingyue and Cheng Mingyuan. The youngest daughter is Cheng Mingzhu. The information recorded isn't very detailed. Lin Junia carefully examines their birth dates. She notices the twins are over 3 years younger than her and similar to her younger brother, born in the same year and month, but on different days. She calculates the time and quietly asks Jiang Jinwei when Cheng Yuqian was sentenced. Was he married? Jiang Jinwei also sees the twins' birth date, squinting and shaking his head. Yao Jijun said dismissively. They talk behind our backs, blaming us for not giving Wang family face. I stormed over this morning, shouting at them, pulling them to the county seat to meet provincial leaders, making them repeat those nonsense words. They all shrank back like quails and didn't dare to speak. After this gets published in the newspaper, I will buy dozens of copies and send them to Wang's family so they can see the end of their wickedness. Li Sume knew the temper of those in the team well. She gently patted her hand. Their backing is gone, and your family has turned things around. Now they're jealous. They lack real ability and can only spout words. Don't pay attention to them. Since Yamei told us her job was taken over, I've been holding back. If it weren't for my son's future, I would have already gone with a kitchen knife. I don't want to argue with them either, but they speak so nastily. If I don't make a scene, they'll think our Lao Yao family is soft and easy to bully. Yao's mother is known to be a kind and patient woman among the local women. She rarely argues with others. Although the Yao family is considered an outsider family and doesn't have many descendants, they are very united. Yesterday, the entire family worked together to scold Wang Jia thoroughly over Yao Zhigua's matter. With her there at home chatting, Li Sume no longer felt bored, lying on the bed watching the ceiling, while Lin Junya was busy coming and going. Young sister, yeah, it's Sunday today, so you don't have classes. Why not make some baked buns to sell? Yao's mother asked her again. This morning I sold more. Usually I make a basket of 50 buns, sell them, then go to class. Today I sold 2 baskets, so I came back a bit later. How much do you earn from selling 1 basket? After subtracting costs, I earn just enough to buy a pound of pork. The price of flour is transparent, and since she doesn't sell much, there's nothing to hide. Lin Junya told her honestly. Earning a pound of pork a day is pretty good. Your mom is taking medicine and getting checked, and your school fees, stationery, rent, and utilities are just enough to get by, she said. Yao's mother was not jealous or envious but praised her. You're really capable, finding your own way to make money. You're not afraid of hard work or tiredness. My son Jihong is far less capable than you. Jihong is also a diligent and capable kid. With you and your husband protecting him, plus 2 brothers and a sister-in-law taking care of him, he's better off than me. Xiaoya and my family has no one to rely on, so she can only grit her teeth and face everything herself, Li Sume added. Yao's mother sighed upon hearing this. You mother and daughter are both unfortunate. Young sister Ya is smart and good at studying. Once she gets into university, Aunt Sume will finally have a good life, Sherlon advised. Yes, once he gets into university, your good days will come, Yao's mother agreed, patting Li Sume's hand. Now focus on recovering. Don't think about other things. You've been through enough hardships these years. Use this time to rest. Ya is young and healthy, so the family can rely on her inside and out. Around 10:30, Yao's father and brother returned home. Both looked happy as they entered, and they announced Wang Xinchuan was sentenced to 12 years. He was just taken away by the military vehicle and sent to the city prison. This deserves it, Yao's mother said with satisfaction and relief. She then asked eagerly, what about the others? In the 8th year of Wang Changdong's life, Wang Xinchuan came up with the idea of impersonating Zhigua to work. A distant relative of the Wang family, who was an official in the Revolutionary Committee, also participated. They used their secret dealings to threaten several officials and later bribed them with money. All of them were eventually caught. The distant relative of the Wang family, who had stepped down, had been involved for 5 years. The director who valued Wang Xinchuan most also involved for 5 years. Several others were involved for 2 or 3 years. All were dismissed from their jobs and lost their party membership. Wang Changdong's wife was also sentenced to 2 years for knowing about the crimes but not reporting them. Wang Xinchuan's father-in-law's family was also involved. His father-in-law knew about the illegal activities, but did not report them. He was found guilty of corruption and accepting bribes, used his authority to work with others to smuggle goods, lost his position, and was sentenced to 8 years in prison. He was also ordered to return the stolen money. Wang Xinchuan's young wife lost her job. She was crying while holding her baby, claiming she knew nothing, and was deceived by Wang Xinchuan. However, Commander Jiang had found witnesses who proved she was lying. She was sentenced to 2 years, but due to her young child, the sentence was delayed for 2 years. Everyone involved in the case was sentenced, which made people very happy. Mother Yao clapped happily, saying, "These bad people got what they deserved. Thanks to the party and our leaders." Lin Junya listened and smiled, asking, "Brother Zhigua, have you seen the leaders yet?" He would always be much weaker than normal and would need careful care in the future. Jinwei had just finished a phone call and hurried to the cosmetics factory, bringing a tractor to the factory. At this moment, Lin Junya had just paid for the medicine. Jinwei immediately carried her future father-in-law into the car and drove everyone home. "Jihong, clear your bed first. Uncle will stay in your room. I'll tidy up the next room later and buy a new bed. You can move there," Jinwei said as soon as he got home. "Okay," Yao Jihong agreed without objection. He and Lin Junya quickly tidied up the bed together. Work with the retired officials will send him back. While talking about this, Yao Jigua asked Lin Junya, Junya, we just saw Commander Jiang's mother over there. She seems to be a county party leader. Do you know which department she works in? I don't know. I haven't asked, Lin Junya replied. Lin Junya is not a curious or nosy person. She never inquires about Jiang Jinwei's family matters or asks about his elder's work or marriage. She usually treats him as an ordinary elder. Yao's father, who is very perceptive, said, Jigua, don't ask too much now. When you work at the Public Security Bureau later, and if you have contact with them, you can find out then.
Dad, I know.
Yao Jigua understood this well. Jiang Jinwei only got home at exactly midnight. Lin Junya had already prepared all the food. The cooked dishes were kept warm in the kitchen pot, and the fish brought by the Yao family was simmering on the stove, with a rich, milky broth. Next to it, a sieve of fresh vegetables was washed, ready to be blanched in the fish soup. Junya had already taken care of her mother's dinner. When Jiang Jinwei arrived, she immediately got up to serve the food. Captain Jiang, come, have some dinner. Yao's mother offered him a plate. Thank you, madam. Please sit down too, Jiang Jinwei said. He had been busy all morning and only drank a cup of hot tea in his mother's office. Seeing the fragrant fish soup, he asked, Junya, did you make this fish? Yes, is it okay? Lin Junya sat on a small stool in the corner. It looks very tasty. Usually, Jiang Jinwei cooks fish by braising or frying, but he has never simmered it like this. Mom already tried some. She said it's delicious and not fishy. Junya only added to remove the smell. There were no other seasonings at home, just some oil, salt, and chili. Then she simmered it in water. Li Sume had just drunk 2 bowls of fish soup and thought it tasted very good. She asked Lil Jiang, doesn't your mom and aunt come back for lunch today? My mom is entertaining leaders. My aunt didn't go to work today. She went to a relative's house. A cousin is getting married soon, and she's helping with the dowry. Junya was serving everyone some dishes. Then she scooped some into her bowl and said to him, Captain Jiang, a mailman sent you a letter earlier. Since you weren't home, I kept it for you. Remember to take it when you finish eating. Okay. Jiang Jinwei nodded. Then he said to Yao Jigua, you can go to the police station this afternoon with your documents to register. Go directly to Deputy Director Yang. He will arrange your work. Captain Jiang, thank you for your hard work, Yao Jigua said sincerely. Junya hadn't asked about their affairs before, but now she asked, Captain Jiang, Jigua, are you both in the same military unit? Yes, we are both in the provincial city's army, but not in the same division. Actually, I heard Jiang's name before I retired. He's been a deputy battalion commander for 3 years now, the youngest officer at the battalion level. We've even attended officer meetings together, but never met in person. In the army, skills matter a lot. Jiang Jinwei, at this age, is already a full battalion commander, which is very impressive. Yao Jigua admired him very much. Junya understood and didn't ask further questions. Yao's mother continued, Captain Jiang, are you married yet? Not yet. Jiang Jinwei responded briefly, without saying much more. Yao's mother was not like some women who talk without knowing boundaries. She smiled and said, when you serve in the army, you don't meet many female colleagues. Most of them end up as older single men. When my Jigua returned from his service, we hurried to arrange a marriage for him. Many women thought he was too old and refused through the matchmaker. That made us very worried at the time. Older men are not a problem, as long as they have good character, are hardworking, motivated, and don't have bad habits, Li Sume added. Lin Junya turned around with her bowl and suddenly asked, Mom, if I find someone who is 5, 6, 7, or even 10 years older than me in the future, would you accept that? Li Sume replied, 5 or 6 years is okay, but 10 years? You'd scare me to death. Haha. The Yao family burst into laughter, and Jiang Jinwei almost lost her composure. Lin Junya was also amused and chuckled, her shoulders shaking. Don't worry, I don't have such a heavy taste. I won't scare you to death. You little brat, Li Sume said with a funny glare. Everyone in the Yao family kept laughing. Yao's mother smiled while eating. Jiang is the same age as Shihong. She just turned 18 and is of marriageable age. When she finds a suitable partner, she can get married. No rush, no rush. I'm still studying. We'll talk about this later, Lin Junya said, not thinking about marriage for now. Yao's father got up and added more rice, saying, Jiang, don't think about this now. Wait until after the college entrance exams. If you do well, you might get into university and find someone of similar education. Or, after working, you can look for a partner. There are many good men outside. With your diploma and good looks, you can choose slowly in the future. That's true. Jiang, don't rush big life decisions. Let Sume help you find a good match, Yao's mother agreed, thinking the man's words made sense. Li Sume, who had been smiling softly, suddenly looked serious when talking about this. I've made poor choices myself. Xiaoya has better taste than I do. She can choose her own partner in the future, as long as she likes him. When mentioning Lin Sanhui, the Yao couple didn't know what to say. Yao's father, who grew up with him, knew about his character but couldn't understand how he became a man who abandoned his wife and daughter. Jinwei kept her head down and ate silently, not participating in the conversation. All right, enough of this. Let's eat, she said. Lin Junya took a piece of slightly fatty meat and put it into Sherlan's bowl. Sister-in-law, let Xiao Shi too hold the meat and eat. He's already eaten a lot. Junya, you should eat too. Sherlan smiled softly. Junya Lin had also eaten quite a bit of meat. It was greasy and very tasty. Seeing Jinwei finish his bowl of rice, she got up to serve him more, piling a big bowl full. Today, the dishes sent by the Yao family included only some ribs for her mother to make soup. The rest were cooked in pots. The tofu bought this morning was also added to the fish soup. It was a rich lunch, and everyone ate until they were full. After Yao Jihong helped wash the dishes and chopsticks, the Yao family all stood up to say goodbye and left. Jinwei also went home. Mom, I'll take a short nap this afternoon. I'll go out for about 2 hours and come back. As her child grew older and had her own matters to handle, Li Sume never asked much. She only advised, Xiaoya, the outside isn't very safe now. Be careful. Don't go to lonely places. If you encounter danger, shout loudly for help. Carry a small knife for self-defense. Okay. Junya Lin responded, tucked her mother into bed, then left the house. She didn't borrow a bike from Jinwei, but walked directly toward the grain station nearby. East Yuan County isn't large. Walking across the entire town takes about an hour. She was quick and reached the freight market that Lei Xiaoqiang mentioned in less than 20 minutes. On the way, she took out a bundle of medicinal herbs she had prepared earlier, a basket of banlangen and a basket of nansha ginseng, carried on a shoulder pole. She also dressed simply, wearing a hat and covering her face with a triangular scarf. Today was Sunday, and there were indeed many trucks parked here. Each truck had 2 or 3 people gathered around, smoking and chatting. From their accents, it was clear most were not locals. In her previous life, Junya Lin had seen many people, so she had a good eye for judging others. When she saw those with suspicious looks, she simply carried her load and walked away, too lazy to ask questions. After walking a short distance, she saw 2 rural men bargaining with a truck driver over lotus seeds and lotus roots. Near the truck's tire, there were also 2 bags of wild lilies and cicada shells. She stopped to listen to their conversation about prices. Miss, do you have something good to sell? One truck driver called out to her. Big brother, are you buying medicinal herbs? Junya Lin asked. Yes. The driver approached her warmly. Miss, we often buy loose herbs here. We buy all kinds, and they're sent to Yangqing in the south. The prices won't cheat you. What's the price for banlangen and nansha ginseng? Junya Lin asked first, not showing her goods yet. Banlangen is 4 yuan 50 cents, and nansha ginseng has been doing well this year. It's gone up a bit recently, now 1.5 yuan per gene. The price he offered was similar to what the hospital paid, which was quite fair. Lin Junya was very satisfied with this price. She tapped the 2 bundles of rope and said, Big brother, the herbs I brought are not ordinary goods. They are all high-quality, top-grade items. Can you increase the price a bit? Oh, All top-grade items? Can I see the goods first? The other person looked at the two baskets and said, if the goods are good and not ordinary, the price can be discussed. While they were talking, Lin Jr. saw another man finish a transaction with two traders selling goods. He didn't even wipe the small change he received, showing honesty in business. She nodded at him and pointed to the back of the truck, away from the crowd, saying, Big brother, let's go over there to look at the goods. Okay, miss. Follow me. There were 6 people in their group, all young to middle-aged men. Not everyone came to look at the goods. Only 2 checked the items. After inspecting the herbs in the baskets, the man who had been negotiating with her looked excited. Miss, these are really good goods. I think I offered too low a price earlier. Another man, squatting to examine the herbs, seemed to know a bit about herbs. He looked up and asked, Miss, can we see all the goods laid out? Sure, feel free. All the goods she brought today were from her space storage. She chose mid to lower quality items, with top-grade first-class herbs stacked in her space. She didn't dare bring large quantities out at once. Very good, very good. Miss, your goods are indeed excellent. Every bundle is carefully selected and neatly packed. Not a single ordinary item. You're honest. The man inspecting the herbs was very pleased and said to another, Third brother, this is our first time doing business with her. Her goods are top quality. Let's give her a good price. Pay based on wholesale prices for first-class herbs and make a friend. The man called third brother nodded, immediately quoted a price to Lin Jr. After she agreed, he went to get a scale to weigh the goods. They weighed over 50 jin of Isatis root and exactly 50 jin of southern ginseng, settling the bill on the spot for 106 yuan. Miss, if you have more goods next time, whether herbs, grains, vegetables, fruits, or local specialties, you can send them over. We and our brothers mainly buy from nearby counties and cities to sell in Guangzhou. We work with regular customers, and we promise fair prices that won't shortchange you. What are the prices for rice, corn, potatoes, vegetables, oranges, and cotton? Currently, the most common items in the space are these. The apples weigh about 100 jin. Dongyuan County is in the south and does not produce apples. She only planted 1 apple tree in the space before, so she didn't dare to sell large quantities. If she cooperates happily with these people, she'll plant more apple trees in the future. She asked about these, and third brother gave her the actual price. Lin Jr. was quite satisfied with the price and planned to sell all the goods in the space today. Third brother, my friend has a lot of goods over there. Your truck can probably hold more than half a load, but his identity is a bit special, so he can't show up or deliver in person. Can you come to pick them up? Yes. Third brother agreed immediately. He asked her, Girl, are you in the city? Junia pointed behind him. There are some unused small granaries behind the grain station. I'm going there now to inform him, and he will arrange for someone to send the goods over. You can come to pick them up in an hour. I'll wait for you there. Okay. Third brother replied with a smile. After confirming this, Lin Jr. picked up her bamboo basket to leave. She glanced and saw there were still many fabrics and wool yarns on their truck. She asked, Third brother, are these fabrics and wool yarns also for sale in the south? No, these are from Yangqing. We have a few good friends in each place. They come regularly to wholesale and resell. Junia understood and asked, Third brother, can I buy some small amounts? Yes, he replied. Third brother was straightforward. He easily climbed onto the truck and said, Girl, tell me what you want, and I'll get it for you at wholesale prices. Thank you, third brother. I want 3 jin of wool yarn, half in yellow and half in green, and 2 meters each of blue and white mixed fabric. Third brother's wholesale price was much cheaper than the supply and marketing cooperative or state-run stores. His goods were also very good quality. Junia happily paid and asked, Third brother, how long will you stay in Dongyuan County? We come once every 10 days, stay for 2 days each time, and leave tomorrow afternoon. Good. If my relatives or friends want to buy these good goods in the future, I'll come to you. Junia finished and carried her basket to leave, waving to them. See you in an hour. Girl, be careful on the way back. There are quite a few scoundrels around here doing bad things, third brother whispered softly. Junia appreciated his concern. Thanks for the reminder, third brother. Within 50 meters, 3 suspicious-looking men followed behind. Lin Junia didn't even look at them, carrying her basket and walking forward. When she reached the corner ahead, she took the lead, lifted her shoulder pole, and started fighting, causing the 3 men to scream loudly. When her brothers heard the noise and came to see what was happening, Lin Junia had already walked away with her basket. The 3 men were still crying out in pain, one of them with blood all over his face and 2 of his front teeth fallen into the mud. That girl. She's really skilled, one man who had been checking the goods earlier said. He had noticed the troublemakers following her and wanted to step in to help, but she had already beaten them down in just half a minute. He chuckled softly. You really can't judge a person by their looks. All right, let's not interfere. Pack up the things on the truck, and later we'll send another vehicle to pick up the goods, her brother said, turning to leave. Lin Junia went straight to the agreed place. When no one was around, she entered her space and collected all the mature rice, vegetables, and other produce. It took her over half an hour to finish gathering everything before she brought it out. When her brothers arrived in their truck, Lin Junia was sitting on a pile of burlap sacks reading a book. Seeing them, she stood up. Brother, you can start inspecting and weighing the goods now. Okay. She didn't pay much attention to their work and leaned against a large tree trunk to continue reading. She was a fast reader, flipping through 3 pages at once, and finished the book in just 10 minutes. Girl, the quality of your goods is excellent, her brother said as he checked the bags carefully, especially inspecting the grains and cotton. For vegetables and oranges, he simply weighed them directly. Lin Junia took out 2 oranges from her pocket and handed one to him, casually lying. My friend originally wanted to sell only top-quality goods. But because of his special job, he limited himself. Selling some of these is to make a bit extra. Got it, her brother replied, being a smart man who didn't ask unnecessary questions. He peeled an orange and ate it, nodding as he did. These oranges taste good, not sour. They could fetch a good price in Yangcheng. Brother, I heard Yangcheng is very prosperous. Do things sell for more there than here? Lin Junia asked. Yes, the overall conditions are better. Wages are higher and the prices are also higher, he replied. For example, common vegetables here sell for 1/3 of a jin, but in Yangcheng, they sell for 1/4. Oranges here cost 9 cents and 1/10, but there they sell for 12 cents. Good-looking oranges like yours, which taste great, can sell for 15 cents on the roadside, and people will fight to buy them. The prices in the 2 places are really different. Lin Junia asked again, Third brother, do you sell to others or set up your own stall? This isn't a secret anymore, and third brother told her honestly, we don't have many goods, and since they can be stored, we drive around and sell on the street. We can't keep them for long, so we sell wholesale to individual customers. For things like medicinal herbs, we don't handle them ourselves, and we don't have friends who run pharmacies. We send them directly to the factory for processing. Third brother, will you arrive here exactly in 10 days? Lin Junia liked him and wanted to cooperate with him long term. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll be here in 10 days. Then I'll come back to see you in 10 days and bring a batch of goods. Lin Junia calculated the time. She had school in 10 days and added, I can only come at 4 p.m. I'll bring everything then, including grains, medicinal herbs, and oranges, which will be more. Okay, girl. I'll wait for you at the usual place where the car is parked. Third brother also liked working with her straightforward personality. After weighing and settling the bill for 2,000 or 3,000 jin of goods, Lin Junia helped move everything onto the truck. When she left, third brother gave her a bag of sugarcane. She had never eaten or seen sugarcane before in her past or present life. Holding the bag, she asked foolishly, Third brother, what is this? Is it for self-defense or fighting? Haha. They all burst out laughing. The man who had checked the medicinal herbs was very happy and told her, This is sugarcane. It's a fruit and the raw material for making sugar, mainly produced in Guangxi province. Lin Junia said, So this is sugarcane. I read about it in books but never saw a photo or the real thing. Usually thick-skinned, she felt a little shy this time and took the opportunity to ask, Does this sugarcane grow in the ground? Does it grow like a tree? It's grown in the field like corn, starting from seedlings, then slowly growing a stalk. When it's as tall as a person, it can be cut and sold. Third brother hadn't seen it himself. He heard from friends in Guangzhou and told her with a smile, "You can't eat the skin of sugarcane. When you go back, peel it off, chew the inside and out the sugar water. Then spit out the leftover pulp." Like chewing corn stalks? Lin Junya asked, recalling the mild sweetness of chewing tender corn stalks. Yes, exactly. Sugarcane is much sweeter than corn stalks. Now she knew how to eat it and asked again, "Third brother, are the seeds of the sugarcane the same as corn grains?" "No, I heard from a friend in Gillen that sugarcane planting involves cutting the cane into sections, burying them in the soil, and then fertilizing and watering. Our climate isn't suitable for growing sugarcane here. If it doesn't grow well outside, it should do fine in a controlled environment." Lin Junya thought for a moment and asked one last question. "Third brother, what's the price of sugarcane in Yangcheng?" Both the Liang and Guang regions grow sugarcane. The price is cheap, about 1 or 2 mao per stalk. For Dongyuan County, sugarcane is like a fresh fruit, so the price can be a bit higher. Lin Junya was eager to try and smiled as she waved goodbye. "Thanks, third brother. Thanks to both of you. I'll go back now. See you in 10 days. Girl, what's your name?" Third brother asked. "My surname is Lin, spelled with 2 trees," she replied. "Lin girl, take care on your way." After they watched her leave, they got into the car to meet up with their friends. After walking a bit away, Lin Junyao threw 2 sections of sugarcane into her space to grow, then took one to chew. She used her teeth to peel the skin, saying as she did, "Good thing I have strong teeth." When she finished one section, she sent her consciousness into the space and saw a row of nearly 2-meter-high sugarcane, which surprised her with wide eyes. Growing so fast. It seems sugarcane isn't just good for making sugar, but also has powerful medicinal effects. She planted all the sugarcane sections third brother gave her into the ground. When she was almost home, she found a hidden spot and carried back a bundle of newly grown sugarcane. When she entered the yard, Jinwei was using a water pump to draw water. Seeing her carry the bundle, he raised an eyebrow. "Junya, where did you get this sugarcane?" "Captain Jiang, have you ever eaten sugarcane?" Lin Junyao asked back. "I've had it in the provincial city." Junyao responded casually. "Oh," and then explained her earlier story naturally. "I was just out shopping and met a trader from out of town. I heard sugarcane is a tropical fruit from the south. We don't sell it here, so I bought a bundle from him to resell." Jinwei knew there was a freight market in the county where trucks from outside often delivered goods, so he didn't doubt her story and asked, "What was the wholesale price?" 1.5 mao per stalk. Junyao had just carried back 10 stalks, threw them on the ground like firewood, and asked breathlessly, "Captain Jiang, is this a good price?" "The price is fair. The provincial city sells it for 2.5 mao per stalk, and yours are big." Li Sume, who had been napping, woke up and heard her daughter's words. She called out, "Xiaoya, did you buy sugarcane?" "Mom, I bought 10 stalks from someone." Lin Junya immediately went to open the door, took a pillow from her room to support her shoulder, and said, "I tried the taste. It's very sweet. We don't sell it here, but since his retail business is good, I bought 10 sticks to sell later at the market." Seeing she still carried other things on her back, Li Sume pointed and asked, "What else did you buy?" "Mom, I also bought some cloth and yarn from that big brother. It's much cheaper than the supply and marketing cooperative." Lin Junya took out everything to show her. "A few days ago, I asked Aunt Meng and Director Meng. They buy yarn and fabric from the state-run store, and the quality is similar to these, but the price is much higher, and they require textile receipts. These 2 kinds of yarn have pretty colors." Li Sume weighed them and asked, "Are they 3 jean?" "Yes, exactly 3 jean. I want to knit 2 vests." Director Meng said 1.5 jean is enough for a woman's vest. "My mother and I will each have 1, and when the weather warms up a bit, we can wear them." Although the yarn was expensive, Li Sume didn't scold her daughter for spending money extravagantly. She arranged, "Xiaoya, help me to the bathroom and get me 3 bamboo sticks to use as needles. I can't move while lying down, and I'm bored without anything to do. Knitting a sweater is a good way to pass the time." "Okay, I'll leave the knitting to you."
Don't rush, take your time.
When Lin Junya helped her mother to the bathroom, Jinwei had already prepared water. She immediately called out, "Captain Jiang, the water is there. I'll help you carry it." Jinwei, who had difficulty walking and didn't want to show off, leaned on his crutches and turned to go inside, fetching a set of needles and sticks from her mother's room. He brought the ready-made needles and sticks, and Li Sume didn't refuse. She lay down and said, "Xiaoya, pour water for Xiao Jiang, then pour me a glass. After that, you can go sell sugarcane." Lin Junya worked quickly. When she finished and came back, Jinwei was comparing sizes of sugarcane and said to her, "Junya, the sugarcane you bought is good. The length of 3 small sections can be sold at a 5-cent price. 1 stick can break into 5 small pieces." Junya grinned and asked, "Pure profit of 1 mao per stick?" "Yes, as long as it sells." Hearing his suggestion, Lin Junya immediately went to the kitchen, took a kitchen knife, and cut all the sugarcane at home. She gave Jinwei and her mother each a peeled section, then carried a bamboo basket to sell the goods. Jinwei accompanied her, and they didn't go far. They chose a busy spot at the alley entrance to sell. Lin Junya stood still and started calling out, selling sugarcane. Sweet, stringy sugarcane at a cheap price. 5 cents each, fresh and affordable good produce.
Don't miss out when passing by.
Jinwei, standing a few steps away, was biting into a sugarcane and listening to her selling. He couldn't help but smile. Coincidentally, a young boy he knew ran over and asked, "Uncle Jiang, is it tasty?" "Take a bite." Jinwei offered him the other end of the sugarcane. "Wow, it's so sweet.
I want to buy some."
The boy immediately ran home, shouting, "I want 4. I'll ask my mom for the money." "All right," Lin Junya responded, blinking at Jinwei. Her eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the sky, full of cleverness and liveliness. When she smiled, her face looked especially bright and lively. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered like feathers, gently brushing his chest, causing a brief shiver. Many children were playing at the street corner. One bought some and said it was delicious. Others ran back to find their parents to buy sugarcane too. There was no sugarcane sold at the county's state-run stores or supply cooperatives. The imported fruit was quite new and not expensive. The children eagerly wanted to buy, and parents paid for them. I bought 3, and they bought 4. Soon, a basket of sugarcane was down to only 3 pieces. "That's all for today. I'll eat 1 and save 1 for Auntie and Director Meng." Jinwei finished his sugarcane and took out 2 Mao coins from his pocket to give her. "You have it home, so give me 5 cents worth of." "Okay." When they returned home, Li Sume was knitting wool. Seeing her carrying an empty bamboo basket, she looked surprised. "Are they all sold out?" "Hee, all sold. All bought by neighbors nearby." Junya put down the basket and headed outside happily. "Mom, I'll go find that big brother and buy a few bundles to sell in the morning when I sell pancakes."
"All right.
I think the sugarcane can last a while. We can buy more and store it at home to sell slowly." Li Sume had heard her say that each sugarcane made a profit of about 1 mao and a bundle could earn a yuan. It was much easier than making pancakes. In the living room, Jinwei saw her about to leave and called her, "Junya, the sugarcane is heavy. Ride your bike to bring it back." "Okay. Thank you, Officer Jiang." Junya was full of energy and moved quickly, like a gust of wind. She turned around and disappeared. She ran back and forth 6 times, bringing back 4 baskets of sugarcane, along with apples and oranges. As soon as she got home, she went to find Jinwei to set the prices. When he heard the story as a young boy, he admired the idea of having a contract pet very much. Only the most fearless warriors in the wilderness could make such contracts. With a pet by their side, they would be unstoppable. As he grew older, he learned more about fierce beasts and realized that such stories were just legends. Fierce beasts were at the top of the food chain in the wilderness. They were usually strong and proud, and they wouldn't bother with ordinary humans. They certainly wouldn't submit to be pets. But now, right in front of him, a level 3 fierce beast, the red-scaled python, had voluntarily initiated a contract. Junya, save me 5 gene of apples and 5 gene of oranges. All right, I'll bring them to you later, Lin Junya said, and then ran off. Seeing her busy and always rushing around, Jinwei smiled slightly and, leaning on his cane, went to the yard to collect the clothes. Lin Junya just set up her fruit stall when Su Feng rode up on his bike and suddenly stopped in front of her. Study committee member, are you selling fruit again?
Yes.
I bought some fruit today to sell. Lin Junya handed him 2 stalks of sugarcane, smiling as she promoted, these sugar canes are from Guisheng. They're very sweet.
Here, have one. No, I'll pay,
Su Feng said as he took out money, looking at the fruit in front of her with raised eyebrows. Your fruit is pretty good. The apples are better than what my mom bought a couple of days ago. Want to buy some to sell? Lin Junya wanted to find reliable partners. She knew Su Feng's family was well off, and his relatives and neighbors could probably afford to buy apples. Working with him could help sell a lot. Su Feng had never sold goods before, but he knew that now the policies had loosened. Many people were starting to resell goods for profit. He quietly asked, "What's the price?" Apple cost me 3 yuan 80 per batch, oranges 7 yuan 50, and sugarcane 1 yuan 50 per stalk. One stalk can be cut into 5 small pieces, and I sell each for 5 cents. I sold 10 big pieces in just 5 minutes. Su Feng did some quick math and looked at the apples and sugarcane. That's good profit. My mom bought apples at 4 yuan 50 from the supply and marketing cooperative, but yours are better. Selling at 4 yuan 80. You wouldn't have trouble selling out. Seeing he was interested, Lin Junya asked again, I just bought 100 gene. Do you want to buy some to sell? Sure, I'll take half. We split the profit equally. Su Feng was straightforward. This amount of goods wasn't hard for him. His relatives could finish it internally, and he could make some pocket money just by running a few errands. No need to split with me. Just buy from me. Apples for 4 yuan, oranges for 8 cents, sugarcane at 1 yuan 60 per stalk. I'll make a little profit on the middle and just cover my costs. These products are all made locally. Lin Junya didn't want to take more profit, so she told him her selling price. Help me watch the stall. I'll go back and bring you 2 bags of apples and sugarcane. You can sell them first, and tomorrow at school, we'll settle the bill. Okay. After successfully selling her goods, Lin Junya was very happy. She sprinted back quickly. Su Feng carried 100 gene of goods to sell, 50 gene of apples, and 50 gene of sugarcane. Lin Junya happily earned 28 yuan, and then sat by the roadside calling out to sell her items. It was already after work hours. Most people living nearby worked in government offices or state-owned companies. Many families had 2 working adults and good financial conditions. When they saw the fresh, tasty fruit, most women stopped their bikes to ask prices and buy. Apples and sugarcane sold best and were sold out first. Oranges, however, still had 3 or 4 gene left. Lin Junya quickly packed up and went home to cook dinner. When she brought over the fruit and Jinwei was in the kitchen preparing vegetables. She was standing on one leg, leaning on her crutch with one hand and chopping fish with the other. Lin Junya immediately stepped forward to help. Captain Jiang, let me help. Besides fish, what else needs chopping or cutting?
Tell me.
Just chop the fish and grate the. Jinwei had already cooked the rice and prepared the vegetables. She asked her, have you cooked the rice at home? Not yet. I'll cook it after I finish helping you. Lin Junya picked up the knife and quickly chopped the fish into pieces. She washed the and cut it into strips. Then she helped start the fire in the stove, lighting dry wood to make the fire burn brightly before heading home to cook. Tonight, both families would eat fish. Lin Junya stewed the black fish she bought in the morning into fish soup and stir-fried shredded potatoes. Mother and daughter had a simple meal. Meng Xuejiao came home a bit late tonight. After dinner, it was already dark. She brought a sugarcane to visit. Sume Xiaolin, have you finished eating? Madam, we're done. Have you eaten? Lin Junya was helping to knit wool, so she immediately stood up to bring her a chair. Xiaolin, no need to move the chair. After eating, standing helps digestion. Seeing her mother and daughter knitting and crocheting, Meng Shuejia smiled and asked, "Did you buy more yarn today?" "My family doesn't have a textile ticket. I bought from a middleman who deals in goods in Yangcheng, selling wholesale and retail. There are quite a few middlemen reselling goods on the street now. No one calls them speculators anymore." Lin Junyao honestly and openly told her. Meng Shuejia smiled and said, "I've heard from others that some truck drivers traveling between the north and south bring along supplies to sell. The goods from Yangcheng are quite good, and the prices are low. At first, everyone bought them secretly, but now they are openly buying." "Shaolin, how much is this wool per jean?" Meng Shuelon also came over to visit. "Director Meng, the wholesale price the big brother gave me is 14.2 per jean." "Oh, that's a good price." Meng Shuelon reached out to feel the material and said to her sister, "Sister, it feels softer than what we bought last time." Meng Shuejiao hadn't touched the material earlier, but now she also reached out to feel it and nodded. "Yes, it's softer. The goods from Yangcheng are indeed better and cheaper. If I had known, we wouldn't have bought from the state-run store." "Shaolin, is the person supplying still in the county town?" Meng Shuelon wanted to buy some more. "Yes, he's staying until tomorrow afternoon. He usually stays here for 2 days each time," Lin Junya honestly replied. "Besides these 2 colors, does he have other colors of wool?" "Yes." Today, Lin Junya saw about 5 or 6 colors. There are black, dark gray, bright pink, and purple. Pink and purple are nice. "Shaolin, why didn't you buy the pink?" Meng Shuelon asked. I don't really like the soft pink." At that moment, Lin Junya only glanced briefly and chose yellow and green without hesitation. The yellow was for her mother, and she chose green for herself. The Meng sisters laughed upon hearing this, and Li Sume also smiled. "Other girls like pink. Some are so happy just to have a pink hairband, but you don't like it." Lin Junya chuckled. She actually liked white, but since there was no white wool, she had to settle for green instead. "Director Meng, do you want to buy some?" she asked. "The price is quite cheap, and there are many colors to choose from. I want to buy a few more." Seeing her interested, Lin Junya offered to help. "What colors do you want and how much?" "I will go tomorrow at noon to buy them for you." "Okay, Shaolin, thank you." Meng Shuelon liked her straightforwardness. After discussing with her sister, they made a decision. "Shaolin, buy 4 jean of purple and 4 jean of dark gray." Lin Junya agreed and took out the blended fabric they bought today to show them. The price was much lower than in the store. They also ordered nearly 10 meters of fabric. "Shaolin, you bought fabric to make clothes. Don't sew with needles, it takes too much time. Come to my house, and we'll use the sewing machine." Meng Shuejia likes her very much. The mother and daughter have had a hard life, and she wants to help them with kindness that won't hurt their pride. "Comrade Meng, thank you for your kindness. Junya doesn't know how to use a sewing machine. She has never used one before. I'll borrow it after I recover." Li Sume doesn't know her daughter has already learned. Meng Shuejia smiles and says, "Shaolin is very smart. My sister helped her sew a quilt cover before, and she has already learned." Li Sume didn't hear her daughter mention this. "Is this a formation?" Looking at Little White, who was tilting its head and wagging its tail, asking for praise, Mu Bai felt speechless. The power of a fierce beast's bloodline inheritance was truly extraordinary. Little White was just a newly hatched small snake, yet it had learned a formation instinctively. Could it have other abilities she didn't know about? Mu Bai felt a bit defeated, thinking that as her contracted partner, she had worked so hard but was far behind it. But what made her even more curious was what kind of formation Little White had just created with such a big commotion. However, her doubt was resolved in the next second. Fabric to make clothes. The next morning, Lin Junya didn't go to sell pancakes. She first supplied Lei's siblings with 200 or 300 jean of grains and vegetables, and also delivered 100 jean of fruit to Su Feng. Before her mother and sister went to work, she delivered the 50 jean of cotton they ordered. In the morning, she attended school, then hurried back home to cook. After they finished eating, she borrowed Jiang Jinwei's bicycle to go to the freight market. Luckily, her third brother and others hadn't left yet. She brought 2 big bags of huangjing and chaihu, took 40 jin of wool, and a piece of cloth. After school in the afternoon, Su Feng came to her house. He sold some of the cotton, wool, and fabric he brought back. Su Feng's relatives and neighbors have strong purchasing power. The good goods he brought back were sold out in less than 3 days, earning nearly 30 yuan easily. He even bought a clock at the state-run store to thank her. Yume, are you at home? Lin Junia has been very busy this week, running between classes and delivering goods. Just as she was helping her mother to the bathroom, she heard Aunt Yao knocking at the door. Auntie, I'm here.
Just a moment.
I'll go open the door for you. Jinwei had been sitting in the backyard listening to the radio all afternoon. Now she stood up with a cane to open the back door. Aunt Yao was carrying 2 large baskets at the door. Seeing Jinwei, she smiled and said, Captain Jiang, you're home too. Auntie, Junia just came back from school and helped her mother to the bathroom. Jinwei opened the door for her and signaled her to come inside. He glanced at the basket of Chinese herbs. You guys dug quite a lot today. It's not just us. 5 or 6 families dug together. My family is responsible for delivering the herbs. Usually my daughter Jiang delivers them, but today she twisted her ankle in the mountains, so I came here to pick them up. Junia heard this and asked with concern, Auntie, is Jiang's ankle badly hurt? Not too bad. It's a little swollen, but I've applied medicine. It should be fine by tomorrow. Auntie Yao put down the full basket of herbs and smiled, saying, they went to Shichiao commune today. They collected quite a lot of herbs. I've brought most of them here. Tomorrow morning, Zhiguo will bring a ride to pick some up. Okay. While Junia was weighing the herbs, Jinwei watched nearby. He didn't recognize these herbs, but saw that Junia could easily identify them, even picking out some roots among them. She seemed more skilled than hospital pharmacists. He asked her, Junia, do you know how to handle herbs? I only know how to dry and slice a few simple ones. I don't know how to process the more complicated ones. Junia was actually very skilled at handling Chinese herbs, but she couldn't tell him the truth. She usually didn't reveal her knowledge of traditional medicine. She did brew medicine for her mother at home, but she lied, saying it was prescribed by a hospital doctor. Her mother never suspected anything. The 2 large baskets of herbs were quite valuable, worth 2 months' wages for a factory worker. Auntie Yao was so happy when she received the money. She sat for a while, chatting with Li Sume before leaving. Junia gave her 2 stalks of sugarcane to take home for Jiang and the others. After selling the herbs to the pharmacy, Junia made a profit of about 7 or 8 yuan. She then bought 2 jin of pork from the meat factory, cooked a pot of braised pork, and packed a big batch of sauerkraut and pork dumplings. She gave half of the dumplings to Jinwei. Meng Xuejiao finished her dumplings and came over to visit, holding knitting needles and a ball of yarn, making a sweater. She told them, today Lin Huahua went to Lu's house and caused trouble, demanding to see her son and asking Lu Junsheng for compensation. Lu's family didn't agree, so she went to the county committee office to report them, accusing everyone in Lu's family who held public office. Li Sume also talked to Aunt Yao in the afternoon about the Lin family. Since the Lin mother and daughter-in-law and the Wang family members were arrested and sentenced, they have been acting very cautious. Usually they keep their doors closed and don't go out. She thought they were starting to settle down, but it turns out they are just holding back for a big move. Sister Meng, is Lu's family under investigation now? Li Sume asked her. Meng Xuejiao sat down on a bench, smiling, and said, Lu's family probably expected her to go crazy, so they prepared well. She reported in the secretary's office first, then Lu's family members came right after. Everyone voluntarily paused work and cooperated with the investigation. They opened their doors for the discipline inspectors to search. They found the original stubs and cash savings of Lu's relatives, some tea, alcohol, and favorite drinks the men liked, jewelry, clothes, shoes the women bought, and other valuable items. Each item was explained clearly where it came from. They also provided many receipts and invoices. Everyone's wages, allowances, and subsidies were thoroughly checked in front of Lin Huahua. Seeing Lu's family handle things like this, Lin Junia grinned and said, Lin Huahua, that silly girl, originally came to extort money. Now that this mess happened, Lu's family is gaining a good reputation. Outsiders won't blame Lu Junxing anymore. They're probably criticizing Lin Huahua behind her back and praising Lu's family for ending the marriage well. Meng Xuejiao smiled and looked at her. This girl was really clever. That's true. Lu Junxing's parents are very smart. They used this incident to boost their son's reputation and clear his name. The more Lin Huahua and the Lin family struggled, the happier Lin Junia was. She blinked playfully, her eyes spinning, and said softly, families like Lu's, who are officials, must care a lot about face. Today's actions by Lin Huahua definitely touched their bottom line. They won't let her get away with it. Sooner or later, they will secretly take action to protect her. Seeing that she had thought of this, Meng Xuejiao's smile deepened. Lu Junxing's father manages grain policies, and his mother works in the Agricultural Economics Committee's Production Command Group. Lin Junia wasn't sure about their exact duties, but she guessed they were responsible for agricultural and grain production. Her eyes sparkled, and she smiled like a clever fox. The Lin family is good at fighting and causing trouble, and they probably have great potential in farming too. I believe they will do well in the future. She smiled mischievously, her expression exaggerated without hiding it. Li Sume chuckled and patted her arm. Calm down a bit. Hee. Meng Xuejiao couldn't help but laugh. She liked Lin Junia's lively and clever personality very much, and also admired her intelligence. Young Lin is really good, full of energy, just the right kind of youthful spirit. Jiang Jinwei had just taken a bath and, with nothing to do in the evening, came over to visit. He saw 3 women chatting happily around the stove and asked, "What are you talking about? You seem so happy." "We're talking about Lin Huahua, that fool." Lin Junia brought over a long bench and asked him, "Is Director Meng not home tonight?" "He went to visit relatives to deliver cotton." Jiang Jinwei had just heard his mother mention Lu's family at home. He didn't want to discuss that and told her about something else. "Junia, in a few days, my dad will bring a good Chinese doctor from the provincial city. I heard he's skilled in treating bone injuries and has some secret herbal medicine passed down in his family. Maybe he can see Annie then." Junia nodded repeatedly and asked quickly, "Captain Jiang, when will he arrive?" "I'm not sure of the exact time, probably in the next 2 or 3 days." Jiang Jinwei had called his dad earlier, but they didn't confirm the exact time. Li Sume thought the Dr. Jiang's father invited must be a famous one. Not everyone can afford such a doctor. She was grateful for the Jiang family's help and said, "Sister Meng, Xiao Jiang, sorry to trouble you." "Don't mention it, Sume. I heard this doctor is very skilled. Later, you should also prepare some good medicine to treat your injuries and improve your health so you can recover quickly." Xiaolin is at a critical point before the college entrance exam. There are only 4 months left. You need to get better soon so she can focus on studying. She performs well academically. The leaders and teachers at Dongyuan High School have high hopes for her. The county's education bureau is also eager for this year's exam students to do well. Everyone has high expectations for Xiaolin. Li Sume also hopes her daughter gets better soon. She wants to help with household chores and take on the family's financial burden so her daughter can focus on preparing for the exam. When Meng Xuelan returned from her relative's house, Meng Xuejiao and her son were still sitting by the fire. She brought over a bag of hot roasted rice cakes, and each of the 5 people took one to eat. Junia had never eaten rice cakes before. This was her first time. She tore off a piece and put it in her mouth, chewing as she asked, "Captain Jiang, what are these made of? Why are they so sticky?" "Made from glutinous rice." Jiang Jinwei loved rice cakes and ate a third of one in a single bite. He explained the process. "We cook the glutinous rice until it's soft, then pour it into a stone mortar. Using a big stick, we pound it until it becomes sticky and then shape it into round rice cakes." Junia understood how they were made. She had never seen this in the countryside. She asked, "Are they expensive? Only city people can afford to eat them?" Meng Xuelan told her, then added, "We mainly make pure glutinous rice cakes. Some counties add fillings in the middle, like you do with dumplings, with various fillings. Most rice cake fillings are sweet, like red bean paste, sugar-coated peanuts, or sesame. We usually only make them during the New Year. Su Mei, you grew up in Qinggang, Liang. What traditional foods do people usually eat during the New Year there? Meng Xuejiao asked about this topic. North China has many kinds of pastries and cakes. Qinggang has even more than Liang. Li Sumei has deep memories of her childhood. Thinking of those familiar tastes makes her stomach rumble with hunger. Qinggang's pastries are famous. There are about 10 types of crispy cakes, and all of them are delicious. When my mom got married, her grandparents gave her a pastry shop as a dowry. The pastry chefs were personally hired by her grandmother. The business was very good, and the shop was quite well known in Qinggang. Every time the chef made new pastries, my mom would take me to taste them. Back then, we ate so many crispy cakes and pastries that we got tired of them. I haven't eaten many of those for years, and I've forgotten most of their flavors. I don't know how to make them, only simple foods like buns, steamed bread, and baked cakes. Her childhood was full of happiness, but after her mother passed away, her life became full of hardships. The sweetness of her youth contrasted sharply with the bitterness she faced later, to the point that she once felt hopeless and overwhelmed. Making noodles and pastries is not easy. She watched the master chef at the cafeteria make them look simple, but when she tried to do it herself step by step, she couldn't succeed. Meng Xuejia had also tried to make dumplings with her sister at home many times, but gave up after failing repeatedly. Li Sumei smiled upon hearing this. Once I can get out of bed and walk, I'll teach you both.
Great.
With a master guiding us step by step, we should learn quickly, Meng Xuejiao said eagerly. She also turned to Lin Junya and asked, Xiao Lin, next time you make dumplings, can Annie come and learn? Auntie, whenever you want to make dumplings, just call me, Lin Junya happily agreed. Jinwei, buy some pork belly tomorrow morning. We'll make dumplings tonight, Meng Xuejiao planned. Your dad will come over, and a traditional Chinese medicine doctor is staying at our house. Get more meat. Your dad likes dumplings. We can make extra and store them in the fridge, so he can eat anytime. Okay, Jiang Jinwei nodded in agreement. Li Sumei and Lin Junya both sensed that something was a bit special about their family, but they didn't ask questions and continued chatting about everyday life. The next morning, Lin Junya delivered goods to the Lei siblings, sold 50 baked buns, and had breakfast with her mother. Only then did she carry her school bag and a basket of sugarcane to school. At the school gate, she heard the sharp voices of her sisters, Lin Huahua and Lin Haohao. They were holding onto a young man and shouting loudly, Everyone, come see! He's a troublemaker bullying my sister. After bullying her, he wants to run away. Help us catch him. I didn't do anything. You're lying. Let me go. Lin Junya stepped forward quickly and saw that the person they were holding was Qianjin. His face was red with embarrassment as he struggled hard. Why are you two shameless? You bumped into me and I didn't touch you, he said angrily. Yes, you touched me. You're disgusting. You're a troublemaker, Lin Haohao yelled, grabbing his leg and crying loudly. You ruined my innocence. Don't go. I'll call the police. I didn't do anything. I didn't touch you. I don't even know you two. You're the ones who came at me, Qianjin said calmly. He had never seen such shameless people before. They were so angry that he couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled. A middle-aged woman nearby looked at Qianjin with a stern expression. Comrade, did you really bully them? She asked. No, I didn't. I don't know them. They ran at me and pushed me, Qianjin replied. We didn't push him. He was passing by and deliberately reached out to touch me, Lin Haohao said, pretending to be wronged and sitting on the ground crying. I don't have a boyfriend. I'm a pure girl. That shameless troublemaker is harassing me. I will report him, she said. Harassing you? Your face is really thick, Lin Junya said as she placed her school bag and basket at the security guard's desk and borrowed a broom. The broom was pointed at the back of her sisters' heads. Hearing her voice, Lin Huahua and Lin Haohao turned around suddenly, looking like they saw a ghost. Their faces changed drastically. Junya, why are you here? They asked nervously. Lin Huahua, Lin Haohao, you two are always up to no good, Lin Junya said sharply. She picked up the broom and swung it toward them. They hurriedly dodged and tried to run away, crawling and rolling to escape. Lin Huahua, you used all kinds of tricks to marry into the Lu family. Now you're kicked out, and your whole family is unwanted. You're just repeating your old tricks and causing trouble in the town again. Lin Haohao, you shameless girl. You're harassing me and acting like a troublemaker. Do you think all men in this world are blind? The rough and unruly widower looks down on you. No one wants to marry you, even if you offer yourself for free. Do you think this gay man would willingly touch your dirty hand? Lin Huahua, you person, you found out this gay man has some family background, and now you're trying to use underhanded tricks to force him into marriage. How shameless you all are. Is it because you can't stand not being hit for a day? Lin Junya chased them and fought back, not holding back, tearing their faces apart. The two of them ran away holding their heads, and she chased them to another street before stopping. Qianjin still stood in place, probably never seen such shamelessness before. His face was red like pig liver, and he looked embarrassed. Junya, thank you for helping me out. Junya rolled her eyes at him and pointed to the guard room. Your mother works at the school. Why didn't you call the security guard to help? Qianjin lowered his head in embarrassment. He had been busy explaining and hadn't thought of asking for help. Hey, young man, what exactly happened just now? A woman, who had been scolding earlier, came over to ask. My mom works at the school. I was just bringing her some things. As soon as I got here, those two women suddenly rushed at me. I didn't even say a word, and they accused me of being a pervert and bullying them. Qianjin thought he was almost set up by them. His handsome face looked particularly unhappy. I've never seen them before. I don't know them at all. You've seen them, Junya interrupted. Qianjin, I haven't seen them, I don't know them. The one in the blue cotton jacket is the same person I fought at the entrance of the Xinhua bookstore last time. You even said I was wrong to hit her, Junya reminded him. At that time, Lin Huahua's face was swollen from her beating, and she couldn't see her features clearly. Qianjin didn't recognize her then, but now he remembered her identity, and his embarrassment deepened. She's Lu Junseng's ex-wife, the one who caused a big fuss a few days ago when they divorced. You guessed right. Junya looked at him sharply and added, she managed to marry Lu Junseng by using some dirty tricks. Now she's been kicked out of the Lu family after the divorce. Although she didn't know what caused this situation, once in the air, she saw the destruction was even worse than she expected. She didn't have time to investigate the source. She reached out, channeling her spiritual energy to the limit, forming a thick protective shield that firmly guarded most of the tribe's camp.
Boom. Whoosh.
Suddenly, the sound of dirt and stones hitting the protective aura filled the air. A few children who had escaped from the school crouched on the ground, holding their heads, waiting to avoid the pain if stones fell on them. After a while, they only heard the noise but felt no harm. He recently went to find out about his ex-father-in-law's family. He probably got detailed and accurate information, which made him decide firmly to divorce. You should talk to him. He might share half an hour with you. Lin Junyao didn't say anything else. She was in a hurry to go to class, and first went to the security room to sweep the floor. Qianjin jogged behind her and saw she was carrying a heavy bamboo basket. He asked, "What's in that basket? Do you want help?" "Sugarcane for my classmates." Lin Junyao lifted the lid and handed him 3 stalks. "I gave 2 to Teacher Zhou yesterday, 1 for you to eat, and 2 for your grandparents. I'll pay for it." Qianjin had heard from his mother about her family's situation and knew they were having a hard time. He felt embarrassed to take it for free. "No need. Teacher Zhou often helps me secretly with money. Take it and enjoy." Lin Junyao remembers all the kindness and help from her teacher. Now that she is a bit better off, she has paid back the money her teacher lent her. The head teacher's office is next to the classroom. Qianjin follows her as they walk. Suddenly, Lin Junyao remembers that her teacher said he was studying at a college in the city. She turns and asks, "Why are you back today? Aren't you studying in the city?" At the beginning of the Lunar New Year, there were a few heavy storms. The school's back mountain collapsed, and one of the teaching buildings tilted over. The school is rushing to rebuild it. Our first and second-year students get a month and a half off, and the summer break will make up for it. Lin Junyao responds with an "oh" and then asks, "What major are you studying?" "Chemical engineering materials." Lin Junyao doesn't know much about university life. She had previously asked Jiang for information, but he knew little. Now, seeing a real college student in front of her, she seizes the chance to ask about university life. They chat as they walk to the classroom door. The first class is with the head teacher, who is already at the podium. Seeing her son and Lin Junyao arrive together, Teacher Zhou comes out and asks, "Xiao Jin, why are you here?" "Mom, you dropped a lesson plan on the floor in the study. I thought you might need it, so I brought it to you." Qian Jin hands her the lesson plan. The mother and son were talking, and Lin Junyao didn't disturb them. She called out teacher, then carried a sugar cane into the classroom, winking at her classmates. They immediately understood and started sharing the sugar cane. The mastermind behind it was still unknown. When Cheng Chaolong took the Lin family to the tea house for a meal, he asked around on the way and reported, apart from their 2 sons, the rest of the Lin family are all useless. I've already calmed them down for now. Tomorrow, I'll try to gather information from the younger generation. I should be able to find some clues from them. Your biological parents, siblings, and in-laws. Who are they? You investigated this yourself back then. When they come here, what kind of impact will it have on you? You should be aware of this. Handling these people is easy. You just need to arrange things properly and not let them appear in front of us. Now, recently, every time they argued with her, they got beaten badly and never won. Now, they were so angry they wanted to bite her. Today, they finally caught a big target. They were about to succeed, but she suddenly appeared and ruined their plans. The sisters were furious and itching to fight. Lin Huahua, Lin Haohao. When the police officers arrived, the 2 sisters were still loudly insulting her on the roadside. But as soon as they saw the officers, their faces changed and they ran away. No matter how fast they ran, the police caught up. When the sisters were taken to the police station, they saw Yao Zhigua and immediately begged for help. "Brother Zhigua, help us. Please save us." Yao Zhigua was not out on a case at the moment. He was at the station handling paperwork with his seniors. When he saw them, he didn't even bother with polite words. He just told his colleague, "Brother Gua, these 2 are notorious troublemakers from my team. Their roots are rotten. Don't treat them like normal girls. Whatever punishment is decided, just do it. If you need to investigate their misdeeds, call me anytime."
Got it.
Gua police responded and roughly dragged Lin Huahua forward. Be good and follow the rules. This isn't a place for your troublemaking. With money and influence, Lin Huahua and her sister were sentenced to work on a nearby lake farm for half a month to dig up mud. They weren't given time to prepare and were immediately loaded onto a tractor and sent away. The police called the commune office. The local leaders were furious. They rode their bikes angrily to Lin's house, scolding the family harshly. They also ordered the entire family to repair the water channels for half a month as punishment. After Wang Chongdong was arrested, the Huyang production team had not yet chosen a new team leader. The commune leaders came to hold a vote among all team members and selected an old revolutionary who had fought in the war to be the new team leader. He was to take over the role of the previous leader and immediately start correcting the team's behavior. When necessary, they might organize a vote to remove troublemakers from the team. Although the commune leaders did not explicitly mention the Lin family, Lin Erwi and others knew they were being targeted. The leaders pointed to the Lin family members. They were allowed to stay in the team but dared not leave or risk being expelled. During this time, they stayed quietly at home. It was mainly Lin Huahua and her friends causing trouble outside. Now they had dragged Wang Jihua and others into their mess. These women were full of frustration and resentment. They dared not get angry at neighbors, so they vented their anger on sisters Lin Yuanyuan and Lin Yaya at home, scolding them harshly. When Lin Junya returned home from school, she happened to meet Yao Jihong bringing medicine. She told them everything that happened in the team that day. Only a half-month punishment? That's too short. Everyone hopes they won't come back, Lin Junya said, knowing that her teacher's family was pushing for this. She smiled and said, with their temper, even if they're sent to the lake farm, they won't work well. The half-month delay will definitely be extended. Yao Jihong agreed, It's better to delay forever. Let them choose a lifetime of mud and manure. Anyway, at least we can have half a month of peace. At noon, Lee Sume heard her daughter talk about the morning's events. She changed the subject, saying, Xiaoya, now Uncle Su is the team leader. When you have time this weekend, go back and talk to him about my situation. Our mother and daughter won't participate in spring farming anymore. Okay, Lin Jr. replied. Today, Yao Jihong brought a big bowl of yellow eel meat. It was prepared and ready to cook, a nourishing dish to boost blood. Lin Jr. happily accepted it and gave her a large sugarcane in return. The sugarcane was very popular and sold well. After delivering medicine at the hospital, Lin Jr. carried a large bamboo basket of sugarcane to sell at a stall. She sold 2 baskets before returning home to cook dinner. Just as she was about to wash rice and cook, Jiang Jinwei came out to open the door and said, Junior, don't cook dinner tonight. Teach my mom and aunt how to make dumplings. We'll cook dumplings together tonight. Oh, okay, Lin Jr. replied. She set down the rice pot and carried a bowl of yellow eel meat to his house. Jihong brought us a bowl of yellow eel. She cooked it at noon. We'll stir-fry it tonight and eat together. Today, the sisters Meng Xuejiao and Meng Xuelon finished work and returned home. The pork had already been chopped, and pickled vegetables with green onions and water were prepared, but not yet mixed, and the dough was not yet kneaded. Lin Jr. was waiting for their return. Junior was nearby giving verbal instructions. Meng Xuelon practiced kneading the dough, while Meng Xuejiao prepared the fillings. Jiang Jing was quietly sitting nearby, chewing on sugarcane. The dough was ready. For Southerners, rolling out dumpling wrappers can be difficult. The sisters took turns trying, and after about 4 or 5 minutes, they finally rolled out decent-looking wrappers. Seeing the dumplings made by their aunt, Jiang Jing couldn't help but laugh a little. Who made these? Who's responsible for eating them? Meng Xuelon was the most exaggerated in her laughter. Her first dumpling was so misshapen it was hard to look at. Junia also laughed. When I first learned to make dumplings, they looked even worse. Mom taught me step by step several times, and only then did my dumplings look somewhat decent. Meng Xuejiao was mainly responsible for rolling the wrappers. She was pretty skilled but a bit slow. She placed a freshly rolled wrapper in front of her son and said, Jinwei, you try making some too. Make as many as you can eat. Jiang Jing had made dumplings in the army before. He got up, washed his hands in the kitchen, then came back with the wrappers and started making dumplings. His dumplings looked quite good, uniform in size and shape, not worse than Junia's. Meng Xuejiao was too busy to roll all the wrappers herself. Junia went home to get a rolling pin and came to help. 2 people rolled, 2 people filled, and everyone was chatting and laughing, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Mom, time to eat dumplings. Junia carried a big bowl of steaming dumplings and a bowl of vegetables, including pork, eel, and greens. Lee Sume sat down carefully with her support, holding her own bowl to eat. Xiaoya, go ahead and eat. Don't keep the elders waiting. Okay, take your time. Call me if you need anything, Junia said, and then hurried off. Shaolin, come eat. Meng Xuejiao filled her bowl with dumplings and added some homemade fermented tofu on the table. Shaolin, this is the fermented tofu made by Auntie. It tastes pretty good. You should try some. I can make this too. My neighbor's grandma taught me. Mom, time to eat dumplings. Junia carried it. After trying it, she nodded repeatedly. Delicious. If you like it, eat more. Later, take a bowl home. It's good with porridge in the morning. Everyone was about to start eating when there was a knock on the door. Meng Xuelon put down her chopsticks, got up, and went to open the door. She quickly led some guests inside. A young couple arrived, the man holding a little girl, followed by 2 boys who look very similar. When they saw the elders, they politely greeted Grandma Meng, Uncle Jiang. Xiao Zhe, Xiao Su, Nyo, have you had dinner? Meng Xuejiao stood up. Deputy Secretary Meng, we've already eaten. We came later to visit. Why are you eating so late tonight? The woman said with a smile. We're learning to make dumplings tonight. We only eat after wrapping all the filling. Meng Xuejiao invited them to sit down and introduced Lin Junia to the others. Shaolin, They are neighbors across the street. The woman is Sister Lu Junxing Hui, and the man is her brother-in-law Su Chaoyang.
Su, Lu, hello.
My name is Lin Junya. I rent a house from Director Meng. Lin Junya spoke confidently, neither humble nor proud. Hello, Comrade Lin. I heard about you from my mother, Lu Yinghui said kindly, asking with concern, Is your mother feeling better? Thank you for asking. She's been resting well lately and recovering nicely. While they talked, Meng Shuilan brought over 2 bowls of dumplings and handed chopsticks to the couple. Tonight, Xiao Lin is teaching us how to make dumplings. They just came out of the pot, hot and fresh. They are made with pickled cabbage and pork. Your family of 5 should try the authentic northern flavor. These dumplings look plump and delicious. The 3 children stared at their bowls, 2 boys almost leaning onto Jiang Jinwei. Lu Yinghui pulled them back. Xiao Zhe, Xiao Su, sit properly. Don't bump into Uncle Zhang's legs. No problem, Jiang Jinwei said as he grabbed a dumpling and roughly stuffed it into his brother's mouths, calling out, Junya, eat your dinner. Xiao Lin, sit down and eat. Meng Shuilan pulled her to sit with her, smiling as she spoke to Su Chaoyang and his wife. Xiaolin's mother was born and raised in the north. She makes great noodles. Xiao Lin can cook too. She has made dumplings several times for us, and we all love them. Tonight, she came to teach us how to make dumplings. They look simple, but they are not easy to make. It took us over an hour to enjoy a hot bite. Su Chaoyang tried one and said with a smile, When I was on a business trip to Xiangshan County, I also ate dumplings. Their specialty is shrimp dumplings, which taste very different. Their wrappers are almost transparent, while ours are chewier. Dad, it's so delicious. I want to buy some. Nyo, sitting in his arms, was eating a dumpling, her soft, sticky voice adorable as she chewed on the oily food. Su Chaoyang lowered his head, eyes full of affection. You want to buy it? Do you have money? Dad has money. Nyo is just over 2 years old, but very smart. With clear, glass-like eyes, she looked at the Meng sisters and happily said, Grandma, my dad has a lot of money. Uncle from the police found out. Dad said he would buy me candy. Meng Shuejiao smiled upon hearing this. Nyo's dad earns a salary from work, saves up to pay for Nyo and her 2 brothers' education and buy candy, right? Yes, Mom and Dad work hard to earn money. I want to go to school and buy candy to eat. Although Nyo is small, she speaks clearly and smartly. Hearing this, Lu Yinghui's face looked unhappy. Their couple came over tonight to visit, mainly to find out that Lin Junya rented Meng Shuilan's house, probably to ask her about some things. She is not the type to beat around the bush. Now she straightforwardly said, Deputy Meng, we came tonight because we want to talk to Xiao Lin. Comrade Lu, what's the matter? Lin Junya put down her chopsticks. Xiao Lin, here's the thing. I heard this afternoon that the police punished Lin Huahua. It seems the sisters caused trouble again this morning. After some investigation, I found out you also hit her. I want to ask what happened today. Seeing it was about this, Lin Junya did not hide it. Those 2 are shameless and unprincipled. After your Lu family threw Lin Huahua out, they used more shameless tricks to hurt others. My head teacher is Teacher Zhou Wanjie. Her son, Qianjin, went to school this morning to deliver something to her. Lin Huahua and her sister targeted him. They deliberately ran up to him at the school gate, bumped into him, and then falsely accused him of being a pervert, saying he was harassing her and touching her inappropriately. They loudly shouted at the school gate, scheming against him. Qianjin is shy and probably has never seen such shameless people. He tried to explain, but couldn't win against them. Instead, passers-by doubted his character. I happened to see it myself and saw through the shameless scheming of these 2 sisters. I directly hit them and gave them a good beating. Later, Qianjin told Teacher Zhou about this. The Qian family used some influence to send them to dig mud. After hearing this, Lu Yinghui's face darkened. What kind of upbringing do their family have? Girls, and they're so shameless. A bunch of rotten people. There's no such thing as the most shameless, only more shameless. Junia Lin had no good words for anyone in the Lin family.
Her tone was calm but sharp.
Fortunately, the two most difficult ones are locked up in detention. Otherwise, your brother wouldn't have been able to divorce so smoothly. If those two wicked women were around, your maternal family would probably have to shed a lot of blood to chase these bloodsuckers away. Lu Yinghui did not think she was exaggerating. She listened carefully and started to have some ideas and plans, but she didn't say anything out loud.
Xiao Lin, I understand.
Thank you for telling me this. Seeing that she only asked about this matter and had no other questions, Lin Junia continued eating her bowl of food.
Xiao Lin, I have one more thing I want to ask.
Lu Yinghui looked into her eyes, which seemed to see through everything, and hesitated before speaking again. I want to ask about your father and the son of the Lin family. If it's not convenient to answer, that's okay.
It's not inconvenient at all.
My father left his biological parents when I was very young, only 4 years old. I only have a faint memory of him, and I mostly heard about him from my mother and neighbors. My mother and the neighbors spoke highly of my dad. Before he left, the Lin family wasn't as shameless and overbearing as they are now. There were some arguments among the siblings and in-laws, and the two old folks in the Lin family showed some favoritism, but they weren't as disliked as they are now. As for the Lin family's adopted son who was switched at birth, he didn't come back with his adoptive parents and didn't return to his biological parents. The Lin family didn't even know his name or have a photo of him. However, someone who came to pick up my dad said he looked very much like Lin Erwi, the second son of the Lin family, like twins. I only know these things, and I don't know anything else. Lu Yinghui understood this and didn't ask further.
Xiao Lin, I understand.
Thank you. Yinghui, are you worried that the third son of the Lin family might come back someday to support Lin Huahua?
Meng Xuelon asked her.
Lu Yinghui honestly replied, yes, I just want to gather more information. If something happens in the future, we can prepare better and try to minimize harm to Xiaohang.
Lin Junia swallowed her dumplings, took a sip of soup, and added, he won't come back.
15 years ago, the Lin family wasn't so notorious. He hasn't appeared to see his biological parents, which shows he's someone who cares only about wealth and status. Now, the Lin family is hated by everyone, a toxic problem. They have 2 disabled family members, 2 others in prison receiving education, and a bunch of fierce, unruly nieces who can't get married. He definitely won't come back to take over this mess or give these scoundrels a chance to him dry.
That makes sense, Meng Xuejiao said with a smile, praising her.
Jinwei finished a bowl of dumplings and asked his aunt to serve him another. He suddenly joined the conversation and said, even if the 20 brains of the Lin family combined are not as clever as you, if you were a bit stronger, no matter how fierce and aggressive they are, they wouldn't be your match.
Lin Junyao grinned confidently and boasted, my broom skills are unbeatable in the team, trained specifically to deal with the trash from the Lin family.
Everyone chuckled.
Jinwei's lips curled slightly as he asked, how many brooms have you broken in a year?
At least 10. The trash from the Lin family are all tough and thick-skinned. No matter how hard you hit them, you can't hurt them badly. They're like indestructible cockroaches. Beating them up hard can keep them quiet for 3 or 5 days, then they come back full of energy to cause trouble again. I don't know what kind of creatures they've become. Even after harsh beatings, they don't learn their lesson. They're always talking nonsense, full of foul words, disgusting and unpleasant. The police find them to work on the lakeside farm for half a month to dig mud. That's too easy for them. They should be sent to the Gobi Desert or deserted islands for long-term reform. The neighbors in the team all hope they never come back. Jinyao chatted with them for a while, thinking that Su Chaoyang and his wife probably had other things to discuss. After finishing her dumplings, she decided to go home first. When she pushed the door open, Li Sume was just finishing her meal. She had finished a bowl of dumplings and a bowl of vegetables, even drinking all the soup. Jinyao washed the dishes in the kitchen and then helped her to the bathroom. Li Sume heard many people talking outside and asked, Xiaoya, does Ameng have other guests at home? Lu Junson's sister and brother-in-law brought 3 kids to visit. They heard we're renting here and came to ask about Lin Huahua being punished. Li Sume responded with an "oh," didn't ask anything more, and slowly moved forward. Xiaoya, I've been feeling stronger these days. My legs aren't as weak and soft anymore. The Chinese medicine she was given was for boosting energy and blood. The herbs were grown in the space, so their effects were better than ordinary outside medicines. Mom, you lost so much blood last time. The doctor prescribed medicine to boost energy and blood. Plus, you've been eating well these days, 3 meals a day evenly. Your body is slowly recovering. Her daughter had been caring for her diligently, giving her milk, eggs, and meat every day, and drinking bone broth every other day. She was eating very nutritiously and healthily. Xiaoya, do we still have eggs at home? If not, go buy some. It's hard for you to study and go to school. You should eat at least 1 egg every morning before heading out. Mom, I ordered 30 eggs from my friend who sells supplies. Eggs sell well, so I need to order in advance. I will go to pick them up in a few days.
Lin Yunhao liet smoothly.
In the space, 3 hens lay 3 eggs a day, enough for her and her daughter's daily needs. The small chick she raised before may have grown a bit faster because of the grains and vegetables grown in the space. In 2 or 3 months, they will be ready to eat. A few days ago, she asked Lay's siblings to help buy more chicks of chickens, ducks, and geese. There's plenty of food in the space, so they can raise more. If they don't eat it all, they can sell the extra. These poultry are easy to sell at good prices, so she's not worried about selling them. Tomorrow is Saturday, and school doesn't have classes. Tonight, Lin Junhao needed 5 more jin of dough. Early tomorrow morning, she will go to sell food outside the meat processing factory. There are few people selling noodles in the county town. Her crispy baked buns are almost impossible to find elsewhere. The business is good. Regular customers come every day, and she can sell double the amount if needed. In 2 hours in the morning, she sold 100 buns, a basket of sugarcane, and about 10 jin of lettuce. She earned 5 yuan. Mom, I just bought a pig stomach and weighed half a jin of pig liver. Which do you want to eat for lunch? Fried pig liver, please. The pig stomach can wait until tomorrow. Li Sume got up early and pointed to the kitchen next door. Jiang came by earlier and brought us some mutton. He said he left it in the cupboard. Oh, okay. Jinwei brought them more than half a jin of mutton. When Lin Junhao went to find him, he wasn't home, and her elders weren't there either. So she had to go back and cook breakfast first. Mother and daughter ate egg and vegetable noodles this morning. After breakfast, Lin Junhao borrowed a bicycle from next door and went back to the team. The Lin family was punished to repair the irrigation canal and remove mud. Without them, the air in the Huyang production team felt much fresher. She first rode her bike to visit the new team leader's house, sat for a few minutes, then returned home. Since she hadn't been back for a while, the simple furniture and bed in the house were covered in dust. Lin Junhao casually tidied up a bit, then carried and went to the vegetable garden. She pulled out the vegetables and sold them, leaving only some chives, scallions, and radishes. Today, she turned the soil, planning to come back later to plant more vegetables. After finishing her chores at home, she went to Yao's house. Yao Jihong and the neighbors went to the mountains to pick medicinal herbs. Aunt Yao was at home taking care of her grandson and invited her to sit. She also pulled a cabbage from the ground and gave it to her to take to the city. When Lin Junhao arrived home, she noticed movement and voices in the living room next door where Jinwei's family was. She didn't go over to disturb them. Instead, she helped her mother to the bathroom and then immediately started preparing lunch in the kitchen. Just as she finished cutting the lamb to make radish soup, Meng Xuejiao came out and called her, "Shaolin, come here for a moment." Coming. Junia immediately put down what she was doing and hurried over. "Auntie, what's the matter?" "Jinwei's father is here. The doctor he invited has also arrived. Come meet them first, then after lunch, you can check on your mother," Meng Xuejiao said, inviting her inside. "Okay, thank you, Auntie." Junia followed her into the house. Her gaze first fell on a middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table. He looked very similar to Jinwei, both in appearance and demeanor. He must be Jinwei's father. She politely greeted him. "Uncle Jiang, hello." "Hello, young friend. Please sit,"
Jiang Yuanfeng said kindly. She smiled faintly, about to greet another guest, when suddenly a familiar voice, deep and soulful, called out, "Junya." Junya's pupils shrank, and a jolt of electricity seemed to pass through her, making her tremble inside. She quickly turned her body to look at the speaker and saw a face that was both familiar and half-smiling, causing her face to change drastically. Her voice trembled with surprise. "Master." The man sitting casually with a relaxed posture, exuding an unrestrained, free-spirited aura, was Jin Yuan, her master from her past life. His features had not changed at all since then. The only difference was his clothing. Where he used to wear a long blue robe, now he wore the most fashionable long coat here, and his long hair, once high, was now cut short. Seeing her master again, Junya was overwhelmed with confusion. She stared at him blankly and hesitantly called out, "Master? Is that really you? Who else could it be?" Jin Yuan rolled his eyes at her and casually grabbed the apple core she had just finished eating, then flicked it at her forehead. Junya instinctively dodged to the side, avoiding the apple core. In that moment, she became clear-headed and calm. She grinned and flattered, "Haha, confirmed. It's my master." "Junya, is Dr. Jin your master?" Jiang Jinwei narrowed his eyes slightly. "Yes, he's my master." Junya exchanged a glance with her master, quickly fabricating a lie and pretending to be cautious. "My master is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Many years ago, he was assigned to work in a rural cowshed as part of some political scheme. I met him back then. He taught me some medical knowledge and self-defense skills, but I only learned a little. He didn't stay here long, just over half a year, then left. I don't know where he went. I didn't expect to see him here today." Jiang Jin had already felt that her fighting stance and skills seemed trained. Just now, Dr. Jin threw a seed core at her, mimicking her stone-throwing action against troublemakers. Now it seemed she learned that from him. In the previous life, master and disciple spent many days together. The disciple's subtle expression told Jin Yuan what she was thinking. He didn't expose her lie and asked kindly, "Junya, why are you here?" Lin Junya was very happy to see her master, but she forced herself to hide her excitement. She pointed to the nearby cottage and said, "My mom's spine is broken. After surgery, she's not able to go to the countryside to rest. I happen to be in the county town for high school, renting a house from Director Meng, so we can recover and study together. Did you hurt your tendons or muscles?" Jin Yuan asked. "No, just my bones. The surgery was successful, and I can get up and walk slowly now." Jin Yuan nodded slightly, glanced at her short hair, then looked at her patched clothes and pants and the plain cotton shoes that looked very rustic. He looked a bit disdainful. "How come you're so miserable? Dress like a homeless person or a beggar. Can't you afford decent clothes?" Hehe. Lin Junya awkwardly smiled. "I bought new fabric and cotton. I was about to make new clothes, but I've been busy these days and haven't had time." Jin Yuan didn't say much more. He took out paper and pen from the medical box nearby and quickly wrote a prescription, then instructed her, "Go with Comrade Meng Xuelan to the hospital to get the medicine. Come in the afternoon to help me prepare the medication." "Okay." After saying that, Lin Junya turned to leave. "Director Meng, I'll go tell my mom." "Just 2 minutes. Xiao Lin, don't cook lunch today. Eat with us. Later, I'll send some food to your mom." Meng Xuejia received a call from Jiang Yuanfeng last night, learning they would come today. She went early to buy lots of good dishes.
Liegen Jun jetzt hier für die Grit? All right, aren't Sie?
"I'll bring the medicine back to help you prepare it."
Good.
Meng Xuejia smiled and nodded. At this moment, Lin Junya felt extremely happy. Although she didn't understand how her master also came here, seeing him made her feel strangely more secure and at home. She rushed back home like a gust of wind, repeating the lies she had told her mom earlier. Li Sumei did not doubt because some traditional Chinese medicine doctors and scholars had previously been sent to work in the commune's cattle shed for reform. The villagers in their team rarely interacted with them, and they usually did different work, but occasionally they would cross paths in the mountains and fields. When her daughter was young, she liked to run outside, often going into the mountains alone to gather firewood and dig for wild vegetables.
It was normal for her to secretly apprentice with the master. She was usually very quiet, so Li Sume didn't think much about it. Lin Junya rode her bike with Meng Shuolan to the hospital, followed her into the pharmacy, and they worked together to prepare the medicine. Daughter seed, goat, deer antler? Why are there so many medicine for boosting vitality and strengthening the kidneys? Lin Junya hadn't seen the prescription before, only noticing it now. She raised her eyebrows. Is this for your master to take? Meng Shuolan, standing nearby, pursed her lips, unsure how to explain. After hesitating for half a second, she decided to ignore her. Lin Junya didn't dwell on it and planned to ask her master later. She quickly helped weigh and prepare the medicines. When she returned with a large bag of herbs, Jin Yuan was in the room giving Jiang Jinwei a detailed checkup. She didn't disturb them and went to the kitchen after setting down the herbs. Uncle, Auntie. Seeing Jiang Yuanfeng in the kitchen, Lin Junya paused at the door. I've brought the medicine back first. Director Meng is busy with something, and will come back a bit later. Shaolin, thank you for your effort, Meng Xiujiao, wearing an apron and cooking, asked her. Do you still have it home? Yes, I'll go get some. Do you want green onions, garlic, celery, or anything else? Lin Junya had just brought a lot from home. We have green onions and garlic. Help me get a bunch of celery. When Lin Junya brought the vegetables over, Jin Yuan and Jiang Jinwei came out of the room. She handed the vegetables to the kitchen and pulled her master to the backyard corner, asking, Master, why are you making so many medicines for boosting vitality and strengthening the kidneys? Are you feeling weak? Jin Yuan glared at her. You're the one feeling weak. Haha. Hearing her master's familiar tone and the most familiar eye roll, Lin Junya couldn't help but laugh and teased him. Master, it's normal to feel weak in middle age. I won't laugh at you. Get lost. Jin Yuan kicked at her. Lin Junya expected him to kick, so she quickly dodged his kick and kept laughing. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. In the future, I'll help you prepare medicines and cook dishes to strengthen your kidneys. Jin Yuan. You can't even afford a piece of clothing, and you're buying kidney-strengthening dishes? I can afford it. I can afford it. My wallet is full now. Lin Junya patted her empty pocket, her eyes filled with a smile brighter than the stars. She excitedly told him, Master, the medicinal field space you asked me to find is a magical place. I made a contract with it and I brought it here. Jin Yuan looked at her with a smile. Are you sure the medicinal field space is what you contracted with? Seeing his half-smile, Lin Junya's smile froze and she blinked, asking, Master, what do you mean? I'll explain more later. Jin Yuan didn't say more now. He pointed to her small house and said, Let's go check on your mother. Lin Junya didn't leave immediately. She spoke softly to him. Master, I am now part of the Yang production team in Nansha Commune, Donyuan County. I have the same name and age as before, 17. You said you were exiled here 7 years ago for reform through labor. If my mom asks for details, just act like you don't want to talk about that time. She won't ask more. Jin Yuan nodded and whispered, We'll talk in detail about the medicinal field space tonight. Some things about your identity need to be consistent. Okay. Lin Junya immediately led him over. She pushed open the door and said, Mom, I brought my master. Please come and see her. Junya, please invite the elder in. Li Sume hurriedly put down her knitting. Jin Yuan followed his apprentice into the house, his deep, dark eyes fixed on Li Sume. Seeing that she and her daughter looked alike, he greeted her first. Hello, Junya's mom. Dr. Jin, hello. Li Sume had thought her daughter's teacher was an old Chinese doctor, but she didn't expect him to be her age. She quickly said, Junya, please invite your master to sit and have some tea. No need for tea. I just had some next door, Jin Yuan said, walking to the bed. He pressed her wrist to check her pulse, only for about 10 seconds before releasing her. Your energy and blood are a bit weak, and you're malnourished. Eat more nutritious food in the future. Junya said you have a spinal fracture, but it didn't damage your tendons or muscles. I'll prepare some bone-healing ointment. Have her apply it and change the dressing daily. In about half a month, you'll be able to get out of bed and walk. Half a month to walk. Li Sume was surprised. The doctor at the county hospital had told her she needed to lie in bed for at least 2 months and then rest for another month before moving around a little. Unique secret medicine. The bone-healing ointment was Jin Yuan's own invention. In a martial world where people loved fighting and combat, injuries like torn muscles and broken bones were common. His medicine was very effective, sold at a good price, and highly sought after. Just this one medicine had helped him save a lot of money. He didn't explain much, but his tone was confident and sure. His confident and proud expression made Li Sume believe in him, without question. She asked, "Dr. Jin, your special medicine must be expensive. How much is the treatment fee?" "Mom, don't worry about the cost. If I don't have enough money saved, I can write an IOU to my master and pay it back slowly later." Seeing how familiar her daughter was with Dr. Jin, as if they hadn't seen each other in years, Li Sume felt something was a bit off but didn't think much of it for now. She arranged Xiaoyao, "If the money isn't enough, take out the fixed deposit from the credit union to pay." "Okay," Lin Junyao agreed. Jin Yuan could tell that her family was poor and that mother and daughter were struggling. He waved his hand and said, "I'm staying in Donyuan County for a long time this time. You don't need to rush to pay the medical fee. Junyao can earn money and pay it back slowly." "Thank you, Dr. Jin," Li Sume politely expressed her gratitude. Jin Yuan nodded slightly to acknowledge her. He then turned to leave. Lin Junyao asked her mother to continue knitting sweaters, and she happily followed her master out. Li Sume watched her daughter's joyful and lively back, listening to her call out "master" all the way, and silently sighed. She planned to ask her more about her master later. "Captain Jiang, you and your master go watch TV. I'll help out." The Jiang family had a black and white TV, which wasn't used often. Today, it was turned on to broadcast political news. Jin Yuan sat on the sofa watching TV when he entered, and Lin Junyao brought him sugarcane and tangerines to eat. She then went to the kitchen to help. Jiang Jinwei was lifting his foot to peel garlic and said, "You haven't seen your master in a long time. Go chat and catch up." "Master said he'll stay here for a while. We'll have plenty of time to talk later." Seeing the washed lettuce on the cutting board that hadn't been cut yet, Lin Junyao asked, "Are you going to stir-fry the lettuce?" "Yes, shredded." Lin Junyao immediately picked up the knife and started chopping vegetables. She then asked, "Your master just checked on you. How's your leg recovery?" "Pretty good," Jiang Jinwei replied with a slightly darkened gaze. Lin Junyao didn't notice his gloomy eyes and said while chopping vegetables, "My master told me he has a special bone-healing ointment and medicine to repair nerve and tendon damage. His medicines work very well, so he can definitely heal your leg." Jiang Jingwei nodded. At the firewood stove, Zhang Yuanfeng and Meng Xuejiao, who was stir-frying, looked serious. The results of the recent checkup showed that Jiang Jingwei's leg was healing well and would recover soon, but another serious injury wasn't doing as well. Jingwei placed the peeled garlic on the cutting board. When she looked up, her expression returned to normal. She asked, "Auntie, how are the checkup results?" "It's okay. The main issues are malnutrition and blood deficiency. She needs to eat more nutritious food to recover. The master said he will prepare some bone-strengthening ointment, and in about half a month, she should be able to get up and walk." After Lin Junya finished chopping the vegetables, the rice on the stove was already cooked. She took another small iron pan to stir-fry some vegetables. The two women worked together quickly and prepared the meal. Before eating, she brought food to her mother: a bowl of rice, a nourishing lamb soup, and a plate of vegetables piled high. Meng Xuelan just returned before the meal. She washed her hands and sat down immediately, warmly greeting Dr. Jin. "Dr. Jin, it's just simple food. Please don't mind." "You're too polite," Dr. Jin replied politely. Jiang Yuanfeng had just opened a bottle of wine and poured a full glass for Dr. Jin. He raised his glass in a toast. "Dr. Jin, I trust you with my son's health." Dr. Jin raised his glass and clinked it with him. "Don't worry too much. He's young and has a good foundation. With proper treatment and good medicine, there's hope for a good recovery." His words seemed to reassure everyone. Jiang Yuanfeng and Meng Xuejiao both visibly relaxed. Meng Xuejiao also raised her glass to toast him. "Dr. Jin, Thank you for your help. If you need anything during the treatment, just let us know. For the first half month, no special medicine is needed. If there's a clear sign of improvement after the first treatment, the chances of recovery will be high. For later treatments, some rare and valuable medicines will be needed. I will prepare a prescription, and you can find ways to gather the medicines. Jiang Yuanfeng nodded repeatedly. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jean. Dr. Jean, let's eat first. We can discuss this after the meal. Meng Xuejiao hurriedly invited him to eat, not forgetting Lin Junya. Xiao Lin, don't be too formal. Eat whatever you like. Okay, Auntie. You should eat too. While listening carefully to their conversation, Lin Junya was thinking about Jinwei's health. Was it just a leg injury? Or were there other serious injuries? She had her guesses, but didn't ask questions out of respect. She simply ate her meal. Xiao Lin is now attending high school in the county. Jiang Yuanfeng remembered Meng Xuejiao mentioning her before. To avoid neglecting his guest, he started a conversation with her. Lin Junya smiled faintly and replied, Uncle, I am in my second year of high school. It's my last semester. High school entrance exams are coming soon. I heard you do very well in your studies. Which university are you planning to apply to? Jiang Yuanfeng's expression and demeanor are gentle, unlike Jiang Jinwei's sternness. I want to apply to medical university, Lin Junya said with a smile, glancing at her master and then speaking to the elders. Captain Jiang said there is a top 5 medical university in our provincial capital. Many professors and teachers are foreign-educated Western medicine experts. My goal is to get into that school. The provincial medical university's scores are quite high. They have a special class led by top-notch foreign-educated professors, with only 30 students, all of whom are top scorers at the city or provincial level, truly a class of champions. Jiang Yuanfeng, who works in the provincial capital, has heard about the internal situation of several prestigious schools. Jin Yuan asked, Junyao, what place did you rank in school? First place. Jin Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked again, and in the whole county? I don't know that. There are 10 high schools in Donyuan County, 2 in the county town, and the other 8 in rural communes. But the high school I attended, Donyuan High, is the best in the county. I was also a top student and came from a good school. Jiang Jinwei, who knows about the local middle school education, added, Donyuan High is the best high school in the county. All the students admitted to top universities over the past 3 years graduated from Donyuan High. No other high school has students admitted. Jin Yuan, new here and unfamiliar with the education system, noticed his apprentice's excellent grades. His eyes flickered, and he asked, how much time is left for the exam? The college entrance exam is on July 7th, 8th, and 9th this year. Only 3 months and a few days left. How confident are you? Jin Yuan had read many books here, mostly on math, physics, and chemistry, completely unfamiliar to him, like reading an ancient script. Even medical books were often hard to understand. He knew very well the amount of knowledge his apprentice had from his previous life, but her way of studying here was different, likely aided by her original soul's memory. She had already adapted to everything here during this time. It's hard to say how confident I am, but I have absolute faith in myself. Lin Junyao said with a cheerful smile. Everyone, including the elders, chuckled. Jiang Jinwei's eyes also held a faint smile. He had been paying attention to their master and apprentice and noticed that Lin Junyao's small gestures and tone of speech were very similar to Dr. Jin. Her carefree and unconstrained aura was especially alike. Regarding her studies, Lin Junyao had never asked Jiang Jinwei before, but now she asked him, Captain Jiang, did you finish high school? I joined the army after graduating from high school. Currently, elementary schools are 5-year programs and middle and high schools are 2-year programs. Jiang Jinwei finished elementary school in the provincial capital, then moved with his mother to Donyuan County for middle and high school. He graduated high school at 16. He could have gone to work at a government agency, but he chose to join the military instead. Active soldiers can take the college entrance exam. Have you applied in the past 2 or 3 years? Lin Junya asked him again. No, I haven't applied. Jiang Jinwei shook his head and said what he could. I was often out on missions, so I didn't have time to review for exams. Even if I had applied, I might not have made it in time. I looked at some college admission brochures with Teacher Zhou. I saw many military academies. If active soldiers apply to these schools, are there any special points or extra credits? Lin Junya asked curiously. Yes, there are. Based on achievements and honors in the military, some applicants get extra points. Those who perform exceptionally well can be recommended for direct admission to military schools. Jinya understood her meaning and nodded confidently. There should be quotas for these spots. Only top-notch, outstanding officers are recommended, right? Yes. Officers at the company level or above who have at least one third-class merit award and with a high school or technical school diploma can be recommended. There are at most 2 spots per year. Jinya looked at her with big, round eyes. You should meet all these conditions, right? Jinwei nodded, confirming. I am on the list for this year's military school recommendation. The leaders mentioned it to me before. I am a bit interested, but the final decision will be announced later this year. Jinya gave him 2 thumbs up and smiled a bit flirtatiously. Captain Jiang, are you still accepting a little brother, you? Yes, me. Jinya patted her chest proudly. I can outcurse a shrew, argue with scheming people, fight off thugs, and beat down troublemakers. I've got the skills. Jinwei's face twitched slightly, reminding her, we're in a society governed by law now. Everything must follow legal rules. Cursing and arguing isn't illegal. If thugs or troublemakers attack, I can defend myself. I always follow the law. Jinya's eyes sparkled, and she shot him a playful look. Trust me, I promise I can be a reliable little brother. I don't believe you. Although they hadn't known each other long, Jiang Jinwei understood her personality a bit. She was definitely not someone who was obedient or quiet. Seeing the elders all smiling, Jinya gritted her teeth and asked, Captain Jiang, what did I do to make you so distrustful of me? It's not that I don't trust you. I just think you're too capable, with endless potential. It would be a bit of a waste to not let you be my little brother. Jiang Jinwei's talent doesn't fit her expectations. Not talented enough, not talented enough. It's a blessing that my elder brother looks up to me. She flatteringly flattered him, making Jiang Jinwei almost laugh. Who did you learn that from? From my master, Lin Junya, immediately threw the blame back. Jin Yuan was busy eating meat and replied unclearly, choking slightly, I never taught you that. You have a special gift, self-taught. In the past, the master and apprentice would bicker when they had nothing to do. Now, in this different world, they can sit together and chat casually. Lin Junya was very happy and kept smiling. Yes, I was born good at flattering others. I can succeed without my master's teaching. Meng Xuejiao watched their playful banter with a smile, then took a spoon to serve food to the guests. She asked happily, Dr. Jean, how many children do you have at home? Single and alone, unmarried, and without children. Oh, you're not married? Meng Xuejiao thought he was in his 30s or so, with good looks and temperament and excellent medical skills. She assumed he was married with a family, so she quickly said, Dr. Jean, sorry for the intrusion. It's okay. Jin Yuan waved his hand and raised his glass to Jiang Yuanfeng, speaking generously about his thoughts. One person can eat well, but the whole family won't go hungry. I don't want to be bound by family chores. I don't dwell on the past or hope for the future. I don't pursue fame or fortune, nor do I fear death or illness. I just want to enjoy every day I am alive. Dr. Jean, your thoughts are far beyond ordinary people. We common folks are truly envious, Meng Xuejiao said, raising her glass to toast him. Meng Xuelan had just stood up to add some rice to her nephew's bowl. Hearing what Jin Yuan said, she asked, Dr. Jean, where are you from? All my parents, elders, and relatives died in the war. My family property was seized and divided. I no longer have a home. Now I wander the world, wherever I go. That is my home. Jin Yuan answered about his situation. He had learned about modern history and knew that decades of war had been ongoing. He used this to hide his family background, so no one would suspect. Dr. Jean, I'm sorry, Meng Xuelan quickly apologized. It's nothing. Jin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Over there, he relied on his apprentice for support. Now that he's here, He still only has his apprentice as a family. The master and apprentice looked at each other and discussed plans for their future. Master, a teacher for a day, a father for life. I will take care of you in your old age. Junya Lin didn't interfere in his master's private affairs. Whether her master marries or his children in the future, she would treat him like her own father and always be filial and respectful to him. Jin Yuan finished his drink in one gulp, looking annoyed. He said, "My journey isn't even halfway done. There's no need for you to worry about my old age now. All right, we'll talk about it later." Everyone was easygoing and didn't follow strict rules. They chatted happily during the meal, enjoying each other's company. After everyone finished eating, Lin Junya immediately helped clear the table. She quickly went to the kitchen to wash dishes and clean up. The Meng sisters didn't want her to do it, but she insisted and ended up being sent to the living room. When Lin Junya finished her chores and came out, Meng Xuejiao and the others were tidying up the small room next door, turning it into a pharmacy. She quickly helped her mother to the bathroom. After her mother rested and took a nap in the afternoon, she came back to help again. The master and apprentice worked well together. Without needing Lin Junya to say much, Jin Yuan pretended to teach her some basic medical skills and how to handle herbs. Today, he took her with him, guiding her step by step from the basics. Meng Xuelan went to work at the hospital in the afternoon. Only Jiang Yuanfeng and others were at home. They weren't experts in herbs, but helped out as assistants. In the afternoon, Jin Yuan prepared a bone repair ointment, giving it to Jiang Jinwei and Li Sumei. Lin Junya helped and learned throughout the process. "Junya, you go do your thing. When you have time, find me some books and old newspapers." Jin Yuan had watched the news on TV for an hour earlier and was eager to learn more about this unfamiliar country. He needed to understand it quickly to fit in better. His apprentice arrived here differently. She was familiar with everything and had probably integrated well during this time. Some things were not easy to ask others about or get help with, so it was best for her to handle them herself. There were many books at home she had read, so Lin Junya picked a few basic ones and also brought a stack of newspapers her mother had finished reading, placing everything in his room. She had planned to go wholesale fruit shopping in the afternoon. She borrowed a bicycle from Jiang Jinwei and hurried out to buy and resell sugarcane and apples. By the time she returned, it was almost dark. The Jiang family had finished dinner. Jin Yuan was walking back and forth in the backyard, reading a newspaper. When he saw her, he asked, "Junya, where have you been? Why did you come back so late?" "Master, I went to sell things at a stall to make money." Lin Junya pushed her bicycle under the eaves and saw Jiang Jingwei come out. She smiled and told them, "Today is Saturday." By the time she returned, it was almost dark. The Jiang family had finished dinner. Jin Yuan was walking back and forth in the backyard, reading a newspaper. When he saw her, he asked, "Junya, let's hurry and cook dinner." Lin Junyao jogged back home first to take care of her mother. "Mom, I'm back. Do you need to use the bathroom?" "Xiaoya, I already went earlier," her mother replied. Li Sumei had gotten up on her own earlier to use the bathroom. She thought about how her daughter was busy working outside all day and felt worried. "Let's hurry and cook dinner." Lin Junyao jogged back home first to take care of her mother. "Mom, I'm back. Do you need to use the bathroom?" "Xiaoya, I already went earlier," her mother replied. Li Sumei had gotten up on her own earlier to use the bathroom. She thought about how her daughter was busy working outside all. She cooked 2 large bowls of simple salted vegetable and egg noodles. Mother and daughter each had a bowl. After filling their stomachs, Lin Junyao went back to the kitchen to stew radish and lamb. Li Sumei leaned back, resting while knitting a vest. Junyao, Jin Yuan, who had just taken a shower, came to the kitchen to find her. He held a token engraved with a vintage totem in his palm and whispered, "Cut your finger," and let a drop of blood fall onto the token. Junyao always obeyed her master without question. She bit her finger, letting a drop of bright red blood fall onto the totem on the token. She saw the blood being absorbed by the totem. When the last trace of blood disappeared, her soul seemed to want to leave her body, and her whole body trembled as if electrocuted. Just as she was about to scream in panic, Jin Yuan steadied her and softly comforted her, It will be over soon. In less than 10 seconds, her body and soul returned to normal. Junya looked around blankly and asked, Master, what is this? It's the carrier of the medicinal field space.
Huh?
Carrier? Junya didn't understand. This is a sacred heirloom passed down in my family. It contains a magical space called the medicinal field space. I am its true owner, Jin Yuan whispered. Junya asked, Master, your family's sacred heirloom? Why can it bring my soul here? You are originally from here. The one over there was just a fragment of your soul. Now this body is truly you. Your soul has returned to the main body, Jin Yuan explained softly. Junya looked surprised and repeated some important words. Originally from here? Fragment of the soul? Soul returning to the main body. It's not convenient to talk about this here. We'll explain everything in the space later. Jin Yuan carefully put away the token and lowered his voice again. Now, use your spiritual sense to observe the changes in the space. Junya's mind was very confused at this moment. She instinctively listened to him and immediately extended her spiritual awareness to explore. When she saw the vast plain soil stretching endlessly inside the space, with distant green mountains and a majestic waterfall cascading down 3,000 feet, along with grand blue brick and tile pavilions and estates, her face changed dramatically, her large glass-like eyes almost popping out in surprise. In her previous contracted space, there were no such magnificent mountain and water estates, only a small piece of land. Now, she quickly looked around and found that all her grains, vegetables, and fruits were in the farthest corner, occupying less than 1,000th of the space. The reality before her told Lin Junyao that this space was not truly hers. She was not the real owner of the space. Her master was. This medicinal field space is not mine, she said. Seeing her look deeply disappointed, Jin Yuan smiled and said, It's not yours, but you can come and use it freely. Master, what exactly is going on? Lin Junyao asked eagerly, wanting to know everything. This isn't a place to talk. Finish your work outside first, then come back to the space to find me. We'll talk in detail. I'll tell you about the medicinal field space, and you can tell me more about what's happening here. Okay. Lin Junyao quickly calmed down. As she watched her master walk away, she gently patted her pounding chest and hurriedly finished her chores. After putting the lamb in the pot to stew, she poured 2 large buckets of hot water to wash her hair and bathe. She washed her clothes as fast as she could, hung them out to dry, and then poured water to wash her mother's face and feet. Xiaoya, I didn't ask you carefully before. Where is Dr. Jin's family from? How much do you know about his family? Seeing her mother ask about her master, Lin Junyao chose her words carefully and replied, My master comes from a traditional Chinese medicine family. He's the only one left. His elders and relatives all died in the war. His family's property and houses were taken and divided. Now he's wandering all over the world. He's about your age, 37 or 8, unmarried, and without children. Maybe because of the family troubles he experienced, he doesn't pursue marriage or a career much. Is that so? Li Sume guessed that Jin Yuan must be a very interesting person. She didn't ask more about his private life and only inquired, Xiaoya, do you want to learn Chinese medicine from Dr. Jin? Mom, I do want to study medicine. It's because of my master. At first, I thought I'd never see him again and had no plans to study Chinese medicine. I wanted to go to medical university to learn Western medicine. Now that my master is here and he's very skilled in medicine, he practices inherited Chinese medicine, I want to find time to talk with him and learn from him. Then I'll decide what to do next. Seeing her had plans arranged, Li Sume did not interfere much. Okay, Dr. Jin seems experienced and knowledgeable. You should ask him more about your future plans. I know. At this moment, Lin Junya was thinking about her master's words. This body truly belonged to her. Her soul had returned to its main body, and she finally understood the deep sense of belonging that had surged in her when she first arrived here. She was originally from here. The mother in front of her was her real mother. She was not an orphan abandoned by her parents. She was living in this world because of special reasons, with her soul split. She used to think she had traveled and occupied this body, feeling guilty towards the original owner. When facing her mother, she felt a bit guilty and uneasy. Now that she was sure her soul had fully merged back, that feeling of worry and insecurity disappeared. The house was just a small, square, low-thatched hut without windows. "Yeah, now we have a place to stay," Mubai said, looking around. Fortunately, the door was big enough, or it would have been too dark inside. It wasn't that she forgot to open the window, but the mud walls weren't strong enough to withstand large animals crashing into them. Plus, they didn't have materials to make windows. If they opened a window, something might crawl in during the night, which would be dangerous. "I still have some bones from the wild bull beast. I'll make a few charms," Mubai said. Even though it was just a simple, rough hut, it was still a home, built with everyone's hard work. Lin Jr. placed the bowl on the table, politely exchanged greetings with the three elders, then quickly ran back home. After a busy night, it was getting late. She had spent the evening outside with her mother for a late-night snack, not opening her books to review. She pretended to be tired, hurriedly went back to her room, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. "Master." As soon as Lin Jr. entered the space, she headed straight for the luxurious estate. She rushed to the gate, which was made of top-quality golden Nanmu wood, with intricate patterns and carvings crafted by master artisans. She marveled, "Master, this is so luxurious." Jin Yuan was meditating in his room. Hearing her voice, he stopped practicing and came out of his cultivation. He didn't stand up but called out, "Come in." Junia didn't wander around the estate. She carried a bowl of lamb soup and entered, smiling happily. "Master, have some late-night snack. Let's eat and chat." Seeing she was wearing a new outfit without patches, Jin Yuan took the bowl and asked about her family situation. "What's your family like? Are you just you and your mother?" "Our family situation is a bit complicated, even more dramatic than in plays." Junia sat cross-legged on a cushion nearby and told her master everything about her real family without hiding anything. After finishing talking about family matters, I eagerly asked about other important things. "Master, please tell me about the medicine field space and about my soul returning to the main body." Jin Yuan had finished her lamb soup, placed the bowl and chopsticks aside, and took out a token she had seen before. She briefly explained the secret of the Jin family. "This is a family heirloom, a sacred object passed down through generations. Only heirs of the Jin family can make a contract to inherit it. It has been passed down for nearly 600 years. About 17 or 18 years ago, due to a betrayal and leak of secrets by a branch of the Jin family, the wealthy but hidden Jin family was targeted by both the court and the martial world. At that time, I had just come of age. Following my grandfather's arrangements, I was traveling with guards to broaden my horizons. But after only 3 months of travel, I received an urgent letter summoning me back. The Jin family is a hidden noble family living deep in the mountains and forests. The location is quite secretive. Without a family member leading, outsiders find it very hard to enter the core area. When I received the letter from my father, I hurried back day and night. Near the closest forest entrance to our home, I found you. You were only about half a year old then, lying in thin clothes on my way home. I found you in the middle of the night, in a deserted wilderness with no one around. Your appearance made me suspicious. The guards and followers said your appearance was strange, and it was likely a trap set by someone. On my way home, I heard many rumors. I knew the Jin family was facing an unprecedented crisis. Your appearance was very suspicious. For the safety of the family, I thought I shouldn't interfere. When the guards planned to take you to a nearby town for safety, you woke up and opened your eyes. At the same time, strange phenomena appeared in the sky above the Jin family. Later, I brought you back to the Jin family. An old ancestor who was obsessed with physiognomy and divination saw you for the first time and said you were a soul from another world. Then he immediately performed a divination, which revealed that you were the key to saving the Jin family from disaster. Lin Jr. had been listening quietly until now, then suddenly interrupted, pointing at herself with a very expressive face. "I am the key to saving the Jin family?" At that time, A traitor from a branch of the Jin family maliciously betrayed us, revealing our secret, including the existence of the medicine field space. Many royal relatives and nobles sent troops, and numerous martial world forces also moved to seize a share, making the situation very dangerous for the Jin family. My grandfather was the head of the family then. The old ancestor who was good at divination kept predicting death and disaster. It wasn't until you appeared that there was a glimmer of hope. The elders decisively passed down this sacred object to me. The family's nearly 600 years of wealth and treasures were all transferred into space. The entire clan worked together to me and you to a safe place, then opened secret passages in various locations to lure enemies into the dense forest. The whole clan sacrificed themselves to ensure our safety. At that time, the entire clan fought to the death in a fierce battle. Jin Yuan did not see it with his own eyes, but he could imagine the tragic scenes of his parents, elders, and siblings dying. Every time he thought of it, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. Over the next 10 years, he lived under a false name, traveling with his disciple. On the surface, he was a humble wandering doctor with no background, but secretly, he was investigating to find the killers of his family, using various methods to seek revenge. He never told his disciple about the family's past or let her get involved. He raised her happily, only urging her to study martial arts and medicine seriously. Until the very end, when he left this world, he never told her about the Jin family's history. It was only at this moment that he shared those stories with her. Hearing the words perish together, Lin Junia's heart trembled. She hurriedly asked, "Master, didn't the Jin family's ancestors say I was the key to turning death into life?" At such a critical moment, my split soul didn't play its role. Jin Yuan looked at her kindly, his eyes gentle. "It did play a role. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to wipe out the Jin family's enemies or come here safely." Lin Junia, being clever, quickly guessed many things. "Master, you asked me to find the medicinal field space deep in the mountains and gave me a map. That place is actually the ancestral land of the Jin family. The news of the medicinal field space reappearing was something you leaked. And those experts who came into the forest, they were all killers from the Jin family's extermination. You deliberately set a trap to lure them all in and wipe them out. That was just a fragment of your soul. Your body is very special. Your spirit isn't complete and can't age naturally like others. The ancestor of the Jin family once predicted your fate and said you wouldn't live past 18. When you die, your soul will return to your real body. There is a secret method in the Jin family's sacred inheritance that requires external help to activate. However, the inheritance doesn't specify what this external force is or what the final result will be after activation. I was just trying to use your soul to help restart this secret method." He explained everything clearly, and Lin Junia understood. "We arrived here safely, Master. Your attempt was successful. Yes, it worked. Your split soul brought me to this unfamiliar country. Because you are connected to the medicinal field space, I could find you quickly and reunite with you." Jin Yuan was brought here through space, so he was dressed differently from Lin Junia's soul. As soon as he arrived in this strange country, he quickly adapted. He cut his hair, changed into local clothes, learned about the currency, and found someone to get an ID. He even showed his medical skills in front of others, healing and saving lives, which quickly made him famous. Later, Jiang Yuanfeng invited him to Danyuan County. "Master, everything over there is in the past. From now on, you and I will settle here. Our country just ended a period of war and chaos, but now everything is improving. Although some things are still lacking, it's much stronger than the feudal imperial society we used to live in. Technology is also much more advanced. I have a feeling that big changes are coming here soon. It will develop into a prosperous and wealthy place beyond what we can imagine." The soul fragment returned just a month ago. Lin Junia has already adapted fully to life here. When she thinks about her soul experience, it feels like a dream, like those events are now very far away. She came here with Jin Yuan, who also plans to settle down. He pointed to the distant mountain range outside the window and told her, when the ancestor predicted the future, he saw that Jin's family's life force was in a place they couldn't reach. When my grandfather and father sent me away, they gave me many instructions. I had already made plans long ago. I moved the bones and spirit tablets of our elders to the space for burial. They are now resting on the mountain across from here. They are all in the space, not separated by a great distance. I can visit and pay respects to them anytime. Over the years, I have avenged all my past grievances. I think the small animals in the wilderness are very cautious. Their absence might mean they sense danger and are hiding early. While saying this, Mubai imagined their large group as small animals afraid of predators, hiding away from danger. This is not wrong. After all, 7 people walking in the snow and ice create noise, even if it's slight, which can be heard in the open wilderness. It's normal for small, timid animals to hide. However, her words made Mang alert. He first waved to everyone, signaling them to stop and scatter to hide, then quickly climbed into the crown of a large snow-covered tree. It feels like a dream, like those of it was your spiritual strength that guided me, allowing me to arrive here safely. Thanks to you, I followed you here. I won't be hunted or chased anymore, and I can live a peaceful, quiet life. Jin Yuan was once a handsome, young nobleman, with attendants and maids taking care of his daily needs, never worrying about trivial matters. After the Jin family was wiped out, his life changed drastically. He endured great sorrow, but had to hide his identity and grit his teeth to raise a bloodless baby girl into adulthood. Over the years, the master and apprentice had become very close, almost like family. The apprentice was raised and educated by him, so he knew her personality, temper, and abilities very well. He had long regarded her as his daughter. That night, they talked in a space for nearly 3 hours. Mainly, Lin Junyao introduced the local culture, history, politics, and policies. They only went to rest around dawn. Although they stayed up late, their biological clocks made them wake up on time in the morning. When Lin Junyao carried buns and fruit to sell, Jin Yuan accompanied her, helping her place the items at the stall. He then wandered nearby to learn about the local customs and environment. Junyao, is Dr. Ji not here? Jiang Jinwei still came early in the morning to buy vegetables. Jiang Yuanfeng carried a basket of produce and accompanied him. The father and son had just walked over slowly. Lin Junyao was busy squatting and selling items. When she saw her elders approaching, she immediately stood up. Uncle Jiang, good morning. Shaolin, good morning. Business is good. The Jiang father and son stood nearby for a couple of minutes. Seeing that she was busy, they didn't disturb her. When they noticed the buns in her basket were running out, she smiled gently. Not many left. When they're sold out, I'll close up shop. Yes, I didn't make much. Once sold out, I'll go home and prepare breakfast. Lin Junyao quickly took 2 sheets of oil paper and wrapped 2 buns for each of them, smiling warmly. Uncle Jiang, Captain Jiang, you probably haven't eaten breakfast yet. Have some to fill your stomach. Jinwei still enjoys eating the pancakes she makes. She first gives some to her father, saying, Junia's pancakes are quite tasty. Xiaolin, where is Dr. Jin? Jiang Yuanfeng asks her. Master helped me deliver some things here, then went for a walk nearby. He should be back soon. Before she finishes speaking, Jin Yuan comes over carrying 3 or 4 fish. Comrade Jiang, are you and your son here to buy groceries? Yes, just buying some vegetables. Jiang Yuanfeng notices the fish he's holding are quite large, the biggest weighing about 7 or 8 jin, the smaller ones around 4 or 5 jin. He asks Dr. Jin, where did you buy these fish? I just reached the riverbank. Someone was selling fish from a fishing boat. I bought a few. He answers calmly, with a relaxed expression. Lin Junya laughs inwardly. She can tell even with her toes that her master is lying. He probably fished the fish out of the river using his martial arts skills, not bought them. Jin Yuan, carrying the fish, sees that the sugarcane apples brought by his apprentice are all sold out. He leaves an empty bamboo basket and throws the fish into it, asking her, Junya, do you want to buy any other vegetables? Master, help me weigh some meat and buy some tofu. No need to buy anything else. Lin Junya takes out a colorful stack of money and some receipts from her pocket, stuffing them into his pocket and bossing him around without hesitation. Jiang Yuanfeng finishes eating 2 or 3 pancakes, then goes with Jean to the meat factory to buy groceries. As they leave, he tells his son, Jinyu, it's crowded inside. Don't go in and be careful not to bump or hurt your leg. You stay here with Xiaolin and set up the stall. Remember to give her the pancake money. Okay. Jinwei still eats slowly. After finishing his pancake, Jinwei speaks to her. Junya, yesterday Aunt applied the bone-healing ointment. Did your mother have any reactions?
Yes.
This morning, my mom told me the area where her bones were broken itched. It was very uncomfortable in the early hours, but the itching eased later in the night. She didn't sleep well all night. This morning, Lin Junya helped her mother get up and heard her say this. She knew the ointment was working. She told him, Captain Jiang, my master said this is a normal reaction. The wound is absorbing the medicine, and the broken bone is healing. Once the ointment no longer causes pain or itching, the bone will be mostly healed. Jiang Jinwei, who often takes medicine for injuries, understands the symptoms of skin healing and recovery from fractures. He slightly smiles. Dr. Jean is indeed very skilled. His medicine works very well. Last night, the master and apprentice had a secret discussion in the space for several hours. She had already coordinated with her master to create a special secret identity for the Jean family. There was no one buying cakes now. Lin Junyao stepped closer and tiptoed to his ear, saying, Master told me this morning about his family. His ancestors were imperial doctors in the Qing Palace, and their medical knowledge has been passed down through generations. Jiang Jingwei's pupils constricted slightly, and he whispered softly, with such a background, over the years. Master is very skilled. He hasn't suffered much, just had his freedom limited. He worked in a secret lab developing medicines. This year, he finally received news of his exoneration and regained his freedom. Jiang Jingwei didn't doubt her words because he had seen many top officials and tech experts mysteriously silenced or sent to isolated bases. If Dr. Jean had such a background, his freedom would definitely be restricted, and every move would be watched. Having learned a bit about him, Lin Junyao didn't say more and asked another question. Captain Jiang, besides your leg fracture, did you suffer any other injuries? Jiang Jingwei clenched his grip on the cane, his face tense, lips pressed together slightly. Yes, I have other injuries.
Oh.
Lin Junyao noticed the subtle change in his expression and guessed his injuries might be serious. She didn't press further, knowing her limits, and comforted him. Captain Jiang, Master's medical skills are really good. If you cooperate and follow his treatment, you'll recover quickly. Although you've apprenticed under Dr. Jean, you haven't known him long. Do you trust him that much? Jiang Jingwei looked at her sharply. Lin Junyao wasn't afraid of his scrutiny. She looked at him openly and confidently, lowering her voice to say, I've seen Master save people. When other doctors give up on someone, Master just needs a few silver needles and the person comes back to life. As she spoke, her dark, shiny eyes sparkled with admiration. Jiang Jingwei couldn't help but be drawn in, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I will cooperate with the treatment. While they were talking, an old customer who was buying cakes came over. Lin Junyao immediately crouched down to sell her goods. Jiang Jingwei watched her sell from the side. Xiao Jiang, are you here to buy vegetables today? Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Jingwei slightly turned and politely called out, Grandma Qian, I just came with my dad.
He went inside to buy something.
I'm waiting outside for him. Oh, your dad is here? Grandma Qian came over, looking at his leg with concern. Is your leg feeling better? Much better. In about half a month, I should be able to take off the cast. Grandma Qian wasn't alone. Qian Jin, carrying a basket, followed behind. Seeing Jiang Jingwei here, he trotted over.
Yingwei.
Qian Jin, long time no see. Jiang Jingwei nodded at him. Lin Junya lowered her head while selling pancakes. When she heard two familiar voices, she looked up and greeted Grandma Qian, Qian Jin. Hey, Shaolin Lin Junya. What are you doing here? The grandmother and granddaughter said together.
Lin Junya pointed to the baked buns in her basket and smiled widely. Just doing a little business, selling pancakes at a stall to earn some small money to help the family. She took 2 buns wrapped in oil paper and handed them to them. Grandma Jian, I made these buns myself. Here, try 2. They're still warm, so eat quickly. These buns are well made. Just looking at them makes me hungry, Grandma Qian said with a smile. She took the buns happily and asked with concern little Lin, has your mother recovered? Has she been discharged from the hospital? Yes, she was discharged early. We now rent a house from Captain Jiang's aunt. Mom is resting at home to recover. She's feeling much better now and can get up and walk to the bathroom on her own. That's good to hear. Healing from injuries takes about 100 days. Tell your mother not to rush back to work. She should rest in bed for a while and take good care of her health so she doesn't develop any lasting problems. Grandma Qian was a kind person. After hearing about the mother and daughter, she felt sympathetic and compassionate about their situation. Living in the city in a rented house means no annoying people bothering or picking fights. She can rest peacefully and recover quickly, Lin Junya said with a smile. Grandma Qian already knew about the Lin family and understood that Lin Huahua and her sister had plans to get a grandson. Her face became serious. Xiao Lin, your mother and you have suffered a lot over these years. If they ever bully you again or act unreasonable, come find me. Our Qian family will help you deal with these troublemakers. I don't believe the law is powerless against them. Thank you, Grandma Qian. Now that our team has a new captain and the local leaders are paying special attention to educating the Lin family, the whole family, except for those paralyzed or detained, has been punished to do farm work. They probably won't cause trouble for a while, and they probably won't be able to cause any more trouble soon. That's good. If you and your mother ever face difficulties or need help, you can always find Teacher Zhou or come to us, Grandma Qian said, feeling good about her impression of them and wanting to offer some help. Lin Junya smiled gratefully. Grandma Qian, Teacher Zhou has already helped me a lot. I'll never be able to repay her. As a teacher, you should protect your students. When students have difficulties in life, teachers should do their best to help. Don't worry about repaying kindness. Just study hard and aim for the best grades. That's the greatest way to thank your teachers. They were busy talking, while Qianjin had already finished eating the pancake and was still chewing. He mumbled, Grandma, eat the pancake quickly. It tastes very good. Grandma Qian took a bite and nodded repeatedly. It does taste good. Shaolin, did your mom teach you how to make it? Yes, my mom taught me. Seeing that they liked the food, Lin Junya packed 5 more pancakes in oil paper and put them into Qianjin's basket. Take these home to Grandpa Qian and let him try. Lin Junya, sell me the rest. Our family is big, and everyone is at home today because it's the weekend. 2 each is just right. Qianjin took out 2 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. No need for so much. Pancakes are only 5 cents each. Lin Junya gave him back a yuan, but Qianjin refused to take it. Bring me a few more sugar canes tomorrow morning. I'll come to school to get them from you. Junya, are you sold out? Jin Yuan and Jiang Yuan phone came over after buying vegetables. Yes, we're sold out. Lin Junya was wrapping pancakes in oil paper, introducing Grandma Qian. Grandma Qian, this is my master. He's a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. His surname is Jin. When I was little, I learned a little bit of medical knowledge from him. This time, he's here in Danyuan County because Uncle Jiang asked him to treat Captain Zhang's injury. Jin Yuan, carrying vegetables, approached at this moment. Lin Junya introduced him again. Master, these 2 are my class teacher Zhou's mother-in-law and son. They just helped me finish the pancakes. Hello, Auntie. Dr. Jin, Comrade Jiang, hello. The Qian family bowed and shook hands with them. Jiang Yuanfeng had just bought a lot of meat and was chatting casually. Auntie, are you here to buy vegetables too? Yes, it's the weekend. The younger family members don't have to work today. They rarely get a day off to gather. I'm here to buy some good vegetables and invite them over to have a meal with us old folks. Grandma Qian smiled. Lin Junya had already wrapped all the pancakes for Qianjin. She picked a 4 or 5 Jin grass carp from another bamboo basket
and also put it into his basket. Tianjin, my master bought this on a fishing boat by the river just now. I'm giving it to you. No, this is bought by Dr. Jin. I can't take it. Tianjin tried to return the fish.
Take it.
Jin Yuan refused to accept and pointed at the fish in the basket. There are still so many. We have enough to eat. Grandma Qian accepted his words with a kind and gentle smile. Dr. Jin, you are too polite. If there's a chance in the future, come to our house and sit with us.
Okay.
Jin Yuan nodded politely. Grandma Qian, we're leaving first. You all go buy vegetables. Lin Junia picked up 2 baskets and prepared to leave. Watching their backs as they left, Grandma Qian softly said to her grandson, Little Lin, this master has extraordinary presence, very handsome. He probably comes from a notable family. Grandma, the doctor dad and I asked for is very skilled. Should we ask Dr. Jin to see Grandpa? Tianjin, being thoughtful and filial, was worried about Grandpa's health. Grandma Qian also thought of this. I'll tell your dad later and ask him to see if Dr. Xuejia is available tomorrow. If Dr. Jin is free, we can visit him. If not, we won't bother him.
Okay.
When Lin Junia and her friends returned home, Meng Xuejiao and her sister had already cooked breakfast. They called her to eat together and also sent a bowl of noodles to Li Sumei. Although Jin Yuan came from a traditional and prestigious family, he spent most of his time wandering in the martial world. Besides the pride typical of noble families, he behaved with the straightforwardness and ease of a martial artist, never acting superior. He spoke casually and friendly, not treating himself as a guest, and even helped in the kitchen to serve breakfast. Jin Yuan first handed noodles to his apprentice. Junia, you eat first. After you're done, take care of your mother. Once you've finished your chores, come and make the medicine.
Okay.
Jiang Yuanfeng brought the noodles to his son and said, Xiao Lin, you and Jinwei eat first. Sit and eat. If it's not enough, go to the kitchen for more. Uncle Jiang, I have enough. Junia, who had eaten a baked bun earlier and wasn't very hungry, sat next to Jiang Jinwei and asked, Captain Jiang, for lunch, we're having fish. How do you want to prepare it? I don't mind how it's cooked. Ask Dr. Jin what he prefers. Jin Yuan came out with the noodles, stirring as he spoke. A few days ago, Comrade Jiang treated me to spicy fish slices at a restaurant in the provincial capital. It was pretty good. Junia, can you make it? I can, but it might not be as good as the restaurant chef. Junia honestly replied. Meng Xuelan chimed in, I can make spicy fish slices too, and I guarantee it will be authentic. But I don't know how to slice fish. Junia giggled. Director Meng, I can fillet fish. Let's work together. Okay, you prepare the fish, and I'll cook when I get back from work. Meng Xuelan had to go to work in the morning. Her hospital job didn't have fixed hours, so she had to work when there was something to do. If there was a family matter, she could also request leave. Lin Junia quickly finished eating her noodles, efficiently changed her mother's medicine, and carried several fish to the water well to be cleaned. The lunch was sent to Zhang's kitchen, and those not eaten yet were salted for preservation. After finishing these chores, she went to help prepare the medicine. Jin Yuan had already prepared all the medicinal herbs. Meng Xuejiao had ready the medicine jars. Lin Junia took the medicine and went to the kitchen to boil it. She poured a package of herbs into a jar, casually glanced at the herbs, and her eyes widened slightly. She immediately turned to find an elder. Master, did you perhaps take the wrong medicine? What's wrong? Jin Yuan looked back at her. All of it is for strengthening the kidneys and boosting vitality, Lin Junia said with a teasing wink. Jin Yuan, I didn't make a mistake. Lin Junia was momentarily stunned, her expression blank as she asked, Aren't you asking me to prepare medicine for Captain Jiang? Why would he need this kind of medicine? He doesn't need it.
Doi.
Jin Yuan glared at her. Lin Junia. Well, that's hard to say. Meng Xuelan, passing by nearby, overheard their conversation. Her face twitched slightly. When they both looked her way, she awkwardly smiled. Dr. Jin. I didn't hear anything. Jin Yuan's face darkened. He grabbed a feather duster and waved it at Lin Junia. Stop asking nonsense. Go to your work. All right, I won't ask anymore.
Lin Junya chuckled happily and immediately ran to the kitchen to prepare the medicine. Jin Yuan finished preparing the herbs, took his medicine box, having been with him for nearly 20 years, and went to Jiang Jinwei's room. He took out a row of silver needles and began acupuncture treatment. Each session lasted 40 minutes. When he finished, Lin Junya was just about to serve the medicine. "Master, the medicine is ready. Take it to Xiao Zhang's room." As Lin Junya was pouring the medicine, she suddenly shrank her pupils in surprise. Was this medicine really for Captain Jiang? He was so healthy, did he need to strengthen his kidneys? No, he mentioned earlier that he had other injuries. Could it be that he was hurt somewhere else? Finally, Lin Junya guessed the truth. Since this involved a man's dignity, which was a sensitive topic, she pretended not to know anything. She quickly took the medicine over and asked at the door, "Captain Jiang, the medicine is ready. Would you like some candied fruit or sweets?" "No need. Just place it on the table for me," Jiang Jinwei replied. Having just finished acupuncture, he was in severe pain, and cold sweat covered his forehead. He was still resting on a military cot. Lin Junya placed the medicine on the table, noticed he looked tired, and hurriedly poured warm water for him. She took a damp towel and said, "Captain Jiang, let me wipe your face." "Xiao Lin, let me do it." Meng Xuejiao was just washing the bedding, and Jiang Yuanfeng was helping her hang it out. After they finished, they immediately came over. She took a warm towel to wipe her son's face and asked, "Jinwei, does it hurt a lot?" "A little. The treatment just now was very painful, but Jiang Jinwei is a tough boy. He clenched his teeth from start to finish and didn't make a sound." Jin Yuan just washed his hands and then came back in. He said to Jiang Yuanfeng, "Young Jiang is strong and healthy. He also has a special body that is very sensitive to medicine. The medicine absorbs quickly, so there's a very high chance he will recover well." "Really?" Meng Xuejiao was happy to hear this. She looked excited and asked, "Dr. Jin, can you be sure after just one treatment? If I had found him right after the injury, I could guarantee it immediately. But now, since some time has passed, I can't be certain. I'd say about an 80% chance. An 80% chance is pretty good. With medication and proper rest, he will definitely recover," Jiang Yuanfeng said calmly. Although he wasn't as excited as Meng Xuejiao, his relaxed brow showed he was also very happy inside. Lin Junya stood quietly at the back, trying not to make any noise and be invisible. She was about to quietly leave when Meng Xuejiao suddenly looked back at her. Feeling a bit awkward, she hesitated but then told her, "Xiao Lin, about Jinwei. 2 months ago, he went on a mission and injured his abdomen. From now on, Dr. Jin will give him injections and medication. It will take at least 1 or 2 months. During this time, I need your help to prepare the herbal medicine." "Madam, it's no trouble. I happen to want to learn more from my master," Lin Junya replied. Seeing her willingly share the information, Jiang Jinwei also looked at her. He quickly spoke to comfort her. "Captain Jiang, don't worry too much about your injury. You're a soldier. Every scar on your body is a mark of honor, a symbol of a hero. They are the most beautiful patterns in the world. There's a saying, a good mood can heal everything. You should try to stay happy, not put too much pressure on yourself. Relax more and adjust your mood. With your master's acupuncture and medication and your efforts, you can turn that 80% chance into a full recovery." Jiang Jinwei's face looked serious. His heart was stirred, and he listened carefully to her words. He pressed his lips together and nodded at her. "Jinwei, Shaolin is right. You need to relax, let go of your worries, and open the shackles that bind your mind and body. With good medicine, you'll get better soon," Meng Xuejiao patiently advised. "Mom, I understand," Jiang Jinwei sighed. Meng Xuejiao knows her son very well. She believes some words are enough to say once, and there's no need to repeat endlessly. After wiping the cold sweat from his face, she helps Jiang Yuanfeng support him up, then hands him the medicine and tells him to drink it while it's still warm. The 3 of them probably have other things to talk about. Once he finishes the medicine, Lin Junya reaches out to take the bowl, then leaves with the master. Li Sumei's medicine was also prepared at the same time. Lin Junya helps her finish it,
then accompanies her to the bathroom, saying, "Mom, the master wants me to go with him to the hospital. You rest at home. We'll be back before lunch. Go ahead, I'll just stay here and knit sweaters." Lee Sume has been lying in bed these days but stays busy, knitting sweaters from morning till night. She works quickly and well, and has already finished half of a vest for her daughter. Jinya and the others walk to the County People's Hospital. Jin Yuan looks at the people on the street riding bikes and says, "Junya, let's buy a bike too. It'll be easier to get around." "Master, I don't have a ticket for a bike." Jinya smiles awkwardly, opening her rough hands and laughing a little awkwardly. "On the day I returned from the Seoul reunion, I only had 2 cents. The savings for my mother and me add up to only 30 or 40 yuan. Forget bikes, even making clothes from cloth takes calculations." Jin Yuan also has few tickets. He came here using herbs from the space to exchange for some money at the hospital. The tickets he has are all exchanged from others, mostly common daily use tickets, and none are for bikes. The Jiang family should have some. I'll go find them at noon to exchange for one. "Master, here there are many new things we've never seen before, like bikes, TVs, radios, washing machines, and refrigerators. Buying these not only costs money, but also requires the right tickets. We need to find ways to earn more money so we can buy a full set of appliances and enjoy a better life." Jin Yuan has already seen these appliances at the Jiang family's house. Last night, he heard his apprentice explain some basic principles and asked an important question. Can these things be used in the space? There's no electricity in the space. We need to buy a generator to produce power, so these appliances can work. Jin Yuan has never dealt with these things before and is confused. Find me some basic books, and also a set of textbooks for children just starting school. The characters here are very different from what we learned before. I need to learn the simplified characters quickly. Master, I no longer have my childhood textbooks. I'll need to ask someone to help find them. I'll take you to the Xinhua bookstore later to buy a dictionary that compares simplified and traditional characters.
You can start with that.
Okay. Jin Yuan agreed, and then mentioned another matter. Your split soul body is gone. This body has not learned martial arts. You need to practice martial arts again. Wherever there are people, there will be disputes and fights. Although the war here has ended on the surface, peace and calm have returned, but dangers still exist unseen. Having martial skills gives you extra protection. Master, I understand. I will practice internal energy for 3 hours every night. Lin Junya actually practiced every day, but last night he was talking with his master until late, so he didn't meditate or train afterward. Don't go sell pancakes in the morning anymore. Starting tomorrow, get up early to read and review your lessons. Leave the money-making to me. You know those business partners you work with, take me to meet them. Later, I will handle deliveries, and after your college entrance exam, you can take over. The master took charge, and Lin Junya trusted him completely, nodding repeatedly, okay. The master and disciple chatted as they walked, and soon they arrived at the hospital. Lin Junya approached the outpatient department and asked, "Master, why are we here at the hospital? I want to see the medical testing equipment used by Western doctors." Jin Yuan had previously looked at Jiang Jinwei's test report. He heard it was from the best hospital in the provincial capital. He examined the images carefully and was very impressed with the level of the testing machines. Seeing that he was interested in the equipment, Lin Junya quietly said, "Master, these advanced medical devices are in the testing lab. Only doctors and patients can go inside. We can't enter or see them." "Oh, I see." Jin Yuan thought everything was in the wards and he could see it any time. "Since we can't see the testing lab today, when Zhang and my mom come to remove the cast, we can go with them. You can go into the lab to see," Lin Junya arranged. Jin Yuan nodded. "All right. Master, let's go. I'll show you the Western medical tools used by doctors and nurses here. Later, I'll ask Director Meng to help buy a set." Today, many people came to the hospital for treatment. There were many infusions and injections, and the doctors and nurses were very busy. Lin Junya led his master around, gradually teaching him to recognize all the new equipment. "Make way, please." In the operating room, a patient covered tightly was pushed out. A doctor in a white coat followed closely, holding a thick bundle, calling out, "Is the family of Wang Yenner here?"
Yes, yes, doctor. I am here. A man with a limp quickly stepped forward. Your wife's cesarean operation was successful. She gave birth to a son, weighing about 8 pounds 8 ounces, a big, chubby boy. The man trembled with excitement, rubbing his hands together. Doctor, thank you so much. You've worked hard. The baby is healthy and strong, but your wife had a tough time with a C-section. She needs good rest and careful recovery. Don't rush to get out of bed or do any work. Make sure she sits in confinement properly and eats nutritious food. Yes, yes, of course. Lin Jr. and the others stood by the wall, watching them leave for the ward. Jin Yuan suppressed a shock and whispered to his apprentice, Junior, you heard that, right? That woman had a C-section. Master, C-sections are common here now. Many women with difficult births choose to have one every year. Modern gynecologists are much better at surgery now, and the success rate is quite high. But C-section surgery is expensive, and many rural folks can't afford it. Unless it's absolutely necessary, they usually don't choose this. Jin Yuan glanced at the operating room nearby, his eyes complex but shining with a light of admiration. He sighed. Our old place was too backward. The ruling system was corrupt and closed off, severely limiting development. That caused the entire continent to stay stagnant for hundreds or even thousands of years. Here, it was the same before, but now the monarchy and feudal system have been overthrown. We've broken free from those restrictions, and the whole country is becoming lively and full of energy. It will develop faster and faster in the future. Junia felt excited about the future. She had a feeling that the country would develop in ways she couldn't even imagine. The master and apprentice looked around the outpatient area. Jin Yuan wanted to learn about various Western medicines, but Junia couldn't take him to the pharmacy entrance, so she led him to the pharmacy department instead. Dr. Jin Shaolin, what are you doing here? Meng Shuolan personally came to open the door for them. Junia naturally lied. Director Meng, I asked my master to prepare a blood-nourishing and energy-boosting prescription for my mom. There are some herbs I haven't heard of or recognized, so I asked him to help me get the medicine. Oh, actually, you don't need to make a special trip. Just give me the prescription at noon, and I'll bring the medicine back this afternoon. Master has never been to Donyuan County before. I just took him around and happened to come here. Junia followed her inside. Inside, the room was filled with medicine. There were bags of Chinese herbs and many boxes of Western medicine. The strong, pungent smell of medicine filled the air. The pharmacy staff were busy working, and they quickly stepped forward. Director Meng, there's no rush to prepare the medicine. You're busy here. Let us help you carry it. That's very kind of you, Meng Shuolan said with a smile. Today we have nothing else to do, so we might as well help out and finish early. Later, we will all go back to cook lunch together. Lin Junia subtly signaled to her master, greeted others casually, then immediately started helping to move and organize the goods. Jin Yuan was helping to carry Western medicine. Most of the labels on the boxes were unfamiliar, so he didn't ask much and just glanced at them while moving, planning to learn more about them later. With the two of them helping, the room was quickly tidied up. Jin Yuan then helped his apprentice make up a story about the medicine, asking, Director Meng, are these medicines prepared by yourselves or supplied by the company? We buy some ourselves, but nearly 70% are delivered by the city drug supply station. Meng Shuolan was still arranging and organizing. Seeing Jin Yuan looking at the medicines, she approached and asked, Dr. Jin, is there a problem with these medicines? These medicines are poorly processed. They probably weren't prepared by hand, so their effectiveness has greatly decreased. Jin Yuan had looked at several types, neatly sliced and categorized, but all had a serious flaw. This definitely isn't manual processing. They are made on machine lines at pharmaceutical factories and then distributed to hospitals and clinics. Meng Shuolan manages the pharmacy department but isn't an expert in medicine processing and couldn't tell about the effectiveness loss. Jin Yuan opened other cabinets, quickly looked inside, then shook his head and sighed. These medicines are all badly processed, with at least 40% of their effectiveness lost. Meng Shuolan felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly opened another cabinet. Dr. Jin, please help me check these.
The medicines in this cabinet are purchased by us and prepared by our pharmacists. Jin Yuan turned around, casually picked a few items, and said, "Much better than those," retaining about 80 to 90% of their effectiveness, but still not perfect. Machine production emphasizes efficiency and quick supply. The equipment on the line might not be advanced enough. For now, this is the best they can do, Meng Xuelon guessed. Jin Yuan hadn't visited the local factory or seen the production lines she mentioned, so he didn't comment much. Instead, he told her about another matter. The medicine for Xiao Zhang's first treatment course was the same as what we brought back yesterday. For the second course, use common, ordinary medicines. Just take them directly and give them to me. Don't let others handle it. Okay. After finishing their tasks, the three of them went back together. Meng Jiao was preparing lunch in the kitchen. Zhang Yuanfeng and Jiang Jing were playing chess in the living room, and Lin Junia delivered the medicine packages to her home. She immediately carried the meat she bought in the morning to help cook. A is responsible for cooking, while a gay man is busy playing chess. Jiang Jinwei gives up his position to Jin Yuan and sits nearby to watch the game. After only 10 minutes, Jiang Jinwei, feeling uncomfortable, shows a look of dislike towards his father. "Dad, with your way of playing, the game will be over in less than 10 minutes. Dr. Jin is a top expert." Jin Yuan only played for a minute before realizing he was no match for Jin Yuan. He hands him the black stones and says, "Let's play a game together, father and son, to see if we can delay until mealtime." Jin Yuan gestures politely, agreeing for them to play together. Meng Xuelon just came back from changing clothes and saw the father and son playing together. She chuckles mischievously. "Looks like you two are having your day today." They are quite skilled at chess, usually winning against others and secretly feeling proud. Today, they are working together to compete, which she finds very entertaining. Lin Junia was helping in the kitchen. When she heard the noise, she came out and saw the 2-on-1 game. She immediately took 10 yuan from her pocket and placed it in front of her master as a bet. "Master, I bet you'll win." Jin Yuan smiled and said, "You're betting so much." "Dr. Jin, I also bet you'll win." Meng Xuelon took out 20 yuan and placed it in front of him, looking down at the Jiang father and son. She said to Jin Yuan, "They used to humiliate me a lot. Dr. Jin, I bet 20 yuan to help me regain my face." Jin Yuan simply took the money and put it in his pocket, calm and relaxed. Finish within 20 minutes.
Nice.
Meng Xuelon slightly raised her chin and threw a glance at the Jiang father and son. "Start the timer." Meng Xuejiao came out from behind the wall, took 10 yuan to the father and son, smiling brightly. "Let me add some luck for you." "Mrs. Meng, you're just giving me money." Lin Junia didn't look down on the Jiang family father and son. She simply knew her master's skill at Go too well. They were no match for him. The expressions on the Jiang father and son's faces were colorful, especially when Jiang Jingwei looked at them with a dangerous gaze. Lin Junia quickly chuckled and slipped back into the kitchen. Jiang Jingwei lowered his gaze, hiding a smile deep in his eyes, and placed a black stone on the board. Meng Xuejiao and Lin Junia went to the kitchen to help, but Meng Xuelon stayed quietly watching the game and helping with the timer. When Jin Yuan placed his last stone, she checked her watch and accurately announced 17 minutes and 45 seconds. Such a humiliating loss. Meng Xuejiao heard in the kitchen and kept laughing happily. Xuelon's face is back. The Jiang father and son were convinced they lost, and both looked at Jin Yuan with admiration and respect. Their chess skills are actually quite good, but they didn't expect that when father and son teamed up, they would lose so badly. They accepted their loss and paid 10 yuan to Lin Junia. Jiang Jingwei, who lost, became more confident and said, "Dr. Jin, one more game." They continued playing. This time, Meng Xuelon stopped watching and went to the kitchen to make her specialty, spicy fish slices. In the second game, the Jiang father and son still lost, but the game lasted 5 minutes longer, which was a small improvement. "All right, dinner is ready." They made 6 dishes for lunch, 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, 1 soup, and steamed dumplings. Lin Junia came home and brought 3 bowls, serving her mother a bowl of rice, a bowl of vegetables, and a bowl of peanut pork rib soup. Jin Yuan was the first to pick his dish, took a bite and nodded. The taste is authentic, just like in a restaurant. Little Lin's knife skills are good, and the fish slices are just the right thickness. Meng Shuolan also liked spicy, strong flavors. Whenever she cooked, her dishes were mainly flavorful and easy to eat. Jinwei first served himself a bowl of soup and asked Lin Junya, "Are you going to set up a stall this afternoon? There aren't many goods left at home." Su Feng has ordered some, and he said he'll come to pick them up at 2. "I won't set up a stall today." Lin Junya planned to help her master find some basic books and buy some seeds in the afternoon. At night, she would plant about 10 acres of crops and vegetables in her space. Although there is no war now, the country is still rebuilding, and supplies are scarce. Food and vegetables are essential for daily meals. Stockpiling more in her space will eventually be sellable. "Captain Jiang, do you have any extra bicycle tickets?" Lin Junya suddenly remembered. "Are you planning to buy a bike?" Jiang Jinwei looked at her. "My master wants to buy a bike for easier travel." "I don't have a ticket." Jiang Jinwei nodded slightly. "I have a bicycle ticket. I'll give it to you after dinner. I also have sewing machine tickets and radio tickets. Do you want them?" These 3 items are necessary for bride price. Lin Junya blinked and shook her head. "I don't want them now. When I get married and need to give a bride price, I'll come to you." Jiang Jinwei was speechless. Haha, Meng Shuolan couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yuanfeng and Meng Shuejiao also laughed, but not as loudly as her. Meng Shuejiao praised her. "Xiao Lin, you have good ambitions." Jin Yuan also laughed and asked her, "Is this what people give as bride price when they get married here?" "This is the wedding standard in the city and among wealthy farmers. 3 items plus a bride price, with the 3 items being a bicycle, a sewing machine, and a watch, and 1 item being a radio. It is very difficult for ordinary rural families to gather these 4 items for a bride. Having 1 or 2 is already good. Many are very frugal and marry off their daughters without spending a penny. This is quite common in rural areas. Although the special period has ended, most rural communities are still very poor. Many families struggle to meet basic needs. After a year of hard work, they barely get by. Their savings are usually the result of years of thrift from the whole family." "Dr. Jin, isn't the bride price in your hometown based on these items?" Jiang Yuanfeng asked casually. "Probably the same for ordinary families there," Jin replied. "My family is a wealthy clan with relatives and social circles that are quite rich." "From what I remember, it's not just about these things," Meng Shuejiao asked curiously. "Dr. Jin, what do your elders usually prepare for bride prices when relatives get married?"
she asked.
"When my family had issues, I was still young, and my peers hadn't married yet. But I heard from elders that when my father married my mother, they prepared a bride price and dowry worth 200 cars of goods. My maternal family was also very wealthy, and the dowry was quite generous. I heard they even emptied 5 houses to store things, and there were over 100 boxes of gold." Everyone present, including Lin Junya, showed shocked expressions. Jin Yuan took a sip of wine and gave a bitter smile. They were incredibly rich, so rich they could rival a country. Many people set their sights on them, and in the end, they lost their fortune and even their lives. During wartime, many wealthy families like Jin's ended up with nothing. Jiang Yuanfeng and others had seen this firsthand or read about it in newspapers and books. They could only feel sympathy for families like Jin's but couldn't do anything to help. Jiang Yuanfeng raised his glass to clink with Jin's. Some words remained unspoken. All the feelings were in that one drink. Meng Shuejiao and the others changed the subject at the right time, avoiding the sad past and talking about light, everyday things. After dinner, everyone went their own way to busy themselves. In the afternoon, Lin Junya went out to find classmates to help gather some elementary and middle school textbooks. Later, she entered her space and worked with her master to till the land and plant rice and wheat. She was busy until nearly 5 o'clock before coming out again. She pretended to return to her hometown and carried a basket of vegetables. She gave half to the neighbor across the door. "Captain Jiang, I won't bother you tonight. My mother and I are staying home to cook," she said. "Have the vegetables been weighed?" Jiang Jinwei was about to give her money. "No need to pay." After saying this, Lin Junya left quickly. The mother and daughter had eaten several meals at the Jiang family. Although she often brought some dishes and fruit, she still gained some benefits. When she pushed the door open, Li Sumei was about to get up to go to the bathroom. Seeing her, she said, "Xiaoya, Jiang just sent over some herbs. Today, all our banlanjin about 70 jin. I paid her for them. Yes, I saw them. They're all in the kitchen." Lin Junya helped her walk slowly and said, "Mom, I won't sell pancakes starting tomorrow. The teacher told me to review my lessons in the morning. After the college entrance exam, I will start working and earning money." Good. Don't sell anymore. Focus on studying. When I get better, I will go sell pancakes to earn money. Li Sumei didn't want her to work so hard, but she needed money for medical bills, rent, her studies, and daily life. She could only work hard to earn some small income to support the family. The next morning, Lin Junya didn't go to sell pancakes, but still got up early to visit the Lei siblings. She brought them 500 jin of rice and asked them to help buy chickens, ducks, geese, and piglets in the countryside, claiming it was for a friend working on a farm. She offered them a good price. Recently, the Lei siblings had earned quite a bit helping her buy poultry. They agreed happily and went to the countryside to collect the animals that day. During the day, Lin Junya attended school classes. Jin Yuan stayed at home to prepare medicine for Jinwei. During his free time, he studied intensively in the space, asking his apprentice questions about anything he didn't understand and having her teach him through communication. Today, they learned 26 pinyin letters and the multiplication table. Jin Yuan felt like he had opened a new world and was deeply absorbed in learning. He only came out for dinner after knocking on Jiang Jinwei's door. In the evening, Lin Junya reviewed her lessons in the space, reading her own books and teaching her mentor. She also practiced martial arts for 3 hours without fail. Within 3 days, the Lei siblings had bought her about 70 or 80 chickens, 40 or 50 ducks and geese, and 7 or 8 piglets. Jin Yuan took all these poultry and livestock to the mountain in the space for free-range grazing, taking on the feeding work. "Master, I will finish class in 10 minutes. Come meet me at the school gate." Today was the day she arranged to meet her third brother. Last night, Lin Junya prepared a cartload of grains and herbs to trade with him, and she also entrusted her master to handle future supplies. Previously, she exchanged a note with Jiang Jinwei. Jin Yuan bought a bicycle and arrived at the school gate on time, riding it there. The master and disciple met briefly and then parted ways. Lin Junya sat in the back seat, talking to him. "Master, third brother and the others should have watches. Today we will buy 2 watches to check the time." "Okay." 2 days ago, Jin Yuan visited the freight market. After disguising himself, he took 2 bags of apples to sell. 2 truck drivers saw him as a stranger and tried to take advantage of him, but he fought back hard. He also wanted to buy 2 watches from them, but after asking around, he couldn't find any. Some others tried to trick him, so he gave up and didn't buy anything. "Junya, I asked Xiao Jiang about the prices of tractors, small cars, trucks, and lorries. We need to make more money, so we can buy a few to drive in the future." Jin Yuan was interested in these modern vehicles and liked each kind. The Jin family's treasures and valuables, which have been collected for hundreds of years, are stored in the space. They could sell any one of them for a lot of money, but now it's not convenient to take them out. To be cautious, they decided to sell goods using the space resources and gradually earn money and save up. "Master, Dongyuan County is too small. Most people here have average income. It's hard to get rich quickly. I will take the college entrance exam and apply to a school in the provincial capital. We plan to settle there in the future. We want to open a clinic or pharmacy, maybe even a pharmaceutical factory. That way, we can make money faster." Junya had already planned this. Now that her master was here and helping her, she believed the plan could come true soon. About 10 minutes later, the master and disciple arrived at a small warehouse near the grain station. Junya got off her bike. "Master, wait here a moment. I'm going to meet third brother. I'll send you a message later, so you can prepare." "All right, go ahead." When Junya rode up on her bike, third brother and the others were smoking together. She stopped her bike in front of them and uncovered her headscarf. "Third brother,
Hey, Sister Junya. Third brother greeted her with a smile. Junya pointed in the direction she came from and whispered to them, I brought a cartload of grain and medicine. Do you want it? Yes, they replied in unison. Third brother was a bit excited. Sister Junya, is there a full truckload? Yes, 2,500 jin of rice, 1,000 jin of wheat, and I only brought 2 kinds of herbs, nansha ginseng and yuzu. The quality is about the same as last time, around 1,000 jin. Seeing so much goods, everyone was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. Without waiting for third brother's instructions, the others immediately started preparing. Third brother, you and the others go with me to load the goods first. My master also wants to buy some things from you. After loading, come back here to choose. All right. This time, we brought many good goods from Yangcheng, all new products just released. You can pick whatever you like, and I'll give you the lowest price. If you buy a small amount, third brother will decide to give it to you for free. Third brother is straightforward in business. They left 2 people here to guard the remaining goods. Third brother took 3 brothers to help move the cargo. Lin Junya rode ahead on his bike to lead the way and also sent a message to the master in advance. When Lin Junya arrived with the team, Jin Yuan had already moved all the goods into the warehouse. She first introduced everyone to each other and then told third brother, I am still studying and busy with school. For future business, my master will handle the dealings with you. I will come back after my exams to take over. Good. Comrade Jin, please take care of us in the future. If you need anything from us, just ask. Third brother, who has traveled far and wide doing business, has good judgment. He quickly saw that Jin Yuan was not an ordinary person. Such valuable connections are rare, and he would take good care of them. Brother, you're too polite. Jin Yuan, adapting to local customs, brought cigarettes today. He doesn't smoke himself but offered cigarettes to third brother and his brothers. After a few polite words, they got down to business. The goods they brought were of high quality, with no flaws. Third brother and his men only looked casually and then weighed the items. Jin Yuan helped load the truck, which was full of 3,500 jin of goods, packed tightly. This kind of truck is really good. It can carry 3,000 or 4,000 jin at once, much better than ox carts or horse-drawn wagons, Jin Yuan said excitedly. Junya also helped with the loading. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and smiled, saying, Master, there's also a type of large truck called a liberation truck. You rarely see them in small towns like ours. They can carry twice as much as this. I saw one in the provincial city. I heard it's a military transport vehicle, and its cargo space is much bigger, Junya replied. Seeing his interest in these vehicles, Lin Junya smiled and reminded him, Master, if you want to buy a truck, I can work hard to earn money to help you. But I don't know how to drive these trucks. You'll need someone else to teach you. Xiao Jiang can drive all of them. When we buy a truck in the future, I'll ask him to teach me, Jin Yuan said, having already asked Jiang Jin. Junya blinked and said, Master, you should learn first. When you master it, then teach me. Let's learn together. We'll split the tuition. All right. Junya asked about the price of a small car. A regular Jeep costs 5 or 6 10,000 yuan, which is a huge amount for her now. She would need to work hard for a long time to buy her master a car he likes. Once third brother and his team finished tying up all the goods, the master and apprentice rode their bikes to help with the loading. Third brother, do you have watches? Yes, we have both men's and women's watches, including diamond brands, Seagull, and Shanghai brands. Third brother said, as he climbed onto the car to get the stock. Third brother, do you have plum blossom watches? Lin Junya stood by the car and asked naturally, lying casually, I'm buying for someone else. He likes plum blossom watches. Plum blossom watches are available too. Do you want both men's and women's styles? Third brother asked her. Buy a men's plum blossom watch, and for women, get Shanghai brand. I want 2 women's watches. Jin Yuan, standing beside her, asked quietly so others could hear, Junya, what's the difference? Plum blossom watches are imported from Switzerland. Switzerland is a European country over 10,000 miles away from here. Their watchmaking industry is very advanced,
with excellent craftsmanship, stylish designs, and many important people love to wear and collect high-end Swiss watches. Those watches third brother mentioned are all domestically made mechanical watches. Their craftsmanship is a bit lower, and they are much cheaper. You can tell just by looking at the design later. Madame Meng and Commander Jiang are both wearing Shanghai brand domestic watches, costing 120 yuan, bought with a watch voucher. Plum Blossom watches are hard to find in our county's state-run stores and need to be reserved in advance. I heard from classmates that they sell for nearly 300 yuan. Jin Yuan had seen Jiang Jinwei's watch and whispered, "Jiang and his friends have good watches. I'll just buy that kind." Master, wearing a Plum Blossom watch can show the status we agreed on earlier. Lin Junia wanted to buy the best for her master, but she herself only needed the simplest one. Although she bought a watch today, she wouldn't wear it daily. She would just keep it in her space to check the time. Another watch was bought for her mother, but she wouldn't give it to her now. Once she earned a bit more money, she would give it to her later. Third brother brought out a box of watches for them to see. Lin Junia finally chose a Plum Blossom watch and 2 Shanghai brand mechanical watches. Then, the master and apprentice climbed back onto the car to select other goods. Comrade Jean, Miss Lin, most of the goods this time are daily necessities. These are bath soaps, laundry soaps, shampoos, and hair conditioners, with 4 different scents, both bottled and packet forms. There's also this type of floral water, which repels mosquitoes and insects. It sells best in summer. Last year, a new version from Yangcheng Daily Chemical Factory was released, which is more fragrant than before, and the bottles are more attractive. Many supply and marketing cooperatives and state-run stores stocked it last year, and it was sold out quickly. We've stocked up early this year. Brother San took samples of each item to show them. Jin Yuan first sniffed the floral water and asked, "What is the price of this?" The supply and marketing cooperative sells it for 1.20 yuan. Wholesale price is 0.82 yuan. Jin Yuan carefully examined the other goods, then privately discussed with his apprentice. They decided to buy some items to sell, asking Brother San to calculate the payment. After deducting the watch cost, the remaining money would be used to buy goods. The master and apprentice brought a large order, making Brother San and his men very happy. They immediately started writing the order on paper. Once they confirmed the quantities of each item, Jin Yuan stood up, pretending to go adjust the vehicle for transportation. He said, "Junia, please count the items here. Brothers, take the goods to the warehouse just now. I'll arrange for someone to help move the goods." "Okay." Lin Junia nodded with a blink. He had a strong presence, and even with few words, he seemed to give off a commanding feeling. When he left, Brother San visibly relaxed and smiled, asking Miss Lin, "You apprenticed under Comrade Jean. What did you learn from him?" "Fighting," Lin Junia said, clenching her fist. Hearing this, the others laughed. When she had neatly taken care of the troublemakers last time, they had already guessed she was skilled. Now it was clear she had a great teacher. "Miss Lin, are you in high school or technical school?" another brother asked. "High school." Lin Junia was chewing a lollipop given by Brother San. She looked up and asked, "Brother San, do you usually go to the provincial city?" "Yes, our destination is the provincial city. We are all from the suburbs of the provincial city."
Lin Junia understood.
They traveled between the provincial city and Yangcheng. The location of Inyuan County is between the two, making it a necessary route for their trips. She smiled and said, "I plan to develop in the provincial city in the future. We can cooperate long-term. Miss, we know the provincial city well. We have many friends and brothers there. If you need help, just let us know." "Okay, thank you, brothers. I'll come back after my exams in July." Lin Junia accepted their offer and took the opportunity to ask, "Brother San, are houses expensive in the provincial city? Like 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom apartments, how much do they cost?" "Miss, you're asking the right person. I bought a 2-bedroom apartment just 2 months ago, near the provincial train station. It's a new 5-story building with a kitchen, bathroom, and small balcony. It's 50 square meters and costs 1,800 yuan. So, it's just over 30 yuan per square meter." Lin Junia's eyes lit up. She asked eagerly, "Are there many houses available? Can I buy one anytime?" Miss, houses in the provincial city are in high demand, especially new buildings. Without connections, it's hard to get a spot. Brother Sen honestly said with a smile. I wasn't qualified either. I asked a friend for help and started preparing 2 months early so I could get a spot. After speaking, he pointed to other brothers and said, Look, they all want to buy, but the money was ready long ago, and they still can't get a spot. Lin Jr. guessed that the new houses were limited in number and probably hard to buy. She asked, Are the old, rundown houses good to buy? They should be cheaper, right? Much cheaper. 2-bedroom places usually cost around 800, 3-bedroom ones over 1,000. There are fewer listings and most houses on the market are very old. I looked at them for half a year, but didn't find a suitable one. Houses are hard to buy but easier to rent. Rent is a bit higher than in the nearby towns, about 300 for a normal 2-bedroom. Junya also asked about the provincial capital, including buying and renting houses, wages, and prices. They talked for about 10 minutes. When the other brothers finished preparing the goods, they took everything to the warehouse. They stored all the items in the space, then the master and apprentice rode bikes home. It was almost evening when they arrived. Xiaoya, where did you go after school? Why are you only back now? Li Sume asked as soon as she saw her. Mom, I asked the master to go with me to the freight market. We just bought some apples, oranges, and sugarcane to resell for a profit. Li Sume saw they were empty-handed and asked, Where did you put the stuff? The master ordered quite a lot. He rented a small warehouse outside. The big brother in charge of supplies said a tractor will deliver everything tomorrow, so we didn't have to carry it ourselves.
Juni litt smoothly.
Li Sume didn't think much and didn't ask more, thinking she had a tiring day of classes. She said, Xiaoya, just cook something simple tonight to fill your stomach. No need to spend time making soup. Mom, I needed dough at noon. I'll fry some pancakes and make vegetable and egg soup tonight. Is that okay? Yes, that's good. Simple food is fine. Tonight, they baked sourdough pancakes with pickled vegetables. Lin Junya delivered 10 to the neighbor, and the 3 elders of Jin Yuan each ate 2. Jiang Jing finished 4 by himself. Right after dinner, guests arrived at their house. The Qian family came to visit. Junya, have you finished eating? Hearing Jiang Jing call her, Lin Junya quickly put down her bowl and went to the door. Captain Jiang, what's the matter? The Qian grandparents and Zhou Laosher are here. Grandpa Qian came to see Dr. Jin. As he spoke, Zhou Laosher came out of the house. Lin Junya, have you eaten yet? Teacher Zhou, we are eating. Have you finished your meal? Lin Junya immediately jogged over. We have already eaten. Take me to see your mother. Li Sume had put down her chopsticks and heard the noise outside. She quickly struggled to stand up. Xiaoya, please invite Teacher Zhou in. When Lin Junya was in high school, Li Sume took her to school and met Teacher Zhou. They haven't seen each other since, but her daughter often talks about how the teacher takes care of her. Teacher Zhou smiled and entered the room. Junya's mother, you can sit up now. You look much better. Teacher Zhou, long time no see. I can't sit for long now, only for a few minutes. Li Sume couldn't stand up and hurriedly said to her daughter, Xiaoya, please invite Teacher Zhou to sit and make some tea for her. No need to make tea. Deputy Secretary Meng just made some tea. I heard Dr. Jin is very skilled. Tonight, he's here to see his father-in-law, so I came to see my sister-in-law on the way. Li Sume smiled and said, Dr. Jin is indeed very good at his work. I've been using his medicine these days, boiling herbal medicine every day. I feel much better. I should be able to get out of bed and walk about half a month earlier than expected. Junya also told me about her master's work. It's rare to meet such a good doctor. Since he's still in Donyuan County, I quickly brought my parents-in-law to see him. Teacher Zhou didn't stay long. After chatting for a few minutes, she went to accompany her parents-in-law for a checkup. Junya quickly finished her soup, tidied up the dishes, and took a small basket of sugar oranges to go with her. The Qian family's elderly parents and their son were talking to Jin Yuan. When the old man saw her, he smiled. Shaolin, we meet again. Grandpa Qian, Grandma Qian, Uncle Qian. Junya greeted them politely and also smiled at Qian Jin. She handed them the sugar oranges.
I bought these this afternoon. They taste pretty good. Everyone try some. Junya, why didn't you go sell pancakes this morning? Jin wanted to buy some, but he didn't see her for 2 days in a row. I stopped selling after that day. My master told me to wake up early to study and review. I paused my small business for now. Teacher Zhou didn't know she was selling pancakes before. Considering her family situation, she really has a hard time. She said, there are just over 3 months until the college entrance exam. Earning money to support the family can wait. Focus on studying and reviewing. If you have difficulties in life, come to me for some money first. Teacher, I have money now. The money that the Lin family took from me before I got it back. I used to be restless and thought I could earn a little. Meng Xuejiao brought her a bowl of tea and smiled as she said to Teacher Zhou, Shaolin is very diligent and sensible. She hasn't fallen behind in her studies. I see she reviews her lessons every night, and she manages to read and earn money without delay. She also takes good care of her mother. The mother and daughter are both very hardworking. Teacher Zhou admired their resilience. Lin Junya is the smartest and most eager student she has taught, and she has high hopes for her. Junya, go upstairs to my room and help me bring down the medicine box. Jin Yuan asked her to do something.
Okay.
His medicine box is actually kept in a storage space. Lin Junya pretended to go upstairs, then slipped into the space and carried down the treasured medicine box her master had used for over 20 years. When she came down, Jin Yuan was looking at the X-ray images taken at the hospital of Old Qian, studying them carefully. He assigned her a task. Junya, read me the diagnosis from the checkup report. Junya did her duty as a student, choosing the most important parts to read aloud, especially focusing on the names and effects of the medicines. Master, the medicine Old Qian is taking is called Heart Protect Pill. It relieves angina, protects and improves heart function, and needs to be taken daily. Jin Yuan listened carefully. After she finished, he put down the images and checked Old Qian's pulse. He examined him for less than half a minute and asked, you take this Heart Protect pill regularly every day, but do you still experience chest tightness, chest pain, sometimes shortness of breath, or headaches and insomnia? Yes, I have all these symptoms. Walking just a few dozen meters makes me breathless, dizzy, and I can't sleep at night. I toss and turn in bed all night and can't fall asleep. Jin Yuan released his hand and slowly stood up. Your pulse is strong, so your heart isn't seriously affected. Taking this pill is enough. Your symptoms are not caused by heart disease. Really? Not caused by heart disease? Old Qian had seen many doctors in the city and county, had many x-rays taken, and all the doctors said it was heart disease. Take off your coat and the thick clothes underneath. When he undressed, Jin Yuan placed his hands on his shoulders and back of his neck, pressing gently a few times, speaking confidently. This area was injured before, right? Yes, when I was young in my 20s, I joined the army to fight in the war. I was responsible for logistics and supplies. Once, I was hit by a mortar shell weighing over 100 Jin while moving things. My hand was useless for about half a month. There was no medicine to treat it at the time, not even herbal poultices. It gradually healed, but I've never been able to lift heavy objects since. When he spoke, Jin Yuan carefully examined the patient, pressing all over his body. He was very sure and said, your heart condition isn't serious. The current symptoms are caused by this hidden injury, which has been untreated for a long time and even led to heart issues. Madame Qian was worried her husband might catch a cold, so she quickly put on a cotton coat for him and asked, Dr. Jin, can this hidden injury be cured? Since it's been left untreated for so long, even a miracle worker couldn't completely heal it. But with acupuncture, massage, and medication, you can recover about 60 to 70%. These symptoms can now be eased. Being able to ease it by 60 or 70% is already very good. Thank you, Dr. Jin, Madame Qian said with a smile. Jin Yuan opened his large medicine box and took out a white porcelain bottle from the second layer. He instructed his apprentice, go get a basin of warm water and help Madame Qian clean the wound. Disinfect the silver needles. Shaolin, I'll fetch the water. You go disinfect the silver needles, Meng Xuelan said proactively. Xuelan Shaolin,
Thank you both for your help, Madame Qian politely said. Seeing Jin Yuan start preparing the medicine, Madame Qian's experienced eyes flashed with admiration. She looked at the three-tiered medicine box on the table and smelled the refreshing aroma of herbs. She smiled and said, Dr. Jin, this medicine box is made from very rare small-leaf rosewood. The craftsmanship is exquisite and unique, worth a lot. Jin Yuan smiled gently, with a noble air that seemed carved into his bones. You have good taste, elder.